Pale Kings. By Ben Galley. A prelude to Pale Kings. There was once a sea at the edge of the world. The lonely sea. A quiet and mirror-like sea that spent its days contentedly lapping the pebble-strewn and sandy fringes of the land. Today, however, it seemed afraid to push its frothing fingers up the tar-black sands of one beach in particular. Perhaps it was the waning of the tide, perhaps it was the stillness in the air that the waves were reticent to disturb, or perhaps it was the alarming creature standing at the water's edge. The hulking beast stood like a black obelisk on the gently sloping sands. It stared at the water, breathing in slow, contemplative grunts. Its cluster of crimson eyes were like rock pools of deep, luminescent blood. Translucent wings hung from its huge shoulders, wings that were more smoke than skin, shadow rather than bone. The beast crouched to the sand, steel armor clanking, and dug a spade-like finger into the sand. An iron claw, speckled with rust, slid from its calloused sheath, and the beast drew a slow circle in the sand, like a farmer furrowing an untouched field. When it was finished, the beast stood up again, and curiously dipped a foot that resembled a giant, clawed hoof into the nervous, quiet sea. The water hissed and steamed, and the waves shrank back into the sea. Even nature itself recoiled from a demon's touch. "Lord!" came a rasping cry, ruining the tranquility. "Majesty!" The demon slowly turned around, grumbling. Its skin cracked and sparked as it did so. Behind him, pounding across the black sand, came another demon much like himself, though not nearly as huge nor as ominous. This beast had skin painted with white clay. Its horns had been filed short and formal. A thin blue pennant had been tied to the upper portion of his left arm, the tails of which flapped and crackled even despite the lack of wind. "I have news," wheezed the demon, as he came near to bow low and respectfully to his master. "Speak," ordered the larger demon. His claw slid back into its sheath with a metallic rasp. "Your slaveling, Lord, it insists on giving birth." The larger demon thumped his chest with a fist the size of a small boulder. "Then why is the disobedient wretch still in one piece?" The smaller demon bowed his horned head, as if the words it were about to utter were heresy. "It demands your presence, Lord." "It demands?" rumbled the first. "Yes, Lord." Quite vocally. With a growl that sounded as though a tree were being ripped in half, his master turned back to the lonely sea, and stamped his hoof in the water. It hissed again. "It can demand and complain until the tree sprouts fruit, if it so wishes. My orders remain. Go back and snap the little louse in two. Bring the larger half to me." The other demon hesitated then, rubbing his claws together. He lowered his head even further. "If I may be so bold, Lord." A sigh. "Speak your mind then, cousin. I am sure you would agree, Lord, that should this offspring, be of an intriguing nature, then perhaps investigating its potential might be worth your time, Lord." The larger demon turned and regarded his inferior with a curious look. "Meaning what?" "In my humble opinion, Majesty, the offspring is rather intriguing." "Intriguing?" "Yes, Lord. It exhibits several rather, unusual qualities." The demon wrinkled a lip bristling with thick black hairs. "Ascaroth." "Yes, Lord. This endless sea is intriguing, the sheer size of a hydra's heart is intriguing, the pattern of scars we carved on the cursed moon are intriguing. There is nothing intriguing about the disfigured offspring of a human slaveling, especially my human slaveling. The only aspect of this that does intrigue me is why we are continuing this futile conversation, Ascaroth. There was another moment of hesitation from the second demon, Ascaroth. He wheezed and cleared his throat, feeling his master's blood-red gaze burning into his patchwork skull. "Perhaps, Lord, if you were to come and see for yourself?" he suggested. "Bah!" his master snarled. Ascaroth did not flinch. To flinch was suicide. He did not particularly fancy spending another 100 years in the void. The iron claws sprang from their sheaths and raked Ascaroth's skull, carving 3 long gashes across his black and gray scalp, right between his horns. The ragged cuts glowed red as blood, hot as magma, seeped from them. Ascaroth did not move. He did not even wince. "Lord, I must insist," he urged, firmly. There was a moment of silence, in which the whispering sea slid up and down the beach 3 times. "Very well," said the larger demon. Ascaroth was barged aside as his master swept from the shoreline, smoldering wings trailing behind him in his wake. Ascaroth scuttled after him, barely managing to keep up with his master's long, purposeful strides. One behind the other, the 2 demons marched up the beach and over a small hillock where streaks of yellow sand were attempting to encroach on the black sand of the beach. Spindly dunegrass grew in brave patches here and there. Their purple roots were bared and vulnerable. The demons spared them no sympathy. As they passed each plant, the smoky tendrils of their wings wafted across the spear-like leaves and knobbly roots, choking and throttling them until they wilted and died. The demons marched on without so much as a second glance. It was normality for them. Soon, they came to the edges of their war camp, a sprawling, deformed monster of a place, perpetually shrouded with smoke and ringing with the sounds of war. Hammers pounded and metal peeled. Shouts echoed. Ruby fires glowed through the humid haze. As they approached a pair of iron gates, Askarotha's master reached to wipe his bristled brow, and when he withdrew his claws, a circlet of fire was burning on his forehead, resting gently on his cracked skin, the crown of his position. Standing near to the open gates were two tall and long-limbed creatures. They were lithe and wiry, with flat faces and flared nostrils, and their charcoal-gray skin was covered in lavish silver armor. In their long-fingered hands they held the sharp pikes of the camp guard. They stamped their feet in salute as their lord and master passed. The demons nodded to the elves and entered the camp. If a visitor had braved the lonely sea, and perchance landed on the black shores, and been unfortunate enough to stumble across the elven war camp, then the smell alone would have killed them. The tentacles of smoke that rose through the cracks in the sand were a noxious orange color, sulphurous and as thick as week-old stew, and when they mixed with the warcamp miasma of rotting death, it created a noxious, deadly stench. The elves paid it no attention, they had become accustomed to it. The demons enjoyed it, for them it was the smell of home. But the slavelings, the humans forced to work the mines and latrines and forges and wood camps and manors of the elves and demons, they choked on it. They called it the bloodlung, due to the constant, raw coughing it caused. If a slaveling was lucky enough to survive his or her masters, then the bloodlung would finish them off for sure. It was a cursed life, the life of a human. Once inside the gates, the two demons did not slow their pace. As they marched, Askaroth looked around, checking everything was as it should be. As second camp lord, this was his duty, and it was a duty that demanded constant vigilance. The elves needed constant reminders to keep them in line. They had grown fat and restless in the last year. With the gods in hiding and the humans subdued, they had nothing to keep them occupied. Demons had to make work for idle elves. Askarotha's crimson eyes pierced the gray, smoky haze, examining and checking his war camp. A phalanx of elves trained on a plaza of crystallized sand. A wall was in construction around one of the manor houses. A trio of demons stood on the balcony of a barracks, silent and ponderous. An elf in armor bellowed orders at a line of slaves as they waited to collect the day's meager rations. Hollow-eyed humans stared out from between the bars of an iron fence, watching as a nearby group of soldiers gathered around a cooking fire to slice the meat from the bones of a very familiar-looking creature. Askaroth, the rumbling voice shook the demon from his reverie, and his head snapped forward. Majesty? His master kept walking. Even though he faced away from Askaroth, his deep voice could still be heard over the noise of the war camp. If you have wasted my time, there shall be consequences. I understand, Lord, replied Askaroth, confidently. He had already seen the slaveling child. He knew his master would be intrigued. They soon came to a large basalt dome encircled by roads of crystallized sand and a huge black iron fence. Elf patrols marched up and down the roads. Nearby, a group of young elven females, clad in their finest clothes, sat on a long bench and watched the elven men pass by, like falcons watching parading rabbits. Occasionally, one of them would whistle at a particular soldier and they would snigger and whisper conspiratorially amongst themselves. Askaroth had always been confused by mortal mating rituals. With a black look and a wheeze, he made a mental note to confine the camp's non-essentials to their manors and tents in the future. The elven soldiers had enough distractions as it was without bothersome females. It was then that Askaroth noticed the noise. An impossible high-pitched wailing noise that cut through the cacophony of thudding boots, hammers, and construction like a hot axe through lard. It sounded as though a nest of screech owls were being strangled. The master stopped dead in his tracks. His translucent wings spread wide. Claws slid from their sheaths. Smoke oozed from the cracks in his skin. A deep growl reverberated in his throat. Both demons knew exactly what it was a noise common in the slaveling compounds. It was a noise that drove demons wild with fury. Armor clanking, Askarotha's master pounded towards the basalt dome, his own manor house. He wrenched the door from its hinges and flung it aside, terrifying a group of slavelings as he did so, and bounded up a short flight of stairs towards the noise. He sniffed the air and snorted flame. He could smell human blood in the smoky air. He stormed into his chambers and found 3 more demons waiting there. They stood at the archway of an adjoining room, scowling and wincing as the wailing noise rose and fell in pitch. They swiftly bowed as their master stomped forward and ducked under the archway. It was there that he found the source of the hateful noise. It was held tightly to the naked breast of his private slaveling, who was lying sweaty and wide-eyed on a pile of threadbare and dirty blankets, womb swollen with her forbidden pregnancy. A number of house slavelings lay prostrated beside her, quivering fearfully. The demon growled. The candles in the room grew brighter in his presence. Their wicks sizzled loudly, as if eager to impress. The baby, oblivious to what stood over it, continued to wail. "Silence it!" bellowed the demon. The slaveling quickly covered up the baby's mouth with her grimy hand. "You disobedient cur," began the demon. "I returned from hunting to find this bastard in my house? I ordered you to deal with it." "He is your son," muttered the woman. It took a very brave human to speak like that to a demon, especially a demon such as her master. Claws slid under chin and she whimpered. "Hold him, and you'll see," she said, holding the baby up to his face. It stayed silent. The demon wrinkled his lip and threw the child a cursory glance. To his surprise, the thing was not disfigured as the others had been, but whole, unblemished, and normal. Human. He sniffed at it, tasting the scent of its blood. Its skin was the color of campfire ash, a pale off-white that was a stark contrast to the red-blooded skin of the other slavelings. The demon sheathed two of his sharp claws and seized the child between two huge fingertips, holding it closer to his face. He had half a mind to rip it in two, there and then, but there was something in the child's eyes, now open and calm, that stopped him. It seemed mesmerized by the fiery crown on his forehead. Behind him, Azkaroth shuffled into the room. "Can you feel it, Majesty?" His master couldn't deny it. "I can." "What are we to do with it?" The demon stared at the strange baby that dangled helplessly and silent between his coarse, charcoal fingers. "Have there been others like this one? Ones I have not been informed of?" "None, Lord." "Why you, then, I wonder?" He pondered, staring down at his slaveling. Her breathing was quick and fast. She looked exhausted. Her tawny red hair lay in wet strands down her chest and arms. The slave brand around her neck glistened with sweat. He had plucked her from a compound a year ago. The humans were loathsome creatures, God-blessed, fleshy, and weak, but every now and again, one somehow managed to catch his eye. He did not know why. Despite their fragility, the humans exhibited an inextinguishable hunger for survival, a trait his kind had tried very hard to beat and breed out of them over the centuries. This particular slaveling had a rather stubborn streak of rebelliousness, and for some strange reason that had appealed to him. It was like taming a wild animal, a feral creature, the thrill is in the success. She wasn't the first he had mated with. It had been an unnatural practice at first, but so was everything the first time it was done. Repetition forged normality. He had half expected her to die from the encounter, much like his others had, but somehow she had survived, again and again, over and over. And now this. The hulking demon growled and a wisp of smoke escaped from the side of his mouth. The baby made a strange gurgling sound, and reached up to grab at the smoke with his chubby, clumsy fingers. The demon narrowed his many eyes at the little creature. There was a strange energy emanating from this child that both perturbed and fascinated him. Azkaroth had been right indeed. Somehow, there was magic in it, demon magic. "You know he's different, don't you, Lord Orion?" said one of the other demons. "He knows," said the female slaveling, impertinently. "He knows. Even I can feel it." "Silence!" snarled Orion, reaching to grab her puny head between his huge claws. She cried out as he squeezed. "What will you do with him, Lord?" asked Azkaroth. Began Orion, still holding the child. A curious idea had come into his head. "Shall name him Ruin. And that is exactly what he shall be." He released his female, but she cried out again, suddenly putting her hands to her swollen belly. One of the other slavelings reached out a sweaty hand to touch her pregnant bulge. He gasped. "What is it, slave?" demanded Orion. "There is another, Majesty," said the slaveling, keeping his eyes down. "Another child, maybe even two. Nobody but the baby saw, but just then, Orion began to smile. It was a rare expression for a demon. Part 1. Sand, Blood, and Seawater. 2,400 years later. Whilst mortal elven fingers steel, demonic whips snap fast at heel. Orion hath come to sate his lust. For dead men walk amongst us. Creatures live where demons dwell. They sound the gods' most final knell. But at last their fury knows an end. From elven, demon, the gods shall rend justice, vengeance, to demand the least. And starry nights will leave in peace. But salvation comes most high a toll. 3 stars were left, 3 demonfuls. Shifting shape and with it sands. Sowing seeds and most immoral plans. For man shall wait betwixt the ice. For brings pale kings, and with them vice. And, lost by dark ones all forgotten. Lakes of magic neath paths untrodden. Evil hideth there, in deepest depths. In a prophecy, those places kept. The first and last, with death aplenty. One such as the elves left empty. Speaks, once the final seed is sown. It must rear its head to face alone what furrows left by earthly fathers. For 'tis greeted by unearthly laughter. And one more terrible than three shall come. One to which the stars succumb. And bring Ragnarok upon the earth. And leave all to bask in unholy birth. For lo, dead men walk amongst us. And we're not but slaves to dust. The Dust Song. Chapter 1. Even the smallest of deserts hide the biggest of secrets. Old Parian saying. Shade was of short supply in the Parian deserts. There were no shadows, no shelters, and even in the relative coolness of the craggy hills the heat was close to unbearable. No trees grew there. Not even the insects ventured out. The sun dominated everything in its path like a cruel king peering down from his throne. Searing and seething it shone down from its unreachable balcony in the crystal clear and cloudless sky, surrounded by an endless sea of cerulean blue. High overhead a lone vulture performed lazy circles, a mere dark-winged blotch in the perfect atmosphere. Its black eyes scanned the hot sands below and searched hopelessly for something dead or helpless, or both. But, sadly for the scavengers, the wind-blown sands and empty hilltops were bereft of anything but grit and sun-bleached skulls. That was until a lone figure appeared on the craggy horizon, standing defiantly against the rippling heat waves. The man trudged onwards, glad to have shed his hood and his cloak, and kept his eyes on the wobbling hills ahead of him. With every labored step his boots sunk into the sand. His breathing was heavy. Farden would never have admitted it, but he was starting to miss the cold and the wet of Emaneska. The sandy stuff beneath his feet got in every available crevice, every conceivable pocket and crack. It irritated him immensely. The mage walked until the bright sun faded to orange, and then finally to red, until it teetered on the horizon and the purple blanket of night waited in the east, ready to pull itself across the huge sky. Farden stood atop a rocky mound overlooking the desert plateau and watched as the fiery orb sank into the distant sands. With it went the warmth of the day, and the night brought the cold. Nothing felt better after a blistering afternoon. After a brief, and well-earned, sigh of relief, Farden allowed himself a smile, and went about finding shelter for the chilly evening. At least the perpetual sand was good for one thing, he smirked as he lowered himself into a small gully between two monolithic rocks. They were ancient and weathered like the sunburnt arms of a dead giant. Farden placed all of his meager supplies on a shelf of rock, 2 pouches of coin, a dusty spyglass, an even dustier haversack full of clothes, 2 striped pebbles of Anabla nature, a vulture's feather, a rather intriguing golden disc, a bracelet made of a rare red metal, a steamed-up glass vial of precious water, a packet of tough dried meat, a sharp knife for the tough meat, and his aging and battered sword in its red scabbard. Taking stock of his supplies always made him feel less lost, as though they tied him to a purpose. That was comforting. Farden delved into his dusty haversack to find some clothes for the evening. After a moment of rummaging, he yanked a blue and white scarf from its depths and wrapped it around his mouth and neck, tucking its tails into his shirt. Leaving his supplies in the little gully, he took a few steps out onto the open sands and rubbed the gold and red metal vambraces that encircled each of his forearms. He briefly touched them together with a metallic clink and put his hands in the air. A sudden breeze shuffled the grains of sand around his boots and swirled around him. Farden raised his hands higher and higher until the breeze grew into a wind that buffeted him from all directions. Rivulets of flame began to trickle down his fingers and from there they leapt into the sandy vortex. Each individual grain flashed like miniature stars in the early twilight, sparking and sizzling as they melted together in the hot wind. Farden pushed and molded and shaped, until standing in front of him was a little glass hut, barely tall enough to crouch in, but perfectly smooth and sealed, complete with a small hole in front for a door. After a few finishing touches and a couple of well-placed whacks with the flat of his palm, Farden let the structure cool as he watched a huge moon climb into the sky. Her pale face was pockmarked and milky, and Farden found himself trying to count her scars. His glass hut soon cooled and the mage gathered his scant belongings from the rock shelf. Getting to his dusty knees, he crawled inside and piled up his things. He looked out at the moon, warped and mottled as she was through the uneven orange glass, her face flecked with particles of sand and grit. The night was slowly closing in. Farden could see his own breath in front of him. The strange deserts never ceased to perplex him. Blistering in the day. Freezing at night. The mage shook his head. The mage wished it would make up his mind. Farden shuffled out of his hut and went to find something that would burn. It wasn't long before he found a wiry bush that seemed dead enough. After a couple of vicious tugs it came free of the sand and he dragged it back to his camp. Within moments the bush was alight and crackling and Farden sat cross-legged in the sand eyeing the flames, deep in thought. After months of searching he felt no closer to finding the man in his dreams. The dreams had stopped, but his suspicions about Turfing, his uncle, had only grown. The talking cat, Lazy, or Laryl as she had insisted on being called, was proof that he was alive somewhere, no matter how quiet she kept on the subject. Turfing was alive, just hiding. It seemed to Farden that he had seen every dune, every dry riverbed, every desert plateau that Paria had to offer, and plenty more after that, but according to the people of the scattered towns and far-flung cities, there was still plenty more desert left to search. The thought that he was wasting his time had entered his mind more than once, but, like the stubborn man he was, the mage was not about to give up just yet. Farden could feel it in his bones, and he had many, many questions that needed answering, answers that only his uncle could give him. Farden put his hands behind his head and leant back against the squeaky glass of his hut. The same strand of hair that had annoyed him all evening tickled his eye again, and he shook his head to move it, and promised himself a haircut on his return to Nelska. And a shave, he thought, momentarily rubbing his heavily stubbled chin. What a different man he must look, surmised the mage. His skin had turned a dark nut brown in the strong rays of the sun, his chin and cheeks were now covered in thick, dark, and dusty hair, and there were bags of tiredness squatting under his eyes. He was looking more and more like the desert peoples every day. Even in the markets of Belafon and Galati he was beginning to blend in. What would Durnus and the others think of him, he wondered. As the moon went about her nightly journey, the desert began to come alive with things of the night. Something squealed in the darkness. An echoing bark came from a nearby hilltop. Glowing eyes skirted his campfire and glinted in the flames. Jackals, sandfoxes, grimlings, scorpions, he had been stalked by them all. Occasionally he would see a flash of flame or two moving through the desert. At first he had thought them to be lanterns and people, but they were the ghosts, or ifrits as they were called, of the people who had died in the wild deserts and were forced to roam the sands as flames and shadows until somebody burnt their remains. More than once he had chased them, finding nothing but strange tracks leading far into the deserts. Farden had learned to ignore them as they now ignored him. A nearby creature yelped in the darkness, a quick snack for something with sharp claws. There was a whoosh of wings and the yelping stopped. Farden crawled back inside his glass hut and let the night sounds wash over him while he tried to find a comfortable place in the sand. Old thoughts wandered about in his head, thoughts he had long entertained like unwelcome, but unavoidable, guests. Farden tried to think of other things besides them. Trawling the Parian deserts for his uncle had kept his anxious mind busy, but old habits died a long death, especially on the longer nights. Tossing and turning, Farden continued his mental duel for an hour or two before he sat bolt upright inside. He grabbed his belt and his leather pouch and he shuffled out from under his shelter. As he stretched and made his aching spine click back into place, the mage looked around. Color had died with the day. The moonlight bathed the desert in a cold light, painting everything a different shade of monochrome gray. The sky was cloudless. White and blue stars hung in the firmament. Farden's keen eyes could pick out shapes moving about in the darkness. None of them were remotely human. He wondered where all these creatures hid during the day, if they all shared a cave somewhere amongst the rocks, and put aside their differences while they slept. The fire had burnt low. The scraggy bush had all but been consumed. Farden reached for his supplies and grabbed the heavy gold disc. His trusty weight. He balanced the thing under one arm as he strapped his knife and belt around his shirt and trousers, and stuffed something in his pocket. Then he took off his boots and threw them inside his hut. Once he was ready, the mage held the weight up to the moon and covered its pale face with his gold one. It fit perfectly. Farden felt the magic bite, and in a flurry of sand he was gone. The air shivered behind him. Something squealed and ran away. Far to the north, where the ice and the glaciers inexorably crept south and the rain and snow fell in great quantity, the capital city of Gordheim was, for the most part, fast asleep. Only soldiers wandered through the streets, or stood on ramparts, or guarded large doors and larger gates. They listened to the sound of the waterfalls crashing and roaring around them, the gushing namesake of the city of waterfalls. Mountain crags surrounded it like a crown. Rivers burrowed into the streets. Roads and walkways stretched across them like fallen branches, or the paved strands of a spider's web, curving hither and thither and in no particular direction. Turrets bristling with banners and sharp battlements poked their heads out from between the arched rooftops of longhouses and halls. Their torches hissed in the cold night wind. Like Croslung's Cathedral, Gordheim's palace was a fortress, and was built upon a jutting crag of water-carved granite that leant out over the rest of the city like the prow of a tall ship. Twin waterfalls fell either side of it like two unraveling curtains, cascading over the slippery black rock ledges and filling the winding canals 100 feet below. The sheer walls of the glistening palace were a mishmash of turrets and roofs, minarets and towers, and their flags flapped and crackled in the night breeze. For the moment, all seemed to be at peace in the skull-guard city of Gordheim. In the highest part of the highest tower, a wide balcony overlooked the landscape. A few candles still burnt in their holders and they struggled to stay alight, flickering at the end of their wicks. There was a chair, and a table, and a tall silver mirror, and a wide set of doors that had been left slightly ajar for the night. Behind the door silk curtains rustled and shivered as the breeze played with them. In the shadows of the long room the sounds of heavy breathing could be heard, and the faint rustling of disturbed bedsheets. The frozen moonlight fell in pieces through the diamond-paned windows. On the balcony the breeze abruptly changed direction. The candles momentarily relaxed and breathed little sizzling sighs of relief. The mirror quivered and rattled softly against the stonework. There came a rushing noise and the air seemed to wobble for a precarious moment. A shape of a man appeared from nowhere and landed on all fours with no more noise than a falling cat. There was a sharp snap of air as it contracted, and then all was still again. Farden stood up and, treading softly across the white stone tiles, he went to each of the remaining candles and pinched their flames between his finger and thumb, extinguishing their brief lives with little whispers of protest. Silently, he went to the door and peered through the crack with one eye. It was dark inside the room. Only a couple of shafts of moonlight interrupted the gloom. Putting one foot forward, he gently opened the door, parted the silk curtains with a finger, and slipped inside the room. The breathing was heavy, almost labored. Farden waited until his eyes adjusted to the darkness and then he crept forward to stand over the bed. He didn't dare wake her, not after the last time. Farden simply just looked at her, and tried to pretend that nothing had changed, that she would roll over any moment and smile at him. But this woman wasn't Cheska anymore. She was cold, ruthless, calculating, and she had ripped out his heart and watched it burn in the fires of Vice's plans. Farden stared at the bump that hid under her bedsheets, above her waist. It had grown bigger since he had last visited. Her child. His child. Theirs. Vice's so-called weapon. Farden scowled. For what seemed like an age or more, he stood there and stared. Finally, he sighed gently, and reached inside his pocket for something. He leant forward slowly and left it on the empty pillow beside her, wondering what trouble it would cause in the morning. He didn't care. Farden slipped through the door and left Cheska alone, wondering how she slept so peacefully with a conscience so heavy. The mage shook his head and lifted his golden disc to the night sky. With a quick flash of light and a puff of sand, Farden was suddenly back in the desert. With the edge of his hand, he wiped the grit from his face and looked around, allowing his eyes to adjust once again. Annoyingly, he had slightly misjudged the spell, and he was now a short walk from his camp. The fire was still burning, he could see it glowing not too far away, and he walked towards it, feeling the cold sand between his bare toes. As he approached his little hut, he suddenly realized that something was not right. There was a shadow by the fire, and the faster he walked the more the shadow turned into a small hooded figure sitting with his knees to his chin, for the moment peaceful and silent. Farden's hand moved to his knife. Without a hint of hesitation, the mage wandered into the camp and stood on the opposite side of the fire from his visitor. The figure didn't even move. "It seems you have made a mistake," said Farden. "This fire is not a social gathering." The figure chuckled, and Farden wondered whether it was a man or a woman. It shrugged and remained staring at the flames. "Seems to me you've a lot of fire to go around, boy," it said, in a deep gruff voice, a man's voice. Farden crouched down and looked into the newcomer's face. The thing wasn't really a man or a woman, or anything resembling normal for that matter. The hairy face under the hood was a little goat-like, with sharp teeth that poked out from behind dark lips and a nose that was more of a snout. Wisps of dark hair crept over the figure's furry forehead, and the more that Farden stared the more certain he was that he could discern stubby, curled horns hiding under the peak of the hood. He couldn't see the thing's feet, but the hands that were clasped around its knees were thick with dark, perhaps black hair. "What do you want?" asked the mage. "Warmth, rest, a little conversation," shrugged the goat-like creature. "That I can provide," replied Farden. It smirked and looked at him with dark animal eyes. "How generous of you." Farden met its gaze squarely and it looked away. It nodded to the little glass hut. "Your handiwork?" It was Farden's turn to shrug. "Perhaps," he said. "Then how exactly would you go about making one of these?" Farden didn't like this line of questioning. "Takes a lot of hard work, and peace, and quiet." The creature chuckled and nodded. Its laugh sounded like a braying donkey. "Fair enough, stranger, fair enough. There are plenty of secrets in the desert," it said. "That there are," nodded Farden. For the life of him he could not figure this strange beast out. He tried to decide if it was dangerous. "And you," it pointed at him. "You are searching for something, are you not? You have the look of a man confused, and not quite sure what he looks for." Farden didn't reply, and it continued, wagging a hairy finger as it lectured. Its fingernail was long, cracked, and yellow. The Paraians have a saying, that the man who digs in the sand for the sun after it has set is a fool. And with that, the goatman stood and Farden followed suit. Some things don't want to be found, boy, it added. How encouraging. I will bear that in mind, replied the mage, nettled at being called boy. His new friend held out a hand and Farden shook it without breaking his gaze. The goatman smiled and flashed needle-like teeth. A desert for a deserter, it said, chuckling at its joke. Why don't you go back home, Arca, and stop wasting your time, eh? Farden didn't reply. He merely continued to stare. The creature shrugged, turned its back to the mage, and then wandered off into the moonlight. As it walked away, Farden noticed that its legs were bent like a goat's, and hoofed. Farden kept his eyes on it until it had disappeared into the darkness. He waited until the fire finally died out, and then, wary as ever, he crept into his glass hut and made a hollow in the sand for a bed. Farden fell asleep in seconds, dreaming of goat creatures and waterfalls and balconies. Go home, they whispered to him. Go home. Morning came, and with it the sun, and it painted the eastern sky with a swirling mishmash of reds and oranges. The rushing waterfalls were tinged with pink in the early light. Gordheim was waking up, and in the palace, in the highest part of the highest tower, a door slammed, nearly breaking it from its hinges. Bare feet stamped loudly on the spiral steps and the furious footsteps echoed against the stone walls. Nearby guards clicked their metal heels together and stood a little straighter as the woman marched past, a flurry of blonde hair. Cheska was livid. She stormed down the corridor and almost tearing the handles from the wood, she yanked open a set of large double doors. Two men, one tall yet muscular with dirty blonde hair and a calculating hazel gaze, one huge and hulking, swathed in bare fur and adorned with jewelry and scars, sat at a table breaking their fast. He was in my room, yelled Cheska, ear-piercingly shrill. The two men watched her approach their table, eyeing the furious woman calmly. King Bane ripped a loaf in two as if it were a strip of paper and stuffed a portion in his mouth. Vice put down his fork and crossed his arms. Who? He asked. Cheska's blue eyes were wide with anger. Who do you think? She spat. With a thud she slammed her hand down on the table and then pointed at the small circlet of red metal. See? He left it on my pillow. The two men peered at the fjortla, the red metal bracelet that marked a perspective written for their ritual, and then swapped a glance. Vice clenched his fist and then rose from his chair without a word. Bane chuckled through a mouthful of bread. I knew we should have killed him when we had the chance. Vice narrowed his eyes at the king. How helpful, Bane, thank you, he said, and the king scowled, stabbing a scrap of boiled meat with an oversized knife. Vice rubbed his angular chin and thought for a moment, absently patting his breast pocket, before turning to Cheska. Have your servants pack your things? She moved her hair out of her face with an impatient hand and snorted. Why? Because we're going to Crosslung, replied Vice, and Bane rolled his eyes at the mention of the city. Now stop asking questions and get to it. The Archmage waved a hand towards the open door behind her, where the guards were trying their best not to eavesdrop. Cheska hesitated, eyeing him with a feisty look. She jabbed the air between them with a finger. If I was in charge, Farden would be dead already, and hanging from the city walls by his neck, she said. An awkward silence fell in the room, broken only by the squeaking of Bane's chair as he stood up. The king walked forward, fur boots thudding on the stone, and came to a halt a few inches from his daughter's flushed face. With a monstrous hand he grabbed her chin and slowly lifted her face to meet his. Cheska tried to match his dark emerald stare but found herself wilting. A scar carved its way down one side of his jaw. His mouth curled into a sneer. But you're not in charge, so you'd better watch your tongue, girl, Bane growled in a low voice. With a flick of his hand he tossed her aside and walked out of the room. Cheska gasped and almost fell, but Vice grabbed her wrist and hauled her upright. Furious and a little shaken, she tried to shake off Vice's grip but he held fast and hissed in her ear like a snake. You better listen to your father if you know what's good for you, and concentrate on one thing, he whispered. His eyes flicked to the visible bulge beneath her nightgown. You're too important to me, he added, and with that he let her go, leaving her to rub her wrist and her chin. Vice turned and made to leave, but just before he closed the door he turned back to face her. And leave Farden to me, he said. The doors slammed behind him, leaving Cheska alone in the room, one hand on her stomach. Outside in the corridor, Vice quickly caught up with Bane. The sounds of their hurried strides echoed around them. What is wrong with you lately? Demanded Vice, watching his brother from the corner of his eye. I'm tired of waiting, replied the king. It's necessary. Bane glowered. She reminds me more of her mother every day. Ah yes, the woman you literally love to death, said Vice, in an oily voice. She was a means to an end. And is that how you see your daughter? Bane stopped outside his door and squared up to Vice. Don't you? He challenged. The Archmage took a step forward. Mark my words, brother, Cheska is vital to our plans, as is our move to Krauslung. You need to control yourself. Damage her, and I will have your head. Bane wrinkled his nose in distaste and walked into his rooms, knocking Vice with his shoulder as he passed. Vice hardly moved. Threaten me again, brother, and you'll regret it, said Bane, and then he slammed his door, producing a shower of dust. Vice cracked his knuckles. When Farden awoke, the sun was already above the horizon and starting to burn its path through the pure cerulean sky. Farden, already sweating inside his glass shelter, crawled out into the sunlight and stood grimacing at the shivering sands. Goat creatures be damned, he thought, his sleepy mind fuzzy and muffled. He was wasting his time wandering aimlessly through the deserts. He needed cold, hard, definitive answers, and he suspected that creature had them. But first, he decided, he would pay a visit to Lafik. After a wide yawn, Farden packed his things, and headed back the way he had come, leaving his hut for the next hopeless wanderer. After almost a whole day's walk, the flat horizon was interrupted by tall mountains looming in the distance, dark, sullen, and topped with streaky clouds. In the heatwaves they were nothing but blotches and smudges, but as Farden trudged stalwartly over dune and along dry riverbed, they slowly began to take shape and rear their heads like craggy beasts. After a few more hours, foothills began to rise up around him, servants of the mountains, and like pilgrims they knelt and bowed to their taller masters in the distance. A lonely road meandered between the hills, and Farden joined it, watching the landscape change. The dunes faded. Sand gave way to dirt and pebble. In the distance a farmhouse sat surrounded by empty fields. Stunted trees punctuated the emptiness, growing greener and taller with each league that passed. Mountain streams weaved their way through the open plains, feeding the dry earth. They glimmered like snakes of molten silver in the hot sun. Within a day's travel, the desert had become an open scrubland, a completely different Parai altogether. But no matter where Farden went, he could not shake off the feeling of perpetual déjà vu that plagued him. Maybe it was the sky, that empty blueness that he felt like melting into every time he looked at it, the sky in his dreams. Maybe it was the perpetual heat. Maybe it was the fact that for the most part, every mile looked identical. During his early years at the school, he had come to Paria with a group of mages to see the sands and the creatures, the odd tribes and the bastions. But that had been a short trip, and they had kept to the mountains in the distance, but still Farden felt as if he had seen every rock, tree, and dune before. He stared at the wilderness with glazed, ponderous eyes. Slowly, people began to populate the lonely road. Towards the evening a bull wandered past him, leading a train of young boys in shackles. Long-legged men, beady-eyed and wearing flat caps and button jackets, walked alongside the boys and waggled switches of wood in their faces, mumbling to each other in an Eastern tongue. The bell on the bull's collar and the jangling of their manacles awoke Farden from his reverie, and he watched the slave train pass in silence. The men ignored him, while the boys stared back with wide and hollow eyes, shuffling and clinking in their irons. Some of them had the beginnings of pox, others had the purple welts of the switches on their arms. They were probably on their way to the slave and magic markets in Helios, a good week's march from Belafon, and there would be many more whip marks before their journey was over. The mage pitied them. Slavery had yet to mar the north, and it was an ugly practice in his eyes. Following a short distance behind the slave boys was a man. He was short, unremarkable, from the shattered aisles by the look of his hat and gloves, and minding his own business, but it was what he held in his hand that caught Farden's attention. The smell hit him the hardest, that bittersweet smoldering smell, unmistakable. As the man passed, a cloud of smoke wafted over Farden and filled his nostrils with the smell of old habits. Old habits that had never completely died away. Stoppered and forgotten, yes, but not dead. Farden stopped and took a deep breath through his nose, savoring the smell of the nevermore. He watched the man flick the ash from his pipe with a long finger. Sensing someone was looking at him, the man turned, made a face, and walked on, a little brisker than before. Farden sighed and shook his head, mentally chastising himself. He had other things to worry about. The market town of Belafon was a mere tabletop of sandstone that lurked a few hours' walk away, squatting in the distance between Farden's road and the dry mountain slopes. He could already make out its pale yellow and orange buildings with their colored domes and little blue ribbons. Every now and again, when the wind blew in the right direction, he could hear the tinkling of the bells and the thuds of market magic on the wind. When the road split in half, he took the left fork and continued up the winding path towards the little sandstone outcrop. A dirty little stream trickled through the ditch to his side. It reminded Farden how parched he really was. Another man wandered past with a scylla laden with heavy goods and pots full of perfumed oils. It sloshed around noisily with every tired step the huge woolly animal took. Farden was now very thirsty indeed. The sounds of the town grew louder and louder the closer he got to the walls. It was yet another market day, and people for miles around had brought their wares to sell. Farden followed the road to the gap in the town walls and the guards waved him through. After several months, he was now somewhat of a familiar face. Farden moved through the thick throngs of brightly colored people and past the meat market stalls, packed with strange concoctions and assorted bits of even stranger animals, haunches of desert deer almost 12 foot tall, scylla and cow steaks, giant bastion fillets, goat stews, grimling and scorpion tails, lamb, quillhog, and dillo ribs, and even some cuts that looked decidedly, well, human. Farden stopped at a little fountain where spring water had been gathered in urns and pots. For a small bit of coin he was given a clay bowl full of fresh, cold water. He could almost imagine the steam coming from his dry tongue as he gulped it down. He leant against an adobe pillar and took a moment to look around. The deserts and plains of Paria were incredibly different compared to Emaneska, but it was the contrast in its peoples that Farden found to be the strangest aspect. Every one of them was different from the next, and not just in their clothing and their customs but in their faces and their traits as well. Many seemed to be hybrids with hints of animalistic features, like his goat-legged visitor from the night before. Some had scales or teeth like that of lizards, similar to the sirens, while others of the innumerable nomad tribes had legs and feet like antelopes, hoofed and gnarled. Some even had horns like deer or gazelles. For many the difference was simply in the eyes. As he walked around the market people gazed at him with irises of purple, bright yellow, red, or white. Farden kept walking and tried not to stare, but as always there was something new to look at, and he couldn't help himself. It was only natural. The people of Paria were a wilder people, and, like the witches of the Nelska Mountains, their magic came from the sand and the soil and the shrubs, rather than from spellbooks or tattoos. And yet, unlike the witches, their magic wasn't limited to potions. In fact, it didn't seem to be limited at all. Spells seemed to be everywhere. The magic market was booming in Paria. Every now and again there was a bang and a cloud of colorful sparks would burst above a stall. Charmed trinkets occasionally cried out and yelled at passers-by, literally begging to be bought. Painted skulls nattered to each other. Nearby a man was selling bottles of different colored sands, and when a customer pointed at one, he tipped a little into his hand and flung it into the air. The sand glittered in the air, quickly turning into a miniature storm cloud, and pelting the customer with rain for a moment. Farden smiled and shook his head. It was sad that these traders never made it to the Emaneska markets. Maybe one day, he thought. Whereas the magic of Emaneska came from the magic hidden in spells and words, written down and passed along from scholar to mage, Parian magic seemed to come directly from nature, and apparently relied on almost no spells at all. They had no official mages, no wizards, and no sorcerers, and yet magic in the deserts was surprisingly prevalent. The mage couldn't help but be fascinated by it. Maybe it was something in the water here, or simply just memorized. Even stranger, the Parians also seemed to be obsessed with death. 1 out of every 3 stalls he could see sold some sort of funeral paraphernalia, rolls of paper cloth, dark, heavily scented oils, strange silver implements, tall jars shaped like animals, and staves of wood with runes carved into them. Like Emaneska traditions, the Parian dead were cremated, but it seemed that death in the desert towns was steeped in heavy ritual and ancient ceremony. There also appeared to be a plethora of death-related gods. They were clustered in gangs around the legs of the tables, grinning and winking at their soon-to-be customers. Farden glared at them. At the request of his complaining stomach, the mage decided to wander on to find some food. He cast a quick look over the meat stalls, but as usual the pungent smells and buzzing clouds of flies put him off. Farden wrinkled his nose and moved on. Further down the street and away from the initial bustle, he came across a clump of food stalls. First, he approached a tiny bird-like woman, who sat on a stool behind her table, blinking independently. Her wares were laid out on a dirty cloth, brown lizards roasted on sticks and bags of something that looked like little worms or other such straggly insects. The mage prodded and poked as the woman nodded and grinned at him encouragingly, smacking her lips and rubbing her teeth every now and again. Farden's stomach wisely disagreed with what he saw on the bench and he left, much to the woman's annoyance. A couple of merchants down the line, the mage spotted a stall displaying a garish assortment of nuts and berries. He decided to see if they were any more appetizing than the insects. A man wearing a long white robe with pointy, and slightly furry, ears stood behind the stall. "How may I be of service, good sir?" he asked politely, in a familiar tongue. It had taken Farden a long time to understand the strange accents of Paria, and he still wasn't sure if he had heard them all. It was nice to hear a trader speaking so clearly for a change. "What are these? Are they for eating?" Farden asked, pointing at the bowls. The man waved his furry hand in a long, sweeping gesture. "There are many different items for many different purposes, good sir. Some are for eating, others are for not. Perhaps sir has a lady he would like to seduce?" Or an animal he wishes to tame? An enemy he would prefer to be taken ill? The man winked a bright yellow eye. Not really, Farden shook his head, confused as to how these nuts and berries became so special. I'm looking for something to eat. The man nodded knowingly, obviously not understanding. Ah. A man who wishes for better dreams. This one for the good sir. The man wagged a finger and quickly picked a nut from one of the bowls. It looked like a small acorn, but it was a disturbingly bright green. Once eaten, this nut produces the most astounding and dazzling array of colors behind the eyes. Farden shook his head again, pointing to his open mouth. No. To eat? The man squinted, tapping his nose. I know. You are looking for something. Farden rolled his eyes. Well, yes, I suppose. I am trying to find someone, but I'm also trying to find something to ear? He tried again, but before he could get any further the man clapped his hands. He leant forward. Boy or girl for you, sir? He said with a glint in his eye. The mage suppressed a laugh. No, it's not that kind of thing. It's a long-lost family member. Ah, sir should have said. The cat-eared man hovered over his bowls and his nimble fingers plucked out two different nuts. One was almost black, the other an ash white. One brings them to you, the other takes you to them. It sounded like an easy decision, but Farden couldn't decide whatsoever. What do you think? With estranged family members, sir, it is always best to make the first move, said the man, a hint of pity in his voice. Farden couldn't deny the man's logic, and he shrugged. I'll go to him, he decided. A wise decision sir has made, said the strange man, and he handed the mage the white nut. It looked like a fossilized walnut, and it was heavy for its size. Throw it into the air when the stars are shining, and it will point the way. Confused, Farden wondered how a small round nut could point the way, but he was getting to the point where he would have gladly tried anything, even if it was an old walnut and a strange furry merchant. How much? Asked the mage, expecting to be met with a huge sum. And how do I know this will work? The man thought for a moment, and hummed, and then thought some more, until he curled his finger for Farden to lean closer. He narrowed his eyes and lowered his voice. Farden warily leant closer. The man whispered in his ear. The mage could feel his whiskers on his cheek. The cost of such things can only be measured by whether they meet their worth, and their worth can be great, depending on how you measure it. It could cost you everything, or nothing, and sometimes it costs you more than coin, suggested the man. In this case, I give you special offer. If it works for you, and you deem it worthy, then you can pay me on your return, said the merchant, opening his hands wide and smiling. His cat ears twitched. And if it doesn't, then it is free. He added. Despite his mystical words, it made sense. Seems a fair deal, agreed Farden, and they shook on it. I will be back, he said, before leaving. Let us hope so, said the man, and with that their business was concluded, and he turned to next customer. Farden pocketed the nut and wandered on further into Bellefonte. Nothing in Paria really surprised him anymore. The whole place was a bundle of strange, upside down, wrapped in odd. It made Emaneska look mundane. Weaving his way through the rainbow crowds, Farden made it to the center of the town and its wide bustling square. He made a beeline for a small shop with a shady cloth awning over the entrance. Cushioned stools and benches had been put out, with small tables like islands in between. A few patrons sat cross-legged on the seats and quietly watched their peculiar world go by. Farden nodded to them and went indoors, where a small woman with bright pink eyes and wispy white hair stood behind a table. She smiled and nodded, and then gestured to a tall set of shelves filled with every possible wine, ale, beverage, and drink the mage could imagine or want for, and many more besides. He pointed to his usual, and she nodded once more, silently. Farden went outside to grab a spare table and seat by the wall, and with a long sigh, he sat. With a quick flick of his hands he rubbed the dust from his dark hair and leant back against the cool whitewashed sandstone behind him. The white woman with pink eyes appeared with bowl of warmish water and a thin towel, and Farden used it to clean his hands and sand-covered face. It was refreshing, even though the water was lukewarm. He used the blue and white scarf wrapped around his neck to dry his face. Farden thanked her and she bobbed her head up and down in return. Soon his drink arrived, accompanied by a very tall, thin man with a thick crop of dark hair and an equally dark complexion. He had shifty eyes, and a turned-up nose. Protruding from his temples were two thin black horns, curiously twisted like a gazelle's, and they coiled in a wide circle around his pointy ears. A long patchwork robe hung awkwardly from his lean frame, giving the appearance that he had been mauled by a tapestry, and it stroked the dusty floor with each shuffle of his wiry legs. The magic man has returned, said the man, laughing cordially. Farden smiled and took his drink from the bronze tray in the man's long-fingered hands. The liquid was bright blue and felt incredibly cold, distilled from something the locals called Genever. Farden sipped it slowly, savoring the stinging of the alcohol, the way it swam around his teeth and tongue. The sweet, herby taste slid down his dry throat with ease. The tall man took a seat and watched Farden sip his drink. "So, my sorcerer friend, any luck in the southwest?" he asked. "None, and I'm not a sorcerer." "I'm a mage," replied Farden, wiping a hand across his lips. "Apologies, my friend. I meant no disrespect." The dark man shook his head in tutoed. "And that is a shame," he said. The mage leant forward and tapped his finger on the wooden tabletop. "I think you enjoy sending me out into the desert on these wild goose chases of yours, Lafik," he smiled, and the tall man grinned, slightly uneasily. His teeth were a browner shade of yellow, and were filled his mouth like a pile of mud bricks. Strings of black hair hugged the sides of his face, as if afraid to let go. Nervous, Lafik wiped a drip of sweat from his brow and dabbed it on his robe. "Ha, magic man, I never understand your strange jokes. How is your drink?" he asked. Farden sipped at the blue liquid again and winked. "Good," he said. His eyes bored into Lafik's moist forehead. "I met someone in the desert last night," he said. "Oh yes?" asked Lafik, rubbing his hands on his knees. Farden nodded. "Yes, a man who looked like a goat." "A goat?" "That's what I said." Lafik smiled again, flashing his dirty, piled-up teeth. "Then you met a faun, my friend, a magic creature of the deep deserts. Did he say anything to you?" Farden nodded once more. "He told me to stop digging for the sun after it had set," he said. Lafik nodded several times, big, deep nods that tried their best to appear sincere. "Fauns are known for their wisdom. Perhaps you should listen to him." "Perhaps I should," mused Farden. "And where would find such a faun?" Lafik held up his hands. "Who could know, magic man? As I said, they are creatures of the deep deserts. Unpredictable. Nobody has ever caught one, and nobody has ever tried." "Then how would they know if they've never tried?" asked Farden, his eyes still locked on Lafik's. The tall dark man looked away and brushed his stringy hair over one of his horns, unable to meet the mage's scrutinizing gaze. He stared at the passers-by in the square. After a quiet moment he clapped his hands together as if he had suddenly remembered something. "Ah! There is news from the north," he said. "A change of subject." The mage drummed his fingers on the table again. "Tell me," he said. Lafik cupped his hand conspiratorially and his brown eyes grew wide, as if his news was of the utmost importance. "There is snow in the mountains," he hissed. A fleck of spit narrowly avoided the mage's face. Farden shook his head inside. "That isn't news, Lafik, there is always snow in the mountains." But Lafik frantically waved his hand. No, not in your mountains, our mountains. It has rained every day for a week and now snow is falling on their peaks. The rivers are full. We have never known anything like it," he hissed. Farden hummed and took another swig. He had been hearing these stories ever since he had come south, news of the weather getting slowly worse, that the icy fingers of the long winter were reaching deeper and deeper into Emaneska with every week that passed. Farden suspected it had something to do with vice, but for the moment it was just a suspicion. "That is strange," he murmured, grudgingly agreeing with the annoying man. Farden cleared his throat. "Any news of the Arca, or Skullguard?" Lafik's tapestry robe rustled as he picked at a stray thread. He shook his head. "Nothing changes, my mage friend. The winter stays. The armies of the Skullguard grow larger every day. Your crosslung is still under how do you say, the thumb, yes, the thumb of the Bane King and the tall Archmage. The sickness in the city remains. Your Arca continue to leave. Your gods do not smile on your country anymore, my friend. It seems like your people need help." Farden didn't respond. He simply watched the busy square and listened to the noises of the crowds. Lafik toyed with a tassel on his robe to fill the gap in conversation. The mage flicked his fingernail against the glass cup and made a little chiming sound. "Tell me again, Lafik, about the man I'm looking for," ordered Farden, staring at the crowds. His nervous host looked confused. "But I have already told you," he began, but Farden flicked the glass again, louder. "Then tell me again," said the mage. Lafik thought for a moment, nibbling his lip. He was a tall man, perhaps, but he stooped like a beggar and wore a long cloak. He had a tanned face with dark hair like yours, my friend, and scars on his hands. Many scars. His voice was quiet, rough, and just as you said, he spoke like you, a man of the north. "And that is everything you know?" asked the mage. Laffick spread his hands wide and nodded his most eager of nods. It was a long time ago now, I think, interrupted Farden. The men at the nearby tables were watching them now, their peaceful drinks disturbed by the loud conversation. Laffick tried to think of an answer. He, had green eyes, no, blue eyes like your drink, and a gold coin on a string around his neck, and Farden shuffled even closer. His eyes had a dangerous glint in them. And how much did my uncle pay you to keep me away? Laffick's mouth hung open. He didn't bother to close it. His nervous eyes met Farden's piercing gaze and he stuttered. Listen, but he did not get any further. Farden reached across and with the tip of his finger, he closed the dark man's mouth for him. He brought his face uncomfortably close to Laffick's, so close he could smell the clothes on the man's breath. Enough games. Tell me where I can find him, the mage hissed. I don't know, replied Laffick. He tried to shuffle backwards but in a flash Farden had knocked aside the table and wrapped two iron hands around the man's neck, pinning him to the nearest wall. Laffick struggled futilely. Where is he? Growled Farden. The Dune Sea, to the east. That's a big place, said Farden and he squeezed just a little bit tighter. Laffick choked and pawed feebly at Farden's arms. Sweat poured down his face like a waterfall. And this fawn? I swear, I don't know. Gurgled Laffick. The mage let him go and the tall man slumped to the ground. He wheezed and put a hand to his throat. Farden looked around. The pink-eyed servant woman stood in the doorway, expressionless and silent as always, while the other patrons busied themselves with looking in any direction that wasn't the mage. Where it had fallen and spilt, the Genever had turned the sandy flagstones a dark blue color. Farden reached into his pocket and calmly placed a solitary silver coin on the edge of the upturned table. He looked to the woman and she nodded solemnly. The mage turned to Laffick. The Dune Sea? He asked once more. Laffick looked at Farden with daggers in his eyes, useless blunt daggers that had as much edge as a pillow. To the east, he replied hoarsely. Farden winked once more, and, turning smartly on his heel, he left the little shop and disappeared into the crowds of Bellefonds, leaving Laffick to nurse his bruised throat and brush the dust from his ugly robe. Chapter 2. Fearing that their human partners would dig too deep into their history as slaves to the elves, and learn too much about their dark magics, the first great tier books were burnt by their own dragons. Only one remained, belonging to a young golden dragon whose name has long since been forgotten. From the Nelska archives. Ilesi had never befriended a talking animal. To tell the truth, she had never even entertained the thought of their existence, not to mention considered befriending one. It was unnatural, she felt, for an animal to have such profound thoughts and feelings, and it was even stranger for it to voice them aloud. Hence, it had taken quite a long while for it to sink in that the cat was not really a cat, but a girl in a cat's shape, with a cat face and cat features, but still undeniably a girl. For some reason, the duty of taking care of the girl-turned-cat had fallen on her, and Ilesi had been a little dubious at the start. But that had been a long 8 months ago, and now the chambermaid was finally safe in the knowledge that the shape-shifting cat was perfectly safe, and far from unnatural. Her name was Laryl, and she was from Paria, another place that Ilesi had never heard of, but everything else about her seemed to be shrouded in mystery. As a simple maid, Ilesi was not privy to the peculiar ways and politics of the sirens, and Laryl was equally unwilling to tell her. Only Durnus had been the lucky recipient of the cat's secret message. It turned out that even the dragons did not know. Everything had been so complicated since they arrived. The machinations of this complicated world flew over the chambermaid's head like a kite. But luckily for Ilesi, she was beyond caring, and she was just glad to have the cat as company. There was one problem in Nelska, however, that bothered Ilesi immensely. It wasn't the dragons or their riders, as both were equally kind and friendly to the curious maid, even their stern queen was tolerable, nor was it the food, although in the past months she had eaten enough fish to fill a lake. No, it was the cold. At first she hadn't minded, the rock of the mountain fortress kept the wind at bay and the bubbling hot springs below their feet filled the caverns and corridors with constant warmth. But day by day and week by week the weather had become increasingly bitter, and the ice had all but surrounded the rocky island. The springs, it seemed, were slowly dying. Ilesi grabbed another log from a nearby basket and threw it on the cavernous fireplace. With a hiss and a thud, the log landed in the glowing embers. A few sparks yelped and jumped into the air. The damp bark of the log began to crackle. The maid shivered and pulled her blanket around her and walked back to the big armchair. Next to the chair was a table topped with more blankets, and on top of them sat a skinny black cat. It blinked at the maid like a sleepy owl. "It's getting worse," said the cat, in a voice several sizes bigger than her body. Ilesi shivered again and scowled mockingly as she took her seat. "At least you have fur, Laryl." All we have is blankets and fire and this horrible drink. What do they call it again? Singul? Singurb? The maid jabbed a nearby mug of steaming red liquid. It smelled of bitter spices and fish, but the siren swore by its strange warming properties. Ilesi had to admit it worked, but that didn't prevent it from tasting like the armpit of a pickled squid. Singer, and it doesn't make that much of a difference, Laryl replied. She looked down at her paws and nibbled at a section of matted hair. I wish I could get out of this body, she muttered, her tiny pink cat tongue moving strangely with her human words. Well, if Farden ever finds what he's looking for, then you might get your chance, said Alessi. She looked into the flames wistfully. It had been months since the mage had left, with no word or hawk or anything of his progress. Ilesi was beginning to miss him. Laryl shook her head. Like I said to your vampire, he's wasting his time, he should be back here, getting ready to fight. Well, whatever you said to Durnus obviously shook him, he ain't been himself at all, I say. And that had been several long months ago, thought Ilesi. Laryl didn't reply. She had a habit of doing that, as if Ilesi weren't allowed to know certain things at certain times. The maid sighed and tapped her hands together and hummed to pass the silence. The cat yawned and twitched her whiskers, and keeping her eyes on the fire, she voiced her thoughts in a wistful voice. I suppose Durnus and I are the same, in a way. Both of us are stuck in a shape we didn't ask for. Ilesi looked confused. Didn't you choose to be a cat? No. When I was a little girl, before I got caught up in all of this, I used to watch the big desert birds fly over our town. I always wanted to be like them. But somebody said it wasn't a good idea. Something about the lack of fingers, muttered Laryl, looking at her paws. Don't see how it's any different, but apparently shapeshifting is never an exact art, she added, from the corner of her mouth. Ilesi nodded as if she understood, but she really didn't. Laryl said a lot of strange things. Durnus seems happy being a vampire, she said, grimacing as she sipped her singer. If a cat could smirk, then Laryl did. Have you ever asked him? She posed the question. The maid slowly shook her head, thinking. No, I don't suppose I have. Ask him, and then you'll see, replied Laryl, stretching out her legs and feet as far as they could go, each little toe separated like branches on a furry tree. She rolled onto her side and closed her eyes. I wish I could get out of this body, she mumbled, and said no more. Ilesi watched the cat until she fell asleep, and then went to the robust wooden door to the left of the window. With a nudge and a pull, the frozen door became unstuck and the maid pulled it open. Pulling her blanket even tighter around her body, she wandered outside into the wintry afternoon, gray and gloomy as it was. Ilesi blinked and squinted as the flakes of wet cold snow pelted her face. She tried to look around. The torches lining the walls of the little balcony had long since died out, but there was an orange glow coming from some of the other windows above and to the side of her. The whole mountain was shrouded in impenetrable snow. Ilesi liked to watch the dragons fly on days like this, but the skies that day were empty. She could barely see the sea beyond the weather. The sun was a hazy myth somewhere behind the thick, black clouds, heavy with sleet and snow as they were. The bitter wind ravaged the cold and rocky slopes. Far beneath her balcony, at the foot of the mountain, drifts of snow piled up amongst the scattered buildings and blanketed the empty fields. Everything was a gray shade of jagged rock and ice. Ilesi wondered where Farden was, and what Durnus and that big one-eyed siren were up to in Crosslung. She missed the mage terribly, more than she would ever let on, and she prayed constantly, and to a number of gods, for his safe return. Lately it seemed that everything was getting rather complicated. Everybody in Jospin seemed agitated, balancing on some unconscious edge. Even she, someone on the fringes of the activity and hustle and bustle, someone who knew nothing of wars and magic, could tell that the sand in the proverbial hourglass was quickly running out. She could taste the mood in the fortress, and wished she could help in some way. She sighed and brushed ice from her eyes. Nobody told her anything. After a while, when she couldn't stand the cold anymore, she went inside to shiver by the crackling wood fire and keep Laryl company, and to sip her horrible drink. The big one-eyed siren in question was not up to much at all. As it happened, Aram was trying to do absolutely nothing, and remain as inconspicuous as could be, which for a man of his size and rugged appearance was harder than it sounded. He stood in the relative shadow of one of the smaller shops that lined the busy harbor. Port Rosse was its usual bustling self, crammed with merchants and fishermen and sailors and soldiers standing guard. Gold was passed back and forth with cupped hands and whispers. Cargo was wheeled, pushed, and hauled on and off the idle ships. Traditional Arca fishing boats, clinker-built with tall, curled bows and striped square sails, dodged in and out between the bigger ships and carracks, dumping their swollen nets on the boardwalks with yells and shouts. Their bells tolled quietly on their masts. Rigging whined and the swarms of seagulls and rimmelings cawed and sniggered as they hovered on the winds. The sound of loud and inebriated singing wafted to Aram's ears from a nearby inn, a filthy little hole with one round window and a lopsided sign that said the bilge swindler. Appetizing, thought the siren. He longed to be back in Jospin. Aram didn't like Crosslung. He had decided that within the first few minutes of his arrival, and his distaste for it had only grown in intensity. Durness, on the other hand, seemed to relish it. From under the lip of his hood Aram scanned the faces in the crowd. The vampire was nowhere to be seen, and he should have been back by now. Someone barged into him and shouted drunkenly. The tall siren growled deep in his throat and the drunk moved on, suitably warned. Nobody wanted to pick a fight with a 7-foot-tall man that was built like a big brick outhouse. Pulling his black scarf up around his stubbled chin and scaly cheek, he wandered to the water's edge and leant against the wooden railing, feeling it creak under his forearms. He looked down at the icy waters of the port and tried not to breathe through his nose. The smell of salt and fish and waste was on the verge of unbearable. There was an oily film to the surface of the calm waves. Aram wrinkled his nose and turned around. There seemed to be a great deal of people bartering passage on some of the larger ships, bound for anywhere that wasn't the city. Between the sickness and the skullguard, Aram didn't blame them. A figure brushed past him again and Aram clenched his teeth and his fists. As he moved to glare at the drunken fool, he noticed a pair of very pale blue eyes staring back at him. Almost imperceptibly Durness nodded his head and without a word, Aram left his leaning spot and followed the hooded vampire through the massed crowd. He was barely recognizable. To keep the sunlight at bay, Durness was wearing gloves and a scarf wrapped around his face. Aram had done the same to keep his scales out of sight. Their attire may have seemed conspicuous, but they blended in just fine amongst the sailors and soldiers, and nobody threw the pair a second look. There were a lot of strangers in Crosslung these days. Aram kept walking, and to his utter dismay, Durness led him straight towards the dingy bilge swindler. Aram had to duck under the lopsided sign, which, he noted, was hanging by a mere strand of rope dangling from the drainpipe above it. In the round window somebody had stuck a small painted notice that said no skullguard. He eyed it warily, and then stepped inside. The bar was even dingier on the inside, full of drunken fishermen and workers drinking their own bodyweight in ale and wine. Tuneless, rattling music filled the smoky air, as if somewhere amidst the dark shadows and overturned tables a gang of rats were gnawing on the strings of Uljat. The smell here was worse than it had been outside, and Aram groaned inwardly. Durness headed straight towards the back of the inn. The building itself was shaped like a curving, broken L, and around the corner it was quiet, and foggy with clouds of grey pipe smoke. The sound of raucous singing from around the corner had died to a muffled yelling. They were alone, save for a crooked silhouette sitting at a lone table. The silhouette beckoned to them, and they shuffled forward, knees knocking against unseen stools and feet kicking forgotten tankards. The vampire chose a seat next to the figure, who turned out to be a disturbingly frail old woman, wrapped in an old sailor's jacket and a blouse that might have once been white. The vampire sat down and lowered the scarf from his face. Aram remained standing, arms folded and cautious, looking around. The woman sniffed loudly and looked up at the giant man. She seemed to be hiding one of her arms under her dirty jacket. Wreathed in smoke, her face was full of cracks and canyons, old and splintered like oak. Her nose was like a beak, and her fingers were contorted with years of arthritis. "Ain't your mountain of a friend goin' to sit?" she whispered, obviously wary of him. Durness leant forward and shook his head, keeping his voice equally low. "He seems fine where he is, madam," he replied. She made a noise like a crow with a bad cough and shrugged the threadbare jacket from her shoulders. Aram suddenly realized she was missing the whole of her right arm, down from the shoulder. Subconsciously he put a hand to his battle-scarred eye. "So," said the old woman, tapping her feet on the wooden floor. "Are ye runnin' or stayin'?" Durness looked a little confused. "I don't follow," he said, and she chuckled hoarsely. "Everyone in this city is either runnin' away, or stayin' in the hope it gets better." She chuckled again, as if the second option was a joke. "So which is ye? Runnin' or stayin'?" The vampire drummed his long nails on the table and stared at her. "Staying," he answered. The crow woman grinned at him then and bobbed her head. "Well, it can't get much worse, can it?" She laughed hysterically until the laugh became a horrible cough, and she shook as she convulsed with her retching. It was a sound that the two men had heard quite frequently around the city. "Sickness is gettin' worse, they say," she finally managed, spitting something to the side. "They say the skullguard brought it with the snow. But I know better than that. Same as the weather. There's demon blood in those storm clouds, mark my words." The woman tapped a finger to her nose and winked at Aram. He looked away and watched two skinny drunks fight over a chair. Durness put a hand on her wrist and she flinched away, hissing as if his touch had burnt her. "We want information," he whispered gently. She looked at him with a strange look, like a hungry orphan would look at a cake, and then squinted her cloudy black eyes at him. Your kind always do, young man, ye always do, she wagged her finger at the vampire. He tried a smile, remaining careful not to reveal too much of his fangs. We can pay you, he answered, and Aram turned back to fix him with a confused stare, but Durnus waved a hand at the siren and Aram stayed reluctantly quiet. The crow-like woman nodded again. That ye can. But what I want ye don't have, not yet anyway. Spirits will do fair now. Don't cast no fortunes fair free, she cackled, and then with her one hand she reached inside her blouse pocket. Durnus and Aram instantly looked away, as it was bad luck to see the stones before they were cast. As they busied themselves watching the drunken sailors fight, the seer produced 3 stones, red, black, and milky white, and jiggled them in her cupped hand. They clacked and knocked together in a rhythmic way, and then with a flick she tossed them onto the table. Cautiously she peered at them and touched each one with utmost care, gasping as she did so. The 2 men slowly turned back to the table and looked at the 3 stones lying on the wooden surface. They cocked their heads to one side and tried to make sense of them. Suddenly the seer banged her fist on the table and the stones jumped. In one deft move she caught them all and they were already back in her blouse before they could blink. The one you want is far, far away, she said, then she winked. But another draws near, another who's very important to ye. Durnus looked confused. Sorry? An archmage. Vice? The seer nodded. Here? Here. Today? Echoed Aram. The seer looked up at the big man and nodded. That's what I said. Today, within the hour, he'll arrive, she replied. Durnus leant very close to the seer and put his finger on the table as if he were pointing at a spot on a map. Vice is coming here? He whispered. Ye should clean the wax from your ears, vampire, and then maybe it'll make sense. Today, here, Vice. Now where's my payment? She said, narrowing her eyes. Durnus nodded and ran a thong over his lip thoughtfully without taking his eyes off of her. Aram, do you mind? He asked, and the siren grunted reluctantly. A bottle of the good stuff, mountain man, if you please, added the seer, still matching the vampire's gaze. Aram left them like that and wandered back towards the bar, remembering to keep his hood low and his scarf high. He had to negotiate a loud drunken choir and a maze of overturned tables, but finally he made it to the bar, and waited patiently. He could feel eyes on him, and it made him feel uncomfortable. The innkeeper noticed him and stumbled over. The stringy man had deep bags under his eyes and his hair looked like a wind-blown bird's nest. "Way want?" came the addled greeting. "A bottle of the strongest stuff you have to offer," muttered Aram, hating every minute. "Fine wine," slurred the innkeeper. He slowly bent over until he was out of sight below the bar top and Aram wondered if he would come back up. Slowly but surely he did, grasping a dark green bottle with even darker liquid sloshing around inside. "Silver," stated the man flatly, and Aram flicked a silver piece at him. The siren resisted the urge to sniff whatever was in the bottle and walked back to the rear of the inn. As he emerged out of the smoky haze, Durnus quickly stood and pulled his hood even lower. "Let's go," he said gruffly, and walked back the way they had come. The siren placed the bottle on the table in front of the seer and tried a wry smile. Before he turned to leave she caught the sleeve of his cloak with her one hand and hissed at him. "Luck isn't far away, mountain man, it'll be here soon enough," she said. Aram, slightly confused, nodded, and then followed Durnus out of the bilge swindler. Hopefully for the last time, he silently prayed. Outside the polluted stench of the port was almost sweet compared to the noxious miasma of the inn, and Aram looked up at the scattered clouds and watched his breath billow in the cold air. Beside him Durnus was quiet and thoughtful. "Where did you dig up that old crone?" asked Aram, watching the crowds move past slowly. The vampire shrugged. "She found me," he said. "She had what we needed. Anyway, let's go, we don't have much time." The 2 men left quickly, merging into the masses and weaving their way towards the higher ground and into the city. As they made it onto one of the roads leading to the west part of the city, both of them looked back to see the port spread behind them. Their gaze instantly fell on the shipyards, near to where the slopes of the mountain Harja met the angry sea. From their vantage point they could hear the hammering and grinding noise of tools as it echoed around the busy harbor. There, in a sheltered section of the port, a dozen gray wooden skeletons rested half and half out of the dark waters, each in various stages of construction, covered in swarms of workers banging and crashing with hammers and other tools. Some were almost finished, others were on the way. Floating all around them was a flotilla of other vessels, from tiny fairings to tall-masted cogs and carracks, their sailors hard at work. Durnus and Aram scowled from beneath their hoods and from behind their scarves, and then without a word, they turned and walked away. They had seen the ships many times since their arrival. They knew what they were for. As the 2 men picked their way across the slippery cobbles and through the muttering crowds, they looked around, down alleys and in windows, letting their morbid curiosity wander. A smattering of little children ran about in the puddles, laughing and giggling and snatching a few brief moments of play. Their sudden noise was a strange contrast to the gloomy atmosphere. They ran, delightfully oblivious. Aram had really taken a dislike to the city. He wondered if it was the smell, or the boarded-up windows, the coughing, the afternoon drunks wandering the streets, or the tension in the air that was so palpable he felt he could crack it with his fist. There was a pressure building in the city like the steam bubbling underneath volcanic springs in Nelska. It was just waiting to blow. The siren wondered if he would be here when it did. Of all things, what bothered him the most were the Skullguard soldiers standing on every corner and intersection, leaning on their halberds and pikes, spitting and leering. Every now and again they would point at something and shout, and someone would be dragged from the passing crowds and searched. Aram kept his eyes down and his scarf high and tried to slouch as much as he could to avoid attracting attention. His scales would have given him away instantly. There was no explanation for a siren in the middle of Krauslund. They were at war, after all. The soldiers would kill Dernis and Aram on the spot. Well, they could try, thought the siren. Aram slouched even more. Dernis, on the other hand, was oblivious to everything. He strode across the cobbles with a determined pace, ignoring the soldiers and the people alike. Aram knew Dernis well enough to know when he didn't want to talk, and so they walked on in silence. After a while they came to where the roads converged and widened. The buildings here were taller and grander, and some of the street-side rubbish had been cleared away. The two men turned left and trudged up the ever-steepening thoroughfare. Up ahead where the street split in two opposite directions, the sheer pale walls of the Arcathedral fortress rose up from the cobbles and stretched up into the sky like a chalk cliff. Behind it was the towering peak of Harja. Its opposite, Ursufal, sat behind them in the east. Those two mountains formed the valley in which Krauslund sat, and they towered over the city, insurmountable walls of rock and snow. Dernis stared at the Ark Abbey. It had been 12 years since he had seen it. The heavy gates that dominated its front bristled with soldiers, as did the roadside and the adjoining alleyways, and a wide path had been driven through the groups of people gathering in the streets. Skullguard and Arca soldiers alike kept their spears low and pointed at the crowds, and each of them secretly prayed for another riot. Discontented talk and whispers ran through the crowd like rabbits sneaking through a misty field. Eyes watched them from the arrow slits in windows above. Aram did not like the situation one bit. He caught Dernis by the arm and brought him to a halt. "We shouldn't have come here," he hissed from behind his scarf. Dernis shook his head. "We have to make sure the seer was right," he replied, staring ahead. "Look at the crowds, Dernis, there's no doubt Vice is here." But the vampire was resolute. "I'm not taking any chances," he whispered, and then he walked forward to join the throngs of people. Aram sighed and clenched his fists by his side. This could only end in trouble, he thought to himself. He was starting to regret volunteering for this mission. Nevertheless, strong-armed by the vampire's stubborn words, he pulled his hood as low as it could go and hoped to the gods they would go unnoticed. And unnoticed they were. As they weaved their way through the cramped lines of people, nobody even spared them a second glance. The citizens of Krauslund seemed to be utterly preoccupied by the arrival of their so-called Archmage. Dernis noticed a few baskets of rotten fruit hiding underfoot, tucked between legs and under skirts. One man held a menacing-looking club in one hand, carefully keeping it out of sight. The crowd murmured to itself, uneasy, fractious. The vampire could hear the rumbling of their bellies, the ragged, wet coughs of the sick, their lungs sounding like they were full of butter. Dernis decided they were close enough and halted a few rows back from the front line. As he looked around and tried to avoid the eyes of the soldiers, the twin bells at the top of the Arcathedral began to toll. A rustle of talk ran through the crowd. Dernis caught a glimpse of something coming up the street towards them, and the crowd noticed it too. Dernis felt Aram standing behind him. The big siren could see over the heads of the others, and after a moment he bent to whisper in the vampire's ear. "It's Vice," he said. "And he's not alone." Dernis nodded slowly. He could just about see them now. Flanked by guards on both sides, and with a small group of masked written leading the way, Vice strode confidently across the cobblestones with a cold smile hovering on his face, as a snake would smile at a group of trapped mice. Snubbing the traditional Archmage robes, he wore a long, black Skullguard coat with tails and silver buttons, a crisp white shirt with a stiff collar, and tall boots with steel heels that clacked on every stone. On his head he wore nothing save for his blonde hair, and on his fingers were a trio of rings set with shards of red crystal. Vice oozed superiority from every pore. At his back was a monster of a man, wearing a red silk shirt and snowbear skins. King Bane made even Aram look stunted and malnourished. There was a huge sword at his side, the blade the width of a spade. Hovering on his brow was a circlet of sunset-colored gold, set with the same crimson crystals, the blood crown of the Skullguard. Tradition stated that a new king or queen must wash the blood crown in their predecessor's blood and let it dry in the sun, hence the name, and the color for that matter. Durnus could only wonder at how many generations of blood that crown had tasted. Its current wearer glowered at the crowds, baring his teeth at the dissenters. At the king's side was a tall and slender woman with flowing blonde hair that cascaded over her shoulders. A long train of servants trailed behind her, looking slightly bewildered at the sight of the angry crowds. Durnus narrowed his eyes at the woman, confused at first, and then to his shock, he suddenly realized who she was. It was the woman, the princess, the one Farden had bluntly refused to talk about. Durnus watched her as she walked, her back rod straight and her regal head held high, her eyes looking straight ahead and glistening with confidence. As she warily negotiated each slippery cobble, a single slender hand pressed instinctively to her stomach. Her black fur dress did nothing to hide the bulge beneath. Durnus lowered his eyes to the ground as their party passed. He took a deep breath and held it until they were almost at the arcathedral gates. All of a sudden, an angry shout rang out from the frustrated crowd, and more discontented grumbling followed it. Vice and Bane turned around to glower at the people, while Cheska was quickly ushered indoors. The soldiers tightened their ranks, but it did not deter the crowd one bit. Next to Aram, a woman hefted a putrid cabbage and looked for a chance to hurl it. She looked very angry indeed. By her side, a skinny man tossed a chunk of rock from palm to palm. Another shout, then another, and then inch by inch the crowd began to shuffle forward. "We're starving!" came the cry. "This food isn't fit to eat." "Yeah. We demand better. Give us Adrin." Durnus glowered at Vice. His pale eyes bored a hole in the Archmage's forehead. Aram put a hand on his shoulder and gently tugged him away. The vampire growled deep in his throat, and Aram tugged once more. "It's time to go," he said, eyeing the woman with the cabbage. More spoiled fruit had appeared in the hands of the crowd. "Durnus!" hissed Aram, and as if snapping out of a trance the vampire blinked, shook his head, and nodded. The siren jabbed the air with his thumb. "Let's get out of here before it's too late," he said. Durnus nodded. It was time to disappear into the streets. Keeping a careful eye on the menacing crowd and the archers above them, the two men made their way back the way they had come. As they left, the fortress gate slammed with a dull boom, and the crowd were left to contend with the soldiers. Rotten fruit and shouting began to fill the air. They walked in silence, listening to the commotion behind them receding with every step they took. Durnus looked up at the sky. It had started out as a clear day, but it was going to be a rainy night if the tumbling clouds had anything to do with it. There was only one thing on his mind, and it kept going around and around his head like an incessant moth. The vampire sighed, and wondered why Farden had neglected to mention the child. Vice was in a foul mood. He drummed his fingers on the marble table and took another swig of the dark Skullguard wine. Despite its rancid taste, it was making him forget about his headache, and so he kept drinking. The Archmage wiped his hand across the misty window pane and stared at the lights of the city below. He scowled darkly. Krauslung was a festering hole, and he was fed up of waiting for it to die. Patience, he told himself, as his fingertips instilled their frustrated rhythm into the stone tabletop. Thanks to the crackling log fire, the air in his rooms was hot and clammy. No candles bore their light, and the only illumination was the flickering amber glow of the fire in the marble hearth. Vice had ensconced himself in a quiet corner to watch its embers, to ruminate, drink, and wait. It had been several hours since he had sent the message, and now both the wine and his patience were fast running out. Just as he was considering hunting down the servant and strangling him to death, there came a timid knock at the door. Vice swept from his ponderous corner with relish and stormed to the door. With an impatient grunt he wrenched it open, almost ripping it from its hinges and startling a young servant in the process. The servant was no more than a young boy, and against his chest he clutched a large square object wrapped in purple cloth. He bowed as quickly as his bones would allow him, and held the package above his bowed head. "Your mage," he muttered, trying to keep the fear from making his voice wobble. "Here it is," he said. Vice snatched it from his grasp and the servant shuffled backwards, careful to keep his eyes on the floor. "I asked for this 2 hours ago, boy," Vice hissed. "I. We're sorry, sire," he stuttered, grappling for an explanation that would suitably spare him the Archmage's wrath. Fortunately for him, Vice was too preoccupied with the object in the purple cloth. "Get out of my sight," snapped the Archmage. The boy needed no further encouragement. Shoes scuffing on the marble flagstones, he bowed again and scuttled backwards into the shadows like a reticent crab. Vice slammed the door as hard as he could and walked back to his gloomy corner by the window. The quiet of the room was shattered with sound, the boom of the slamming door, the metal chair squealing piercingly as it was dragged across the marble floor, the chiming of the wine-smeared bottles as they were briskly shoved aside, the thud of the heavy package as it was dropped on the table. A cloud of dust puffed out from between the folds in the purple cloth as it hit the marble tabletop. Weiss leant on the back of the chair and examined the object with his eyes. Reaching for his wine, he took a long swig that almost emptied the glass, and then sat down. Layer by layer, like a pebbleaster unfurling in the spring sun, he peeled back the purple cloth, tossing each fold aside, until finally he revealed a huge, gnarled tome. It was a giant and dusty thing. Overlapping canary yellow scales formed its cover. They might have been shiny one, perhaps they might have even glimmered like sand, but the long years had stolen their color and their glitter, and now they resembled the yellowing leaves of blank paper that burst from the book seams, feathery and cracked. Weiss lifted the cover with a finger and listened to the dusty spine of the book creak. He didn't care if it broke. There was an uninvited shadow lingering in the Archmage's mind, like an itch he couldn't scratch. It was as though he had forgotten what he had forgotten, and what he had forgotten should have never been forgotten in the first place. The feeling had been bothering him for weeks, ever since a tired old hawk had delivered a letter to the palace in Gordheim, a folded scrap of parchment that smelled of alcohol, bilge, and cheap tobacco. He knew exactly who it had come from, and that had only increased his fears, for the source was trustworthy. Weiss reached under the lapel of his coat and fished out the letter from a hidden pocket. A handful of words had been scrawled and smudged across its face, a handful of spidery words that had made his heart writhe. He flicked the greasy parchment with his finger as he read the message for the 10th time. It read: Ruin is alive. Gold blood and tears. The stones never lie. L. Weiss stared out of the window at the city lights and at the ice-clad peak of Versufel in the distance, and tried to ignore the sense of foreboding and dread that had seeped back into his chest. Something about Crosslung seemed disjointed, as if the air had been pinched and wrung and creased in all the wrong places. He had felt it the moment he had stepped into the accursed city. Worry, it was called, and it was something Weiss wasn't used to, and he hated it. He never made mistakes, yet here was the shadow of one staring him right in the face, and grinning cheekily. Weiss wondered if moving back to Crosslung had been a mistake. No, he reminded himself, he needed to be here. The Archmage looked down at the blank tearbook in front of him. The old dragon's tearbook had been empty ever since Weiss had stolen it from Nelska. Separated from its dragon, it was close to useless, nothing but a decorative doorstop or an oversized paperweight. Fuel for the fire. The only aspect of it that gave the Archmage a scrap of sneering satisfaction was the fact that its absence from Nelska kept the sirens in the dark and weakened the old dragon. Weiss idly thumbed through the yellowed pages and wondered if what he was looking for was actually in there, whether she was right. There was only one way to find out. The answer to the riddle had been found earlier that evening, surprisingly at the bottom of a wineglass, which is usually not the best place to find answers. Swirling the clotted dregs of the rancid wine around his glass, Weiss had been given the idea. He had rubbed the purple sediment between finger and thumb, and it had dawned on him. Blood. Golden blood. Weiss stood up and strode to the fireplace. The fire was on its deathbed and the room had grown darker. The tall Archmage grabbed a thick pine log from the stack to his left and threw it onto the grate. Sparks popped and pranced and the flames quickly began to lick at the resinous wood, hungry and greedy. Weiss stood with his hands on his hips and stared at the long sword that hung on the wall above the fireplace. Reaching up, he unhooked it from the wall and held it in his hands, watching the ruby pommelstone glow and burn in the firelight. 16 years was a long time for anything, but for a sword it was a lifetime. The last time it had been drawn was Ragnarok, 16 years ago, and the last flesh it had pierced had been the old dragon's. With luck the beast's blood was still on the sword. Weiss was counting on it. With a slow movement, he drew the sword from its scabbard and held his eye close to the silver blade. The Archmage smirked with satisfaction. He went to the table and picked up the almost empty wine glass. He sipped it a bit more, swirled it around, sipped again, and repeated until there was the tiniest amount of dark wine left in the glass. Weiss put it back on the table with a clink and then, holding the blade above the wineglass, he drew his finger and thumb along the edge of the blade. His nails scraped against the old metal with the wine and carved a little path through the faint patches of what looked like yellow rust. Weiss kept going, scraping the dried blood into the wineglass, until he was sure he had enough. Stripped of its usefulness, Weiss tossed the sword on the floor and pushed it under the table with his boot. He then picked up his glass and carefully stirred the dregs of the liquid around with the end of his finger, mixing it with the ochre blood. Weiss's eyes seemed to glow in the firelight, and for a moment they seemed to turn a paler shade, almost white, a trick of the flames perhaps. Weiss kept swirling the mixture until he was happy, and then, spreading his fingers over the blank pages of the tearbook, he angled the wineglass over one corner, eyeing it like a hungry hawk. The dark liquid lethargically crept up the glass like a glacier. It hesitated at the lip of the glass, taunting him. With a wiggle of his hand he made it spill, and a trickle of liquid fell onto the page beneath. A purple flower of wine blossomed across the dry, thirsty paper, soaking and seeping. For a long moment nothing happened, Vice waited with bated breath, and then suddenly it did. Something stirred underneath the wine stain. Spidery lines and shapes began to appear and grow, slowly at first, then faster, until the page was full to bursting with strange-looking script and odd, scrawling hieroglyphs. The foreign glyphs raced across the blank pages faster than Vice could turn them, and he quickly gave up trying. A rustle of phantom scribbling rifled through the book. With a satisfied, and slightly conceited, grin, the Archmage flipped the pages to the start of the book where the script was faded and ancient beyond comprehension. Because of their nature, tier books read backwards, with their dragon's oldest memories at the front. And with a dragon as old as Farfallen, they were very old indeed. Vice stared at the dragon script greedily, tracing letters he hadn't read in incalculable years. It was to be a long night ahead, he decided, and he would need more of the wine to curb his headache. Dark suspicion slithered like worms inside of him. Aram tore into his loaf of bread with ravenous hunger. Crumbs cascaded down the front of his red tunic and showered his half of the dinner table. He quaffed some more of his watery ale and then stabbed some of the fish with a fork that, in his big hands, looked as though some mischievous wizard had cast a shrinking spell on it. The one-eyed siren made a few satisfied grunting sounds as he shoveled the roast fish into his already full mouth. All things considered, Aram seemed very happy. He felt as if he hadn't eaten in days. Durnus, on the other hand, had barely touched his plate of food. His fish and boiled potatoes waited patiently to be eaten, on the verge of being cold. The vampire stared off into space, consumed in deep thought like he had been for most of the evening. "Aren't you going to eat anything?" asked Aram between mouthfuls. "The landlord'll get suspicious if only one of us eats." Durnus flinched as if the sudden question had shocked him. "What?" he replied, his pale blue eyes wide and confused. Aram gestured towards his untouched plate and Durnus made a face and shook his head. "Oh, no. I am not in the right mood," he mumbled, and then returned to his thoughtful gazing. Aram chewed, eyeing the old vampire. Durnus was confusing at times. But then again, thought the siren, he had never spent much time in the company of tame vampires before. Maybe they were all as quiet and as pensive as this one. Aram pointed at the untouched plate with his fist of bread. "Do you mind?" he asked. Durnus turned around again and looked at the siren. "Help yourself," he said. With a single bony finger he pushed the plate towards Aram and the big man grabbed it eagerly. He tucked into the fish with gusto, this time not even bothering to use his fork. Durnus pursed his lips as he watched bits of scale and bone fall onto the wooden table. Aram must have been starving. The vampire sipped at his beaker of water and let his tongue run circles around one of his fangs as he thought. Food was the last thing on his mind. His mind was full of bothersome questions and he couldn't help but turn them over and over in his head like a seagull flips stones, hoping for soft crabs and a quick fix. Durnus watched as the siren finished his beer in 2 massive gulps and then put a hand to his stomach as if to brace it from bursting. "Ah," he sighed, with a smile. "Fish isn't quite up to Nelska standards, but it's good." He took a moment to pick a bone out of his teeth, and then reached for a cold boiled potato from Durnus's plate. "So when are you going to tell me what's bothering you?" he said with a faint smile. The vampire chuckled wryly and swirled his water around his cup. He and Aram had grown accustomed to each other over the past few months. They had bonded over a mutual love of silence. "When I know, then I'll tell you," replied the vampire. "That's comforting," said Aram, and Durnus nodded. "Are you sure you don't want any food? You haven't touched a thing." Durnus shook his head again and shrugged. "It wouldn't quench my hunger, if you know what I mean." Aram knew what he meant. "Mm-mm-mm," he hummed. "The blood thing," he said, and left it at that. It had taken him a while to get used to being in a vampire's company, but now it didn't bother him in the slightest. Like many others across Emaneska, sirens viewed vampires and lycans as cursed outcasts, no better than lepers. There were wild vampires and so-called tame vampires, depending on their bloodline, and the latter were lone beasts, never venturing into cities, and able to control their urges. Although Arca laws were kind and accommodating to such tame vampires, as they had been to Durnus before he had moved to Albion, Skullgard laws were quite the opposite. They demanded that all such beasts be skewered on the spot. Therefore it was the risk of raising any sort of alarm that worried Aram. The vampire needed to eat, but in a city where the soldiers stood on every street corner, was it worth risking even the quietest of screams? The dragons needed them in the city to keep an eye on the ships and wait for Farden. And now that Vice was there, it was even more important they stay. It was imperative that they kept their heads low. "Is there no substitute?" Aram asked. The vampire shook his head once more. "I do often wish there was," he replied. "Animal blood has no effect and normal food turns to ash in my stomach. It makes me ill." Hence, he gestured towards the half-eaten plate of potatoes. Aram nodded. The vampire was looking even paler than usual. His skin had begun to sag around the corners of his mouth and cheeks, and Aram could have sworn that his fingers were shaking just a little. "How long have you, been he asked, not meaning to be intrusive. Strangely enough, the subject had never come up. He knew what it was like when people stared or pointed at his scarred eye, or asked about his dead dragon. It took a few moments for Durnus to answer. "Far, far too long," he said. "I've lost count of the decades." "How did it happen?" Durnus rubbed his throat and stared at the table. "All I can remember is the beast that did it, a wild, vicious thing it was, as cold and as pale as the snow. I was attacked on the ice fields, you see, so far north that when night falls it falls for days, not hours. I don't think I ever saw him coming." The vampire shook his head. "But in regards to who I was, what sort of man I had been, or what I was doing there on the fields, there are no answers to these questions, only more questions. The curse wiped the memories from my mind." Aram nodded, because there was nothing to say to such things, and decided to change the subject. "So," said the siren, taking another bite of a potato, "I'm wondering what brought Vice to Crosslung?" Durnus shuffled in his seat so that he was facing the siren. He was glad to get off the subject of his vampirism. Recently it was all he ever thought about. It makes no sense, does it? Gordheim was the perfect stronghold from which to carry out their campaign, so why come south? Aram scratched his chin for a moment, noticing the stubble that had gathered there. Perhaps they want to make sure the ships are completed on time, or maybe Vice wants to enforce his rule here? The city is on a knife edge after all. He suddenly shivered. "Thron's balls, it's cold." Durnus had gone beyond feeling cold. He shrugged. "I agree, but for all three of them to travel here there has to be something else, something we're missing." Aram shrugged. "Maybe it has something to do with that pregnant girl," he said. Durnus raised an eyebrow and wondered how much the siren had figured out. "Perhaps," he mumbled. "Maybe it's the old Archmage, Adrin. If he still lives, that is. He could know something, or have something." Durnus's words died on his tongue, unconvinced. "Who is she anyway? Why is she so important?" asked Aram. "She's the princess, King Bane's daughter," replied Durnus, and he hoped he was wrong about her in Farden. He would keep it secret, for now, he decided. Aram picked up another potato and nibbled at it. "Maybe there's something in Crosslung they need, or something they want," he said around his mouthful. "Not the ships, or the written." The big siren clicked his fingers as if he had suddenly stumbled across the answer. "Maybe they think Farden is here. Maybe it's him they're after. Vice isn't exactly fond of the mage, is he?" Durnus shook his head slowly. "Understatement," he said, distracted, mumbling. "But why would he bring her here, where it's less safe?" His voice trailed off like smoke in a gale. He had an inkling of what Vice was after, and once again he hoped he wasn't right. The bothersome thoughts were back again. They had brought reinforcements. Durnus rose from the table and went to the window, stretching his old bones as he did so. The window panes had steamed up in the heat of the candles and Durnus wiped his hand across the glass to peer into the black night. Something caught his eye as it fluttered in circles outside their room and he quickly opened the window to let a tired hawk flap onto the windowsill. As soon as its talons touched the brick, the poor bird almost collapsed with exhaustion. Durnus scooped it up and carefully carried it to the table. "Another message?" asked Aram. Durnus placed the brown bird on the tabletop and untied the tiny scroll that had been wrapped around its left leg. The hawk waited patiently until the vampire was finished and then it began to preen itself. Aram fed it some of the fish as a reward, and the bird gobbled it down hungrily, beak clacking. Durnus meanwhile unfolded the little scrap of paper and read it to himself. His lips moved silently as his pale eyes scanned over the short message. "Same as usual. No word from Farden, and the long winter is getting worse." "Bad news all round then," mumbled Aram. He gave the hawk some potato and stroked its head. "We should just kill Vice and be done with it." Durnus went to a nearby candle and held the parchment in the flames. "If only it were that easy," he sighed. Once the message had been reduced to cinders, he went back to the window and tossed the ash outside. The air was refreshing after the clammy heat of their room. Instead of a fireplace, the owner of the inn, which to be precise was actually more of a brothel, had provided them with almost 50 candles, of all different shapes and sizes, to keep their measly room warm and lit. It was not ideal, but thankfully the income brothel was a soldier-free haunt, full of undesirables and beggars, washed-up alcoholics and the once-rich, the fallen-on-hard-times lot and the barely-surviving lot, hidden away in the backstreets and deep in the city where people looked the other way if you had the right amount of coin. In a starving and beaten city, gold and silver could turn you invisible. The vampire looked down at the dark alleyway several floors below and sniffed the cold air. He could smell the city, its chimney smoke and ale, precious food both cooking and rotting, the overflow of the gutters, the powdered damp smell of brick, and people, countless people. Most of all he could smell the sickly scents of cheap perfumes and affordable sex from the windows below. Here in the backstreets, the people did all they could to escape what Krauslung had become, and for a few brief hours they succeeded, drowning themselves in women and wine. Dernis could hear them writhing around, the occasional joyous yelp leaping from throats, floorboards quivering with the sounds of rhythmic pounding. It was almost pleasant compared to the other noises of the city, the sounds of smashing glass and screaming, the sounds of drunken soldiers torturing the helpless. The people, the noise, the fear, Dernis drank them all in. Like a hunter he could smell their blood on the faint breeze, he could hear their veins throbbing, their arteries groaning, and it made his heart pound in his chest. His fangs ached. There was a reason tame vampires didn't venture into cities, and it had nothing to do with the superstitious reprisal. Dernis closed the window quietly and reached for the black cloak that was hanging over the edge of his bed. Aram looked up from stroking the hawk, and gave him a questioning look. "Going somewhere?" he asked. Dernis took a breath. "Don't worry yourself. I will be careful." For a moment Aram didn't reply. The hawk screeched once, and then the siren nodded. "I trust you will," he said, reluctantly. The vampire nodded and smiled faintly, and Aram went back to feeding the scattered remnants of his dinner to the tired bird. Dernis pulled his cloak tightly around him and hoisted the hood over his short gray hair. He moved to the door and gently pulled it open. It creaked as it always did. The corridor was empty. "I'll be back soon." "Hopefully," replied Aram, and with a click the vampire closed the door behind him, leaving the hawk and the siren alone in the clammy room. Outside the air was cold and brittle. The clouds had gathered as promised, but as yet no rain or snow had fallen on the city. Dernis looked up at the black sky and felt the cold breeze make his skin ripple. There was no moon, no stars, and only the orange torchlight to burn away the thick shadows. A fine night to hunt. Dernis followed the thin alleyway as it curved through the buildings like a cobblestone river through a narrow canyon of doorways and walls. It had been weeks since his last hunt, and now like a caged predator let loose on the city he could feel the hunger pumping through his veins. His eyes lit up the night like a cat's and illuminated everything with a bluish glow. The shadows hid nothing from him. His ears pricked with the sounds of the city around him. Water trickled through pipes. Fires crackled behind brick walls. A mouse gnawed on something in its nest. A man coughing on his way home from whatever drinking hole he had found. Dernis crept on. Dernis was not a murderer, he had learnt that lesson the hard way a long time ago, but he had learnt it well. The vampire ignored the unfortunates sleeping on the streets, huddling for warmth. He ignored the broken windows, the unlocked doors, and the people snoring within. Luckily for them, his prey for the night had already been chosen, and it would be whichever Skullguard soldier he came across first. In his own small way, Dernis was getting revenge. Hearing something ahead, the old vampire pressed himself against a wall and sniffed the air. The sour smell of sweat floated on the night breeze towards him. And steel. Tangy, metallic steel. He could smell it all. Inch by careful inch, Dernis crept forward until he came to where the alleyway ended and met with a wider street. Every window was dark and candleless. A deep gutter ran along the opposite side of the street, splashing and gurgling like a stream. A small water wheel churned softly somewhere in the darkness. Sacks of moldy flour had been stacked in a doorway. Someone nearby hawked and spat. Dernis tensed. Carefully the vampire peeked around a corner and saw a lone soldier relieving himself against the corner of a building. The street was empty but for a lone torch that flickered quietly behind the man. Dernis allowed a satisfied smile to creep across his face and pulled his hood over his face. Crouching in the shadows, Dernis kept his pale eyes on his prey and made a low whistling sound from between his sharp fangs. The taste of his own venom was intoxicating. The Skullguard soldier jumped and turned around, cursing as he dribbled on his own hand. Quickly wiping himself with the end of his sleeve, he grabbed his spear and peered into the shadows of the street. Something whistled again, and the man reached for the torch above his head. All was silent except for the sound of running water. Slowly, the man walked forward with his spear in one hand and torch in the other, squinting into doorways and trying to steady his beating heart. There was an alleyway up ahead, to the right, and there, lying on the ground was a small black object. The soldier cursed his luck and steeled himself. "Who's there?" he called, hoping it would be a harmless drunk or a cat. "Show yourself or I'll stick you like a pig." Nothing moved. The soldier crept closer to the alleyway and breathed a sigh of relief. It was just a black cloak lying on the ground. The noise had been nothing more than a figment of his imagination. Reaching down to pick it up, he wondered who could have left it there. It was a nice cloak, barely any holes. Pleased with his find, the soldier smiled to himself as he held it up, completely oblivious to the thin figure that stood behind him, fangs bared and ready. In a blur, an arm wrapped around the soldier's neck and pulled him to the ground. The torch hissed as it fell from his hand. His head collided with the cobbles, stunning him, while another strong hand pressed his face to the stone and held him very still. The fingers pinning him down were as cold as ice. In the dying light of the torch, the man caught a glimpse of a pale face with wild eyes and a pair of two needle-like fangs hovering above him, and he went rigid with fear. The torch fizzled out and something sharp dug into his neck. His scream was a hoarse whisper. Fingernails prized his jaw apart, scraping his throat. Nobody saw the dead man being dragged across the street, nor the thin old man who pulled him. Nobody heard the sounds of the corpse being dragged headfirst into the gurgling gutter to be left for the rats. Nobody was any the wiser. The old man disappeared into the night like a ghost, just as the first drop of rain fell on the city streets. In the spaces between the stars, cold and silence reigned. There, between the glittering fingerprints of light and roaming dust clouds, far, far above the dangling, glittering jewel that was Amaneska, there was a place. Nobody would have called it that, for a place would be something, even ambiguous and empty to the mind as it was. No, that would still have been something open to imagination, and this place was truly nothing, simply a vast chasm of nothingness that stretched on for more miles than the mind could count or imagine. An endless plain without a plain. Darkness was eternal there, for neither the sun nor the moon had any business in this place. Quite the opposite, they barely knew of its existence. The hot sun circled far below like a tiny candle in the night, and the moon was just a pale ghostly face staring out of the gloom, wondering at the stars above her. And in this place, this ghostly plain of nothingness, demons stalked the shadows of gods. Chapter 3. Gods? Demons? Elves? They aren't gone. I see them every time the stars come out. All you have to do is look in the right places. From an unknown source. Modron was extremely cold, and very wet, and he wasn't particularly fond of being either. For the 10th time that morning, he clenched his fist and cast a heat spell to warm his chilly bones. His attire did nothing to keep the weather at bay. His mustard-yellow captain's cloak was too thin, his ornate folded steel armor too cold and too heavy, and his left boot had the beginnings of a hole in the heel. At least his black undertunic kept the armor from rubbing. As always, the mage couldn't stop staring. There had been a murder. That was obvious, the pale body lying in the gutter said it all. No, Modron was concerned and befuddled by something else. No matter how long he stared, he still couldn't make up his mind as to whether the Skullguard general was a man or a woman. Simply put, General Agfrey was huge. She was not fat, nor was she particularly tall, but she was bulky from every possible angle. Muscle clung to her legs like moss to a tree and scrabbled for space on her arms. Her shoulders hunched like teetering boulders. Thick studded armor hung from her barrel chest and tree trunk limbs, only adding more to her measurements. There was a large broadsword hanging loosely from her hip. Annoyingly, her menacing expression never seemed to break, and her upper lip constantly pestered her nose for attention. She looked as though she had wrestled a bear to death to get the rank of general. Agfrey was, of course, a woman, but she walked like a man, barked orders like a man, and despite her long black hair and sizable chest, she looked like a man. There even appeared to be a shade of stubble on her jaw, but it could have been dirt. The general hung in the middle, suspended between genders like an ambivalent bridge. The mage wiped rainwater from his confused head. Modron wondered if anyone had ever asked her. He wondered if anyone had ever lived to find out the truth. Modron shook his head and shivered. He needed sleep, he decided, his mind was beginning to wander to the absurd. What is all this fuss about then? He asked Agfrey. She scowled at him as though he had just spat on her cheek. One of my men has been assassinated, that's what all the fuss is about, she replied frostily. The general put her hands on her large hips. I'm sure if it were one of yours, you would feel the same. Modron tried not to laugh. He would have liked to see someone try to stuff one of his written in a gutter. He crossed his arms and sighed impatiently. We are at war, General Agfrey. It was probably a siren spy, or a disgruntled drunk. Agfrey snorted and then grinned a little on the sarcastic side. Do spies and drunks bite their victims in Krauslung? This, Modron had to admit, they did not. Agfrey pointed to the body and the mage stepped forward to take a closer look, running his sleeve across his face. The dozen or so Skullguard soldiers moved out of his way, and he bent down to examine the body. Even for a soldier like him, the smell still made his nose wrinkle. The stench of the gutter was bad enough, but the overpowering scent of flesh on the cusp of rotting made it even worse. But Agfrey was right. Below the dead man's right ear were two distinct purple bite marks. The corpse looked like it had been sucked dry. The skin was a gray puckered parchment. Roll him over, said Agfrey, from behind him. Modron grabbed the man's breastplate and heaved, and the body squelched and clicked. Grimacing, the mage kept pulling until he noticed that the other side of the dead man's neck was missing. His throat had been ripped out. All that had been left was a mess of flesh and exposed bone. Modron rolled him back and stood up with a dismayed sigh. This was all he needed, a vampire in the city. He wondered how it had gotten past the gates and guards. Wild vampires were sneaky, cowardly things that hunted in packs, or covens as they were called, more beast than man, and they avoided cities like the plague. Though they weren't unusual, Modron had only met one tame vampire in his life, that friend of Farden's, the dusty old scholar from Albion, the one who had disappeared, and it couldn't have been him. Durnus had been a dusty, docile old man, quieter than a mouse. Modron shrugged. He was without a clue. He turned to face the Skullguard general. Double your guard, get rid of this body, and above all keep this quiet. I don't want to worry the people any more than I have to, ordered Modron. Agfrey visibly prickling at being told what to do. She glowered at him as he began to walk away. Where are you going? She demanded, hands swiftly back on her hips. Modron didn't even look at her. I'm going to tell the Archmage we have a rogue vampire in the city, he replied. He left the big woman alone with her men and strode off into the downpour, wondering what else in the city could go wrong. Weiss had not slept. He had not eaten. In the last hour he hadn't even moved. His weary eyes moved back and forth over the same spot on the same page that he had stared at for hours. The same line of glyphs. Weiss was oblivious to all else. Near his elbow, the incessant rain pattered on the windowsill. Wine bottles in varying stages of fullness dotted the tabletop, cornered and surrounded by scrolls covered in hastily scribbled notes, names, and places. The fire had died sometime in the early hours. A nearby candle had stood guard until the sky had begun to lighten. The room was filled by the sounds of silence and breathing. Outside the city was waking up to slate skies and veins of heavy granite cloud. But Weiss was oblivious to all. Without taking his eyes from the tier book, he reached for a nearby wine bottle, one of the empty ones, and gripped it with both hands. Skin squeaked against glass as he strangled it. Suddenly the glass cracked. It didn't smash, not yet, but with a harsh popping noise a crack appeared around its neck. Weiss released it and slammed the bottle down on the marble table. How had he missed it all these years? How had he not seen the glaringly obvious under his very nose? He had been there all along. Alive. Seething with anger, Weiss got to his feet and, careful to keep his thumb between the pages, swiped the tier book from the table. He stormed towards the door, rubbing tiredness from his eyes. Just as he reached for the door handle, somebody knocked on the other side. Weiss wrenched open the door and found Modron standing alone in the corridor. The mage was soaking wet. His hands were white with cold. Nevertheless, he bowed, squelching as he did so. Your mage, said Modron. What is it? Snapped Weiss. Modron wiped rain from his forehead with the back of his hand. There's been some trouble in the city, he answered quietly. Weiss stepped into the corridor and slammed the big door behind him. There is always trouble in this god's-forsaken city, Weiss snarled hoarsely, before striding down the corridor. Modron tried to keep up with the Archmage's long strides. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, sire, but this is a little different. Well, deal with it, Captain, like you and your written are supposed to. If you did your job properly, then there wouldn't be trouble in the first place. No, there would be blood and fire in the streets, thought Modron. His job for the last 6 months had largely consisted of trying to keep the city from falling apart, and that usually meant keeping the Skullguard soldiers at bay. His written had been scattered around Amaneska in the hunt for fresh soldiers and the infamous and extremely elusive Farden. Modron sighed for the 10th time that morning. At least he was out of the rain. Yes, your mage, he consented, and followed his superior up a short flight of shiny marble steps. Weiss marched straight up to the first door he came to and pounded twice on its polished wood. The poor door rattled against its hinges. Bane! He shouted, then thumped the door some more. Bane! Bang! 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 The Archmage was quickly losing his temper. He put his spare hand against the door and a spell rippled through the wood like a stone disturbing the placid surface of a lake. Locks clicked and turned and the door swung open very swiftly indeed. Weiss stormed inwards, closely followed by Modron, who was beginning to regret his decision to deliver his news in person. Bane! Wake up! Yelled Weiss. The room was dark, but a few of the silk curtains had been left open, and the gloomy morning light was just enough to see by. However, it didn't stop Modron knocking over several bottles with his foot. He decided to stay by the door. Vice, on the other hand, slammed the tear book down on a table with a thunderous thud, still open at the offending page, and kicked the side of the huge bed that dominated most of the room. Bane came awake with a rumbling growl like that of a landslide, and the 4 naked women that lay around him stirred from their slumbers. Probably too drunk to function, thought Modron. Bane pushed his women aside and swung his enormous legs over the edge of his bed. He was wearing nothing but a short kilt of weasel furs. It hid nothing. What is the meaning of this? He barked, eyeing Modron with a look that could have killed. Vice stood with his arms crossed, brow furrowed in the very picture of disapproval. He's alive, he stated flatly. Bane looked confused. Who? He asked, but instead of replying, Vice grabbed the tear book from the table and dropped it into Bane's lap. The king didn't bat an eyelid. He calmly turned the book around and held it up so he could see the script in the gray light. It took a moment for him to read it, squinting and murmuring to himself, and when he was finished he shut the book with a thud and dropped it on the bed behind him, narrowly missing the forehead of one of the drowsy women in the process. It doesn't mean a thing. All that says is that they found a man on the ice fields, they took him in, patched him up, and after he turned, they banished him, Bane said. It's not him. The king reached for a nearby jug filled with a dark red liquid, but before he could get it anywhere near his lips, Vice knocked it from his hand and the jug smashed on the marble floor with a crash. Snarling angrily, Bane got to his feet and stood toe-to-toe with the Archmage. Vice was almost a foot shorter than the king, but he glared up at him with fierce eyes. Try it, muttered Vice. Flame trailed around his clenched fingers. Modron pondered if he should step outside and leave them to it. But before he had made up his mind, Bane snorted and sat back down, making the bed lurch. He's dead. We both saw it, he said. Then explained the tear book, countered Vice. That dragon sorcery doesn't prove anything, scoffed the king. He was bitten. Ruin died. You know how the triad works, Dot. Vice felt like beating the stubbornness out of him, but somehow he resisted the temptation. Behind them Modron coughed politely and held up a hand. If I may interrupt, sires, he began, and they both glared daggers at him. The mage continued. We found a body this morning on the east side of the city. And you decided to waste our time with this news? Asked Bane. Modron shook his head. Well, since you mentioned bites, I thought this might be relevant. The soldier's throat was missing and there were 2 unmistakable marks on his neck. A vampire, sires. Vice looked at Bane with a concerned look. The king merely shrugged. Vice bit his lip in frustration and waved his hand at Modron. You can leave, mage, he ordered. Good work. Modron bowed and turned to go, but as he did, a tall blonde woman, quite pregnant, blocked his escape. She looked as angry as the others, and the sight of the room in front of her did nothing to quench her indignant fury. Princess Cheska pushed the bewildered mage out of her way and strode forward purposefully. What's going on here? She demanded. Bane stood up and began to usher her out, but she waved her hands at him and pointed at the women at the bed. I see you're enjoying the local fare? She snapped. Modron began to quietly leave one tiptoe at a time. You're disgusting, she spat. This doesn't concern you, Cheska, growled her father, but the princess began to pull at the bed covers and grabbed several arms and legs in the process. One of the prostitutes awoke and began to kick back, obviously not understanding where she was and with whom she was struggling. Cheska slapped her hard in the face. Bane began to shout. The women started to scream, and the whole scene began to descend into chaos. Modron was now rooted to the spot, morbidly fascinated. Just as Cheska's fists began to crackle and spit with sparks, Vice moved to intercede. He grabbed the princess's arms and held them tightly behind her back while he hissed in her ear. That's enough from you, my dear. I think you've made your point, he said. Cheska quickly gave up struggling. The Archmage spun her around and fixed her with a penetrating gaze. Why don't you go and calm down, for all our sakes? Suggested Vice, eyes momentarily switching to her pregnant belly. She squinted at him angrily and then reluctantly finally relented. Modron, Vice called to the mage standing by the door. Escort the princess to her rooms before she hurts herself or others. And take these whores with you, he ordered. Modron bowed and quickly moved to accompany Cheska out of the room. He reached for her arm, but she shrugged him off and moodily stormed out of the room. Vice lifted the naked women bodily from the king's bed and pushed them towards the door. They muttered drunkenly and clutched clothes and blankets to themselves as they left. Bane shrugged and went to find more of his dark wine. Vice sighed. Modron, horse in tow, dutifully followed the princess out of the room. He was confused and a little overwhelmed. The door slammed shut behind them and he wondered if he should say anything to the princess, but Cheska didn't even look at him. A gaggle of handmaidens had gathered in the corridor and they fussed around her in a flurry of concerned and comforting noises. She pushed them aside and together they disappeared down the corridor, leaving Modron alone with the others. The half-naked women looked at him lopsidedly, as if there were two mages standing in the hall, and muttered amongst themselves. Modron wondered what he was going to do with 4 prostitutes in the middle of the arcathedral. He sighed. It was going to be a long watch. The night brought long shadows and a welcome cool breeze to the desert, and Fardan could not have been more grateful. As the inexorable disk of the sun sank below the horizon once again, the mage slumped to the sand in the lee of one of the taller dunes. His chest heaved up and down and sweat poured down his face like a salty waterfall. Thank the gods for nightfall, he thought, and then let his head fall against the slope of sand behind him. Lafik had sent him to the dune sea to die. That much was certain. Fardan had trudged over rock and dune and salt flat for almost 4 days straight and still there had been no sign of his uncle. The man was like a ghost, and Fardan was beginning to wonder if he even existed at all. But he refused to consider that possibility, somehow he knew different. There was one thing that was certain, Lafik was going to get an ugly surprise when Fardan made it out of the dunes. Something much worse than a bruised throat. Fardan lay there until the sky turned a dusty pink, then purple, then velvet black. The cold gradually seeped back into the deserts of Paria once again, and the heat of the day vanished like a mirage. Strange sounds floated on the cool breeze, sounds that Fardan was starting to get used to. He reached for his flask and held it to his dusty mouth. A single drip dribbled out and wetted the tip of his parched tongue. Why had he never learnt any water spells, he wondered, frustrated. Fardan decided that it was probably because he'd never expected to spend so much time traipsing around a desert. He shivered momentarily and dug his old black cloak out of his haversack to keep him warm in the cold desert night. With a tired grunt, the mage got to his feet and trudged to the top of the dune so he could survey his surroundings. The dune sea was aptly named. It was an ocean of rolling waves of sand, ever-shifting and always treacherous. Behind him to the west lay the salt flats, now bathed in dusty orange and red light from the slumbering sun. To the north and south were endless stretches of shivering sand as far as the eye could see. The only feature in the otherwise empty desert lay ahead of him, the dark smudge of a cliff face hovering on the horizon, now dark and hidden by dusk. Fardan sat and watched it, looking for any hint of a campfire or twinkle of torchlight, but it was too far away, and his dusty eyes were tired. The mage dug out the last of his rations from one of his pockets. There was a strange bread made with a grain of some kind, and a half-moldy apple. He chewed the good side of the apple and then tossed the rest of it down the dune. He watched it roll and gather sand like a gritty snowball as he ate the bread. When he reached into his pocket for more food, a round object brushed against his hand. He prodded it. It was hard and stubborn. Making a face, the mage brought the mystery object forth and held it up to the bruised western sky. Pinched between his finger and thumb, he recognized it, the strange nut from Belafon Market. The mage looked at the small thing and scratched it with his fingernail. It looked like a bleached walnut, bumpy and wrinkled like a weathered face. Such a small pointless thing, he thought to himself. It had seemed like a good idea at the time. How could a simple nut lead him to his uncle? Fardan shook his head slowly. He wondered if he should just eat it. He was hungry enough. Once again the mage got to his feet and tossed the nut from palm to palm. It suddenly dawned on him that he had nothing left to lose. All his other possibilities had died in the heat a few days ago. It was always worth a try, he decided. After all, Paria was such a strange sort of country, it just might work. Fardan stared up at the dark sky hanging above. The first stars of the evening were beginning to crawl, timidly, from their hiding places, the first pinpricks of light on an otherwise empty black canvas stretching from horizon to horizon. Fardan had often found himself staring at them for hours on end. The moon had not yet appeared. The desert skies were once again as vast as they had been in his dreams. Almost endless. With a weary smile, he gripped the nut tightly between finger and thumb and hurled it at the stars. The strange little nut rocketed into the darkness like a slingstone, straight upwards, and to his dismay, completely out of sight. He waited for a few moments with his hands cupped and ready to catch it as it fell, but nothing came. Grimacing, expecting to be knocked on the skull any moment, Fardan held his hands over his head and watched out for the telltale little puff of sand, in case the breeze had taken it, but still nothing came. The mage stood there for a while, more than a little bewildered. With a disappointed sigh, he finally sat down and looked up at the dark skies that had stolen his nut. Still nothing. Nuts don't just get stuck in the sky, he told himself. Maybe it had been carried off by the breeze, or perhaps it landed behind him. Either way, it was another opportunity wasted. It was a long while before Fardan finally gave up. With a grunt he stood up and began to think about walking somewhere, anywhere but there. A sudden wave of hopelessness pulled at his heart. He eyed the rocks in the distance and wondered if they were worth searching. Nothing lived out here besides scorpions and vultures, and even they starved in the endless heat. Farden sighed again. His feet felt like lumps of aching rock, his throat was full of sand, and his uncle was a myth. Farden had had enough. Just as he was about to leave and head back in the grueling direction he had come, a sudden flash of light caught his eye. Farden looked up and saw a single star suddenly outshine the rest. He watched, fascinated, as the star began to grow and grow, as if, impossibly, it were getting nearer by the second, and then suddenly the wind began to howl and the sand began to shake beneath his boots. For a brief moment, Farden stretched his hands up to feel the force of the wind and then, realizing what was happening, he threw himself to the ground in a flurry of stinging sand. He had seen falling stars in his dreams before. Farden covered his ears with his hands as the star plummeted out of the sky. With an ear-splitting scream and a blast of heat that made his skin sizzle, it passed overhead and hurtled into the distance, tentacles of white fire swirling behind it. Farden leapt to his feet to watch the star fall. Its glare almost blinded him and he had to shield his eyes with his hand, wincing as his eyes complained. The blazing spectacle was short-lived. After a few seconds of deafening noise and blinding light, the radiant fireball plowed into the sand somewhere near the cliffs. There was a huge flash of orange fire, and then a few moments later there came a deep rolling boom. The sand quivered under Farden's boots. Flummoxed and more than a little shocked, Farden stretched and clicked his neck from side to side. He dug his spyglass from his haversack and tried to measure the distance. It was to be a long walk, but Farden knew he had to investigate, and so, without any further hesitation, he set off to follow the smoky trail of the fallen star, intrigued to see what the morning would bring. And so the night, mourning its loss, watched as the lone figure determinedly carved a trail of footprints through the dunes, weaving his way towards the glowing grave. Deep in the shadows, a pair of eyes watched him leave, sighed, twitched, and ran a finger through the sand. It took the mage most of the night to get anywhere near the cliffs. By the time the first rays of dawn pierced the darkness, the mage was only a mile away from where the star had fallen. Black smoke rose from the center of the crater, billowing upwards to join the dawn sky. There was a burning smell on the breeze, metallic like a blacksmith's forge, and the sand had been scorched black from the heat. Here and there lay little shards of jagged rock, or dark lumps of molten sand. Farden prodded a few with his foot and made them sputter. The mage traipsed on. As he approached the deep crater the star had gouged in the dunes, the sand grew harder and walking became surprisingly easier with every step. Under his feet, the sand crunched and crackled as though he were treading across broken shells or splintered glass. The air around him became hot. Curiosity doubled Farden's pace, and soon he was jogging across the shattered sand towards the crater. He came to a halt near the edge of the scorched hole, where the sand began to drop away, and then step by careful step he slowly made his way down, trying to avoid the areas that sizzled and spat. Around him, shards of rock still glowed bright orange. The night breeze had done nothing to cool them. The star lay in pieces at the bottom of the crater, no more than a splintered collection of black pockmarked rocks, some as big as a door, some smaller than a coin, and they glowed like the dying embers of a fireplace. Farden held his hand over one for as long as he could, but even with his magic he couldn't bear it for too long. This was a strange, and different type of heat. Something sparkled in between the big rocks and caught his eye. Holding his hand over his face, Farden leant forward to examine the curious object and he soon noticed a little stone protruding from the sand, an altogether different kind of stone. It was a glittery thing, not pockmarked and half-melted like the others, but almost crystalline in appearance. The mage ripped a strip of cloth from the bottom of his cloak and bent forward to try to pick it up. He scrunched up his face as the heat scorched his cheeks. Luckily he managed to snag it with the cloth and he slowly and carefully retrieved it. Like the others around it, the little rock was very hot, so he wrapped it in the cloth to hold it. The thing was about the same size as his lost nut, almost spherical in shape, with a rugged multifaceted surface and a pale brass color. It looked very much like the one he had bought in Krauslung, for Cheska, all those long months ago, the glowing rock vice had taken from him. A brief pang of emotion flitted across his chest, and then it was gone. Farden contemplated leaving it there, but something in the back of his mind told him to keep it. Taking his stone, Farden left the crater as quickly as he could and retreated to the relative cool of a nearby dune. He sat down and took his boots off so his feet could cool down, and then stretched out on the sand once again. He rolled the lump of golden rock over and over in his hands until it had cooled, and then, after staring at it for a very long time indeed, he put it deep in his pocket to keep it safe. High above, the vast sky was beginning to blush and turn the color of dawn. It wouldn't be long until the sun appeared over the cliffs, bringing with it the unbearable heat. Farden lifted his head to look at the tall cliffs in the distance. There could be water there, he thought, or caves, or at the very least some shade for the day. For the moment, he decided, they were his only option. After a brief half-hour of rest, he was on his feet again and racing the sunrise to the shade of the cliffs. Farden reached the shadow of the cliff face shortly after dawn, already soaked with sweat and exhausted. The night had all but disappeared. The dunes behind him shimmered in the early heat waves. Farden put his hands on his knees and tried to spit in the sand, but his mouth was too dry. The mage had had enough of this desert. Farden stretched, weary bones clicking, and looked up at the cliff face that blotted out half of the sky. It rose out of the sand at an almost perfect right angle, completely sheer and, with the exception of a few scrubby plants clinging to life along the rock face, completely featureless. There were no caves, no trickling stream, only brown sandy rock. Farden sighed and shook his head. Just his luck, he told himself. The mage wandered along the cliff face for an hour or so, peering into the occasional nook and cranny, prodding and poking at any signs of running water, but still the obstinate wall of rock remained fruitless and dead. There was also something else bothering him. For some reason, Farden felt like he was being watched. Every time he looked up, he could imagine eyes staring back at him from the stone. There was an uncertain air about the cliff and the mage didn't like it one bit. He kept a hand on his sword, sneaking more than a few looks over his shoulder as he wandered. Imagination and dehydration hid behind rocks, or in hollows, and taunted him with little noises and shadows in the corners of his eyes. Farden grew tense and wary, and after a couple of hours he was once again ready to give up and go home. He took a swift rest against a craggy outcrop of sandstone and caught up with his breathing. Sweat bathed his brow. Just as he was about to reach for his weight, the mage noticed his boot had come undone in all the excitement. As he bent down to deal with it, he suddenly noticed a set of strange footprints in the sand, tracks that he could have sworn had not been there before. Farden could feel ice suddenly creeping over his back, prickling him like spider's claws. Standing up very slowly, Farden drew his knife and calmly looked around. There was nothing there. The desert was as quiet as a barrow. His eyes flicked to the sand. The footprints disappeared around a small outcrop of rock to his left, and without hesitation Farden began to follow them. Magic started to wash around in his veins as his anticipation grew. The tracks led him a winding path past the outcrop and further along the face of the cliff, until his keen eyes picked out an opening a stone's throw away. Farden looked around him, wary of a trap, and then carefully walked on. The tracks stopped just before the opening and so did the mage. After a sharp intake of breath and with no further ado, Farden boldly stepped forward, sword held out in front of him like a torch in the dark. He did not need it. The opening was a large rift torn from the rock face. There had been a landslide some time ago. The dislodged boulders and evicted stones had not fallen far, and instead had formed a strange sort of staircase that climbed up into the narrow fissure. A single shaft of bright sunlight shone from a gap above. Here and there a sprig or two of green poked out from between the rubble, signifying trickles of water hiding somewhere beneath the tumbled stone. But the mage was not interested in the stones, nor the leaves, nor even the chance of water. Instead he stared at a familiar figure sitting calmly and cross-legged on a lump of rock, not 10 paces from him. The bright sunlight from above made the crystals of sand trapped in his clothes sparkle, like his eyes. His hair twitched in the hot breeze. He stared at the mage as though he were an amusing puzzle. Farden glared back, took a few tentative steps forward and waited for the fawn to speak. Strangely, it didn't say a thing. The goatman simply let a strange smirk shuffle across his hairy lips. The silence was a little awkward. Farden quickly grew bored of it. "Why are you following me?" asked the mage. The fawn picked at his long nails and made a strange sucking noise with his teeth. "I could ask you the very same question," he replied, with a mysterious air. Farden waved the sword at him. "I'm not in the mood for riddles. What do you want?" "Again, perhaps I should be asking you." Farden took another step forward. "I'll ask you one more time," he began, but before he could finish the fawn got to his feet and jumped down from his lump of rock. With a sandy thud he landed in front of the mage, a hair's breadth from the tip of Farden's sword. Farden didn't flinch. The fawn raised an eyebrow as the metal tickled his hairy chest. Farden didn't move, and instead took in every inch of the strange animal in front of him. The goat creature was tall, very tall indeed, and seemed to be mostly human from the waist up. His legs, as Farden had noticed before, were incredibly and unmistakably goatish, bending so the knees faced backwards. They were covered in dark bristly hair, and ended in black cloven hooves. The mage noticed how the hooves didn't sink into the sand like his boots did. Desert magic, grimly surmised the mage. The fawn's shoulders were square, and his arms long and muscled. His clothing was simple and cheap, a long, pale brown jacket that reached past his knees, a ripped pair of moss-green trousers, and a red strip of cloth around his neck, like Farden's scarf. The fawn's leathery face was mostly obscured by a bushy black beard. It hung onto his cheeks and his chin like a storm cloud, dark and heavy. His eyebrows were black and equally bushy. His black hair was cut short and fell forward over his forehead. The rest of his face was punctuated with a long bulbous snout, and his hairy lips framed a row of big, square teeth. Sprouting from the corners of his tanned and rugged forehead and curling around his pointy ears, was a pair of short gnarled horns like a goat's. There was something about his eyes, however, that captivated the mage, something that Farden couldn't quite put his sandy fingers on. They sparkled like dusty sapphires hiding between black hedgerows of eyebrow and beard. The two stared at each other for what felt like a long while, each gauging the other's intentions, assessing where to go from there. Eventually Farden withdrew his sword, sheathed it, and crossed his arms. The magic in his veins died away, and he shrugged. "Well then, what now?" he asked. The fawn looked up at the sky and snorted loudly. "Breakfast," replied the fawn in a deep, gruff voice. "We need to talk." He turned on his hoof and walked back to the rocks. Farden watched him as he bounded up the stair-like jumble of boulders with ease. The fawn never used his hands, simply relying on his spring-like goat legs to leap from rock to rock. Once the fawn reached the top, he looked down at the mage with a shrug. "Are you hungry or not?" he called. His voice echoed around the rift. Farden nodded, even though famished would have been more appropriate. With a lack of choices yet again staring him in the face, he set about following the goat man up the rocks. The climb didn't prove as easy as the fawn made it look, and it took the tired mage considerably longer to get to the top. Once there, he found the fawn had disappeared, and while he slowed his labored breathing, Farden looked around. He was surprised to see how high up he was. From his vantage point he could gaze out over the shimmering dunes. Farden could still see the dark scar where the star had fallen, far in the hazy distance. There was a trickling noise coming from somewhere, faint but unmistakable. The sound made Farden notice how dry his mouth was. Where had that blasted fawn got to now? He wondered. Turning his back to the desert, Farden moved to examine the apparently seamless rock face. Using his fingers, he quickly found a narrow lip of rock that curled in on itself, so that anybody looking at the cliff would be completely oblivious to its existence, even from a few feet away. Sucking in his chest, Farden squeezed his way inside and followed a narrow tunnel into the rock. He savored the coolness of the rock, and banged his head more than once on the knobbly ceiling. Ahead of him in the gloom, someone was whistling. Farden emerged into a low room that had been hollowed out of the sandstone, and was instantly confused by the warren of adjoining rooms and tunnels that surrounded him. He decided to follow the whistling, and followed it into another room that was wider and taller than the first and illuminated by two long windows facing what Farden assumed to be east. Vines and climbing plants formed the curtains. Their waxy leaves gave the sunlight a greenish tinge. A handful of orange blossoms bloomed between the leaves. A pale blue desert moth fluttered around one of them. It was odd seeing such vibrant life after days of desolate dune. It seemed alien, almost. The remainder of the room was infested with clutter and strange piles of junk. Farden looked around at the odd things: the strange collection of gnarled tree branches in one corner, a tall stack of bright green paper, the pair of disproportionate dolls made from stone and clay that sat crookedly on a copper dish, the bookshelf made of old bones, and a box so covered in melted and congealed candle wax that it looked like one giant candle itself, the table made of wind-warped wood, a bundle of quillhog spines. And then there were the drawings. Pages and scraps of parchment covered one entire half of the room. Most had been stuck to the stone wall, others were piled in precarious towers, some were strewn freely on the floor, but every single page was covered in ink-smudged drawings and sketches and notes and maps and essays. Brightly colored string held in place with little pins crisscrossed the pages on the wall like the threads of a spider's web. Farden moved to have closer look. As he examined the plethora of diagrams and schematics and scrawled annotations that made utterly no sense to him, he heard hooves on the sandstone behind him. Farden turned to find the fawn standing in the doorway bearing a plate of food in each hand. He smiled wryly. "Enjoying my drawings, mage?" the fawn inquired. The creature was obviously not whistling, but still the eerie noise continued. Farden wondered if it was the wind. Farden nodded. The mage peered at a drawing of a man in armor, squinting at the notes and arrows that surrounded it. He plucked a length of string and watched it wobble. "I would be if I knew what they were," mumbled Farden. The fawn said nothing in return. He simply stood there holding plates and watching the string wobble. A moment passed, a slightly uneasy one, before he moved to the wooden table. The copper plates hit the tabletop with a clank and the fawn sat down, his back to the mage. Farden cast around for something to sit on. He didn't fancy sitting on the candle box, so he found an old barrel instead, and brought it to the table. The breakfast, as it were, was not like any breakfast Farden had ever come across. There was bread, though it was almost orange in color, a medley of roots and leaves, and slivers of a gray meat which oddly enough smelled like fish. The mage was a little perturbed by the concept of how one got hold of fish so deep in the desert. Maybe it was poisoned, he thought ominously. But Farden's stomach growled like a bear, and the fawn was tucking in eagerly, so Farden ignored the strange colors and smells, picked up his fork, and followed suit. Thankfully, it didn't taste as bad as it looked. They ate in silence for a minute or so. The mage kept looking around. Something was still whistling. It was too tuneful to be the wind. "Do you live alone?" he asked. The fawn didn't look up but instead murmured around his mouthful of meat. "Sometimes," came the ambiguous answer. "Then what's that sound?" asked Farden, looking around for the source of the whistling noise. "Kettle," shrugged the fawn. The mage left the matter alone and got on with his weird breakfast. After a while, the fawn pointed at him with his rusty fork. "How's your sandworm?" Farden stopped chewing. "My what?" The fawn nodded to the gray slices of meat on his plate. "Sandworm. They're pretty hard to catch," he said, as if commenting on the weather. Farden's stomach felt as though it was squirming, and he quickly pushed the gray meat to one side. There was no more talking until they had both finished, when Farden decided he wanted a few answers. "So why are you following me?" the mage asked again. "I told you before, I'm not the one doing the following," replied the odd fawn. He leant back in his chair and stretched. "You're in my home, after all." Farden was not in the mood for riddles. "But you were at my campfire several nights ago," he countered. "I was passing through," said the fawn. He drummed his long nails on the wooden tabletop while Farden tried to restrain his growing impatience. "Then what do I call you, besides fawn?" he asked. Trying to get answers from this fawn was like manhandling a fat cow. The fawn shrugged once more. "It's been a long time since I have been called anything," he said, a little wistfully, and then he pointed at the mage. "You meanwhile, I have watched you for weeks, walking here, exploring there. What are you looking for?" "A man." "There are many different types of man, mage," said the fawn sagely. "This one is elusive," replied Farden, narrowing his eyes at him. "So are ghosts." "Are you so sure he exists at all?" "I know better than that. Like I said, if you can't find something, then maybe it doesn't want to be found. And like I said, I know better." The fawn gazed out of the window and smirked, and launched into a story. Many years ago there was a merchant from Galati, who for some reason developed the belief that there was a secret oasis beyond the Dune Sea. One day he told his friends, and they began to laugh, thinking he was joking. They laughed and they sniggered, and in the end they told him he was a fool. But this merchant was a stubborn man and he refused to listen. He had a dream, you see, and an honest one at that. His dream was to find this oasis and drive a road to it, to carve a new and prosperous city from the sands. And so he packed his bags and left Galati for the Dune Sea. On his travels, not far from here, he met a fawn who offered him a similar breakfast to the one you're currently enjoying. I listened to his dream and afterwards I told him he was mistaken, of course, and that there was no such paradise beyond the dunes. After all, I should know. But still he shook his head, and no matter what I said he wouldn't be dissuaded and remained convinced of its existence. So like a fool he wandered on into the dunes, despite my best efforts to convince him otherwise, said the fawn. "And what happened?" asked Farden, and in reply his host slowly raised a finger and pointed to the bleached bone of the bookshelf behind him. "A year later I found him, drier than the sand itself," he said in an ominous tone. "Some things don't want to be found." Farden nodded, humming somberly, and put his elbows on the table. "That's a sad story, but I'm afraid its moral escapes me." "Yes it is, and the moral is that you should listen to the people who know better. You can't find what doesn't want to be found, mage, and your magic can only keep you alive out here for so long." The mage shook his head. "But there's one problem with that." The fawn cocked his head to one side. "And what is that?" "When the people who think they know better actually know nothing at all," replied Farden, with a stubborn smile. "I know I'm right. This man is out there, and I think you know where he is." The fawn sniffed and scratched the side of his beard. "Do you, now?" Farden stared into the sapphire gems that were the fawn's eyes. Something flashed behind them. "I'm sure of it," said the mage. "Why, because you saw it in your dreams? Or because you followed a falling star?" Farden sat back and crossed his arms once more. "It was a nut, actually." "Whatever," he waved his hairy arms dismissively. Farden got to his feet and brushed the dust from his clothing. "Well, if you won't help me, I must be heading off. I have an uncle to find," sighed Farden. He smiled politely, pushed aside his plate, and then turned to leave, but before he had barely taken a step the fawn spoke up, suddenly rattled. "Your uncle is dead, Farden," he said. The mage whirled around and fixed him with a venomous look. "And how would you know that?" he demanded. The fawn stood up and put his hands on the table. There are many things I know, mage, many things that you don't know, but should. Sit down, and listen to me. We need to talk. Why, so you can pass on whatever lies my pathetic uncle told you. Like Laffick? Asked Farden, eyes dangerous. The fawn opened his mouth to speak, a little shocked, found the words missing, and closed it again. The mage sighed. As I thought. The people who think they know better, actually know nothing at all. And here I was hoping you were different. Enjoy your sandworm, fawn, he said, disappearing into the next room. Listen to me. The fawn shouted after him. You will die if you keep searching. Then tell that to my uncle. Came the echoing reply. And with that Farden left, leaving the fawn alone in his strange warren to bite his lip, and wonder what to do next. Farden wriggled his way out of the narrow rock opening and began to climb down the boulders. After the cool of the cave, the desert air felt dry and hot on his face. He had come too far to believe that his uncle was dead. As he hopped from rock to rock, he began to curse the lying fawn and his riddles. The mage felt as frustrated as ever, and angry to boot. Hours later he was trudging bitterly across the sands in a northerly direction, his cloak dragging behind him in the sand, gold weight trapped in his fist, waiting for an excuse to be used. The sun was merciless and the dunes depressingly undulating. In the midday heat, walking was a constant battle, even for the mage. Up, and over, then down, only to fill his boots with sand. He muttered and looked behind him. Curving eastwards, the plateau of cliffs were a shimmering memory. He threw them a dirty look and carried on. After another punishing hour, which infuriatingly felt more like 3, Farden came across a sandy hollow between 2 steep dunes. Panting, the mage covered his eyes and looked down into the hollow, and to his relief he noticed a patch of shade at the bottom, where a pile of misshapen brown boulders lay half and half out of the sand, as if a giant had tossed them there one afternoon in a fit of boredom. And left them for the sands. Farden squinted at them, imagining legs and feet, arms and a head, poking out of the dune, waving at him. The mage shook his head, he needed shade. His brain was beginning to pickle. Dragging his cloak behind him, he slid down into the narrow hollow. He picked his way through the deformed rocks and found a shady spot hiding in the slender shadow of the taller dune. The coolness was intoxicating. Farden slumped to the ground with a sigh, and kicked off his boots so his toes could breathe. A sharp pain suddenly flitted across his heel, and he sat up to investigate the cause, cursing. A blister had burst at the back of his foot and was now an angry red sore. A single spot of blood dripped from his heel to the sand and vanished between the tiny grains. Bastard, swore the mage. Farden pulled a face and tore a strip from his cloak to bind the wound, but just as he did so the ground trembled. Farden flinched, confused, and looked up, half expecting to see another star falling from the azure sky. But the skies were clear, and as empty as they had always been. The ground shook again, rumbling and yawning, and very quickly the dune began to crumble. Farden hopped to his feet and with a grimace he quickly manhandled his boot onto his foot. Just before he was overwhelmed by the slipping sand, he managed to scramble his way towards the top of the dune. Bewildered, he wondered what in the name of the gods was happening. He did not have to wait long for an answer. There was a bang, and a rumble, and then a crack so loud it made his teeth jiggle. The dune swayed. Below him the brown boulders clawed their way out of the sand. They clambered and climbed over one another, clacking and banging, fighting for space, and slowly the rocks began to clump together. A leg formed, and then another, a torso, then a chest, and then a set of broad stone shoulders appeared, rumbling and grinding like an earthquake. The monstrous shape hoisted itself up the hollow with 2 bulging arms of sandstone. A head quickly followed, a head forged from pebbles and crushed sand. Clusters of dusty gems formed its eyes. One by one they blinked into life as though forges were being quickly lit behind them. The stone face clenched like a fist. Brows of rock and sand crunched, and with a hungry whine it stuck out a forked sandstone tongue, and tasted the tiny drop of crimson blood running down the end of its fingertip. Farden watched horrified as the creature savored it, licked its rasping, scabrous lips, and then smiled with teeth that sparkled with diamond flecks. Trails of white smoke began to pour from its rock joints, curling in the breeze like folded wings. To tell the truth, Farden still thought he was hallucinating. It took him several moments of eye rubbing and squinting before he realized that the rock troll towering over him was very, very real. Farden took a few steps backward, then a few more, and then frantically sprinted to the top of the nearest dune. The mage wasn't about to waste time finding out how sharp its glimmering teeth were. Gods damn this desert magic, he cursed for the 100th time. But the troll's reach was long. With a rumbling whine, it stretched out a mighty fist after the mage. Farden glanced over his shoulder just in time. Somehow, by a sliver of an inch, it missed him, but the shockwave of the falling fist sent Farden sprawling. Hungry fingers groped for Farden's leg and he swiftly rolled to his feet to avoid them. Defiantly, the mage stood unflinching as a fingernail as hard and as sharp as rubies flew past his face and dug into the dune in front of him. Fardan rubbed his hands together. Magic swirled under his skin. With a growl and a rumble, the rock troll narrowed its eyes, and then after a moment of indecision it raised an enormous leg and stepped forward. Fardan was ready for it. Or at least he thought he was. Had he known the true nature of the beast he was facing, for it was indeed a rock troll and a very ancient one at that, he would have probably kept running. Instead, in a foolish yet quite admirable move, the mage hurled 2 fireballs into the troll's face and confidently waited for the creature to fall to the ground. But the troll did not fall. Quite the opposite. The fireballs might as well have been pillows. The troll wiped the fire from its blackened features with the back of its hand, and as it grinned a thin trail of smoke escaped from its rocky jaws. Oh, was all Fardan could really manage at this juncture. His face fell. Just as he was considering which spell he could use next, the troll took another thunderous step forward and swung its fist like a blacksmith's hammer. Fardan dove sideways as the dune burst apart under his feet. It was as if a mountain had exploded beneath him. The mage's ears popped with the sudden pressure change. He rolled and tumbled as the dune crumbled like a dusty carpet, until somehow his feet found solid ground, and then he ran as fast as he could. The troll was disturbingly close behind, and wrenching a spare rock from his shoulder, it flung it at the fleeing man with a blood-curdling growl. Fardan luckily saw the rock coming and sidestepped just in time. Sand filled his eyes. He coughed and he spluttered and he choked, urging his legs to go faster and faster. Propelled by its enormous legs, the troll easily caught up with him. Each step it took equaled 20 of his, and Fardan was quickly realizing how futile his escape was. The sweat was pouring down his forehead. There was nothing else for it. If he could fight dragons, then surely he could fight this stony abomination. Fardan skidded to a halt and dropped to his knees. The troll was right behind him now. Fardan felt his magic surging down his arm as he punched the sand, making it surge and ripple under his fist. The shockwave met the troll's shins with an almighty bang, and for a moment it looked like the mage had stopped it in its tracks. But sadly no. The troll was merely pausing. Fardan sighed, and helplessly watched as a stone foot collided with his ribs and sent him flying into the pure blue sky. Stars and colors danced behind his eyes as the world flipped upside down, and then before he knew it he was lying face down on the side of a dune, watching blood trickle from his nostril and stain the sand. Grit filled his mouth. This was madness, Fardan decided. The desert hated him, and now it was trying to rid itself of him. Fardan felt the ground throbbing beneath him and turned his head to see the huge rock troll casually walking to where he lay, shaking the ground with every step. Fardan watched it raise another fist and smile with its diamond teeth. The mage groaned and rolled over, pushing himself to his feet just as the fist descended. Fardan threw up his hands, palms flat, and a wall of air stopped the sandstone fist in its tracks. The troll growled and squinted at the little man standing underneath him, unable to understand why he was not a bloody smear on the underside of his fist. Ruby fingernails scraped against the mage's invisible shield, pawing at him. White smoke puffed from its joints. The stone creature tried again, clobbering Fardan with another hammer-like blow, yet still the mage managed to keep up his spell. Fardan gritted his teeth as the weight pushed him into the sand. One of his boots was swallowed by the shifting dune. But both of them, troll and man, knew that Fardan could not keep it up forever. The heat and the strain were getting to him, and the rock troll was now too hungry to give up. Half a century with an empty stomach can make one very persistent indeed. It pressed down with all its colossal strength. Fardan fell to his knees. Stone fingers hovered half an inch from his face. The shield spell groaned and creaked like an elderly tree, on the verge of shattering. Just as the troll raised a foot to stamp on the beleaguered mage and finish him off, the wind howled a discordant chord and the sand stirred around them. Something behind the dune caught the rock troll's emerald eyes, and it growled and rasped. It lurched and took a hesitant step backward, and Fardan quickly seized the opportunity to scramble away. But the troll had already forgotten him. Above them the sky was beginning to darken. The troll looked up with fear chiseled into his stony features. Fardan suddenly understood why. Just like the rocks they were made from, rock trolls feared nothing but time. Fire couldn't harm them, neither could earthquakes, nor light. Time was their only enemy. Erosion their only weakness, and nothing eroded a rock like a sandstorm. As the wind whipped the sand into a frenzy, the mage covered his eyes with his sleeve and pinched his nostrils so as not to choke on the swirling grit. In a matter of moments the wind had become a howling storm. Sand was ripped from the dunes. In a last effort to save its rocky hide, the troll frantically tried to bury itself. Its wailing and growling pleas were stolen by the gale. Fardan managed to sneak a look at the flailing creature as it was devoured by a swirling vortex of sand. He watched as the stone was stripped from the creature's body, as its bones and rocky limbs were whittled away to almost nothing, as its eyes were plucked out one by the abrasive maelstrom, 1,000 years compressed into just a few minutes. Its puckered face warped and shrank. It uttered one last cry, and then like charred matchsticks the rock troll fell to dust and was scattered by the wind. Farden coughed and spluttered as he got to his feet, a dark yellow, and slightly confused, version of himself. Sand whipped his face. The mage cast around, blearily blinking the grit from his eyes. He looked up, to the lip of the dune above him where a dark shadow stood alone, obscured by the swirling storm. It seemed to look at him, and then it turned away, vanishing behind the lip of sand. "Stop!" yelled Farden, but the shadow had gone. The mage half-sprinted half-scrabbled his way to the top of the dune, heaving and puffing through the fabric of his sleeve. The shadow had all but disappeared into the storm. It was getting away. "Show yourself!" he shouted, and surprisingly, it stopped. "Show yourself!" bellowed Farden again, swallowing half a dune in the process. The faint figure hovered for a moment, indecisive, wavering in the swirling haze. "Don't make me chase you," Farden added, waving clenched fists. The wind sighed in Farden's ears, and slowly the shadow turned to face him. As it walked towards him through the sandstorm, realization struck him like a cold hand to the face. Gradually the familiar goat legs bent and cracked back into place, replaced instead by a normal human gait. Dark skin shivered and turned a paler shade. Horns twisted and unfurled, retreating to their rightful place under the mop of thick black hair. Teeth shrank and assumed their ranks behind thin lips, and the snout, once so long and goatish, dwindled into a human nose. Only the dark beard remained, as did the clothes, though now they hung from an altogether different, yet familiar, figure, a skinnier, shorter, shape-shifting, tired-looking man. Farden had rehearsed this moment many times in his life, but now that it was standing in front of him, the words had slunk away and hidden themselves, too nervous to speak. Farden let his mouth hang ajar as his uncle emerged from the sandy haze and tried to avoid the mage's bewildered stare. Turfing shrugged, and because there was nothing else to do, put his hands in his pockets. The two shared a silence, one staring, the other sheepishly looking everywhere else, until Farden finally unclenched his fists, turned, and walked away. It is said that prayers give the stars their light. Prayer is a natural thing for a human, like hope. Some say that prayers are fueled by hope. Others say they are fueled by greed, fear, or even evil, but ask any god, and they will tell you that hope is what fuels prayer. Prayer may be natural for humans, but hope is as foreign to the ghostly void above as sunlight or grass or birdsong. But despite this, the gods collect their prayers, sometimes whispered, sometimes shouted, sometimes wept, from the thick darkness, and in turn those prayers give them something that one might have dared to call hope. It gives them skin and bone. Hope had been lost millennia ago, but the prayers kept on coming. Something moved in the darkness. Weak starlight caught a shape sneaking across the plain of nothing, disturbing a dust cloud. It would take a century for the particles of dust to settle, but what was another century on top of hundreds? The bold shape shifted through the nothing like a ghost, breathing as heavily as she dared in the stifling silence, eyes darting back and forth, panicking, careful, frightened. The figure flapped her wings, once, twice, and bit her lip. Her hand found the sword at her hip and patted it gently. It was dangerous on the open plain, where the demons walked freely, but her message was of the utmost importance. And was to be delivered at all costs. Chapter 4. The origins of the art of shapeshifting come from before human history. From what we can gather, shapeshifting began with the gods as a way of mingling with their mortals. Going from campfire to campfire dressed as a sage, or a widow, afforded them equality previously unavailable to such glowing creatures as they. There are many songs about Avernia, goddess of wisdom and magic, begging for food, or asking for a song, and therefore testing the kindness of her beloved race in the quiet years between the wars. And of course, in their own malevolent way, the demons and their dark elves perverted this art, and turned it to shadow, so it could be used for deceit, murder, and illusion. Even now, such arts can be learnt, though it is at the practitioner's risk, for it is a difficult and treacherous task to change one's bones and skin. However, it is a largely long-lost art, and the masters of true shapeshifting are now but ash and dust, long dead. Even the spellsmiths did not dare to circulate such spells. Mages like myself can only practice and dream. From Treatises on Shapeshifting by Master Jark. Farden was toying with a shard of pellucid ruby. It was a long sliver of a thing, a rock troll's fingernail, and a deep, blood red. As he twirled it in front of the candle, whirls of red and burgundy swam under its surface like dark wine trapped in a vial. The mage tossed it from hand to rough hand, maybe because he was bored, perhaps he didn't know what to say, but mostly because he didn't trust himself to speak. Farden dropped the ruby on the tabletop with a bang and it broke the pensive silence. He took a breath, held it, and quietly asked for patience. The whistling cave was starting to become annoying. It grated on his ears. He knew it wasn't his uncle. Turfing was busying himself manhandling pots and dropping cutlery in the adjoining room. It wasn't the wind either. That was a low moan that raced through the crags of the cliffs and rattled the shutters and the flowers of the window. No, this was musical, a tune of sorts, though it was like no song Farden had ever heard. It was infuriating. The mage dropped his ruby again and impatiently tapped it on the tabletop. His head felt fit to burst with questions. The mage tried to put a mental finger on the specific emotion he was feeling but realized there were too many to pin down. What does one say to a ghost? Farden leant backwards and shook his head, and what seemed like half a dune fell on the floor. Tap tap went the ruby on the wood, the fingernail of a dead troll. Soon enough, Turfing emerged from the little hollow of a kitchen bearing another pair of plates. Farden didn't say a word. He barely even looked up. A plate was placed in front of him and he eyed it mistrustfully. There was the same orange bread again, more leaves, and a lumpy green sauce which was actually more of a stew of vegetables and roots. No sandworm, don't worry, mumbled Turfing. His previous fawn-bolstered bravado had faded with its body. He looked nervous, and Farden didn't blame him. He should be. Turfing bowed his head and muttered his thanks to the gods before he started. The mage shrugged to himself. He nudged a leaf with his finger and then bit it in half. He chewed introspectively. His uncle looked up once, met his eyes, and then turned back to the plate again. His eye twitched. Wind mauled the shutters. The plants quivered. The sandstorm should stop soon enough, said his uncle, to his food. Don't know my own strength sometimes. Tap tap. No reply. Turfing looked at the ruby and pointed with his fork. I've never seen a rock troll grow that big before. Boulder fiends, some tribes call them, he said. Tap. Farden shook his head and tried some of the green stew. It was bitter but strangely refreshing, so he kept eating. The awkwardness was the only thing he could taste. The two men filled the silence with the sound of their own chewing. At long last, they finished their food and pushed their plates away. Farden toyed with his ruby and watched his uncle. Eyes down, Turfing coughed and wiped a cloth across his face, and for the first time he noticed the scars Laffick had mentioned. Some were long and silvery like the path of snail, others were ridged and thick, seams and whorls of rumpled red skin that would never heal. They crisscrossed his hands like a patchwork, covering every inch of his wrists and forearms and hands. Farden couldn't see the symbols on his wrists, but he knew they were there, and he knew they would be scarred and tortured just like the rest of his skin. The fawn was long gone, yet the man sitting in front of him still shared many of its features. Turfing's face was gaunt, hollow, and hinted at his long ears. Like a history tome yellowing at the edges, Turfing's face told a long story, a topography of memories written in skin and scar. Wrinkles ganged up at the corners of his eyes. His brow was furrowed and plowed from a lifetime of deep thought or worry. A scar curled around his left temple. The skin of his cheeks was dark from the constant sun, and there was a notch cut in the top of his left ear as if a ring had once been ripped out. Cut short and trimmed against his cheek was a dark beard, verging on black, with telltale patches of gray beginning to show through at the seams. The long brown fawn's coat had been replaced with a white shirt with little burn marks and holes across the chest. He was of the same build as Farden, and roughly the same height. Turfing's mop of sand-infested hair was long, matted, and jet black, the exact same color as Farden's, but his eyes were different, a deep ocean blue that Farden could only remember seeing once before, in his mother. Cheska's were paler, he thought. It was as though he were staring into an aging mirror. And it made Farden's blood boil. The mage felt cheated. His only family had abandoned him like a coward and had refused to speak to him, hiding behind dreams and fake fawns. Many, many questions, all craving answers. Tap 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 went the ruby. The mage broke his narrowed gaze and looked to the rattling shutter on his left and looked at the dusty yellow sky outside. He took a breath. I want to know everything, he began. Everything? Replied his uncle. Everything, nodded Farden. Turfing looked at him questioningly, unsure to be glad of conversation or afraid of it. He smiled briefly, as if he had tried the smile on and then realized it didn't suit him, and then chewed his lip. Well, there's a lot to tell you, I don't know where to start. How about when you left? Farden clenched a fist around the ruby. Tap tap tap. You already know about that, managed Turfing. Do I? Because it wasn't that clear to me. Or how about when you learned to shapeshift, or invade my dreams? Tap tap. Turfing held up a scarred palm. I'll get to that, he said. Start talking then. I don't know what you want from me, Farden. The mage slammed the ruby down on the tabletop with a bang and Turfing flinched. I want answers, Turfing. I want to know why you ran away. I want to know why you've been hiding all these years. I want to know why I've had to spend my years as a written with your madness hanging over me, why I had to endure all the whispers and the pointing, why you filled my head with nonsensical dreams, why I spent the last 6 months trying to find you, why you paid a man to get rid of me, and why, when I did find you, you hid behind the body of a fawn, pretended that you were dead, and then lied to me. And I want to know what the fuck is whistling. Fardin leapt up, knocked his barrel flying, and hurled the ruby into the kitchen with all of his might. It shattered against the stone wall in a burst of crimson flame. Turfing sat very still and looked at the upturned plates lying on the floor. He couldn't meet Fardin's frustrated eyes. With great deliberation, he reached inside his shirt and fished out a golden coin that hung on a frayed string around his neck. When he spoke very quietly, almost in a whisper, so that Fardin had to retrieve his barrel and sit down. The mage fumed. His knuckles were white. The strange whistling had stopped. Turfing sighed. Before they give you the coin, you see, it's held over a fire for a very long time until it glows and spits. The gold doesn't melt, no, the spells of the blacksmiths see to that, it just gets hotter and hotter and hotter. Then what they do is they take it between two pincers, like this, between finger and thumb, and they hold it against each of your wrists, one at a time, to mark you as an outcast. So everybody knows what you are. I can remember the stares of the soldiers that marched me into the mountains. The scars are there for life, said Turfing, eyes glazed with long-forgotten memories. He lifted up his wrists and Fardin saw the black circular symbols hiding, tortured, beneath the scars, black circles and thin trails of script formed into the shape of a key. Turfing spun the coin on the string. They never go away. The older mage sat in silence for a moment before chewing his lips some more. An angry Fardin waited for him to go on, waiting for his answers. His uncle's mouth gave a slight twitch. A name tumbled from his lips. Vice, that snake, marked me with fear as well as hot gold. He did something to me, Fardin, that I have never managed to forget. Don't you think I would have come back, if I could have? Do you not think I would have sent myself, instead of sending dreams? And I'm not mad, Fardin, before you say it again. I'm old and tired, and afraid, that much is true, and they can seem like madness sometimes, but I'm not mad. Then explain those, said Fardin, and he pointed to his uncle's hands and arms. Turfing ran a palm over his scars. Another moment passed before he spoke again. You were in the mountains dealing with some peasants the day it happened. You were too young to remember, but I was so ill by then, so tired of the pressure of the magic on my back and in my skin, so tired of him plotting and scheming, so tired of the voices. He would make more of us, he said, teach them to be like us, he said. Us. I was not like him. You shapeshift like him, interrupted the mage, and his uncle's face went dark like a storm cloud. Foam gathered at the corner of his mouth and his hands shook. I am nothing like him, barked Turfing, and being so close Fardin flinched. Turfing's face was wild and unrestrained, and Fardin once again saw himself in that strange mirror, though this time he saw the angry violent written, the man he knew was hiding just under his skin. I am nothing like that bastard, that half-breed, muttered Turfing. Scarred, white, fists gradually unclenched and spread themselves across the tabletop. His voice was suddenly calm again. In the end I convinced myself that the only way to escape was to convince him I was useless or kill myself. He perpetually spoke to me, you see, told me things, whispered in my head and plotted and schemed until I just couldn't take it anymore. One day I just snapped. I smashed down a door and found the man that lived there. I didn't know him, he was a stranger, but he was the first stranger I could find, and I chose him. All I remember was that he didn't put up that much of a fight. Faced with a furious, blabbering, written, who would? I used him to break the windows, the chairs, the table, and then I put a part of him in each of the rooms and threw the rest from the window. I painted the walls and doors with his blood. When the guards found me at the wall, naked and screaming, I killed a few and then let the rest take me, but not before I had used the broken glass. Turfing held up his wrists to show the nephew the scars. On each of his wrists where his tattoos should have been were the circles of twisted and scarred skin. The mage suddenly felt uncomfortable and, try as he might, he struggled to hold his uncle's eyes. I tried to dig it out, the magic, Turfing trailed off, and changed the subject. He blinked several times before continuing. You came back early that day, and that's when you saw me, being hauled off to the prisons in the Arcathedral. I never planned for that, Fardin, not for one moment. You should never have seen me like that, he said solemnly. Fardin nodded slowly and looked away, trying to stop the words coming out of his mouth. They forced themselves out anyway. And then you left me for Vice, he mumbled. I thought you were dead, Turfing. Do you realize what that did to me when you left? To his surprise, Turfing did not shout, nor did he even flinch. He merely sighed and accepted it as truth. My plan was that I would disappear into the wilds and Durnus, our mutual friend, would keep you in Albion, away from Crosslung and Vice and his machinations. But, unfortunately, even Durnus was blind to Vice's deceit, and I couldn't have told him if I tried. Besides, my mind was not right. Twisted. Nothing made sense. Durnus had no idea, and by then of course, it was too late. And for that I am truly sorry. I should have never allowed Vice to get his claws into you, apologized Turfing. There was silence for a moment, as the wind howled and moaned. His uncle looked up, and pursed his lips, as if his next words were sharp and spiky. Or her claws, for that matter. Farden cocked his head to one side, eyes flashing once more. Turfing nodded in reply. I've watched you and her since this whole thing began, since you met her at the spire, but never, not once, did it occur to me that you and the princess were the crux of Vice's plan. Not once. And now that it has, it could be too late. Turfing thumped his fist on the table. You watched me? You watched me all along and never thought to warn me? Asked Farden, incredulous. Turfing frowned. I did try to warn you. I told you how to escape, to follow the dragons, to keep an eye on the weather. How exactly was that warning me? Challenged Farden. Cryptic dreams that kept me guessing to the last minute? A cat who could secretly talk, but just not to me? Turfing twitched again. He held up his hands, trying to calm his nephew down. Dreams were my only choice, Farden, and as far as Laryl is concerned, her message was for Durnus, not you. Leave her out of it. You could have warned me about Vice or Cheska at any point, snarled Farden. Have you ever tried to make somebody dream something, Farden? It is so difficult I couldn't begin to tell you. I don't care how difficult it was. Did it not occur to you that I just dismissed them as nightmares, like I did for years beforehand? Flecks of spit flew with the mage's words like slingstones, making Turfing wince with every one. You should have sent a hawk with a message tied to its leg. I would have paid attention to that. Hell, you should have come yourself. Turfing sniffed. What did you expect me to do, Farden? Just waltz through the gates and pluck you out of Krauslung? I can't leave my desert. I'm supposed to be dead. Farden jabbed an accusing finger at his uncle. This coming from the mage who can shapeshift. Face it, Turfing, you could have done something, and you didn't. For God's sakes, you just left me to flounder like a fish in a barrel. No, Turfing shook his head stubbornly. I tried. I just didn't try hard enough. I've been through hell because of you're not hard enough. Turfing lowered his head. His voice was a low whisper. Don't you think I know that? I know what you've gone through, Farden, I've watched your every. How? Yelled Farden, interrupting and exasperated. His patience for riddles had disappeared. How have you watched me? Is it some sort of spell I don't know about? Seer stones, tea leaves, scrying mirrors, what? His uncle rubbed his sweaty hands on the thighs of his dusty trousers. I guess I have to show you for you to understand, he said. You wanted to see what the whistling was about, after all, he sighed. Turfing got to his feet and beckoned for his nephew to follow and, infuriated, confused, and bordering on violent, Farden did so. He clicked his knuckles one by one as he followed his strange uncle through the kitchen, stepping over the scattered pans and shards of ruby, wondering what possible explanation his uncle could offer. His blood simmered. At the end of the kitchen was a windowless and winding corridor hollowed out of the sandstone rock. The mage ran a sweaty finger along the walls. They were smooth and cool. Candles perched like birds, fluttering on wooden shelves and plinths at regular intervals along the corridor. Their quivering flames threw strange shadows on the men as they passed by. On either side of the narrow corridor were little rooms and grottos. Some had doors, others didn't, and in those Farden managed to catch glimpses of his uncle's odd life. Some were crammed to bursting with strange artifacts and objects, like exhibits in an abstract museum of the deserts, while others were dark and mysterious, full of books, and used in hoarding dust. Turfing didn't explain, and Farden didn't ask. The mage wondered who had made these tunnels. He wondered why he cared. As they briskly walked past one little chamber, Farden snatched a glimpse of suits of armor stacked on benches, of strange cuirasses and breastplates adorned with cogs and wires, springs and plates, similar to the scribbled drawings covering the walls of the dining room. He hesitated and pointed and opened his mouth to speak, but Turfing hurried onward. Keep up, he whispered, and Farden had no choice but to do as he was told. The mage growled. The whistling had begun again, this time mixed with the howling of the storm outside. Farden quickly noticed a warm breeze blowing down the corridor towards them. It made his skin ripple, and with every step they took it grew stronger. Their path began to slope steeply upwards. Farden's boots found rock steps underfoot and he trudged up them, wondering what he was being led towards. His fists were still scrunched in anger. His knuckles wouldn't crack anymore, so he just dug his nails into his palms. Eventually they came to a wooden door and Turfing stopped dead in his tracks. So abruptly did he stop, in fact, that Farden had to put a hand against the wall to avoid colliding with him. His uncle chewed his lip for a moment, put a finger to his nose in thought, and then placed a hand on a wrought iron latch that held the door tightly shut. The wind whistled through the crack under the door. "I want you to meet someone, Farden," whispered Turfing. "He's the reason I'm still alive, and the reason I could make you dream." The mage stayed quietly fuming. Turfing continued. "No sudden movements. No magic whatsoever. And whatever you do, nephew, do not stand in his shadow," he warned. Farden scowled. "Whatever it is, I'm getting impatient," he replied. Turfing shrugged, took a breath and opened the latch. The first thing Farden noticed, as he put a hand to the door to keep it from swinging back under the pressure of the rushing wind, was that the room was open to the sky. It was a wide circular room like the turret of a castle, except that the parapets were made of smooth sandstone and the ceiling was made of sky. High above them the storm still raged. It had turned the usually azure sky into a swirl of dusty yellows and browns. Sand eddied and spun around the edges of the room, darting in between boxes and barrels and, disturbingly, stacks of bleached bones, picked clean. Behind him the door slammed shut, and that's when Farden noticed it, sitting as calm as could be in the center of the room. Farden had never seen anything quite like it, and even despite the blinding sand he stared wide-eyed and unblinking at it. By his side Turfing held his hands behind his back and waited patiently for his nephew to take it all in. The mage couldn't decide whether the beast was mostly eagle or mostly lion. It seemed to be comprised equally of both. From the head to the waist it was covered in tawny red feathers speckled with white and gray, sporting huge wings that seemed to hang effortlessly by its flanks. Then, from the waist to its hindquarters, the beast was a heavily muscled lion, complete with powerful paws and a long straw-colored tail. The tail swished impatiently from side to side and rustled against the walls of its wood and straw nest. Its talons clicked together ominously. But it was the face, that terrible striking face, that Farden couldn't tear his eyes away from. To the two men that had invaded its living space, its expression was that of calm intrigue, yet there was something behind those huge hunter's eyes, those white and yellow orbs that twitched and flicked over the mage's clothes, something that scared the mage deeply. They had seen 1,000 deaths, seen 1,000 years, and they were colder than an avalanche. The massive curved beak and curled talons that resembled antelope horns did nothing to assuage his creeping fear. The creature yawned, revealing a crimson throat ringed with rows and rows of feline teeth, and then blinked each great eye separately. Then, with much stretching and rustling, it stood on all fours and stepped down from its wooden pedestal. Instinctively Farden took a step back and made sure his feet were nowhere near its shadow, which incidentally, and probably to do with the lack of sun, wasn't anywhere to be seen. But to his utter surprise, the fearsome beast sat back on its haunches and made a whistling noise from between its beak. Turfing stepped forward confidently and raised an open palm to the beast. Farden half expected the creature to rip his uncle's arm off, but instead it met the hand with the top of its enormous head and began, against all odds, to purr. It wasn't quite a cat's purr, nor was it quite a lion's, more of a whistling rattle, but it purred nonetheless and let Turfing ruffle its long, feathery ears. Farden was awestruck. All arguments and questions had been forgotten, and his anger had melted like an icicle over a fire. He had met a griffin once before in the far north, or at least he thought he had. It had been nothing like this one. The creature he had seen had been a mere shade of this beast, a trickle compared to a river, nothing more than an oversized chicken, and it had talked with a man's voice. Faced now with the terrifying creature in front of him, Farden was sure that he had seen nothing more than a trick bird. He spoke as loud as he dared over the howling of the sandstorm above, frightened of startling the creature. "A griffin," he said. Turfing ruffled the beast's ears once more and smiled serenely at the mage. The creature seemed to have calmed him completely. "That it is," said his uncle, barely audible over the wind. "His name is Ilios. Does it mean anything?" Turfing smiled. "There isn't a word in our tongue that describes it." "Ilios," breathed Farden, and the griffin, hearing its name, fixed him with a look. Leaving Turfing's side it took a ponderous step or two forward and reared its head so it could gaze down at Farden. The mage could feel the weight of its footfalls on the stone floor. He steeled himself to remain still and unmoving, and when the griffin came to a halt no more than a foot away from him, fully within pecking distance, Farden met its hypnotic gaze. It was like staring into a frozen dream, looking into those deep eyes. Farden remembered the first time he had met the old dragon in the Great Hall of Josphin all those months ago. He remembered how he had wanted to dive into those golden eyes and get lost in them. But the griffin's eyes were something else altogether. Behind their fierce exterior was a keen blade of insight, and instead of falling into them Farden felt like they were falling into him, plunging into his very soul like a dagger through warm flesh. The mage could feel Ilios picking apart his memories and his personality as though he were picking apart a carcass. He realized that the griffin already knew him better than anyone else ever could, and it made him very uncomfortable indeed. Farden looked away and broke the griffin's gaze. He blinked like an owl, eyes stinging. Ilios warbled and sat down, folding his eagle-like forelegs underneath him with a hissing sigh. Even in that position the griffin was still taller than the two men. Turfing shuffled forward and put a hand on his nephew's shoulder. He spoke quietly in his ear, and Farden was suddenly very aware that was the first time they had touched in years. They say that when a griffin hunts you, it hunts you twice. Once for your soul, and once for your body. They never miss. I spoke to a griffin once, in the north. At least, I thought it was a griffin at the time. Now I realize it was a cheap parlor trick, a fake. Nothing like this, mumbled Farden, throwing the beast a wary look. Ilios blinked and looked between the two of them. Calm as could be. Turfing shook his head. Well, your first clue should have been the fact that griffins can't talk. They're an ancient race. His family was driven south by the snows and hunters, long, long ago, he said wistfully. They killed the griffins like they killed the phoenixes. They're hunted for their claws and their gold, you see. Farden interrupted. Gold? He asked. Turfing pointed at the barrels and chests crowding the edges of the circular room. They're like magpies. They love gold, he explained, and turned to run a hand down the griffin's thick neck. They don't talk, but they love to whistle. As if to prove his point, Ilios trilled a strange little melody. And does he always do that thing? With his eyes? Farden asked, trying to avoid looking into those uncomfortable eyes. Turfing shrugged and made a face which was neither yes nor no. It took him a long time to trust humans again, he murmured. Especially me. They don't like magic. But he shows me things like you and the rest of the world, and that's how I knew where you were and what was happening, well, most of it, Farden shook his head. I don't understand. You will, replied his uncle, with a smile. Turfing turned to face his nephew and put a hand on each of the mage's shoulders. At first Farden glared and flinched away, but the apologetic look in his uncle's eyes made him relax slightly. Turfing took his time trying to decide what to say. Farden, here he took a breath to think. I've let you down. I've spent so long in these caves, living as the faun, that I couldn't think of any other way to talk to you. I'm sorry if that hurt you, and I'm sorry I never made much sense. I did truly try to help. If you could understand how hard it is to speak through dreams, then maybe you might forgive me. It's like swimming through stone, you see, but I hope that you can accept that I at least tried to help. You remember the Arcathedral? When you were tied to that chair? I told you to keep an eye on the weather? Do you remember that? Farden nodded reluctantly. He remembered his uncle's voice in his head, telling him not to give up, telling him to run and live. Turfing carried on. People like you and I have to stick together, Farden. And I'm just not speaking about mages, you're the only family I have left. Your mother made me promise to look after you, and that's what I intend to do. Farden scowled. I still have questions. And I still have some explaining, I know. And I will in good time. There is so much to tell you about that I fear we don't have time for it all, replied his uncle. He made an uneasy face. His eye twitched again. And I think we need to talk about that princess of vices, as well. Farden wondered what he meant. He glared again. Turfing's arms hovered, uncertain of themselves, by his sides. There was a moment, a particularly awkward one, and then with a sigh, Farden moved forward to embrace his uncle. Turfing looked relieved. He grabbed Farden in an enthusiastic bear-like hug. As they embraced, both uncle and nephew silently counted the years they had wasted. Farden cleared his throat. Welcome back from the dead, he mumbled. Turfing did nothing but nod, and perhaps wipe a grain of sand from his eye. Perhaps he didn't. Behind them Ilios suddenly trilled, flicking his head to the side and then up to the sky. He sniffed the sandy air and made a low thoughtful humming noise. Hearing the sound, Turfing turned around and followed the griffin's gaze up into the sandstorm. He too made a humming noise and he and Ilios shared a look. Turfing chewed at the inside of his lip. Farden had seen that type of look before between the sirens and their dragons. Talking in silence. Farden clicked his tongue and wondered if this was going to be a common occurrence. It was a bit irritating having to listen to only one side of a conversation. What is it? He asked, stifling a yawn. He was suddenly very tired. Ilios says there are people coming. People? Dune delvers. What? Maybe whirl treaders. What? Nomads. Farden nodded, pondering how this empty desert had seemingly and suddenly become so full of people. He shrugged because he had no reply, and patiently waited for Ilios and his uncle to stop staring at each other. He cast an eye to the open roof above them and noticed, with a touch of relief, that the storm was dying. Patches of blue were beginning to poke through the swirling curtains of yellow and brown. The wind was taking its dying breaths. "Right," said Turfing. "Off we go." Farden threw him a quizzical look. "Where?" he asked. "Outside, of course. To meet the caravan." And with that his uncle made for the door, wrenched it open, and tapped his foot impatiently for Farden to hurry up. The mage decided to bite his tongue and just follow. Leaving Ilios alone in his room, the two men followed the winding corridor back the way they had come. While they walked, Turfing jabbered on about the nomad tribes and Dundelvers and Whirltreaders and Sunchasers and Pathcleavers and caravans and trader etiquette, how it was dangerous to touch their wares without the proper introduction, how their gods were strange wild beasts with 1,000 names, how they carried their dead around with them in jars or mummified them so that they could speak with the ghosts of their ancestors, and how they could navigate using the trails of the sandworms. They followed around Pariah, trading their meat for cloth and food, and how they herded the wild bastions and scillas and harvested their tusks. He told Farden about their strange customs, how their men took as many wives as they wanted, how they drank the blood of their enemies, how they could find water in the most surprising of places, and how each individual tribe had a very specific greeting which had not changed in 100 lifetimes. Farden couldn't remember ever hearing his uncle so loquacious. It was as though he had left the disheveled and slightly strange old man with the griffin, and followed a completely different person out of the room. The mage allowed himself a bemused smile. They halted at a small room filled with small wooden boxes and barrels, and Turfing took a few moments to select a few things for Farden to carry. Soon enough the mage was tottering down the hallway with his arms piled high with packets of strange food and salted meat, trying very hard not to trip and fall. Turfing, carrying a small firkin of liquid under each arm, led the way. They reached the small dining room near to the cave entrance and Farden was instructed to put the things on the table so Turfing could count them and make his calculations. If there was one thing Farden had noticed about Pariah, it was that trading was not just a way of exchanging goods, it was an art form. In the markets of Galati and Belafon he had seen merchants bartering for hours and hours on end to no avail, and he had seen entire stalls emptied in return for a tiny stone or a flower. Farden didn't pretend to understand it. He preferred good simple Emaneska coin. Turfing hummed and mused and rubbed his bearded chin and then finally clicked his fingers with an echoing snap. He plucked a few of the golden blossoms from the vines around the window and stuffed them in his pocket. Next he went to the bone bookshelf behind him and searched in between the withered pages and dusty spines. With a satisfied mumble he pulled forth a sheaf of dusty pages which had been left untouched and unscribbled. He waved at Farden victoriously. "If there is one thing the nomads love, it is paper. Don't ask me why, but they do," he said. Farden nodded and smiled. "You could sell them some of your drawings," he suggested, motioning to the wall of sketches and handwritten histories. Turfing made a horrified face and shook his head. "No, definitely not. They're too important to give away," he replied, as he folded the inch of parchment in two and stuffed it into one of his coat pockets. He pointed to the taller pile of boxes and packets on the table. "That's your pile," he said, and Farden rolled his eyes. Turfing took a moment to click his neck from side to side. A smile twitched. "You're younger and stronger than I am," he added. Farden reluctantly grabbed the teetering tower of goods. "I'm also more tired than you." "Some of us have been wandering the deserts for months on end," he retorted. Turfing winced and wagged a finger at the awkwardness. "Yes, and the nomads outside do that for a living. Now remember what I told you about their customs," he said. Farden nodded. "Yes, uncle," he replied, noticing how strange that word sounded coming from his mouth. As Turfing turned away, Farden thought he saw him smile. Turfing rolled his shoulders and put his hands together. After a breath and a brief moment of silent concentration, he cast his spell. Farden watched as his shape began to shiver and warp and stretch upwards. Curled horns emerged from his skull with strange crackling noises, his arms and face grew hairier, and his legs clicked as they bent backwards into their familiar fawn shape. When he was finished, he turned and grabbed his barrels and made for the narrow exit without so much as a word. Farden followed him, reflecting on which shape his uncle felt more at home in. Outside, the sandstorm had finally blown itself out, and the sand had returned to its rightful place on the dunes. The sun was slowly sinking towards the western horizon and the shadows were getting longer and longer with every passing minute. The vast blue sky above was tinged with rosy pinks and dusty purples, and far to the north a few wisps of yellow cloud hovered over the undulating horizon. The blackened crater of the falling star had been buried by the sandstorm, and now only a thin dark smudge of scorched earth remained. Laden with their gifts, the two men trudged across the sand towards the nomad camp that had sprung up near to the base of the cliffs. The light breeze, the remnant of Turfing's storm, did nothing to stifle the dry heat of the desert. Farden's feet had barely touched the sand and he was already longing for nightfall. Sweat gathered at his temples. Ahead of them, the makeshift nomad camp was a splash of bright colors against the dull dunes. The nomads had made camp in a crescent shape, as they always did. The nomad caravans were tall and narrow, shaped like the fins of a shark so that they could cut through the fast desert winds without being blown over. They were of a lightweight construction, formed of scylla hide stretched over strong curved spars. Their bases were thick woven baskets, and they ran on narrow skis of varnished wood that was incredibly slippery. The special varnish was one of the nomads' most carefully guarded secrets. People had died trying to discover its ingredients, and the nomads had killed to protect it. At the front of each caravan was a curious-looking gray boulder. Each one was at least 7 foot high and just as wide. Their surfaces appeared to be composed of rough plate-like sections that fit together almost seamlessly, like the cracked earth of a dry plain or the scales of a snake. To the unobservant traveler these boulders might have seemed unremarkable, magic rolling stones perhaps, or just anchors against the winds. Farden knew better. He watched as a gang of nomads wandered up to one of these strange boulders and began to shout at it and tap it with thin switches of wood. With a creaking sound like that of old leather being twisted, the boulder slowly unfurled, plate by curious plate. First came an arrow-like head, sharp and whiskered with 2 little black eyes. Next a pair of arms, each with a set of long digging claws, wriggled out from the boulder's sides. Last of all came the legs and a short, whip-like tail. They popped free as the strange beast rolled onto its stomach. The dillo, for that was what it was, shook sand from its armored back and bleated softly as 2 thin ropes were fastened to hook-like protrusions on its shell. With a few more taps from the switches, the beast moved forward and towed its caravan to a better spot. Farden watched the dillo disappear behind a tent, fascinated as always by the odd half-crab half-mouse creatures. In the wake of the storm, the nomads were swiftly putting up their tents for the night. The tall conical tents were made in the same way as their caravans, fabric stretched over a wooden skeleton, and they filled the spaces between the dillos and the caravans like brightly colored barnacles squeezing into a crevice between 2 rocks. The cooking fires had already been lit. Brown smoke wafted on the breeze. Strange smells invaded the noses of the 2 mages as they came close to the camp. Tall, long-legged figures strode out to meet them. Farden had seen their kind at the market in Belafon. Like Turfing's fawn, it seemed to the mage as though they had gotten stuck halfway through a shapeshifting spell, and hadn't quite figured out whether to go back or to stay as they were. They had long, spotted legs like that of an antelope, and long, hairy faces and flat noses. Their hair was either jet black or dune gold, and worn in long plaits so it could be tucked behind their furry ears and curled horns. Their eyes were of a deep nut brown. They shone with the sunset. It seemed the sands were as much a part of them as it was the desert. Turfing came to a halt and put his barrels down. He raised a hairy hand in greeting to the little group that had gathered around them. The tallest of the group, a female, returned the friendly gesture and smiled at him with a mouthful of snow-white teeth. Her eyelashes were spectacularly long and coated with flecks of sand. She bowed and then the whole party, the mage, the fawn, and the half-dozen nomads, all knelt in the sand. Keeping absolute eye contact with the tall nomad, Turfing used his fingernail to etch a symbol in the sand. When he was finished, the female drew a symbol of her own and there was a silence as everybody present stared at the symbols. What seemed to Farden like an age passed, until finally the tall nomad's solemn face broke into another wide smile and she began to laugh. Turfing beamed and looked to Farden, who shrugged and grinned back. With that the whole party got to its feet and the 2 men were led into the colorful camp. Turfing whispered in his nephew's ear as they wandered towards a big tent that stood at the center of the crescent-shaped camp. That's the greeting over with. Now these are pathcleavers, so be careful not to touch any of them, especially the women. We are sorcerers to them, particularly me, and that means we're cursed with the desert spirits. If in doubt, just bow and smile, he said. Farden nodded. Just bow and smile, he repeated. Some of the nomad children came to dance and run circles around the newcomers, and Farden grinned and bowed to them as they pointed and whispered and giggled at the strange man and the stranger fawn. All this smiling was starting to make Farden's cheeks ache. When they reached the big tent, the tall nomad, who Farden had rightly guessed was some sort of chief, introduced them to a huge table piled high with her tribe's wares. Turfing and Farden put their barrels and boxes on the sand and greeted the growing circle of onlookers with more smiles. After much bowing and even more grinning, the Pathcleaver chief said something to Turfing and beckoned him to peruse her table of brightly colored objects. Farden couldn't help but sate his curiosity. He leant forward and let his eyes wander. Covering the table was an extraordinary assortment of goods. There were jars of strange liquids, bottles crammed with pickled plants, bolts of cloth and gauze, and jewelry of every hue and material, from bone, metal, glass, and stone. There were dried lizards on sticks, feathers great and small and rainbow-hued, brushes made from mousetails, a lone and rather dilapidated shoe complete with a skeleton's foot, wild WIRM claws, golden quillhog spines, painted skulls, dried desert flowers, owl pellets, sandworm teeth, stunted vegetables, glowing berries, salted meats of assorted texture, balls of salamander wool, cloaks made from bastion, donkey, and scylla skin, blankets of goat hair, and pelts of animals Farden couldn't even recognize. Crammed in between these were books upon books and page after page covered in every imaginable language, vials of fat, quivering jellies, twitching fingers, glassless mirrors, bottled whispers, boxed nightmares, packaged dreams, hollow promises, and for some reason only known to the gods, every possible scrap of wood there ever was or ever would be, driftwood, hardwood, softwood, whitewood, sandalwood, petrified wood, terrified wood, and even invisible wood, which, Farden was swiftly told, came from the invisible trees of the south. The mage's mind swam. He felt completely overstimulated and utterly worn out. The vibrant table made his eyes hurt, and the stares from the nomads were beginning to make him feel a little uncomfortable. A very young-looking pathcleaver walked up to the mage and pointed eagerly at his vambraces. Farden instinctively crossed his arms, but the man proffered a silver pendant and pointed again, grinning and nodding all the while. Farden held up his hands and shook his head. "Sorry, no," he replied. "Not for sale." The nomad man did not understand. He delved into his pocket and added an amethyst the size of a small grape to his silver chain. When the mage continued to shake his head, the young nomad bit his hairy lip and danced on the spot, still pointing and grinning feverishly. The mage made a confused face. Just as he was debating how to go about getting rid of the eager nomad, he felt a hand on his shoulder and found his uncle standing next to him. Turfing winked and tapped a finger to his fawn nose. He burbled something in the strange pathcleaver dialect and the man instantly stopped dancing. Retreating swiftly with a polite bob of his head, the man went and reclaimed his seat by the campfire, throwing Farden wary looks. Turfing chuckled quietly. "What did you say to him?" asked Farden. "I told him there was a ghost in your armor." "They hate spirits," answered Turfing, and Farden couldn't help but grin. "Listen," began his uncle, "why don't you go and get some food, have a walk around? This is going to take a while." Farden nodded and let Turfing get back to his bartering. The mage backed away from the hustle and bustle and took a moment to stretch and yawn. He looked back at the cliffs. The dying sun had painted their faces a dusty rose color, and they seemed to glow in the sunset. The sand was a deep orange and the sky was a palette of pinks and purples and yellows. In the east a lone star hung in the firmament. Farden took a deep breath and exhaled through his nostrils. He could feel his earlier anger and confusion being replaced with a drowsy peace, a feeling he credited to the cool of the evening and the intoxicating smells of the campfires around him. He watched Turfing banging his hand on the table and pointing and talking very loudly in the nomad's strange language. The others around him were doing the same, swapping things left and right whilst yelling their terms. It was all a bit too noisy for Farden. He decided to wander along the row of caravans to see what he could find in the way of food. The commotion had made him peckish. As he passed the makeshift tents and crackling fires, he breathed in the aromas of meat, herbs, and other such succulent things that made his stomach rumble. The tall people gathered around the fires bowed and smiled at him as he passed. Farden smiled back. At one such fire, a herd of young boys were roasting chunks of dark meat over the flames with long wooden skewers. Not wishing to scare them, Farden approached them gradually, pasting a wide grin on his face. He needn't have worried. As soon as they clapped eyes on him and his foreign garb, they leapt to their feet and crowded around him, babbling 100 questions in their odd tongue. Overwhelmed, Farden held up his hands. "I don't understand, I'm sorry," he said. One boy, probably the smallest, managed to squeeze some words out in a language Farden understood. "Magic man. Do tricks. We want see tricks," he yelled, and the others cheered and ran in circles. Each of them had tiny horns poking out from their foreheads, as if they were little deer. Farden tried to shoo them away, but it was useless. "Okay," he shouted. But in return, he began, and then mimed the rest, pointing at the meat and then to his open mouth. The boys took a moment to confer and then the smallest one came closer to bow. "Magic first," he said, grinning like a jester, "then food." Farden laughed and the herd of boys erupted into cheers. They scrambled back to their fire and their skewers and watched eagerly as the mage took a few paces back. A few curious others poked their heads out of adjacent tents and caravans. Farden took a breath and rubbed his vambraces together. A ball of orange flame appeared in one hand, then vanished. Another appeared in his opposite hand, then again it vanished. The boys went silent. Suddenly Farden clapped his hands together with a flash of light and both balls of fire spun around his wrists. Farden plucked them from the air and began to juggle with them as they crackled and whooshed through the cool evening air. A chorus of oohs and ahs came from the tents and the mesmerized boys. Farden kept going until he was juggling 6 balls of fire, each the size of an apple, in a swirling cartwheel of flame. For his grand finale he clapped his hands together once more and each fireball popped with a flash of blue light and flame. The mage bowed and grinned. Deep down he loved to show off. The nomad boys cheered and danced and yelled and leapt and made strange ululating noises with their tongue. True to their word, the smallest boy marched forward holding a skewer so heavy with meat it looked as though it might snap at any moment. With a solemn face he handed it to Farden, who accepted the prize with his deepest and most formal bow. Their curiosity sated, the boys giggled and ran back to their fire. Farden smiled and left them to dance and holler. The mage wandered down the line of tents, ripping big chunks of hot, dark meat off the skewer with his teeth. Whatever animal it had come from, it was delicious. He couldn't have cared less if it was sandworm, it had been a long time since he had tasted meat that good. Farden allowed himself a satisfied hum and wandered on, stroking the cold plates of the curled-up dillos as he walked past each caravan. Near to the end of the nomad caravan was a slightly larger tent held up by poles and ropes. Now that night had almost fallen upon the desert, torches on tall sticks had been lit and thrust into the sand around the tent. Flames danced over the rippled sand. A handful of moths flapped and worried around the crackling flames. Like the moths, Farden was intrigued by this big bright tent, and he walked over to investigate, wiping the last of the grease from his chin. It was quiet at that end of the camp. The breeze whispered behind the tent flaps. Voices murmured. Sickly incense hovered on the air. Leaving his skewer upright and wobbling in the sand outside, Farden ducked under the lip of the tent and looked around. In front of him were 3 men gathered around a small box. They sat cross-legged on woven carpets, drinking deep red liquid from wooden goblets. Glazed and glossy-eyed they smiled at him and raised each of their goblets in turn. Farden, knowing exactly what to do by now, bowed and grinned back at them, and they went back to their drinking. Behind the 3 men was a row of tall barrels upon which a cloth had been spread. Behind that was the door to the caravan, and the end of the tent. It looked to Farden like a makeshift tavern. The mage swiftly realized that the meat skewer had made him considerably thirsty. Why not, he thought. Farden walked forward and stood by the bar and waited patiently. A large yellow cat sauntered around the edge of the bar and weaved through his legs and then, with the usual effortless grace of a feline, it hopped onto the bar and promptly curled into a ball. The cat watched the mage with its huge green eyes and flicked its ears at him. Farden had never seen a cat like it. It was some sort of desert cat, with an enormously long tail and cavernous, tufted ears that looked as though they could have heard a mouse nibbling a berry from a mile away. The cat seemed perfectly content to sit and watch the strange new visitor standing at the bar. Farden lifted a hand to stroke it and to his complete surprise the cat changed color from yellow to green, and then to blue. Farden squinted at it, and it waved his hand in front of its orbicular eyes. It shifted to a sultry maroon and hissed. "Can I help you?" said a small voice in his own language. The mage looked up to find a woman staring at him, a short woman with sharp horns protruding from her scalp. She had fair nut-brown hair and a thin furry face. She was quite attractive in a strange, wild way. Farden couldn't help but notice her piercing blue eyes, which was quite a rarity in Paria, and he found himself helplessly staring into them. They were the type of eyes that shimmered like the surface of a cold mountain lake, mirror-like and icy, and they stabbed at him like blue icicles. Eyes like Cheska's. Farden's heart twitched and he looked away. The woman coughed. The mage took a moment to collect his thoughts, and then dumbly realized he had been asked a question. Yes, well, maybe. I'm a little thirsty, he stuttered. Then you've come to the right place, replied the small woman. She bent down and disappeared behind the makeshift bar and then swiftly reappeared with a small wooden tumbler. With a pop she uncorked a nearby flagon and filled the little cup with a dark red liquid, which Farden assumed was wine. The woman pushed it towards him and he instinctively delved into his pockets for something to pay her with. He rummaged for a moment, fingers roaming across a vulture's feather, a dusty spyglass, and a cold, rough rock, no bigger than a nut. He considered it, and then decided no, something about the rock made him want to keep it. The blue-eyed nomad pointed a furry finger at the mage's neck, where a thin sliver of dragon scale hung on a chain. The necklace? She cooed, like an intrigued pigeon. Farden shook his head. It was a gift, from a friend. Not for sale, he said. She scrunched up her face and sighed. Instead the mage unraveled the scarf from about his neck, folded it into a neat square, and held it towards her. Despite the dust and a few stains, it was as good as new. The woman sniffed it and shrugged nonchalantly. The trade is fair to me, she said. Farden hesitated. I will try the wine first, he said, and the woman shrugged. The mage brought the wine close to his nose to give it a cursory sniff. Aromas of bitter herbs and cinnamon climbed up his nose, tingling his eyes. He took a sip and swirled it over and around his dry tongue, letting it swish about his gums and mingle with the taste of the dark meat. The wine was strange, sticky, oleaginous, with a deep kick, but he liked it, and it had instantly drowned his thirst. "You like?" asked the woman, and Fardan had to admit he did. He handed the scarf over and she smiled. "Now I need a new scarf," he mumbled, but he didn't hear him. She was too busy arranging the scarf around her neck. The mage took another thoughtful sip of his wine and pointed to the cat. He remarked upon it. "Your cat changes color," he said, and then as if to agree the cat yawned and turned a reddish-orange color, like that of baked terracotta. "That it does," nodded the woman, still fumbling with the tassels of the blue and white scarf. She seemed to be a person of few words. Fardan took another sip and enjoyed the warm feeling in his throat. "Your accent is very good." The nomad woman tilted her head to one side like a little bird. Fardan pointed to his throat, then hers. "Your accent?" Nothing but another nod. He shrugged and poured himself some more wine. The warm feeling was creeping towards his head. He swillied the dark liquid around his cup. "This is good wine," he said. "I make it myself," she said, stroking the coarse fur of her rainbow cat. The mage motioned to the men sat behind him. "The rest of the tribe must like it." She hummed in a way that said, "Of course they do." She looked at him and blinked. Her eyes were the very epitome of blue. Fardan couldn't stop staring. He hoped he wasn't making her feel uncomfortable. "You look like someone I know," he said, in a whisper, his voice unable to fully commit to a full sentence. The woman shrugged and played with her new scarf. Beside her the cat turned green, and Fardan turned to stroke it. To his surprise his hand missed it completely, and he had to put a hand against the makeshift bar to keep from falling. He suddenly felt very dizzy. The woman looked at him with a suspicious squint. "Are you all right?" she asked, wary. She might have taken a step back, Fardan couldn't tell. All of a sudden everything seemed to be quite far away. "I don't know," he said and took another sip of wine to steady his gurgling stomach. The mage felt the world moving and spun around to see if he could catch it in the act. The three nomads gathered around the box had stopped drinking and were staring at him. Or were there 6? There was definitely more than 3. The cat had turned a darker shade of purple. He lifted the cup and peered into it. He had to close one eye to make it stay still. "What's in this?" he asked. The blurry woman looked nervous, in a blurry sort of way. "I call it never wine." "Never wine?" Fardan repeated. His throat burnt. His stomach curled up into a ball. His heart sank. He already knew exactly what she was about to say. "Never wine, made from a dark red moss that always grows on the south side of certain trees, called nevermore, which, if properly prepared, can cure many ailments," finished the woman. Fardan stumbled backwards and tipped the rest of the wine on the sand. It looked like blood against the dusty yellow. He teetered on the side of one boot. "Nevermore," he muttered. Amidst curses and apologies the mage stumbled out of the tent and sank to his knees. Darkness had now fallen with him. Stars hid their faces. His throat closing up, Fardan coughed and spluttered and somehow made it to his feet again. There was a throbbing in his head like a sledgehammer. Fardan could taste the bittersweet wine on his tongue, feel the purple sugariness on his lips. The cliffs ahead of him were a dark blotch on an even darker sky, and the campfires did nothing to illuminate the moonless night. Behind him the flames crackled. People laughed and sang. Strange rolling and ululating music came from somewhere and frolicked through the night. Fardan felt sick to his stomach. "Oh gods, please, no," he prayed, fighting not to gag. "Help!" The delirious mage stumbled as close to the cliffs as he could possibly manage and then collapsed to the warm sands. Before he knew it, the bile was filling his throat and there was nothing he could do to stop it. Dark, bitter liquid splashed the sands and stained the front of his tunic. The mage retched and heaved until there was no more, and then, because there was nothing else left to do, Fardan slumped to the ground and let the dusty night swallow him. The Pantheon must know, she told herself, and her purpose steeled her courage. Fear, like the silence and the spaces between spaces, hung in that place like a windless flag. Had she known what followed her, she would have waited and hid in the shadows between the stars. Chapter 5. 9 smiths together, 9 suits of life, 9 pieces beaten, 9 years of strife. 9 kingdoms covet, 9 thrones of spite, 9 armies marching, 9 fires ignite. 9 smiths all murdered, 9 suits were stolen, 9 pieces scattered and lost forevermore. Excerpt from the Edda of Skelusson, an old fable from before the scattered kingdoms. The icy sky was a broken mirror. Dark streaks of snow-heavy clouds stretched through the cold emptiness like the crooked fingers of a witch. The rain was falling sideways, and it stung his face as the mage walked silently through the misty streets. Dark figures moved around him like shadows. Some ran, others huddled in streets' corners. He kept walking. Time felt liquid in the dream. He could push his hands through it and move it around as he wished. Images flashed in front of his eyes as he walked, of people and faces: a blonde mage, tall, tired and confused, a hooded man in a dark cloak, easily 7 feet tall, a thin pair of thin lips and pale, almost white eyes. They were pressing themselves against a door in a strange and he had never seen as spears and blades broke and pierced the wood. Farden moved on. The sounds of the city washed over him like thick oil, dripping and wallowing in puddles of loud and quiet. As he leant to and fro he heard slow screams and deep booming shouts. Foreign tongues yelled orders. An image of a black cat wrapped in a blanket. A maid shivering on an icy mountain, led by the fingers of a stocky man. 3 figures ran through a bustling market, chased by blades and yelling. The mage blinked and saw the port ahead. He moved towards it and was there before he realized. Everything was covered in ice. It clung to the rigging and choked the bells. The clanging of hammers reached his ears and he turned to see tall ships towering over him. Tall ships half finished, full of chains and ropes. Farden took a step back and suddenly he fell hard on the icy walkway. He closed his eyes and winced in pain and reached out to hold his head only to find he was pinned upside down to a marble ceiling. The floor looked familiar, as did the bed and the other rich trappings around the foggy room. A door slammed and a shadow entered, and Farden watched as it moved slowly towards the bed. Whoever it was quivered and wavered like a mirage, and it took an age for them to walk across the room. The shadow eventually lay down and spread a hand across her bulbous stomach, eyes closed and hair draped across her face. Farden suddenly began to feel very uncomfortable. A cold pang of hurt struck his chest, somewhere between his stomach and his heart. He looked down at her stomach and glimpsed a shadow of a child curled inside her womb. A strong heart throbbed inside its tiny chest, and that cold pang of hurt inside Farden's became a burning, and then a blistering fire of pain. Then, with eyes as blue as any sapphire, Cheska looked up at Farden as he lay there on the ceiling, and smiled at him. Farden tried to speak but neither his tongue nor lips would answer him. The mage couldn't take his eyes off her. She seemed so close. He reached out a calloused hand to touch her but she was so very far away. His child's heartbeat throbbed in his ears, deafeningly loud, and as he strained and strained to reach out to them, the shadow that was Cheska put a finger to her lips. Slowly, very slowly, she raised her hand up towards the mage. Farden tried with all his strength to touch her finger and for the briefest of moments he could have sworn he brushed her fingertip. But something glimmered in her hand. Something small and something deadly. The mage's eyes grew wide with horror as he realized what was happening. He thrashed and writhed but it was no use. He tried to shout but nothing came. Without the faintest shred of emotion in her sapphire eyes, she plunged the dagger into her belly and deep into her womb. Farden watched as the blade disappeared inside her, and then suddenly it was over. The dream collapsed in a flash of dark blood and fire. It was still dark when Farden awoke. Dark and cold. Cracking open an eye he peeked at his blurry surroundings through sand-caked eyelashes. Bright torchlight stung him, and he closed his throbbing eye once more, feeling for the blue and white scarf around his neck. It was gone. A fresh breeze tousled his grimy lank hair, ruffled his clothes. The torch crackled contentedly to itself. Farden took a long slow draft of air through his nostrils. He could smell the crisp night, something roasting, maybe food, and bile. That much was certain. Farden stretched out a hand and felt his nails scrape on sandy rock. He groaned, and realized that eventually he would have to get up. Just a few more minutes, he said to himself, and then he would. But a voice broke the crackling breezy calmness. Sleep well? Farden took a moment to collect his fragmented thoughts. The remnants of a strange dream were scattered between hazy memories of the nomads and their camp, and that wine. That bastard wine. He groaned once more and rolled onto his back. A hand helped him and then patted his shoulder. Easy. You've been unconscious for 2 days. Farden slowly and carefully opened his eyes to find the bearded face of his uncle staring down at him. Firelight played amongst the lines and crags of his concerned countenance. Turfing smiled wryly and tried to help Farden into a sitting position, but with yet another groan and a wave of his numb arms, he shook his head, mumbled a no and remained lying on the floor, staring up into the dark star-studded sky. Farden took a deep breath and blinked a few times and scratched the back of his head against the sandstone rocks. Far overhead, in the upper reaches of the atmosphere, a dark winged shape circled the cliffs, and watched, and listened. After a few moments the mage coughed hoarsely and rubbed his raspy tongue along his dry teeth. The sky is so big here, he managed. It always has been. Turfing took a moment to decide what to make of such a comment, wondering if his nephew was still feeling the effects of the wine. He shrugged in a manner that said neither yes nor no, and moved to stoke the little fire over which a spit of meat was hanging. He turned the hunk of meat over and looked up at the stars. "I suppose you're right," he replied. Fardan nodded to himself. The smell of the food had begun to tickle his nostrils and his empty stomach had started to gurgle plaintively. "Sandworm?" he asked quietly. Turfing shook his head and smiled once more. "No," he replied, "I think it's bear. Traded a stack of paper for it. Smells good." Fardan hauled himself into an upright position and momentarily closed his eyes as the world swam around him. "Easy," warned his uncle, but Fardan would not be dissuaded. With the utmost care and attention to his dizzy, and incredibly empty, stomach, the mage gradually pushed himself up from the sandstone and managed to make it onto his feet. He looked as though a stiff breeze could have felled him, and he wavered like a sapling. "If I ever find that bitch who gave me that wine," Fardan began, but the empty threat trailed away into the night like dying smoke on the wind. Turfing turned back to his roasting spit, shaking his head. "I wouldn't worry about that. The nomads are long gone. I doubt you'll ever see her again," he said, and then drew a sharp knife from his pocket. Fardan eyed the knife warily as a sudden and strange feeling washed over him, as if he had forgotten something quite important. Turfing lifted the spit from the fire and using the knife he carved off a thick slice of the bear meat. Fardan walked forward, taking the smallest possible steps so as to not jolt his churning stomach. Something on his uncle's finger caught the firelight. Fardan pointed and squinted at the ring. "What's that?" he asked. Turfing looked confused and followed the mage's gaze. "Oh, this?" He held his hand nearer the fire so Fardan could see. The dark ring looked as though it had been carved from a dark glass, like obsidian, and if the mage looked closely enough, he could see something glimmering and rippling beneath its glossy surface, like a storm cloud trapped in a bottle. Fardan said as much. "Well, you're almost right. It's a Parian rain ring, and it cost me almost all my paper." "And hard to say," mumbled Fardan, trying to get his tongue around Parian rain ring. "What does it do?" Silly question, but he asked it anyway. "The nomads use it in the deep deserts, far beyond the dune sea, so they can have water wherever they go. If the user is strong enough it can make rain clouds or, if you're really lucky, summon storms," he said. The old mage rubbed the ring in his finger for a moment, staring at the sky, before shaking himself out of his reverie. "Here," he said, "you need to eat something." The mage accepted the proffered slice of dark meat and took a tentative bite. It was hot and greasy, rich, and very good, but thrusting such rich ingredients onto a stomach as empty as Fardan's does not come without its consequences. Fardan retched and clamped a hand over his mouth as bile once again filled his throat. Turfing nearly sighed. "I knew I shouldn't have let you wander off on your own, but..." The mage swallowed hard. "I don't suppose you know any recovery spells?" he managed. "That was always Durnus's area of magic, not mine." Fardan put his hands on his knees. "Let me guess, you specialized in fire, light, quake." "And the rest," muttered Turfing, not taking his eyes off the meat. "How do you know so much? And how can you shapeshift?" Turfing shook his head. Questions, he replied, and sighed. "Through spending a lot of time on my own, and practice. Lots of practice. It's not as easy as it looks, and there are many sacrifices to be made for such power," he said. Fardan nodded. "Like uncle, like nephew. I have a question of my own. Not that you'll like it of course, but in the circumstances." "Ask away," muttered Fardan. "Why never mar?" Fardan pinched his eyes between his fingers and groaned. "I thought you'd have known that already," he said, one step from gouging his aching eyes out altogether. Words were pulled from his mouth like teeth. It was a subject he had never tolerated voicing. "Because I couldn't bear the sound of my own thoughts any longer. My mind used to be like a water wheel, churning things over and over and over all day long. The magic and the voices in my head used to keep me awake for nights on end, whispering at me, itching." "You know how it is," murmured the mage. "Nevermore was the only thing that would clear my mind and stop me worrying. But whenever I wasn't using it they would come back. So, I started using more and more to try to get the magic out my veins. That tends to happen when you've got the prospect of your uncle's madness hanging over your head. Thankfully I managed to keep my habit secret from the council and under control, and my magic stayed. Anyway, I'm finished with it now, and you know that's the truth. My mind seems to have calmed a little, and I haven't thought about Nevermore for months," lied Fardan. "That's 2 reasons for you. Want any more, Dot?" "2 is fine," replied his uncle, eyes fixed on the meat. "Is there any water?" asked Fardan, changing the subject. Both mages were glad for it. Bones creaking and lips drawn, Turfing got to his feet and moved past Farden to where a small spiral staircase led down into the caves below them. "Stay here and relax. We have a lot to talk about," Turfing told him, trying as hard as he could not to make his words sound ominous. But they were, and he knew it, and Farden sensed it as well. Without another word he climbed down the steps and disappeared into the shadows. The mage stared up at the stars and sighed. Nothing was ever simple in this desert, he told to himself. He cut himself another slice of bear and chewed on it slowly. The food was starting to do him some good. Slowly but surely his stomach was beginning to settle. Turfing took his time in returning, and it wasn't long before Farden felt steady enough on his feet to go looking for him. The mage wandered down the steps and into the flickering candlelit gloom of the Warrenus caves below. Farden looked left, then right, and then, deciding to go with his first choice, went left. His footsteps echoed softly against the stone, and the breeze from the outside whined gently over the shutters of the hollowed-out windows. Farden quickly recognized a familiar-looking doorway. Curiosity kindled, he paused and put a hand to the wooden door. It swung inwards with a squeak and bright candlelight spilt into the corridor, and without the slightest hint of hesitation Farden stepped through the doorway and into the little room. The room was the same as he remembered it, crammed with strange metallic contraptions that vaguely resembled armor. There were breastplates and cuirasses, shields and greaves, vambraces and pauldrons, gauntlets and helmets, every piece of armor that Farden knew a word for and even others he didn't. There was even a little anvil and tiny forge at the back of the room. It was like a blacksmith's trove. Farden carefully picked his way through the benches and boxes and examined the items. Some of them looked very old, while others shone in their polished newness. To his left there was a dust-covered selection of battered shields, curved like the sickle moon and covered in symbols that Farden assumed were Parian, while on his right was a full cuirass comprised of a complex arrangement of cogs and wires, like in his uncle's scribbled drawings. Farden's curious fingers found what looked like a lever and he pressed it. There was a click, and a whir, and suddenly the metal ribs around the waist of the cuirass sprung outwards with a vicious snap. Farden prodded them carefully and found them to be razor-sharp. A flash of gold and red caught his eye and he turned to see what it was. On the next bench was something very odd, and yet very familiar indeed. It was a gauntlet made of metal scales of red and gold. Farden raised his right arm. He looked at the Scalussan vambrace wrapped around his forearm, and then down at the gauntlet perched on the bench, and then back to his vambrace. It took a while for his drowsy mind to make the connection, but when it did he reached for the gauntlet, and carefully slid it over his fingers. By some strange spell the metal contracted around his hand and began to interlock with the scales of metal on his forearms, slithering like the skins of snakes, clicking and rustling. Once it was fully attached, Farden held up his armored hand and clenched his glittering fist. He could feel a strange energy under his skin, and he felt better already. "I see you found my little collection then," said a voice behind him. Farden nodded without turning around. "Where did you get this?" he asked. His uncle took a few steps forward and surveyed his collection of shiny things. He held a beaker of water in one hand. He smiled with a sigh. "I've been collecting it for decades now. Before you were born I worked as a blacksmith in the spire, and a damn good one at that. One day I would like to be one again," smiled Turfing. "It calms me, and in a way it quietens my own dark thoughts. There is nothing like hammering a piece of metal into oblivion to take away the stress." But Farden shook his head. "No, I mean this, the Scalussan gauntlet." Turfing took a moment to answer, then shrugged. He noticed the look in his nephew's eyes. "Well, those I managed to prize away from one of the World Treader tribes, actually using the same little trick we used. I told them the armor was haunted and I would take them off their hands for a low price. I have to admit, I was surprised to find Scalussan armor all the way out here. Usually, the only place you'll find it is locked away in the glass cupboards of kings and collectors." Farden seemed hypnotized by the red and gold metal. "I thought it had all been lost. I've been trying to track it down for years." "It's not that hard to find, if you know where to look, or if you have the coin," mumbled his uncle, and at this Farden hesitated, afraid of revealing his little secret. It was already obvious. "Wait, no. You're not talking about the Scalussan armor, are you?" Turfing frowned, his forehead wrinkling with deep disappointment. Farden stayed quiet. His little secret was out. He had already said too much that evening. Began the mage, but Turfing interrupted him. "The 9. You're searching for one of the 9 suits." It was more of a fact than a question. Farden nodded nonetheless, turning his vambraces over so they shone in the light. "And you think your vambraces and those gauntlets are pieces of the 9? Turfing was about to smile, but after he saw the serious look on his nephew's face, the smile faded. "You do, don't you? You actually believe that fairy tale, Dot?" Farden tapped the metal on his forearms. Why don't you try one on, and see for yourself? Turfing shook his head, sadly. Are you really so afraid of turning into me, Farden? He asked. Farden made a face, and crossed his arms. What? He asked. His uncle took a deep breath. He seemed upset, or angry, Farden couldn't tell. Why else would you seek out such things? We both know the Eddas. 9 suits of armor made by the smiths of Skalusson, forged for one purpose and one purpose only, to stop the wearer from aging and make them invincible. No? Not heard that one? Don't insult my intelligence, Farden. I know why you fear growing old. You don't want to succumb to the madness like your old uncle. Turfing put down his beaker of water and crossed his arms. Farden tugged at the gauntlet and the armor came free, shivering and unfurling like an insect's carapace. With a thud he placed it back on the bench. Do you blame me? Turfing sighed. We may be many things, Farden, but one thing we are not is ordinary. Our books are much more powerful than that of the others, mine especially, and it is because of that reason that we will never succumb to the madness like the other written. Vice designed us to be perfect, not flawed, and in the end that will be his undoing. Don't let your fear consume you. This time the words spilt from his mouth. Farden winced as he growled them. This coming from the man who has spent the last 13 years hiding in a cave, sneaking around in the body of a fawn. Don't be such a hypocrite. Turfing took a moment to stare at his nephew, as if he were weighing answers in his head. Finally he answered. Subtlety was never your strong point, was it, boy? Have you ever thought that I'm trying to stop you from making the same mistakes? His uncle shook his head. Now, if you want the answers you came for, I suggest you follow me. And don't forget your water. With that, Turfing left the room, leaving Farden to listen to his receding footsteps. The mage clenched a fist, bit his tongue, and followed, remembering to grab his beaker of water on the way. Outside the air was still cold and brisk and Farden shivered involuntarily as he trudged up the steps. His uncle was waiting for him, arms still crossed. The mage took a sip of his water and sat down on a nearby mound of sandstone a short distance from the smoldering fire and the sizzling spit. He looked at his armored forearms and watched the flames dance in their reflection. You can't blame me for wearing these, he mumbled. And don't call me boy. Turfing poked the fire with his fingers, oblivious to the heat. No, I can't, but it still stings me to have you think that I'm weak, and senile, and losing my mind, he replied. I'm not mad. Farden shook his head. What was I supposed to think, after what you did? And I've apologized for that, Farden. The mage took another sip of the cool water. It had settled his stomach quite nicely. I can't just forgive you like that, he muttered, snapping his fingers. Well, then maybe someday you will find it in your heart to accept my apologies, and forgive me. We can't change the past, only bandage its wounds. Turfing prodded the fire some more. Until then, there are some things you need to know. Farden nodded, feeling thoroughly chastised and guilty, and took another sip of water. Turfing looked up into the dark night sky and toyed absently with his rain ring. Farden followed his gaze and waited for him to speak. The sky was abruze. High above them the dark vastness was preparing itself for the sunrise of yet another scorching day. Far to the east, just above the horizon, the sky was gradually shedding its darkness and blushing purple, but for now, the night above remained thick, black, and impenetrable. The moon was hiding. The undulating desert below was lit only by the dim stars above. A few of them had already sunk below the horizon, but countless thousands remained aloft, waiting to be ushered away by the sun. Some were bright and twinkled between red and blue, others were like specks of dusty light, some seemed alone in the darkness, cold and isolated, while others clustered together in chalky streaks and clouds, clamoring for space amongst their neighboring constellations. Farden stared at them and mentally traced the shapes Sturnus had taught him. It had been so long ago that he had learnt them. As the two men stared at the stars, Turfing, slowly and quietly and in the measured manner of a true storyteller, began to tell a history Farden had heard many times before in the songs and eddas of the bards and skalds, a history that every child is told at a young age. But there was something in the way his uncle told it, something in the details he had never heard before, that made it so much more than just a history. It was as if he were being let in on the deepest of secret, and it fascinated Farden. He had to lean closer to hear him over the wind. Before you or I were born, before your parents, or my parents, before any of us were born, before the elves, before the mountains had become mountains and the seas had become seas, before our lands were rock and soil, when they were no more than an empty, endless void, there lived a giant with no name, and on this giant's back, sprouting right from his shoulder blades, was a colossal ash tree. Now this was no ordinary giant, and this was no ordinary tree. Its roots were entwined about the giant's heart, and it held in its branches two fruits, one of ice, and one of fire. These two fruits were kept separate, on different sides of the tree, and as the giant patrolled his endless void, carrying his tree on his shoulders, the tree would light the void with its fire, and water the darkness with the dripping ice. For countless years the two wandered to and fro, the giant and his tree, and not once did he take a breath or pause to rest. Until one day, when his eyes had become misty and his beard long, he lifted his head to admire the swaying branches of his tree, and in that tiny moment he stumbled. As he and his tree fell, the fire swung too close to the ice, and sparks flew as they touched. The branches of the tree caught fire and within seconds the entire ash was aflame. The giant fell in a heap, and, as the tree burnt down to a charred stump between his shoulders, its roots clutched at his heart and killed him too. The giant's skin turned to stone, his muscles to rock and mountain, his beard to clouds, and his tears into lakes and rivers, and became this very earth, nephew, the rock beneath our boots. Some say that the best things come from accidents, don't they? Turfing chuckled quietly, and then carried on. Now alone in the cold void, the sparks that had flown from the tree began to cool, and as they did they began to grow, and form shapes in the darkness. Those sparks and shapes, as you know Farden, were the first gods, and as the time passed they multiplied in the skies above the dead giant, growing in number all the while, until the sky was full to bursting. They built a city in the darkness, and named it Haskard, or Haven, as they called it. After a while the gods took it upon themselves to leave the skies in Haven and fall to the giant's body below, to see what they could make of his vast remains. So, in flashes of light and fire the gods fell as stars and the skies were emptied for the first time, and as they fell to the rock they took their earthly shapes and began to roam their new lands. In those days there were many gods, thousands of them, and they wandered in every direction, across the rocks and plains and oceans, giving names to everywhere they went and everything they came across. However, unbeknownst to the gods, something stirred under their feet. Just as the sparks from the fire had forged the gods above, the smoldering cinders of the ash tree had also forged a world deep inside the giant, in the tunnels of his veins, in the darkness and cold, and there the cinders gave birth to the demons. Over the centuries, these demons forged their own domain, hell, a place bordering the edges of the void the giant had once patrolled, the other side, as we call it. And so, when they grew bored of their hell, they too took it upon themselves to journey to the world above, and as they broke through the rock they encountered the scattered gods and, feeling challenged and threatened, they killed them in cold blood, one by one. A huge war followed, one that lasted longer than we could ever dream, Farden, a war that forged mountains, froze oceans, dragged forests from the ground and carved valleys from the churned soil. It was their war that built the world we know now. To scorch the demons and their offspring from the earth, the gods forged the sun and the moon, but, in return the demons built the night to hide them. Next, led by a young goddess named Avernia, the gods harnessed the vestigial power hidden deep in the rock of the earth, in the long dead ash tree, and made a weapon out of it, calling it, believe it or not, magic. But once again, the demons bent the magic of the gods to their own use and perverted it. In the darkness of their caves they forged a third race, the elves, and with their new creations they buried the gods' magic in huge wells dug deep into the earth, and there they bred and summoned beasts beyond the wildest of imaginations, monsters of every shape and size, minotaurs, manticores, wyrms, wyverns, trolls, harpies, and hydras, like the one you so recently defeated in Albion, nephew. Here Turfing waggled his finger, as though he had just remembered something. Contradictory to what the historians and skalds tell you, it was actually the demons that created the elves, not the elves who summoned them. The demons needed creatures that could fight under the light of the sun for them, and so they forged the elves from the void. The old histories really do get mixed up sometimes, but then again, 2 millennia of hand-me-down songs and stories doesn't really help the facts, mumbled Turfing. I suppose not, agreed Farden, still captivated by his uncle's words. Turfing continued. For roughly 1,000 years the old gods managed to keep the demons and their armies at bay. Their numbers fell to a shadow of what they once had been. They hid beneath the mountains, and in the dark rooms of their fortresses they raised their own armies. Thrawn, the fiery storm god, forged his race of dragons and phoenixes, Jotun his giants and trolls of storm and earth, Heimdall his wolves and griffins, and Jord his leviathans and creatures of the sea. But sadly none of them, not even combined, could stand in the way of the demons and their elves. They remained undefeated. Farden nodded. I know how this story goes. We were slaves to the elves. Turfing sliced himself some bear meat and talked around his mouthful. I'm getting to that bit, he said, and once he had swallowed, he carried on. To protect the gods, and to fight for them, Avernia and the Allfather, the ageless, the oldest of all gods, decided to create a new race out of the ash tree, one that could simply outnumber and overwhelm the elves, one that could fuel the gods' power with belief and prayer. And right you are, Farden, we were that race. The gods built us out of dust and ash, and with the sparks that resided within them, they gave us souls and an afterlife in the other side. With Avernia's gifts of magic we began to drive the elves back stronghold by stronghold. We became strong and powerful and learned creatures. But, as we know, this story doesn't have a happy ending, for the demons were always one step ahead. Just when the gods seemed to be gaining the upper hand, the demons and elves summoned one of their oldest from the other side, one who had fought in the first wars when the gods and demons were young. His name was Orion, and he was a hunter of gods, one of their oldest. One by one he pursued the remaining gods and slaughtered them until all but a handful remained. Only the very oldest of them escaped, and so the precious few hid in the great forests and regained their strength. Meanwhile, without the protection of the gods, our helpless ancestors were captured in their countless thousands. We suffered greatly in the claws of the elves and their demon lords. It makes my blood run cold just thinking of it. For 300 years we were raped, murdered, enslaved, and devoured like cattle, for both our flesh and our souls. Yes, nephew, souls, and the sparks that hid inside them. Yet all the while this was happening, our desperate prayers were being stored by the gods, stored and gathered, and slowly the gods grew strong again. Now at some point during Orion's reign, whether by foul design or accident, some of the demons fathered children by their human slaves, half-breed bastards of human and demon blood, which we came to call the Nephilim, or Pale Kings. No doubt you've heard the fairy tales? Farden nodded, with a wry look, suddenly very wary of where this story was leading. Turfing continued. Well, Orion was one of these demons, and with his slave he fathered 3 of the bastards, and they ruled alongside their father like princes for many decades. When the gods finally discovered this abomination, they held a final meeting deep in the forests, and there they came up with a plan to end the war for good. With every ounce of their strength, they burst from their hiding places and unleashed their fury on the demons and their elves. You see, the old gods' plan was to use the last of their power to drag themselves and their enemies back into the sky where they had come from, demons, elves, and gods alike, so that they could leave our world in peace and be frozen in the sky for the rest of time, deep in the void. It took every scrap of power and prayer and belief they could gather, but in the end, contrary to the fairy tales and the songs, it happened in the space of an hour. The gods sacrificed themselves to save us in our world. Hell was emptied of its demons, the tormented souls and summoned monsters returned to their resting place in the other side, and the elves and the Nephilim were wiped clean of the earth. When the sun went down, the survivors were left alone in the darkness to watch strange stars appear in the sky. Turfing's voice sounded almost emotional. He pointed at the dark sky above, at the seemingly silent stars that hung in the vast emptiness, and traced the old shapes with his finger. And there they are, frozen in time, and still fighting. The gods and their demons. See? The first dragon, the scorpion, the hydra, Avernia, Thrawn, and there on the horizon, you can still see Orion, standing with arms outstretched and bow drawn, sword at his hip. Farden squinted and tried to make out the distant shape, cowering at the end of the milky band of stars that snaked across the sky. He traced the ancient demon with the point of his finger. And what happened to his sons? Where are they? Turfing cleared his throat and rubbed his hands together. He took a deep breath and sighed, and then shuffled around on his rock to face his nephew. The crisp breeze whispered in their ears and made the maid shiver. There was something in his uncle's eyes he did not like very much at all. What? Farden asked, warily. Listen carefully, Farden, because this is the hard part. During the last battle, Orion's 3 sons managed to hide amongst the humans, and somehow they escaped their father's fate. As the sun went down, the pale ones huddled around the campfires with the rest of us, perfectly disguised, and waited like we did for the return of the gods. The wolves howled and the surviving beasts stalked us in the darkness, but they never came. It took a year for the sun to rise again, and when it did the humans began to explore their strange new world, battered and tortured as it was, and to carve out their own futures. Tribes were born and lands were claimed. Armies were made and lost as we warred amongst ourselves. One by one, the elven wells dried up or were destroyed, and gradually, over a period of 1,000 years, almost all trace of the old world was lost or forgotten, and humans gradually forged the scattered kingdoms, the early beginnings of the Arca, the Sirens, the Skullguard, even Albion. Almost 2,000 years have now passed since the gods left, and all the while the Nephilim have watched the humans prosper and grew jealous. They conspired to become the Pale Kings they knew they should have been. Turfing stared into Farden's tired eyes, willing him to realize. The mage was rooted to the spot and, whether he liked it or not, the realization was slowly and painfully dawning. Turfing's voice was now no more than a whisper, like the cold night breeze. They are still seeking that destiny, Farden, seeking it by any means necessary. They will lie, steal, and murder in a heartbeat if it gets them closer to their goal, and they've spent almost 2,000 years honing their skill, moving into positions of power. They thrive on chaos, they can take any form they want, and they can wield the oldest and most powerful of magics. All they've ever wanted is chaos, pure and simple, to dominate everything like their father did so long ago. Like day, there has to be night, and they are it. He paused. You already know who I'm talking about, don't you? Whispered Turfing. I only discovered his true nature after I met Elios, but some part of me, deep in the darkest recesses of my mind, always knew. It always harbored that sickening suspicion that there was something more to him than just a scheming war hero. I know you saw it too. You knew it as soon as he revealed himself at the inn that night, didn't you? And again when you faced him in Carn Bray. Farden let the name tumble from his cold lips. Vice. His uncle nodded. Farden took a slow measured breath. His heart pounded with anger or fear or both. All this time, he whispered. You never know until it's too late. Trust me, I should know. They've spent a lot of time and effort convincing us they had died out. Even the oldest of the histories dismissed them as legend, said Turfing. However, they have never managed to stop the Skalds from telling their tales and singing their songs, and somehow, in their fairy tales and eddas, snatches of truth have managed to scrape through. I assume you've heard the Dust Song? Farden nodded. A depressing ghost story for the winter fireplace. Or so they want you to believe. Turfing then began to recite a verse that Farden had heard many times echoing mournfully around taverns and drinking halls, yet this time the words had a haunting chill to them. 3 stars were left, 3 demon foals, shifting shape and with its sands, sowing seeds, and most immoral plans. For man shall wait betwixt the ice, for brings pale kings, and with them vice. Sound familiar now? Despite what I said, there's still a lot of truth in those verses. Especially, and you're not going to like this, Farden, a lot of truth about it almost hurt him to spit the words out, your unborn child. Farden's fingers slowly curled into fists. His voice became a low growl. Choose your next words very, very carefully, uncle. Turfing held up a hand. We need to talk about this, whether you like it or not. This is beyond important, warned the older mage. How do you know about my child? How do you know any of this? Demanded Farden, and Turfing flicked his eyes to the dark sky, where a darker shape wheeled and circled, feathers crackling in the wind. Ilios, he said, grimly. He found out a few days ago, when they moved her, and told me. Gah! If only we had known sooner. I wondered why he couldn't see her. Turfing pulled angrily at his hair, mumbling. He got to his feet and began to pace back and forth. If Farfallen still had his tear book and its memories were clear, he might have seen it coming. His memories can be traced all the way to before the Scattered Kingdoms. That dragon might only be 1,000 years old, but the stories of his predecessors are still part of his memories. I just pray it's not too late, Adat. What do you mean the Griffin told you? Turfing shook his head. He doesn't tell me, he shows me. It's difficult to explain. Turfing scratched his neck, agitated. He can make you dream the future, or the past, or the present, or whatever you need to see to understand. He showed me all of it, the gods, the demons, as if I had been right there. About a year ago he started to show me other things, like visions of Vice and his plans for you, Cheska, the Hydra. That's how I knew how to send Laryl, and how to help you. And that's how you gave me my dreams? His uncle made a face. Ilios did most of it, really, but they were my words. Some of it may have gotten lost in the translation, like I said, but this isn't important, right? But you said he showed you things. Yes, but... Farden put a thumb to the bridge of his nose, as if thinking very hard. His mind felt all fuzzy and disconnected. I think I had a dream last night. Turfing nodded and hummed. Ilios was watching you last night. He sometimes does it without asking. No matter how many times I've told him, he still won't listen. Thinks he knows best. But Farden, we need to talk about your child. Farden wasn't listening either, he was piecing together the disconnected fuzzy pieces of his dream, like broken scattered pebbles on a shore. I dreamt of Krauslung, and the others. Ilesi was there, and Durnus too, they were running somewhere, or stuck somewhere. It's too hazy. Farden scrunched up his face and his eyes, trying his hardest to recall the dream. Then suddenly, as though something had popped inside his head, he had it. I saw her, he muttered. I saw Cheska in the Arcathedral, with child. My child. Farden felt that familiar pang of hurt inside his chest and instantly leapt to his feet. I have to go back to Krauslung. He yelled, and woozily made for the steps. Turfing jumped after him and grabbed his sleeve. Farden, wait, there's more you need to know, I don't have time, said Farden, trying to shrug his uncle off. But Turfing held on tight. What happened in your dream isn't important right now, whatever it was might never even happen, he urged. The mage shook his head. He wrenched his arm from Turfing's grasp and kept walking. You believed in them enough to direct my future. I have to save them, he stubbornly insisted. Farden, Bane is one of them. Bane is a pale king. He's Vice's brother, Farden. That stopped Farden dead in his tracks. His foot hovered in mid-air at the edge of the top stairs. Turfing went on. That means that Cheska is of the same blood. As is your child. I don't care. She and the child are in danger. Somebody is trying to kill them, Farden muttered. Turfing closed his eyes as the words left his mouth. Then maybe it would be best if you just let them die. The mage spun around like a tornado, fist curled, eyes burning, and with a swing of his arm, he punched his uncle directly in the face. Take that back! He yelled as his knuckles collided with Turfing's cheek. Turfing took the blow and staggered backwards. He wiped a speck of blood from his nose. Turfing looked up at his nephew then and, like the griffin, he saw into Farden's mind and plucked out something the mage had been trying desperately to hide. Turfing licked the corner of his lip, tasting more blood. His eye twitched. You still love her, don't you? The word blindsided the mage. Love, he thought. Farden's voice died on his tongue. His mind did the talking for him. In truth that felt like a brick to the face, he still loved her despite everything that had happened, despite everything she had done. He had tried and struggled not to feel anything, he had spent nights willing himself to simply stop loving her. But it had been no use. Nothing could turn his heart away from her. Not for all the magic in the world. Farden stuck his chest out and took a breath. Yes. I still love her, he said defiantly. Confessing it was the hardest part. He could see his uncle's skin turning darker, his cracked and bloody lips now drawn in tight, knuckled white. Farden had obviously struck a nerve. You still love her, after what she did to you? What she's part of? The mage felt his temper rising again. There's a chance that she still. Still what? Don't be so stupid, Farden! Yelled Turfing. The mage took a step forward. Don't make me hit you again, uncle. But Turfing matched his step and thrust a finger in his face. You tell me what you saw when you looked into her eyes in that dream. Tell me if you saw any love there. Tell me if you heard any love in her voice in that dark room in the Archcathedral, when you sat beaten to a pulp and tied to a chair. You tell me if you saw any love in her smile then. Go on. Farden ground his teeth together. There's still a chance, he said, and to his surprise, Turfing burst out laughing. But it was a laugh without any humor in it whatsoever. You don't get it, do you? She has demon blood in her veins just like her father, and she has a book like you or I. Cried Turfing. Again, Farden shook his head. For all I know, she was forced into this by Vice and her father. She hates Bane, why would she work with him? Irrelevant. She hates her father because he broke her mother's neck in a drunken rage 10 years ago, and since then has spent his time drinking and betting every whore he can get his demon hands on. Bane is merely a spectator in all of this. He is only involved because of the military might of his empire. Vice and Cheska are the ones holding the rudder, not Bane. Farden glared at him but remained silent. Turfing put his fists to his temples in frustration. How does the gravity of this situation escape you, Farden? How can you be so blind to her true nature? She's the mother of my child, A child she and Vice tricked you into conceiving. You really think that Vice will let the child choose its own path? He will be whispering in its ear and manipulating the child's future from the moment it takes its first breath. It's what he's wanted all this time. A weapon to help him crush this world and bring about Ragnarok, like it says in the Dust Song. The rest of it mentions a one more terrible than three, one to which the stars succumb. Believe me or not, that's your choice, but that one is your child, Farden. It has to die. It was at that moment that Farden snapped, his pent-up anger found a way out and a target all at the same time. And you know who's to blame? You, uncle. You could have stopped me from making these mistakes a long time ago. With a click of your fingers you could have saved us from all of this. He bellowed, fist hovering by his cheek as though he were going to swing for another punch. For a moment, Turfing managed to look guilty, but only for a moment. A very familiar flash of anger flitted across his face then. That's not true. Ilios never saw the child in your future. We didn't know. How fucking convenient for you, swore the mage. Turfing shot him a dark look, full of venom. You watch your tongue, nephew. That baby is too powerful, it blurs Ilios's vision. Like I told you, we only discovered it a couple of days ago, when they moved her to Krauslung. What was I supposed to do? I tried to tell you as the fawn but you walked out on me. Farden shook his head. It changes nothing. I know what I saw in the dream. I am going back to Krauslung, he growled. He turned and trudged down the steps into the dark corridor. Footsteps followed him, as did a loud voice. And what if you run into Vice, or Bane? Farden cracked his knuckles. Then I will take them both on if I have to. It's time to put an end to their mess. I've been waiting long enough for my revenge. And now I have another reason, he thought to himself. Then you will die, like any of us would. They're half-demon immortals, Farden, far too powerful for you or I. The mage stopped and turned once more, and took a wild stab in the dark. Then come back with me, help me kill them. I know the stories about you and your book. We can save Emaneska together. Turfing instantly wilted like a flower in a fire. I can't, Farden. You don't understand what he did to me. Farden crossed his arms. His vambraces clanked together. Why not? He ruined your life, uncle, like he has mine. You want revenge as badly as I do, I can tell. Turfing held up a scarred wrist and pointed to his scarred tattoos, to the coin dangling from his neck. I'm an outcast, Farden. I can't go back. Farden looked into his uncle's eyes and realized he was truly afraid. His eyes twitched from side to side and he had begun to rub his fingertips together nervously. The very mention of facing Vice had turned him into a sweating wreck. You're scared of him. Aren't you? Mumbled Turfing. Not half an hour ago you were telling me how powerful we are, how our books are different. If we fought him together we could finally put an end to this. No, Farden, you're wrong. Farden clenched his fists. He felt like punching a hole in the wall. Why? Why am I wrong? Turfing scratched at his beard. Because a Nephilim can only be killed by another Nephilim. Farden would not be dissuaded. But there were 3 Pale Kings, so where's the last one? Who is it? The scribe? Was it Helyard? It's Sparta, isn't it? Turfing held up his hands. No, it's not any of them. It doesn't matter. The 3rd king, Ruin, is dead. He disappeared a long time ago. Farden clapped a hand to his forehead in frustration. Then we have no choice. You don't understand, you don't need to, Turfing began, exasperated and sweating. But Farden had had enough. He lifted his chin. No, Turfing, I understand perfectly. You're strangled by fear. You think you can maneuver us like chess pieces or puppets on strings while you hide in your cave, safe and sound and insulated from any sort of reprieve. Whatever God blessed you with your magic and the Griffin must be shaking their head at you right now, disgusted. They're wasted on you. You're so wrapped up in your little fearful world you even sent a cat to deliver your messages. Can't you see how sad that is? And now you have the sheer audacity to tell me that my unborn child is some sort of ancient weapon, and that because of some ridiculous poem it has to die? How dare you? The mage bit the inside of his lip and looked into Turfing's eyes. I remember a time when men and women used to stop and stare at you as you walked past. I remember holding your hand in the streets and watching them point and whisper and flutter their eyelashes at you. I was proud to call you my uncle. I thought I had found that old uncle, but apparently all I found was a coward and a liar instead. I seem to have wasted my time. Now if you'll excuse me, I have to go and fix the world once and for all, because nobody else seems to have the balls and the fortitude to do so. Farden's heart was pounding against his ribs. He turned and left his uncle standing alone in the darkened corridor. Footsteps echoing against the sandstone walls, he quickly gathered his things and made for the narrow exit without another word. Turfing, numb, bewildered, and his breath shallow, listened to his nephew leave. He heard the whoosh and the whiplash crack as Farden's weight whisked him away into the cold desert night. Somewhere along the corridor a candle gurgled at the very end of its wick, fluttered weakly, and then died. Turfing stood alone in the darkness with his thoughts to keep him company, beaten and bruised. He had failed again. The old mage slumped to the cold floor of the dark corridor, and put his aching head in his hands. Far away to the west, the sun was slowly rising over a small market town. Doors and windows began to open and people emerged to wander the cool streets. There was a rumor of rain in the air, a moist smell unfamiliar to most of the residents of Bellefonte. Dew clung to their whitewashed walls. Slowly but surely, the market stalls began to open. Sleepy merchants rubbed eyes, scratched ears, and broke their fasts. Ropes were untied, hooks unhooked, and tarpaulins rolled up. Slaves were shaken and nudged awake. Wares were spread out on tables and displayed. Goods were unpackaged and prepared. Bellefonte was beginning to wake up. One merchant in particular, a small man in a white robe with pointy and ever so slightly furry ears, was a little later than usual that day. Arms piled high with bags and bowls, he hurried down the dusty streets to his stall. Huffing and puffing and at the same time fighting back a yawn, he carefully lowered his wares and took a moment to regain his breath. He was getting too old for this, he thought to himself, with a sigh. He rubbed a speck of dust from his bright yellow eye and sneaked a stretch. As he began to unpack his bowls and bags, a small something nudged his sandaled foot. He bent down to investigate and his hand quickly found a little, yet strangely heavy pouch. He stood up and brought it into the light of the early sun. The merchant peered at his find. Nestled in his old dry hands was a purse of coins tied with string, and by the feel of the bulging leather skin it was very full indeed. The cat-eared man looked around to see if anyone was watching, and then carefully untied the string to have a quick peek inside. The purse was crammed full of gold coin. A small fortune for a Parian merchant. Stunned, the man quickly tied up the pouch and stuffed it into his pocket. He leant against his stall, his fingers and hands quivering. A huge smile began to appear on his face. For the rest of the day, and to tell the truth, for the rest of the week, the cat-eared merchant wondered where the pouch had come from. It was not for a month at least, after the rains and the storms had passed, that he remembered the strange foreign mage from the cold north, who had bought a nut to find a family member. Chapter 6. When the old gods dragged the elves and their demons into the sky, their sway over the world went with them. Only magic, Avernia's gift, remained. She had embedded it deep into the earth, you see, hence why the elves had dug their wells. Even to this day it flows beneath our feet like an underground river, endless and powerful. Magic, in its purest form, is the element that binds the worlds together. However, it can exist in many forms, in certain plants, or waters, or even fruits. Depending on the user, it can be dark or light, powerful or subtle. Creatures hunt it, dragons leak it, others feed off it. For humans, magic lives in words as Avernia intended, as spells, memorized like the sorcerers and mages do, read aloud in the traditional way of the sirens, etched into skin like the arca, beaten into metal, woven into fabric, infused into potions, or bent into quick doors. Magic is Emaneska, through and through, whether we like it or not. The beast behind the spell by the Archmage Maldeville, in the year 715. Far to the north the sun was also rising, and at dawn it rose upon a subdued city. The pale rays of sunshine tried their best to penetrate the haze of winter cloud and industrial smog that hung over the city, but for most of them it was a lost cause. A few golden beams fell upon the marble arches and crenellations of the arch-cathedral and bounced hither and thither, until one lucky shaft of sun found a gap between two velvet curtains and fell upon the closed eyes of a young woman. Cheska blinked and scrunched up her face in a mixture of displeasure and tiredness. The princess rolled over to avoid the lucky ray of sunlight and pulled the blanket over her head. It was no use. Her bladder had already started to complain. Cheska sighed. She grit her teeth and, using her arms, pushed herself into a vague sitting position, as upright as her sizable belly would allow. She rubbed her taut skin and wondered how much more it could stretch. It looked as though it would split at any moment. But before she could ponder this eventuality any further, her stomach gurgled and a wave of nausea rushed through her insides. She barely made it to the next room before she threw up. After a few minutes, and after more than a few heavings and hurlings, the nausea passed. Thankfully, one of the maids had left a glass of water nearby and Cheska drank it in one thirsty gulp. As she sat there propped up against the cold marble wall, she ran her pale hand across her swollen belly again and took a long, measured breath, the enormous kind of breath where eyes are tightly closed, and, if enough air could possibly be swallowed, the problem would be gone when you opened them. But alas, it wasn't, and as she breathed out she managed to mix in a few curses for good measure. This better be worth it, she exhaled, whispering to herself. With great difficulty, and a great deal of cursing, she made it back onto her feet and back to the bedroom. Squinting at the sunlight, she picked up a nearby cloth and wiped her forehead and mouth and then did a few circuits of her wide room to get rid of the numb feeling in her feet. For God's sakes, she thought to herself, she was a written, not a pregnant fishwife. This whole plan irked her. It was necessary, she understood, but it galled her to her core. She should have been out there hunting with the rest of them, looking for that bothersome mage, or that rogue vampire. A flash of reddish metal caught her eye and she turned to the table near the door. With a throaty grunt that was not entirely ladylike she grabbed the metal bracelet and lifted it to the invasive sunlight so she could look it over. The red fjordla glinted dully in the light and Cheska scowled at the runes engraved into its surface. It was a relic of her old life. A useless trinket that Farden should have known better not to keep. In a burst of hot sparks, she melted it in her hands and let the liquid metal trickle onto the white floor at her feet. It hissed and bubbled on the marble. She may have ruined her bedroom floor, but it had made the princess feel a little better, and after considering her options she took it into her head that she would wander into the city. It would be her city after all, once she had done her duty, and her subjects would need to start getting used to seeing her in charge. Delusions of grandeur skipped around her. Cheska went to the window and stared at the angular rooftops below her, covered in ice and grime, filled with people and pigeons. They would cower in fear when she walked by. No fruit would be thrown at her, no, she would rule them with an iron fist, like Vice. Cheska smiled at her future city below, still locked in its slumbers. One day it would all be hers. Thinking of Vice, she decided she would go and tell him of her intentions. And this time she would not take no for an answer. She did not care about vampires, nor did she fear Farden. That mage was obsessed with her, and therefore he was weak. He wouldn't and couldn't touch her, especially with his baby in her womb. Vice needed to realize that. Cheska combed her long blonde hair, and instead of calling for her maid she changed her clothes by herself. She covered her face and the skin of her hands in pale makeup, painted the corners and arches of her eyes with black and blue dust, and then donned a thick fur coat made from the wolf pelts of the Skoking Mountains, followed by a pair of matching boots. She rested a thin circlet of gold on her forehead, in case any citizen should mistake her for anyone of a lesser stature, and made sure that the coat's folded sleeves did not cover the key tattoos on her wrists. She looked at herself in the polished silver mirror and narrowed her eyes at her haughty reflection. Cheska smirked to herself. She was feeling better already. The supercilious princess swept from her room, coattails swishing against the floor, and clicked the door firmly shut behind her. The Archcathedral was quiet, still in the process of waking up. She seemed to be alone in the corridor. Her fur-clad footsteps barely made a sound against the marble beneath her. Cheska made her way towards Vice's rooms. As she walked she mentally rehearsed what she would say to him. She found herself walking taller and faster as she neared the Archmage's rooms, that is, as tall and as fast as her sore back and bulge would allow. The princess reached Vice's door before she had even realized, and in her confident daze she almost missed it. Cheska straightened her coat, wondered why she was worrying so much about the whole thing, clenched a fist, and knocked 3 times on the stout door. To her surprise, the door swung inwards with barely a sound. The door had been left very slightly ajar, as though a distracted someone had rushed out of it and in their haste forgotten to close it, which, in actual fact, was exactly what had happened. Cheska pouted, pushed the door open, and promptly went in to investigate. It wasn't like Vice to leave his private chambers unlocked. The princess strode into the Archmage's chambers and looked around for Vice. There was no sign of him, so she put her hands on her hips and went to the window to look down at the city. From his windows she could see the entire of Krauslung, spread below her like a scale model dusted with dirty flour. The sky was a slate carving, etched and rippled. She pressed her nose to the cold glass and watched her breath spread like a fog across the pane. All was silent in Vice's rooms. That was until she heard a faint scuttling, the sound of tiny and spindly legs sliding across marble, like the sound of a leaf blowing across cobbles, like rat's claws on brick. Cheska turned to investigate and saw a black spider the size of a dinner plate emerging from under a table not far from where she stood. Instead of panicking and running, or squealing and jumping on a table like some of her maids would have done, Cheska crossed her arms and waited, tapping her foot. The large spider ambled its way to the middle of the room, in the way that only spiders can, each leg probing the way for the next and tapping the marble with its hairy, clawed feet. Cheska shuddered as she watched it walk. Cheska didn't like spiders one bit, but she knew this one was different. "I haven't got all day," she announced impatiently, and the spider stopped in its tracks. It seemed to be looking right at her. The disgusting thing began to shiver and shake, like heat waves, and then very strangely it began to grow in size. Its 8 legs merged into 4 and its body began to elongate, and all the while its skin boiled and convulsed like black smoke. The spider stretched upwards, reaching 3 feet, then 5, then 7, until it was looming over her, and still Cheska didn't bat an eyelid, as if this sort of thing was an everyday occurrence in Gordheim. The spider's legs and arms became pale and muzzled, and then clothes began to wrap themselves around its once spindly proportions. A neck appeared, and then burly shoulders. Bare pelt and bone adorned its skin, and its grotesque insect face melted into that of a man's, scarred, pale, and calmly smirking. Bane stretched until his shoulders clicked audibly and then adjusted his clothes. "Ah, that's better," he rumbled. "Why do you insist on sneaking around like that?" asked Cheska. The king shrugged and cast around for something to drink. There was a collection of wine bottles on a table near the window, some full, some empty, some in between, and Bane chose one that was almost full. With a flick of his thumb he uncorked it and took a swig. "Because I can," he replied, and wiped a drip of wine from his forked beard. "Jealous?" asked her father, smugly. "You could learn it, if you had the patience." Cheska rolled her eyes and huffed noisily. "Where's Vice?" she asked. "Why do you want to know?" The princess crossed her arms. "Because I want to talk to him," she said, and raised her chin ever so slightly. Her father took another gulp of wine and looked her up and down for a moment, then he waved the wine bottle in the direction of the window and the sleepy city. "Out there, hunting for that imaginary vampire of his," Bane replied. A cough took him by surprise, and he thumped a fist against his chest to beat the cough into submission. He cleared his throat noisily. Cheska looked at him and smiled, a smile that dripped with insincerity and false pity. "Must be all that wine, father," she said. "It doesn't do you any good. Nor do these southern whores, with all their diseases. You'd do well to keep your opinions to yourself, daughter, I think we know who the whore is in this room, answered Bane. It sounded like a threat, but somehow it lacked the punch his threats normally carried. Cheska kept her smile, and watched her father the king lumber around the room and poke at Vice's things. What are you doing in here anyway? You should be in your room, in bed, or something, out of the way and silent, said Bane. I told you to speak to Vice. You said that, about what exactly? Cheska cocked her head to one side. None of your business. Bane glared and walked towards her with a few measured steps. The wine bottle hung loosely in his left hand, looking as though he would drop it at any moment. Of course it's my business, child. I'm in charge here, not you. The princess glowered right back at him. His wine-swilling attitude and lazy appearance had somehow fueled her confidence, and her chin rose a little more. As far as I'm concerned, Vice is in charge. And if you must know, I'm going into the city, whether you two like it or not. I was coming here to inform him so. Bane chuckled and mimed her arrogant-sounding words in a mocking voice. Coming to inform him so? Guffawed the king, taking yet another swig of the dark red wine and finishing half of the bottle in the process. He fixed her with a slimy look and went to run a hand through her combed hair. Cheska slapped his mauling hand away and moved her hair behind her ear. He leant forward and stared down at her with his dark green eyes. They flicked between hers, undecided which one to look into. She could smell the strong wine on his breath. What do you think Vice is going to do with you when he's got his hands on your little baby? What use will you be to him then? All Vice wants is to fulfill his foolish little prophecy, and that is all, no more and no less. I, for one, am fed up with all his scheming. If you want something, then you grab it by the balls and you rip it out. I didn't forge an empire on conspiracies and plots. I forged it with the edge of a blade and the bone it cut through, hissed Bane. Cheska grimaced and pushed him away, but he grabbed her wrist in an iron grip. She glared back at him then, and felt magic stirring in the base of her skull and spine, swirling like a drug in her veins. Let go of me, she warned in a low voice. You're nothing but a tool to him, Cheska, said Bane, smiling lopsidedly, the scar that ran down the side of his face twisting with his expression. You're both fools. Let go, shouted the princess, and a little bit of magic leaked out along with her yell. A small spark shocked her father, jumping from her clenched fist to his skin, and he suddenly let her go. His face turned a darker shade of red then, almost a purple, like a gathering storm cloud waiting to strike. Cheska half expected him to hit her, but he didn't. The king took a step back and gulped whatever was left in his bottle. Wiping the rest of the red liquid from his lips, he took a deep breath and lurched like a stung bear towards the open door. You wait and see, he growled. Cheska, wanting to have the last word as usual, yelled after him. You're losing your touch, father. She called. On hearing that, Bane turned, glared at her once more, and growled a reply. I just want my war. The door slammed behind him, leaving Cheska to rub her wrist and shake her head. If possible, she despised her father even more. He was an idiot, a blind idiot, and his debauched way of life was threatening to ruin what she and Vice had worked for so long to build. They had vision, he did not, all he wanted was bloodshed, and had not the patience to wait for it. The Archmage would hear of this, she said to herself. The fuming princess straightened her clothes once more, and then strode out of Vice's rooms, intending to gather her maids and a handful of guards for her excursion into her city. And so, within half an hour, she had gathered willing maids and guards aplenty, and with them now assembled around her in an appropriate manner, not too close, yet not too far, Cheska emerged from the imposing gates of the Archcathedral and strode into the streets of Crosslung. The city was embracing the morning, if not a little grudgingly, and the streets were beginning to fill with merchants, soldiers, and citizens. A light fog still hung between the grey buildings, and the smells of cooking and the squealing of seagulls made for a strange atmosphere. Cheska lifted her chin once again and made sure to walk with a decisive stride, stately, imposing, regal. She was all of those things. With little flicks of her eyes she would watch the people as her party passed, and sure enough they would look at her in wonder. A few scowled behind her back, but Cheska never noticed, and her guards, a mixture of other written and Archcathedral soldiers, made sure the scowlers were moved aside and appropriately ushered into the foggy shadows between the buildings, and dealt with. The princess stayed silent while her handmaidens talked and yammered about everything under the morning sun. Though annoying, she let them talk. Their high-pitched voices broke the subdued silence in the streets and attracted more stares and looks. Cheska had made sure to pick the shorter maids for her entourage, firstly so that she would appear taller and grander, and secondly so that when they were gathered around her they would hide her pregnant bump. The princess smiled at her cleverness. Like Vice, she too could construct a plan, and a fiendish one at that. As per the princess's strict instructions, the regal gaggle made their way toward the markets in the south of the city, near to the docks where most of the richer people of the city lived, or more accurately, where they now squatted. By the time they reached their destination, it was approaching mid-morning. The crowds around the stalls and in the streets were growing thicker by the minute. The city might have been oppressed, but somehow the trade from the port still struggled on. It was the only thing the city had left, and the browbeaten people were reticent to let it go. It was like a dwindling shred of normality, hanging on by an unraveling thread. Cheska and her entourage emerged into the wide square where the market stalls had been erected and looked around, deciding where to go first. She could already feel the stairs brushing against her skin. Without further ado, Cheska pulled herself to her full height and strode forward to a nearby stall filled with trinkets and enchanted jewelry, and her party moved with her. Her guards formed a little ring around her and her maids just in case. They were at war, of course, and after all there had been the rumor of a vampire in the city. The princess took her time moving between the stalls and stands. She flashed her most winsome and slipperiest of smiles at the merchants, and nodded to the skullguard soldiers that stood in groups at every corner, watching their princess and her written guards. People watched this imposing and monarchical figure with a mixture of faces. Some appeared confused, either about who she was or what she doing here in their city, others seemed excited and a little awed by her entourage, some wore an expression of indifference, some even looked a little angry, while others seemed nervous and unsure what was happening. But no matter what their reaction, everyone stared. 3 sets of eyes in particular watched the princess, a pair of very pale blue eyes, a pair that wasn't quite a pair but a long scar and one good eye, and another pair, hiding on the opposite side of the market from the other two, a pair of gray-green eyes partly hidden by unruly dark hair and the shadow of a black hood. These gray-green eyes could not tear themselves away from the princess, no matter how much they tried. The eyes bided their time, and stayed where they were. Modron had heard a rumor in the docks. At first he had paid no attention to it and dismissed it as a silly joke. He had even smirked at the notion of the princess wandering freely around the city, but the more he thought about it, the more it seemed entirely possible given her mental state, and the more it dawned on him how angry Vice would be if such a thing were to occur, and how responsible he might hold Modron to be, and how much that might hurt. The captain was quite fond of his head, being so firmly attached to his neck as it was, and, realizing that the whereabouts of his head could be changed very rapidly indeed by this situation, the smirk quickly disappeared from his lips. Modron quickly found himself jogging briskly through the city streets towards the markets, cursing the unruly princess under his breath. The mage quickly reached the crowded market square and instantly began to look for Cheska. It didn't take that long. All he had to do was follow the stairs, and he soon spotted her perusing reams of silk and other cloths at an expensive-looking stall. Modron sighed with a mixture of relief and exasperation and barged his way through the throngs of people. As he neared the princess and her entourage, one of her written, a younger mage barely out of his ritual, put out a hand to stop the approaching man. Modron glared daggers at him, and the younger mage, seeing the mustard-yellow cloak of a captain, realized his mistake and wilted like a deadweed. The captain barged him out of the way and swiftly moved to Cheska's side. "Princess," he whispered to her, "you shouldn't be here." Slightly startled, Cheska looked up at the mage and glared at him. "Haven't you got more important things to do with your time instead of bothering me, Captain?" Modron took a breath and tried not to swear at the imperious woman. Her handmaidens had finally stopped gossiping and were looking on like a flock of curious geese. "Princess, I have to insist that you return to the Archcathedral." "It's not safe out here," asserted the mage. "You can insist all you want, I'm not going." Cheska shook her head and pushed Modron aside, turning back to the rolls of multicolored cloth at the stall. The merchant looked decidedly uncomfortable and smiled uneasily. A few skullguard soldiers had overheard the argument and began to move a little closer to the stall. Modron clenched his jaw. Vice would be furious with them as well, he thought. The mage carefully took hold of Cheska's arm to move her away, but the princess whirled around and knocked his hand away. Fire flashed in her crystal blue eyes. "How dare you touch me?" she hissed at him, fists clenched. Modron put his hands on his hips and matched her glare. "No easy feat. The Archmage wants you safe and sound in the Archcathedral. You will turn around, leave, and go back there immediately," ordered the mage, in as calm a voice as he could muster. Cheska narrowed her eyes at him. "Or what, mage? What are you going to do about it?" Modron shrugged and looked around at the people and soldiers staring at them. He leant forward slightly and lowered his voice. His eyes flicked from her belly to her face. He couldn't help himself. "You can leave calmly, Princess Cheska, or I can have you forcibly escorted back to the citadel, in front of all these people," he murmured. "In your present condition, and with your, let us face it, obvious, lack of training as a written, I can imagine you would want to avoid the embarrassment. It's up to you." Cheska looked around her and realized they had drawn quite a crowd. A hush had fallen on their section of the market. "You wouldn't dare," she hissed, livid. Her eyes were blue cauldrons. "I have my orders," replied Modron. The princess glowered at the mage some more until finally, like a querulous child, she huffed, turned smartly on the heel of her fur boot, and marched off into the gawping crowds with her handmaidens and guards struggling to keep up. A group of Skullguard soldiers followed in her wake and gave Modron a few dark looks as they passed by. The mage simply crossed his arms and watched them leave. With a sigh, he ran a sweaty hand through his short, blonde, almost white, hair and then rubbed his tired eyes with finger and thumb. He could feel the dust and grime on his face. Modron needed a bath. And a hot meal. The mage stood there for a moment to gather his thoughts. The market square quickly returned to its normal bustling self, and Modron found himself listening to snippets of conversation and the loud shouts of the vendors and merchants. He heard something about a hot slice of sea serpent pie and a bowl of thick reindeer stew. As he turned around to investigate, a tall figure hastily weaving his way through the crowds caught his eye. Why did he recognize him? Curiosity piqued, Modron watched the man, hood up and black cloak wrapped tightly around him, hurry in the direction of the Archcathedral, in the same direction as the princess. Suddenly it dawned on Modron like a hot sun. That cloak, that hood, that gait, the tingle of magic in the air, it could be no one else. Farden. All thoughts of food forgotten, he darted forward and began to push and barge his way through the crowd. People yelled and shoppers cried out angrily as they were mercilessly shoved aside. Modron didn't care. Clear a path there. Move. He began to shout. It was like yelling at treacle. The people of Krauslung stared at the mage with dull eyes and gaped as he pushed past them. Modron grit his teeth, and feeling himself losing his temper, he began to shout even louder, high above the bustling of the market. Get out of the way. He bellowed, and this time even Farden heard. For a shadow of a second, the hooded mage looked back in Modron's direction and met the desperate angry look in his eyes. It was a fleeting look, but it was enough. Farden instantly doubled his pace, somehow threading through the crowd like a snake through grass. Modron leapt forward, pushing left and right and thrashing his arms in all directions. He didn't care if he trampled legs and feet or elbowed ribs and faces, he could not let Farden escape. If he did, Vice would have his head in a basket for sure. Stop him. Stop that man. Yelled Modron in a vain attempt. Some nearby soldiers, both Arca and Skullguard, caught sight of the commotion and began to block the streets and alleyways with spears and shields. It's Farden. The mage. Stop him. Hollered Modron once more. A group of Skullguard spotted the hooded renegade and began to move towards him, using their shields to carve a path through the crowded square. Panic began to spread and soon the cold morning air was filled with shouting and wailing. Seeing the soldiers, the crowds began to shift. They pressed up against the stalls and squeezed into the surrounding streets and alleyways to get away from the commotion. But like a dam, the soldiers pushed back the swollen flood of people. Tension rose in the market. Modron sensed a riot on his hands. Suddenly a burst of flame rocketed into the sky, and Modron watched, cursing, as a Skullguard soldier flew through the air and crashed into a nearby fruit stall. Chaos seized the square. Screaming at the top of their lungs, the people in the market ran in every direction they could and quickly they overwhelmed the soldiers standing in their way. Over the commotion, Modron could hear the clashing of armor on stone. There was a loud bang and in a cloud of dust another soldier was catapulted into the air. Modron ducked as the unlucky man soared over him. The captain bit his lip and surged forward with the panicking crowd. He spotted Farden, now with his hood down and hands full of fire, standing alone in an open space in the crowd. Nobody wanted to get close to the rogue mage, not even the soldiers. Modron stepped forward and into the clearing. He rubbed his wrists together and felt his own magic fill his veins. The tattoo on his back grew hot. His heart throbbed against his ribs. Farden! He shouted, and Farden turned, boots crunching on litter and the charred remnants of a shattered spear. Flame trailed around his wrists, ready as ever. Modron tried to stand as tall as he could in the presence of his old friend. Farden grinned wryly. So, you're the captain now, he remarked, nodding to the yellow cloak hanging from the neck of Modron's ornate steel armor. Modron shrugged. Someone had to be. After you, he muttered, very conscious that the surrounding soldiers were slowly tightening their circle. Farden, with no trace of sarcasm and with every sign of sincerity, nodded. Who better for the job? He replied. Modron nodded once again. He sighed briefly and looked to the soldiers, who were waiting for his signal. I think you know what I'm going to say, Farden. Archmage Vice is very eager to see you again. Farden made a face. He looked like he was about to spit on the cobblestones. I'm sure he is, he muttered. And his time will come, like all the rest of them. His voice had gone cold and hard like flint. I didn't come here to fight you, Modron, said the mage. The captain looked down and watched sparks of scintillant green light flicker between the fingers of his left hand. The other rested on the smooth hilt of the sword at his belt. "I don't think we have much of a choice, old friend." Farden looked into Modron's eyes and slowly let the fire die in his hands. The atmosphere was tense. The mage looked around the circle at the soldiers with their narrowed eyes and pursed lips, knuckles white around their sword and spear handles, ready to fight. Farden looked at the faces of the panicking crowd behind them as they scrambled to get out of the market square. The mage rubbed his hands together. "Then so be it," he said, and no sooner had the words fallen from his mouth did pandemonium break out. Something resembling a moving wall of muscle crashed into one side of the circle and sent several of the soldiers flying. Shocked and rooted to the spot, Modron watched as a monstrous man over 7 feet tall punched the teeth from the mouth of a nearby soldier. Another man, wiry and thin and entirely swathed in black cloth, broke into the circle and dragged a man to the ground like a saber cat. It was chaos, sudden and swift. Modron aimed a spell at the monstrous attacker, but before he could unleash it, Farden had knelt to the ground and pressed his fists to the stone. A wave of magic rippled outwards across the cobbles and every person nearby fell to the ground. The noise of the screams and the stone cracking was deafening. Modron quickly found himself on his back, confused and nursing a bruise at the back of his skull. He was already regretting his decision to leave the docks. Farden stood up and wrenched his sword from the scabbard on his back. The battered blade glinted dully in the morning sunlight, ready and willing. Aram and Durnus got to their feet. They flashed him wry smiles as they fended off jabbing spears from the sprawling soldiers. They looked pleased to see him. Farden returned their grins, though he could barely recognize the vampire. To fend off the harmful daylight, Durnus was wearing gloves, a black cloak with a low hood, and a black scarf-like affair that covered the entire of his face. The only visible parts of the vampire were his eyes and the bridge of his pale nose, and they were terribly sunburnt. "Nice of you to join us, Farden," yelled the vampire. "I only dropped in to do some shopping," quipped the mage, as he chopped a spear in two and kicked another soldier in the groin. His boots were busy stamping on the fallen. Cries and yelps joined the panicked screams, filling the air with noise. "About time you did," replied Aram. The big siren looked like he was enjoying the action. "Finally, a good fight," he hissed, and even in the thick of it he couldn't help but smile. The group of soldiers had recovered from the quake spell, and were now advancing like an angry porcupine, spears and shields held out. With jabs and parries, they pushed the 3 beleaguered men backwards into the frenzied crowds. Modron stood behind their ranks, the air humming around him. Farden wasn't sure if he was biding his time or staying out of the fight. He didn't have time to decide. More soldiers had pushed their way into the square and were attempting to surround them. Durnus looked around for a way out. "Aside from stating the obvious, it looks as though we're incredibly outnumbered. I think it's time to get out of here," he said from behind his scarf. Aram grunted in agreement. Only Farden looked torn. He cast a glance northwards where Cheska and her entourage had gone. He bit the inside of his lip and cursed inwardly. At least he knew she and the child were safe, he told himself. The dream had lied. "Farden!" shouted Durnus, rudely barging into the mage's thoughts. "What?" he yelled. He snapped his fingers and lightning cracked like a whip, blinding some of the soldiers. They paused, but only for a moment. "We need to leave," insisted the wide-eyed vampire. "Right," said Farden, and with that the 3 men ran turned tail and dove headlong into the panicking crowds blocking their way. People parted like chaff and the 3 men sprinted for the docks as quickly as they could. After them came the cries from behind them. Spears flew past their ears, whistling in the wind. One impaled an unlucky bystander in the leg. He screamed as he fell. The men ran past. Buying them time, Farden slammed his vambraces together with a clang and stamped his foot. Behind him fire sprang from the cobblestones like a volcano and for a moment it looked as though they had stopped their pursuers in their tracks. Unfortunately, Modron doused the fire with a water spell, and the chase swiftly continued. Farden looked back over his shoulder, and swore under his breath. Tired and tense, he tried to keep up with Durnus and Aram. Hurried feet pounding the cold cobbles, they quickly made it across the chaotic square and sprinted down a wide street leading south to the sea and the docks. Word of a rogue written and a ferocious vampire had spread like a forest fire and the rest of the city had already begun to panic. Doors were being locked, windows latched, and barracks were being emptied of soldiers. The 3 fleeing men tried their best to keep up their pace as they pelted through the agitated crowds and throngs of people. The situation was not looking good. "We have to get out of the city," Farden shouted at the 2 running ahead of him, beyond caring for subtlety. "I know," Durnus yelled over his shoulder. Farden looked up at the gray slate skies and pulled a wry face. He considered his weight, but it was only good enough for one of them. "Is there a boat?" One of the dragons? He cried. Aram and the vampire swapped a glance as they dodged a cartful of something brown and vile. No, not really. He shouted between ragged breaths. The big siren was getting tired. He was not a runner. Farden managed to catch up and run beside them. What do you mean, not really? Well, said Durnus. We hadn't really planned that part yet. Farden rolled his eyes. He had only been back one morning and already things were falling apart. Was there anything he could do right? Maybe he just attracted trouble, he darkly considered. The mage ducked under a low-hanging sign and sent a young man sprawling as he knocked him out of the way with an elbow. Angry shouting chased him. Farden threw a look over his shoulder and saw that a veritable army of soldiers were now in hot pursuit. Modron was at their head, grim-faced and sweating. Then start planning, old friend. Farden shouted to the vampire. Durnus was too busy running to reply. The three turned a corner and found themselves in a wide empty street. Straight ahead lay the docks, and behind that the rolling sea. Boats meandered about the port. Seagulls squealed overhead as they chased rimmelings, pecking at their long forked tails. The masts of nearby ships peeked over the roofs of the buildings, as if inquiring what all the bothersome ruckus was about. The frantic tolling of bells had begun to echo around the valley. Warning bells, warning the city and her docks of 3 dangerous escapees. Farden watched grimly as the empty street ahead of them began to fill with spear-waving soldiers. Shadows moved behind curtains in the windows of the abandoned buildings. Light glinted on sharp arrowheads. The 3 men skidded to a halt and watched helplessly as they were quickly, and neatly, surrounded. A few written skirted around the edges of the ranks, staying in the shadows and staring at Farden, the mage they knew all about. Farden recognized some of them, others he didn't. The younger ones glared at him, sizing him up against the preconceived monster of their imagination. He hoped he met their expectations. He glared back, baring teeth. He propped his sword against his leg and let his magic fill his veins. He could feel the drop in the air pressure as they did the same. How's that plan coming along, Durnus? Growled Farden. This is not a good time for your jokes, mage, snapped the vampire, narrowing his eyes. Farden could hear him breathing heavily through his mask. I'm only trying to lighten the mood. Durnus shook his head. Well, we have other more pressing matters at hand. Farden shook his head and rubbed his fingers together. Sparks flashed under the skin. You're Alwa. Could we settle this later, please? Interrupted Aram in a loud whisper. He looked to Farden and flicked his eyes to the mage's neck. Have you still got the pendant I gave you? Farden reached inside his collar and pulled out the dragon scale amulet that the siren had given him all those months ago, the lucky scale of his dead dragon, Longraid. Of course, replied the mage. Then let's hope there's still some luck left in it, Aram said gruffly, and put his knuckles to his lips, as if to bless them. Farden nodded. The soldiers were getting closer by the second. Their ranks bristled with spears and swords. All had fallen silent apart from the bells. Behind them Modron pushed his way through the crowded lines of soldiers and stood with his hands on his hips. Give it up, Farden. You and your friends are trapped. The mage looked around and shrugged, feigning indifference. I've been in worse situations, he replied. At his back Durnus groaned. Modron stared at Farden in disbelief, urging him to surrender. Last chance, old friend, he said in a low voice. Farden clicked one of his fingers and patted his sword handle. He looked up at the cloudy sky and sniffed. Something dark and hovering caught his eye for a moment, and then it was gone. He looked back to Modron and smiled. We all have to go at some point. Today seems as good a day to die as any, doesn't it, gentlemen? Behind him Durnus momentarily looked confused until Aram nudged him. Today seems fine to me, growled the big man. The vampire nodded and tried to act casual, he grinned through his fangs. Of course. We're not afraid of death, not at all, he said, wondering if he sounded at all convincing, but the wild flames in his pale eyes said it all. A ferocious beast lurked behind them. There you go, said Farden, and then his face turned to stone and his gaze burnt into Modron's, and his voice grew dark and hard. Your move, old friend, dot. The uneasy silence lasted for no more than a second, but to those gathered in the street it felt like 100. The wind howled between the buildings and a seagull screeched, and then Modron raised his sword and yelled to his men. Farden raised his hands and turned sideways, a controlled smile stretched across his lips. With outstretched arms, he threw 2 scorching balls of fire in opposite directions along the street, watching as they exploded simultaneously in the faces of the massed soldiers. A dozen or so men fell screaming, hands swiping at their scorched faces. Unfazed, other soldiers began to move forward, waggling their spears, as Modron and his written began their own spells. Glass began to rain onto the street as the archers above kicked out the windows and knocked arrows to their bows. Dernis snarled at them and yelled something to Aram. The big siren ran to the nearest door and booted it inwards with a single kick and a loud bang. With one hand, he wrenched it from its splintered hinges and dragged it back into the street just as the first of the vicious arrows began to rain down. Dernis and Aram ducked beneath the door while Fardan stood tall and confident in the middle of the street. Arrows filled the air like buzzing hornets. The mage didn't even flinch. He was in his element now. Fireball after fireball flew from his blistering fingertips. Men fell left, right and center as they were struck, but still others kept coming. He kicked the cobbles and the ground rippled like a tossed rug, sending one written sprawling. Another received a face full of glass as Fardan sent a vortex spell spinning across the street like a whirlwind. Something hit Fardan heavily in the back and shattered in a flurry of ice. The mage wheeled around to find one of the written spinning a circle of glittering icicles around her fists, glistening like glass knives. Fardan grinned at the young mage, who was obviously eager to impress his captain. The younger woman wore a confident face. Fardan almost felt sorry for her. With one hand, Fardan knocked an offending arrow from the sky and with the other he punched the air. The pulse of magic caught the young and unprepared mage off guard, and sent her flying through a window. She landed in a shower of ice and broken glass. Blood painted the windowsill. Suddenly Modron seized his moment. He sprinted across the street, grabbing Fardan by the arm and wrenched him down. Lighting flitted across his skin and Fardan cried out. Modron hit him squarely across the face and Fardan was knocked to one knee, momentarily dazed. Modron poised for another blow. Unfortunately for him, he poised too long. Fardan had used his months in the desert wisely, and had more than a few new tricks up his sleeve. Fardan touched a finger to the cobbles and the ground exploded beneath Modron's feet. His friend was catapulted into the air and in a blur Fardan was after him, his hand encased in a hammer of sparkling ice. With a crack and a thud, he brought his fist down upon Modron's chest and drove him into the cobbles. It left the mage gasping, clutching his chest. Rage was bubbling up inside Fardan. As he raised his hand to hit the mage again, he felt an arrow buzz past his ear. In an instant he bent his hand, curling fingers like claws, and the spell came not a moment too soon. 3 more arrows fled their bows and ricocheted off the invisible shield. It hummed and reverberated like a pane of glass. I never thought you'd kill your own kind. Spat Modron, from his position at Fardan's feet. His head throbbed. Fardan put a foot on his chest to keep him down and shook his head. They're Vice's tools now, like you are. It's been a long time since we were of the same kind, he said. Modron clenched his jaw and glared daggers. Unseen behind his back, his fist began to glow with coils of green light. Moving like lightning, he flicked his hand at Fardan and a cat-o'-nine tails of raking emerald tendrils struck the mage in the chest. Fardan was tossed across the cobbles as if a giant had kicked him. He collided heavily with Aram and Dernis and all the 3 men sprawled in the street, dazed and surprised. The surrounding soldiers ran forward, seizing their chance to pounce on the 3 renegades. Fardan could feel the vibrations of their feet on the cobbles. As Dernis and Aram scrabbled to get to their feet, he lay on his back and stared up at the dull sky, wondering how long it would take before his uncle intervened. It was not long at all. There came a noise like that of ripping steel, a screeching wail so loud and piercing it threatened to burst the ears of everyone present. A huge shape filled the sky between the buildings and the downdraft of its feathered wings sent men reeling. The soldiers backed away as quickly as they could, some crawling, others running. Modron, wide-eyed and surprised, hid in a doorway and stared dumbstruck at the half-eagle half-lion that had descended on the street. An aging man wearing a brown jacket and a scrap of red cloth tied about his neck jumped from the beast's side and began to throw spells at the retreating soldiers. He was grinning quite madly. His wild eyes glowed in the reflection of the fire flying from his hands. At his back, the huge beast opened its beak to growl and revealed row after row of needle-sharp teeth. It screeched once again and grabbed a nearby soldier with one of its deadly claws. The woman howled like a wounded animal as the creature bit down, engulfing half of his body in a single bite. His armor snapped like a sapling and blood splashed the streets. Modron was horrified, rooted to the spot, tree-like. The sounds of fire and shouting and screeching was deafening, a flash of war in an otherwise quiet street. Turfing grabbed Fardan roughly by the hand and hauled him to his feet. Fardan's face was expressionless. He nodded. "You're welcome," replied Turfing gruffly, batting aside an arrow. "Now let's get you out of here." "Took you long enough?" replied Fardan. His uncle ignored the comment and Dernis and Aram swiftly joined them, each still holding a piece of the broken door, bristling with arrows like a hedgehog. Dernis looked at Turfing with a strange look in his eye. "So the rumors are true." "It has been too long, old friend," he said slowly, from behind his scarf. Turfing nodded solemnly and shook the vampire's gloved hand. "Durness." "That it has," he replied, and the two men simply stared at each other. "I hate to interrupt this family reunion, but we need to go. Now!" bellowed Farden over the noise of the screaming and the clashing of armor. His uncle turned and whistled sharply at his griffin. "Ilios!" he called, and Ilios looked at Turfing, instantly understanding. He dropped what was left of the man on the cobbles and flapped his wings. "Farden, get on his back!" yelled Turfing, and Farden scrambled onto Ilios's feathery back. Just like riding a dragon, he reassured himself, and inwardly groaned. With a mighty run and a jump, Turfing took his place in front of his nephew, and yelled to Aram and the vampire. "You too!" he ordered. "Just stand there and don't move. That's hard when there are arrows flying everywhere," hollered Durness, but even so he did as he was told. Turfing patted the griffin's feathery neck. "Let's go!" he shouted, and the griffin reared onto its hind legs. It seized Durness and Aram in his front claws, and then with a mighty flap of his eagle wings he launched himself into the air. In moments they had gone, disappeared behind the rooftops of Krauslung. Modron emerged from his hiding place and looked around at the mess they had left behind. The dead and dying were slowly being hauled off the street to lie in macabre rows and piles, while others huddled in groups and nervously watched the skies should the ferocious beast return. The gutters at their boots ran red. A nearby house had caught fire. Shattered glass covered the cobbles and sparkled in the orange flames like dusty diamonds. Modron sighed and rubbed his forehead, completely bewildered. He pinched his arm to make sure he wasn't dreaming, and to his dismay he found he was quite awake. Explaining this entire debacle to Weiss, however, was going to be a nightmare, and not for the first time that day. Modron sighed and walked away. Chapter 7. One night, deep in the cold wilds, Shadow came to Darkness and proposed a plan unto him. "Darkness!" hissed Shadow. "You and I are brothers, together let us take the day for ourselves, and rule the day as we do the night." Darkness put a black hand to a black cheek and thought quietly for a moment as the wind whispered between the firs and stirred the grass at his clawed feet. "Shadow," replied Darkness, "do not be a fool. How can the dark exist without the light to first show it? We rule the night, just as light rules the day. We stay with the moon and the stars, and when the sun rises we go to our places beneath the earth and sleep as we always have. Do not be a fool, brother. It is how it is." But Shadow was not pleased. "Then I shall take the day for myself, Darkness, and you shall have none of it," said Shadow, and with that he slunk off into the night and went to the edge of the world to wait for the sun's rise. And so when the sun arose, Shadow went to seize the light for himself, but to his dismay he found he was utterly and completely powerless against it. The sun quickly burnt away his limbs and tail, and Shadow was banished forevermore to hide behind trees and under rocks, to remain shackled there until the end of the world, forever slave to the light and the movements of her Sunday. Old Arca fairy tale, found in the remains of a burnt house. Ilios was tired. The griffin's wings were beginning to shake with the strain of carrying the weight of the 3 grown men and 1 extra-large siren, so once they were over the thick forests north of Arfel and the Osfin Mountains, Ilios decided he had had enough. Flashing a look to Turfing, he made a whining whistling noise and slowly began to descend in a soaring downward spiral. Turfing didn't blame him. Griffins weren't mean for passengers. Holding tightly to the thick downy feathers covering Ilios's shoulders, Farden looked down at the frozen green carpet of firs and rolling foothills that reached up to greet them. Evergreen and pebble-white, the landscape filled in the spaces between the craggy mountains. Snowdrifts hid beneath pine needles, icicles hung like gibbets from branches hugged by Shadow. Crows and pigeons, sensing a predator in the air, fled their nests and flew away, cawing and cooing fearfully, making the spiny tips of the trees quiver. The mage looked down for as long as he could bear and then promptly closed his eyes, fighting the nauseating feeling stirring in his stomach. No matter how many times he had flown, he still couldn't get used to the horrible sensation of looking down. His stomach sensibly advised him not to try again, and he decided to wait until they had landed. Unfortunately, the jerky wing beats of the griffin did nothing to ease the nausea. Griffins weren't built like dragons; those scaly beasts could soar like fog through a glen. However, he reminded himself, he would rather be sitting on top than hanging from Ilios's claws. Farden took a quick peek at Durness as he hung like a limp fish in the grasp of a fortuitous seagull. For the first half an hour of the flight, the vampire had tried his best to remain poised and rigid, but now he had given up and fallen as limp as he could manage without falling out of the griffin's grip. He looked cold and windswept, and very eager to be back on the ground. Aram, on the other hand, looked as stoic as ever, squinting at the wind with his strong arms crossed, legs dangling in the air. Turfing had remained silent and still for the whole flight, which for Farden was a good thing. He wasn't in the mood for talking. Despite potentially saving their lives, Farden was still angry with his uncle. A weight sat on his heart. In the mage's eyes, turfing owed him, and he didn't care about apologies. All that mattered to the mage now was moving on with the war, getting rid of Vice and Bane, and getting hold of Cheska and his child. His uncle was unpredictable and isolated and totally consumed by fear, but he was also valuable and powerful. Apologies be damned, thought the mage, they now had a powerful weapon on their side, turfing, a weapon who would do anything to make it up to his nephew. Farden put those thoughts aside for the moment and concentrated on holding on tightly as Ilios began to weave his way through the treetops, looking for an open space where he could finally land. Farden cautiously opened his eyes, finding himself level with the tips of the pines, and waited until the griffin found a small mossy knoll that was to his liking. Below them, a handful of deer scattered nervously into the forest, disturbed by the loud flapping noises and the heavy breathing of the strange beast in the granite sky. With his last reserves of strength, Ilios hovered just long enough for Durnus and Aram to drop to the ground, and then he collapsed into a heap amidst the cold grass and crunchy moss. Farden could feel the griffin deflate beneath him, utterly exhausted. The mage swiftly hopped onto the ground, as did Turfing, and they began to stretch their legs with much groaning and grunting. Beside them Aram rubbed his frozen arms and cheeks while Durnus carefully readjusted his rumpled clothes and scrunched his eyes as his old bones clicked in and out of place. "Never again," managed the vampire, as he stamped his foot in an effort to wake it up. Sniffing the frigid air, he hobbled over to the tired griffin, who whistled and blinked at the approaching vampire. Ilios seemed very intrigued by the dusty old man. There was a strange glint in his hunter's eyes. "Careful, Durnus," warned Farden, as he clicked his neck from side to side. Turfing took a step forward, but the vampire held up a hand and pointed to the underside of the griffin's left wing, near to his shoulder. "Look there," he said. They looked, and Turfing carefully parted the griffin's feathers to investigate. When he withdrew his hands, they were smeared with a streak of blood so dark that it bordered on black. Turfing knelt in the cold grass and ran his hand along the underside of Ilios's wing until he found the stub of the broken arrow. The griffin winced and mewed a discordant cry, like a broken flute. "Easy, old boy," whispered Turfing as he probed about with his fingers. Ilios shut his eyes and growled deep in his throat. After a moment, Turfing got to his feet. "Well, it's a miracle we even got this far. The arrow's deep in the muscle and near to the bone. It won't be coming out in a hurry," he sighed. "The dragon healers in Josphin are used to arrow wounds. They could help him," offered Aram, not one for letting any animal suffer. "As great as that is, Ilios isn't going anywhere for the moment," replied Turfing, shaking his head. Aram shrugged and walked away. "And you can bet that the good Archmage has sent a whole battalion into the mountains to look for us." "We've got a day at the most," muttered Farden. Turfing looked up at the grey skies and sniffed the cold air. The tall, snow-dusted pine trees shivered and whispered in the breeze, green and brown needles brushing against their neighbors. The undergrowth rustled with shivering and nervous creatures, mice, voles, birds, all waiting for the newcomers to move on. With a clink of armor, Turfing shrugged his shoulders and took a seat in the damp grass next to his griffin. "Let them come," he said. Farden inwardly sighed and looked around at the surrounding forest. Durnus, sensing the awkwardness, chuckled and looked to Aram. "Like uncle, like nephew, I suppose." The siren just made a face and pulled his cloak around his shoulders. An hour later, not much had changed on the grassy knoll. Ilios lay fast asleep, curled up and twitching occasionally in his dreams, whilst Turfing sat cross-legged beside him, tinkering with his strange armor. He would occasionally mumble something to himself as something twanged under his fingers, and then all would be quiet again. No birds sang in the forest, and apart from the occasional rustling of an inquisitive forest creature, they seemed to be very much alone in the wild woods. Aram was busying himself with his clothes. The siren sat on a mossy tree stump at the foot of the knoll, holding his black cloak up to his good eye and inspecting a rather large tear in one sleeve. There was an arrow hole in the hood as well. "Bloody arrows," he muttered. Aram fished around in his travel pack for a moment before producing a thin whalebone needle and a foot or so of thick white thread. It would do, he decided, and he proceeded to sew up the holes. It was only a cheap cloak, after all. As he sewed, he cast a look at the mage sitting behind him. Turfing was thoroughly engrossed in his intricate armor. Aram watched him for a moment, noting the scars on his wrists and hands, the smattering of grey hairs that ran through his dark hair and beard like cracks in a glacier, the wrinkles at the corners of his mouth and eyes, and how he whispered to himself while he worked. Except for the color of his eyes and the beard, he was the spitting image of Farden. Aram guessed his age to be around 50 or 60 years old, perhaps even older. It was very odd for a Written to reach such an age. However, if what Durnus had told him was true, Turfing was far from normal, and very different from the average Written. Aram could feel a strange energy coming from Turfing, alien to his siren senses, not quite like Farden and not quite like anything else. Despite what his natural mistrustful instincts told him, Aram was intrigued. As soon as the holes in his cloak were patched, Aram stood up to stretch and hang his cloak over the bough of an old fir tree. He scuffed his boots against the rough bark of the tree to get rid of the mud and broken glass and blood. He sniffed the cold air, wondering when Farden and Durnus would return with food. Evening was slowly sneaking up on the day, and from between the shivering treetops he could spy the yellow sun teetering on the tops of the distant snowbound mountains in the west. The big siren finished cleaning his boots and then turned to the quiet mage on the knoll. "Almost time for a fire," Aram commented, quietly. Turfing looked up as if he had completely forgotten Aram was there, which in truth he had, and put a cupped hand to his ear, narrowly avoiding poking himself in the forehead with one of his tools. "What?" asked the mage. "Almost time for a fire, I said," repeated the siren. Turfing seemed to think for a moment, and then nodded once. "Sounds good," he replied, and then went straight back to tinkering with his armor. Aram grunted and shook his head, and began to cast around for some dry wood, which, unsurprisingly, seemed rather lacking in the cold and frozen forest. Every hopeful log the siren found was either damp or rotten, or both, and the surrounding trees called for an axe, so Aram decided to attack some of the smaller branches. With his strong hands, he wrenched a half-dead limb from its tree and twisted it free. He broke off 2 more of roughly the same size and then carried them, pine cones, needles, and all back to the knoll. Turfing was still thoroughly engrossed in his business. Aram wondered what was so interesting about a piece of armor that it required that much attention. He rolled his eye and began to break the branches into smaller bits. "Do you mind?" asked Aram, and once again Turfing looked up as though he were surprised to hear another voice. "Do I mind what?" he asked. The siren snapped a twig. "Helping with the fire?" Turfing cleared his throat. "No, I suppose not," he mumbled, placing his tools back into their leather pouch. He walked down to where the pile of firewood was steadily growing. "Is this it?" he asked the siren, pointing to the collection of branches and sticks. The big man ignored the question. "My flint and tinder isn't going to light anything else in this forest." "I assumed you might have a better idea?" Aram replied gruffly. This mage was quickly getting on his nerves. Maybe his siren instincts had been right all along, he surmised. "Of course," said Turfing, buttoning his long leather jacket and pulling the collar up around his ears. He seized a nearby log and yanked it free of its mossy grave, disturbing a whole nest of burrowing beetles and earwigs and worms. The old mage dragged the log to the pile of branches and dusted off his grubby hands. "There," he said. Aram shrugged and looked down at the rotten log and the strange mage. "Is that it?" he grunted. Turfing shook his head. "Stand back, siren," he said, and waved his hand. Aram took a few steps back and crossed his arms. Turfing cracked a knuckle and flicked his hand towards the pile of wood. White-hot flames streamed from his crooked fingers. The wet wood hissed and spat and crackled and complained, but regardless of its soggy nature the pile was aflame within seconds. Turfing was already finding a spot to sit down. "There we go," he said. He looked up at the slate sky once more and watched the sparks float about like fireflies. "It'll be dark in a few hours." Aram remained standing but he stretched out his hands to warm them on the hot flames. "The others should be back soon," he said. "Farden and Durnus have gone to find us food." "Hm," mumbled Turfing. Aram sensed a little hint of tension there. "How's your griffin?" asked the siren. Turfing looked over his shoulder to where Elios lay, curled up like a cat and deep in a healing sleep. "He should be fine as long as we get that arrow out soon. He just isn't used to the cold." "Then he should enjoy Nelska," replied Aram. Turfing looked at the siren and repeated the word. "Nelska." Aram poked the crackling fire with a long stick and let the smell of burning pine resin fill his nostrils. It was sickly sweet and aromatic, but it reminded him of the roaring fires of Josfin, and he breathed in the aroma. "The ice has almost overtaken our northern borders, and the sea and her waves continue to pound the shores in the south and east. I hear that most of our ships have been either trapped in ice or wrecked in their own harbors. The long winter is getting worse by the day," he commented conversationally. Turfing was still looking at Aram, at the gray scales that graced his cheekbones and chin and at the scar that ran down the left side of his face and his neck like a knotted river curving across a pale map. "It's been many years since I last went to Nelska." "Many years indeed." Aram looked up and met Turfing's gaze. "How long?" he asked. There was a moment between the two men. One of those awkward moments nobody likes to share, an uncomfortable, itchy moment. Ones that occasionally crop up in uneasy conversations, where both parties know the answer to a difficult, anxious question. Turfing ran his tongue around the backs of his bottom teeth. 20, maybe 25 years, he replied. Aram stabbed the fire with his stick. "A long time indeed," he said. "If I remember rightly, 25 years ago there was a war on in Nelska. Turfing nodded. That there was, he said. His skin felt prickly in the heat from the fire. Aram took a slow, deep breath through his nose. Well then. Perhaps you should keep that quiet when we get to Nelska. There are plenty there who still have a bone to pick. Especially with a mage like yourself. And that was all he had to say on the matter. He turned to face away from the mage and closed his eyes. Turfing took the advice and looked down into the flames. Perhaps he should have stayed in the desert, or he was alone and didn't have to answer to anybody, he suddenly thought. Behind him, Ilios grumbled in his sleep, and the mage sighed, slightly ashamed of himself for thinking that. He wondered how many more bones there were to be picked. Farden was also thinking about bones. The mage stood alone in the forest, deep in the trees where the branches and coniferous leaves strangled the daylight and turned it gloomy and dark, where the bark and wood and ice creaked and moaned, where things fidgeted in the shrubbery, and where tiny snow-clogged streams gurgled over rocks and hillocks, splashing and dripping over gnarled tree roots and deer paths. Everywhere he looked bushy firs and spruce jostled for space with ancient leafless oaks. Dead trees like broken fingers groped for the last taste of sunshine, but their last efforts were stifled by the thick evergreen canopy above. The mage stood in the middle of an old deer path, still and silent, staring at the carcass of a dead crow that had somehow found its way into the depths of the thick forest. Most of the skin and feathers were gone. Only the white bones and a scrap of flesh remained. Worms, maggots, and other slithering creatures were busy devouring the rest. The forest, apparently, ate its own to survive. Farden sighed and kicked the macabre object aside, wondering if there was anything to eat in this forest besides moss and pine needles and crow bones. Despite following the deer trail for more than a mile, there had been no sign of even the smallest animal. The wild woods were empty. Ignoring his rumbling stomach, Farden kept walking and listened to the creaking of the trees around him as he plodded through the undergrowth. The deer path led him a merry winding trail through the snow-covered loam and ferns to a gully where the trees and bushes thinned out. A lonely shaft of waning daylight pierced the foliage above and fell at Farden's feet. He watched the dust motes floating in the sunbeam. Just then, something rustled in the trees ahead of him, something larger than a mouse or a vole, larger even than a deer, something heavy, something with 4 feet and a tail. Farden looked up and his gaze met the piercing blue eyes of a huge grey timber wolf, lips curled in a toothy sneer and tail swishing back and forth as it sized up its next meal. The wolf looked hungry, very hungry indeed. Even through its shaggy winter coat, Farden could see its thin ribs. Farden calmly watched the big animal pad its way into the gully, furry paws trampling leaf and loam, muscled shoulders rippling, grey fur standing up on the nape of its neck. All the while its crystal blue eyes never left Farden for a second. The wolf came to a halt a dozen paces from him, bared a mouthful of milk-white and jagged teeth, and then growled a low rumbling growl. It was a noise that would have made the hairs on a lesser man's arm stand on end. Farden held its piercing look, slowly and carefully taking his hands from his cloak pockets. Just as the mage was about to take a step forward, there came another noise from his left. From the corner of his eye, Farden spotted 2 more wolves emerging from a tangled holly bush, both as big as the first, if not bigger. Each had eyes so blue they bordered on white, and they stared unblinkingly at Farden as though he were a fat rabbit caught in a snare. Hot breath billowed from their jaws. They growled, and rattled, and pawed at the leaves under their claws. All was silent in the woods except for their rumbling. A gentle gust of wind stirred the treetops. Nothing and nobody moved. Magic stirred in the mage's veins, tingled the tips of his fingers. Ready to pounce. But fortunately it never came to that. The wolves seemed to sense something in the air, something that scared them. Their wet noses sniffed at the forest air as they looked at each other and whined. Their tails curled between their legs and slowly they began to back away from the mage and slink back into the dark forest. The first wolf was the last to leave, and as he trotted into the trees with his tail firmly between his legs, he looked back at Farden with those piercing and beautiful blue eyes. That strange look would stick in the mage's mind for the rest of his days. It was a haunting look of fear and respect, from one animal to another, and it made the mage feel odd inside, wild and strange. Within moments, the hungry wolf had disappeared into the forest and Farden was once again alone. Or at least he thought he was. A dry whisper came from behind him, and Farden couldn't help but jump a little, though he didn't turn around. "They seem to like you," said Durnus. Farden shrugged. "Apparently I'm not to their taste." Wolves can be picky," murmured the vampire. "I've always marveled at their knack of staring past your eyes and straight into your soul." "You should try looking at a lichen, or a griffin for that matter," replied the mage. He felt a gentle hand on his shoulder and turned around to face his old friend. "It's good to see you again," said Durnus, and Farden smiled. In the fading light of the forest his friend looked even older than he already was. As the daylight was failing, Durnus had removed the black scarf from his face. The evening shadows made the weathered cracks in his skin stand out like the ridges of a mountain range, and his skin had taken on a translucent, paper-like quality. There was a glowing patch of sunburn across the bridge of his nose and around his eyes. A day or two's worth of gray stubble covered his chin and jaw and the gap between his upper lip and nose. For all his usual calm and aplomb, Durnus looked stressed and tired, and his pale blue eyes, even paler than the wolves', were like glacial ice, serene on the surface but tense and cracking underneath. "I'm like a bad coin," Farden replied, and the two of them began to walk back the way they had come, this time ignoring the fruitless deer path and following their own route. "So, how are you?" asked the vampire. It was a question as deep as a sea, and Farden couldn't decide whether he was asking the question as a friend or as his superior. Sometimes Durnus could be like that. The mage shrugged, suddenly realizing how long it had been since anyone had asked him that. "Impatient, angry, as always," admitted Farden gruffly, as he picked his way over a patch of nettles. Durnus hardly made a sound as he strode through the undergrowth. "How so?" asked the vampire. "We're wasting our time here, and every day that we waste Vice grows that little bit stronger, and our people get that much weaker. I could see it the moment I set foot in the city." Durnus sighed. He felt the same as the mage did. He had never been one for the city, but he couldn't ignore the Arca's plight. They were his people too, after all. "You're right, Farden. But what would you have us do? Ask Farfallen and the Sirens to attack tomorrow? Storm the Arcathedral with only 4 of us? We have to gather our army first before we can even dream of facing Vice." Farden kicked a nearby pebble into a bush, knowing Durnus was right. "There's a lot you've missed while you were in Pariah," said the vampire. "For instance, I assume you know Cheska is back?" It was as though someone had just dropped a stone down Farden's throat. He groaned, waiting for what he knew was coming. "Not you as well," he muttered under his breath. "And I assume you know about the weight she's carrying around with her?" "Farden?" queried the vampire. The mage winced and bit his lip and carried on walking, even though he knew Durnus had stopped. "Farden, don't ignore me," warned Durnus, and Farden stopped and turned. The vampire had crossed his arms, this time the mage's superior. He tapped his foot, waiting for an explanation. The mage made a guilty face, avoiding the pale eyes staring at him. Arguing with Turfing had been painful, but at least Farden had held the moral high ground. With Durnus it was impossible to argue back. The damned vampire was always so right. "I should have told you." Durnus didn't wait for him to finish. "You're damn right you should have told me. Something like this doesn't just slip one's mind, Farden, something like this is beyond important. Sleeping with the enemy wasn't good enough for you, was it? You had to go and impregnate it as well," said Durnus, in frustration and anger. "And a princess, Farden? By Avernia's scales, do you ever even try to follow the rules?" Farden shook his head stubbornly. "It was before any of us knew what Vice was doing. Cheska and I started a long time before any of this." "How long?" Farden rubbed his brow while he counted. "I don't know, 5, maybe 6 years ago? Look, it doesn't matter now, what's done is done and I can't change it now." Durnus shook his head, a slow movement of his head from side to side that made Farden feel distinctly guilty. "No, you can't, Farden, but what's done has now become very dangerous. The rules of the written are there for a reason, and an extremely good reason at that, mage. The Magic Council always feared the day when 2 written bear a child, and now here it is. Were they still in power, you'd be hanging from the main gates by your ankles right now." Farden glared at the vampire. "I got this same lecture from Turfing. Then I hope it is getting into that thick head of yours. The magic in your book lives in your veins, in your blood, and yes, in your seed, Farden. Combining your magic with another's magnifies the outcome. A child of that particular union, should it survive its own birth and be remotely human, could be more powerful than any of the Archmages, more powerful than you or Turfing, more powerful than anyone the Arca has ever known, a monster of magic," explained Durnus. "And now Vice has such a child in his possession, which I am assuming was his plan from the very start. I would hazard a guess that he is plotting something extreme, something far beyond anything we dared to suspect until now. And now all he has to do is bide his time and wait for Cheska to give birth." The vampire sighed. "Well, I'm not going to let that happen," grunted Farden, ever stubborn. "Cheska loved me once, I can make her love me again. I can make this right. There was no anger in the old vampire's face in reply to that statement, as there had been in Turfing's. Durnus simply walked forward and put his hands on Farden's shoulders. "No, you can't. I remember what you told me, about the look you saw in her eyes that day in the Arcathedral." "Remember? You said yourself there was nothing there, that she seemed hollow." "No," began Farden, but Durnus wouldn't have it. Listen to me, Farden. By the gods, for once listen just to me, and get it into your head. Vice didn't just stumble across a pregnant princess. You and I both know that Cheska has been under Vice's claws ever since the beginning. I guarantee that 5 or 6 years ago Vice orchestrated your meeting, and has been pulling the strings ever since. I know that must be painful for you, old friend, but you did not see her march into the Arcathedral alongside Vice and Bane. I did, and believe me, she is one of them. But I also know that you are a stubborn bastard, and that you shall have to realize that on your own. This time, though, you had better realize it fast. It's beyond just you and her now, it is about Emaneska, and life and death, and we will not have you jeopardizing the future of this world because of your feelings for Cheska. She and that child are the enemy, do you understand me? Even though a part of him wanted to clench his teeth, shake his head, and scream in his old friend's face, Farden controlled himself, and nodded solemnly. Durnus shook him lightly. And the dragons will have to be told about this. I was intending to send them the news via Hawk, but now you can tell them yourself, which I think would be better for all involved, do you agree? The sullen mage nodded once more, and then the two continued on their walk. There was nothing more to be said for now. They were silent for a long while, and then Durnus asked a question to change the subject. So, it appears your uncle lives. The rumors were true, then, said the vampire. Farden made a face. Durnus and his questions, he thought. Don't even get me started on him, he said. I for one am glad he's alive. To tell you the truth, I didn't think you would find him. Deep down, I think that somehow I knew he had survived all these years. Call it intuition or hope, but I knew. But I also know that if he wanted us to know he was alive, he would have told us. He is stubborn, like you are, hence why I am surprised he came to our aid. Farden nodded reluctantly. His uncle had come, whether he wanted it or not, and that was something. One good deed doesn't make up for 13 years of lies. I am sure it does now, but it's a start. Durnus reminded him. Farden relented. He's not at all what I imagined. Are you disappointed? Farden thought about that, and decided that yes, he was disappointed in turfing. As a mage he's incredible, he controls magic like I've never seen. But as a man, he's a coward. Cowardice comes in different forms, Farden, and more often than not it is confused with well-founded and simple fear. His book is too powerful for its own good. Who knows what it has done to his mind, and what Vice did to him. I assumed he would be a shivering wreck of a man by now, I'll admit it, but here he is, alive and well. I am the first to admit I am pleasantly surprised by him. There was another moment of silence. He's got the same anger in him that I have. That's your magic talking. Like I said, your books are too powerful, said Durnus. Farden clenched a fist and watched the veins in his arm glow. And that will be Vice's undoing, muttered the mage, echoing his uncle's words. Nevertheless, it is good to see turfing again. It has been far too long, said the vampire, paying no notice to Farden's comment. The two men negotiated yet another bush and made their way towards a grassy patch between the trees where, even in the cold, a handful of white snowdrops had sprouted. The long winter hadn't won yet. Farden tried his best to avoid crushing any of the flowers as he strode through the long dewy grass, as if it would somehow help the world. Through the pillar-like tree trunks ahead of them, they could spy the orange flickering of a campfire not too far in the distance. It was just in time, for night was swiftly approaching and ushering away the day. Farden looked at his friend. Turfing told me about Vice, Bane, everything. The Nephilim, and the Pale Kings. He told me all of it. Replied Durnus, an answer that didn't really say anything at all. You knew? The vampire had to nod. Laurel told me about Vice, and Bane, and that dust song. It was part of her message to me, or should I say, Turfing's message. I would have told you eventually, if you hadn't found your uncle. Do you believe it? Farden sighed. I have to say I do. I was afraid you'd say that. Farden tensed slightly. Did Durnus know about the one in the dust song? Had he made that connection? Did he know that Turfing wanted the child dead? In the dim light, Farden caught the toe of his boot on a hidden boulder and put a hand against a nearby tree to avoid falling. He probed around in the grass to find the offending lump of rock, but he couldn't see it. He scowled at the grass. And what did the rest of the message say? He asked. But Durnus wasn't listening. He was staring up at the tree Farden was leaning against, a look of curious wonder on his face. Durnus? Repeated Farden, but the vampire held up a hand and shushed him. The mage looked up at the tree and noticed there was something amiss with it. At first he thought it had fallen or toppled over, but he quickly realized that it had done nothing of the sort. The tree was curved like an archway. Where the tree should have been straight and tall like the rest of the forest, it was bent instead, bent and curved in an arch that rejoined the ground a few paces away. There were thick gnarled roots at either end, and at its apex leafy branches sprouted, forming a dark green crown. Its bark was almost entirely covered with coiling ivy. Farden peeled back some of the waxy leaves to make sure there was living wood underneath. It was an odd sight indeed. Farden had to walk around it a few times to make sure it wasn't an illusion. "A little light please, Farden," ordered Durnus, and the mage summoned a flame to burn in the palm of his hand. He joined the vampire in the center of the tree and looked up at the tree trunk above them. "Just as I thought," muttered Durnus. His somber mood had been forgotten in an instant. "What?" asked Farden. The vampire was suddenly as excited as a starving child who had just been handed a rather large cake. Durnus walked around the trunk, backwards and forwards, leaning this way and that to examine the branches. "I've heard of these trees growing in Amaneska, but this is the first I've ever seen. I thought they were just a rumor." The vampire clapped his hands together. "Remember I told you once about the natural magic that flows through the rocks and the mountains and the sea, the magic that the quick doors tap into?" Farden, confused, shrugged. "Probably," he said. "Well, sometimes, and once in a blue moon, mind you, the magic forms a natural gateway, either in rock or a tree like this, even in fog or mist, or so I've read. You see how it sparkles slightly in the light?" Farden held his hand closer to the wood above him and squinted. "Careful," warned Durnus, but the vampire was right. Where he had peeled back the ivy, the wood sparkled ever so slightly, like the glistening trail of a slug or a snail, like grains of sand in bright sunlight. "Can we use this to get to Nelska? Will it work?" Durnus rubbed his stubbled chin. "It could, I suppose. I've never come across this before. Do you still have that weight of yours?" Farden had completely forgotten about the golden disc in his cloak pocket. He quickly found it and gave it to Durnus. The vampire looked at the inscriptions on the surface of the metal and hummed to himself, thinking, "I suppose it could work. But we'll have to wait for morning, when the magic is at its strongest, and when I can see what I'm doing. Well, at least we won't starve. And then I won't have to eat one of you," joked Durnus, in an attempt to lighten the mood. He patted the mage's shoulder and walked on towards the bright fire. Farden followed, finding himself smiling a little. The mage pushed his dark thoughts to the side, for now, and concentrated on other things. There were plenty to choose from: a rumbling stomach, the dark and treacherous undergrowth, and the smell of burning pine on the cold breeze. Durnus did the same. Together they left their conversation behind for the trees. When they finally made it back to the campfire, they found Aram sitting with his arms crossed on one side of the fire, and Turfing on the other, staring blankly into the forest. "No food?" asked the big siren, and Farden shook his head and held out his empty hands. "Not a deer to be found. I think Ilios scared them away," he said. Aram grunted and said no more. Durnus looked at Turfing, then at Aram, and then at Farden, who made a confused face. "What's wrong with you two?" asked the vampire, sensing a spot of tension around the fire. "Nothing," said the Turfing and the siren in perfect unison. Farden rolled his eyes with a weary sight and sat down by the fire. Durnus joined him and leant close to whisper in the mage's ear. His voice couldn't hide the smile curving across his pale lips. "Guess you're not the only who's a stubborn bastard," he hissed, and Farden grinned. "Trouble in paradise," he whispered. The figure put a tentative foot forward, and then another. Had she a heart, it would have pounded against her chest like a drum. But that would have given her away, and so that night she had nothing, a crouching specter of wings and limbs. She dreaded every single sound, and made sure her next footing was sure. But it wasn't, and out from the darkness behind her something pounced, claws and fangs bared, eyes glowing like a blast furnace, skeletal wings spread wide like a raven in the night. Darkness seeped from its pores, sucking at the light and feeding off it like a parasite. A demon in the flesh, hungry for the taste of this little goddess. She was quick though, and her sword carved a curving shape across its blistered hide. It spat fire and cursed in a language long forgotten, and began to circle her. Her skin, made visible by her power, glittered in the starlight, shining like a beacon in the darkness. It wouldn't be long before others arrived. And so she shouted for someone who was always listening, a god whose ears could hear a blade of grass growing from a mile away, hear time passing and ghosts sighing, hear the very molecules of air slip past his ears, a god whose eyes could spy a shadow of a shadow, see the valleys and canyons in a snowflake, a god who guarded the rainbow bridge to the highest reaches of the void. Chapter 8. Since the war, the dragons of Nelska have been in decline. Despite all their strength and prowess in other areas, dragon mating and breeding is severely dependent on luck and luck alone. Producing an egg, it seems, let alone seeing it hatch into a WIRM, is an incredibly difficult and lengthy process, and has happened less and less often in the last few decades, due mainly to the dwindling number of breeding grounds. The siren wizards and witches use many a spell to ensure an egg survives through to its hatching, but with such a low success rate, some argue that their spells are just tradition and that they have no real effect. Some would argue that the siren wizards are useless altogether, seeing as how their magic comes merely from books and incantations and cantrips, but that is another story for another day. It seems as though the dragons are doomed, not due to war, but for lack of breeding. Fortunately, however, dragons are creatures of luck, it flows in their veins like the magic of a mage. With any chance, we shall have dragons for many more years to come. Taken from Nelska, the Dobran Conundrum by the esteemed critic Awakran. And so, as reliably as it always has in the lands of Emaneska and beyond, the cold velvet blanket of night fell, and with it came a mixture of thoughts and feelings for all. The four men slept as comfortably as they could manage amongst the pine needles and grass, snoring away in dreaming dreams of home and war and other things, turning occasionally in their slumbers to warm their cold sides against the embers of the fire. Ilios remained on his grassy knoll and slept with one eye open and one eye closed. His furry chest rose and fell slowly with each deep breath. To the south, on a hilltop near Mani's Mark, Modron stood by the gnarled ruins of the once mighty spire and stared out at the dark sea in the distance. Below him lay Krauslung and the rest of the valley, glowing with orange torch and candlelight. Modron had swiftly given up trying to count them all. There were too many. Here and there a fire blossomed between the narrow streets, keeping gloved hands and children warm, while the archcathedral, towering and obstinate, glistened like a star-filled night, its spiraling levels alive with twinkling points of light. Modron stood with his back to the ruins, one hand on his cold sword handle and another on his chest. He was happy to let the night wind sting his cheeks and his hands, as though it were a punishment of sorts. Behind him lay all that remained of the old spire, a lopsided circle of blackened and broken stone. The charred timber had been removed months ago, and what was left had rotted away in the snow and rain. The scorched grass had never grown back, and the ruin remained a dark scar on the hillside. Modron wondered if the scars would ever heal. The wind moaned at him, asking if he meant the spire or his people. The mage's thoughts were frayed like old cloth. To the southeast of the pensive mage, in the upper rooms of the sparkling archcathedral, stood Cheska, sullen, chastised, and angry. Like Modron, sleep had escaped her, and she had spent the last few hours pacing about her room and snapping at her handmaids. They had left quickly, apologizing and bowing, and had left the princess alone with her mood. Cheska had heard about Farden, and how close he had come to reaching her, and how he had got away. Vice had been furious. No, Vice had been beyond furious. Cheska rubbed the tender spot on her cheek where he had struck her. The princess winced. Compared to the others, she had been let off lightly. Vice had thrown that captain of his, Modron or Mogard, whatever his name, through a door and cracked his rib, throttled Agfrey half to death, and sent several more of her Skalgard soldiers to the healers. They had their hands full tonight, she thought. One of the soldiers was not likely to see morning, or so Cheska had been told. She cared little. Consequently, the princess was confined to her rooms. Her little stunt in the market had not done wonders for the Archmage's mood, that was obvious, and now her room was guarded by General Agfrey and a whole hallway of her soldiers. Cheska wondered about the ugly woman standing outside her door, pondering whether she was actually a man in disguise, and then shook her head. There were more important things to think about. Like it or not, her father's words and Vice's slap had struck a rather minor chord with her, and the chord had reverberated about her head all day. Disturbing thoughts niggled at her, and she couldn't help but worry about what Vice had in store for her. No, she told herself, and she stamped her foot. She was important. Better than that, she was crucial, she was integral to his plan. He needed her like a ship needed the sea. She was the crux of his scheming, and therefore he wouldn't dare hurt her. Cheska's thoughts were rudely interrupted as something violently kicked her insides. She winced. The painful kicks were getting slowly worse. "God's sakes," she said, and rubbed her belly with a scowl. There came a loud knocking at the door and Cheska turned to face her visitor, making sure to stand as tall as she could manage, hands stuck fast to her hips. "Enter," she called, and the door swung open. Behind it stood General Agfrey, that troll of a woman. Her arms were by her sides and her lips pursed. "What is it?" demanded Cheska. Agfrey looked visibly flustered. "You are to accompany me, Princess Cheska," she replied. "What? Why?" "Archmage's orders, I'm afraid," came the explanation. Cheska huffed, and pouted, and did everything to show her displeasure, but in the end she knew she would have to go with Agfrey. Her cheek still stung. "Fine," she hissed, and flounced towards the door. The general moved aside to let her pass, and then shut the door behind her with a quiet click. Agfrey pointed. "That way, your majesty," she said, and then for a reason that was quite beyond the princess, added a whispered sorry. It was a strange thing to say considering the circumstances, thought Cheska, and it suddenly made her feel a little nervous. She looked around at the ranks of soldiers flanking her and her uneasiness grew. With a click of the general's fingers, the soldiers moved off. Their boots stamped on the marble and their armor clanked noisily as they marched. Cheska coughed to clear her dry throat, and let the little group lead her down a flight of steps or two and down a long corridor. At the end, they stopped rather abruptly at a narrow wooden door that Cheska had never noticed before, a door studded with bolts and pins and strips of metal holding it together. She could feel her anxiety growing by the second. General Agfrey pointed at the doorway. "Vice waits for you inside, princess," she said. "In there?" she asked, pointing at the bleak-looking door. Agfrey merely nodded and pointed again. Feeling the blank-eyed stares of the soldiers around her, Cheska stuck out her chin and replied with a snippy fine. She brushed a golden lock of hair from her face and stepped up to the door. Despite its heavy appearance, it swung open at the lightest touch. She peered inside. Whatever was in there, it certainly was not a candle or a torch. The paltry light from the corridor made no difference. The room was pitch black and thick with stifling darkness. Arrogantly confident to the last, Cheska huffed and strode into the room with a raised hand and called out to the Archmage. "Vice?" she said, as a light spell danced around her wrist. Its weak light barely penetrated the gloom. There was nothing there. "Where is he? Is this some sort of sick joke?" she snapped, wheeling around to glare at Agfrey, but the general was already closing the door, toothy key in hand and a wry expression on her face. With a bang and a click the door was shut, and Cheska was left locked in the dark. Her first reaction was to start pummeling the door with the flat of her hand. "What is the meaning of this?" "Agfrey!" yelled the princess. Unsurprisingly, nobody answered. The door didn't budge. Cheska's fingers began to buzz with electricity, crackling blue in the darkness, and she spread them over the space where the door handle should have been. Suddenly there was a sound like a longbow snapping, and her hand flew from the door with a flash of light that wrenched her sideways. With a whimper of pain, Cheska stepped backwards and held her hand to her chest, nursing what felt to be like a few broken fingers. A tear rushed down her cheek. "I wouldn't try that again," said a voice. The princess whirled around to face nothing but darkness. Soft footsteps scuffed against the flagstones, far away at first and then closer, behind her again, like a saber cat circling a rabbit. Cheska tried to follow the sounds. She waved her hand in front of her, groping at the darkness. Her fingers connected with what felt like cloth and she grabbed at it frantically. But to her surprise and fear the cloth turned hard and solid, and she found herself scraping at nothing but a marble wall. "Show yourself!" yelled Cheska, tears now crowding at the corners of her wide eyes. She pressed her back against the wall and fell to her knees. Thoughts of what her father had said to her filled her mind and harassed her. She summoned enough wherewithal to clench her good hand into a fist and summon a stronger light spell, but the darkness held fast and would not move, as if she were surrounded by a thick curtain. The footsteps continued to circle her. "Show yourself!" screamed Cheska. She had never known a fear this gripping. All of a sudden something changed in the black room. Her light spell dimmed like a snuffed candle and the curtain of darkness seemed to move forward. But it was no curtain. A face formed out of nothing, and the shadow became man-shaped and grinning, arms placed calmly upon hips, clad in silver armor. Vice smirked. The darkness curled around his limbs like fingers of black smoke. Cheska's fear was momentarily replaced with cold hard fury. "What is the meaning of this?" she snarled at the Archmage. Vice took a step forward and towered over the princess in every way possible. His presence was like a hammer pushing her into the floor. His voice reverberated around the small stone room. "I think you know very well why you are here, princess, after your little stunt today," replied Vice, coldly. Cheska spluttered. "You can't possibly blame me for what happened today. I had no idea Farden was there." "It has nothing to do with me," but she was swiftly interrupted, and she put a hand to her face in fright as Vice stamped his foot on the hard floor. A spark flew from the heel of his metal boot. "It has everything to do with you," bellowed Vice. The purple veins along his neck stood out like ropes under his pale skin. "Farden is still hopelessly obsessed by you. You and the brat growing inside of you. It is the only reason he returns time and time again, to test and annoy me, and I will not have you wandering around in broad daylight, jeopardizing everything we've worked for." "Well, maybe you shouldn't have wasted your time and killed him at Carn Bray, when you had the chance," spat the princess, a glint in her eye. "It's your fault he's still alive, not mine." Vice took another step forward and raised his hand, ready to backhand the princess once again, but this time he stopped himself. "No," he said quietly. "No, I need you safe and sound. This child is too important to me." To us, he added, and put his hand back on his hip. Weiss walked towards the door. And that is why you will stay here, locked away in this room, until it's finally time, he said, wagging a finger at Cheska's pregnant bulge. She looked horrified. I wouldn't worry yourself. You're perfectly safe. Nobody will be able to get to you here, Cheska, not Farden, not that vampire, not a soul except me. And I for one will enjoy the peace and quiet, he sneered. Weiss put a hand to the door and with the sound of cogs whirring and bolts sliding, it opened, spilling bright torchlight into the dark room. Cheska covered her eyes. Oh, and if you value the rest of your fingers, I wouldn't try to open this door. It has a lock spell that answers only to me. Sleep well, princess. Don't exert yourself too much, chuckled Weiss. The door slammed after him, and Cheska was left in the darkness to nurse her bruised and broken fingers and contemplate her fate. Underneath her skin, deep inside her, her unborn child twitched and kicked once, just once. Outside the little room, Weiss made sure the door was well and truly sealed by his spell, and then turned to General Agfrey. I want the watch doubled, and the rest of your soldiers brought down from the north. Agfrey nodded, trying to look calm in front of her men. All of them, sire? All of them, Agfrey, every single last one of them. I don't care what it takes, I want the city filled with soldiers. We're moving forward with the plan. Yes, your mage. Agfrey bobbed her head eagerly. Weiss turned on his heel and left, cloak swishing behind him, armor crackling. Oh, and Agfrey? He called without turning. If you see that king of yours, send him to me. There are a few things I would like to discuss. Yes, sire, she shouted after him as the archmage disappeared around a corner. She shivered in a sudden cold draft. War was approaching, she could feel it. She could taste the excitement on her tongue. Dawn broke the dark clutches of night, and with it came a clear cloudless sky smudged with reds and oranges, a cacophony of fiery colors that painted the mountainous horizon like an artist paints a canvas. To the north of the mountains a thin veil of mist hung over the silent forests. More snow was on the way. The morning air was brittle like charcoal. The campfire had burnt out sometime in the night, leaving the ashes to blush and smoke, making the misty forest glade that much mistier. Durnus, Aram, and Elios were still fast asleep. The griffin twitched in his dreams, chasing imaginary beasts across desert plains, toying with thermals. The griffin's dreams seemed very far away from their forest surroundings, very far away indeed. Only two of the men were awake. They lay on their backs, head to head and staring at the pine branches above them as they whispered and rattled. Farden lay with his head on a bundle of moss and his hands folded across his chest, pondering life and recent events. Turfing lay next to him, hands clasped behind his head, thinking of similar things. Both knew the other was awake, but for some reason neither could think of anything to say. It took a while, but Farden finally coughed and rubbed his stubbly chin with the back of his hand. Thank you for coming, he mumbled. His low voice sounded so loud against the quiet of the forest. There was a moment. I'm not a coward, Farden. That remains to be seen. You knew I'd come, didn't you? Farden nodded. I hoped you would, after what I said. And did. Turfing sat up to poke the fire with a nearby stick. He rubbed his bruised lip and cheek. I almost didn't. But Elios threatened to bite me if I didn't follow you, he said, and Farden wondered if his uncle was trying to be funny. He wasn't, and instead he stuck out a hand. It hovered over Farden's face. I should have come back a long time ago. All you needed were some harsh words, replied Farden, and he shook his uncle's hand. Even though a great chunk of it remained, a little of the weight that had been lying on his heart disappeared. I meant every word, uncle, but that doesn't mean I should have said them, he said. But what's said is said, and now we can just concentrate on this war of ours, and killing Weiss. I don't want to hear anything about Dustzones or Cheska. Turfing swallowed. He looked over at the slumbering griffin. Elios was still twitching and murmuring in his sleep. The dew-soaked grass underneath his wing was stained a dark and reddish brown. Whatever happens, I'm not going anywhere without Elios. We need to find a way to get this griffin to Nelska before that arrow kills him. That is, of course, added Turfing, if the sirens let me in. I don't think your big friend is very fond of me. Farden raised his head and looked over to where Aram lay, snoring like a bear. Farden smiled, and absently put a hand to his dragon scale amulet that hung around his neck. That may take a while, he said. Let's just say the sirens are a little untrusting of mages in their midst. Wait until you meet Svarta, she's a veritable hoot. Sounds it, murmured Turfing. There was rustle as Durnus rolled over. Must you two talk so loudly? I was happily fast asleep before you decided to start yapping. I was dreaming that I'd finally bitten that bastard Duke of Leith. Farden had to cough to keep from laughing. The men rose slowly and at their leisure, waiting until the sun had risen above the mountains before packing away their camp. Turfing went to wake Ilios, and the griffin awoke with a whistle and a groan. "Can you move, old friend?" asked the mage, and Ilios managed to nod and make a clicking sound with his lizard-like tongue. "Good. Durnus says that it's just a short walk to his tree." Ilios nodded again, and dozed until it was time to go. Once the men were ready to leave, Durnus led them a winding path through the dense thicket of pines and firs that surrounded their little clearing and deeper into the forest. Slowly but surely, picking his way carefully around bushes and branches, Ilios followed them, limping heavily and making strange whistling noises. Turfing looked concerned. Durnus put a hand on his old friend's shoulder. "Not too far now," he said quietly. "It's the jump I'm worried about," answered Turfing. "He should be fine, I'll try to make it as smooth as possible." Turfing nodded in thanks, and true to the vampire's quiet words, they soon came across the strange arch tree he and Farden had discovered the night before. Durnus traced his hands over it, sharp nails searching for the pulsing areas of magic he knew would be hiding under the bark. The moss and ivy that covered the stance tree sparkled in the dappled sunlight, with dew, and something else. "Ah," announced Durnus, "here it is." He reached down to the thick winding roots at the base of the tree and poked at the soil. "This shouldn't take too long at all," he said. "Good, I'm getting hungry," said Aram, and as if to prove his point his stomach gurgled loudly for all to hear. Farden shook his head. "Trust a siren," said the mage. Aram scowled. Durnus kept poking until he found the right spot on the tree. He then took 2 or 3 big steps backwards and rubbed his hands together. He tried not to show how nervous he was. "Stand back, gentlemen. This is an extremely precise spell, one that I've only done once before without a spellbook. If I get it wrong it could have terrible consequences," he warned, doing nothing for the others' unease. They retreated quickly and without a word. Opening quick doors, as I've told Farden many times, is like trying to open and close a window from 1,000 miles away, with no more than a rope and a long pole. If you miscalculate by a fraction on this end, then it can equate to miles on the other end. "The trick is, you see," began Durnus, mumbling like a distracted instructor as he scratched the first words, "the keys of the spell, into the loam at his feet with his finger, is to tap into the underlying magic, the natural strings of power entwined with the forest and the air and the earth, the invisible magic that surrounds everything. And that's easier said than done. I have to manipulate the right amount of magic at just the right time, otherwise it can split the doorway and collapse in on itself, and if we're really unlucky, there is always the danger of a few strange side effects." "Which are?" asked Aram, who was particularly worried. He wasn't used to traveling on anything that didn't have wings. Durnus began to push against the air as though he were fighting an invisible wall. A bead of sweat rolled down his pale forehead. His lips began to move up and down, as if he had forgotten the words to a song. His lips knew them, but his voice did not. Mechanical and silent, they mouthed words learnt by rote. It was a moment before he answered. When he finally did, he did so in such a quiet whisper that they could barely hear him. "Well, my good siren," he strained. "If the surrounding magic is strong enough today, then it'll work. If not, well, we could all find ourselves transported underground and crushed to death, or 1,000 feet up in the air, or worse." "What could be worse than that?" asked the big siren, unsure if he really wanted to know. "If I miscalculate, we could all be crushed into the smallest particle of being any of us could possibly imagine. Flesh could be ripped from bone, that manner of thing." "Sounds fun," mumbled Farden, crossing his arms. The others looked worried, but he had seen Durnus perform his quick door spell enough times before to have a little faith in the old vampire. He had been practicing time and space magic since before Farden could remember. Still, he had never seen it done without a spellbook, and never with a strange-looking tree, so he decided to take another step back, just in case. The vampire continued to push and strain against the air, and to the others he seemed to grow bigger, not by height nor by stature but in some other way, in a way they couldn't quite understand. It was as though he straddled a world between distance and time, swelling with magic as he forcefully bent it to his will. His fingers moved like a harpist's, twitching and plucking. "Here we go," grunted Durnus. He turned and clapped his hands at Farden. "Quickly, I need your weight." He snapped, and without a second thought, Farden fished the golden disc out of his cloak pocket and tossed it to him. Durnus caught it in one hand and quickly thrust it into the space under the arched tree. There was a sudden flash of light and a brief gust of wind that rattled the branches, and then nothing. It all seemed a bit anticlimactic. The others swapped confused glances. Aram opened his eye to see what had happened. "Was that it?" he asked. "Did it work?" "I believe it did, my dear Aram, I believe it did." Durnus took a step back, breathed a sigh of relief, and put the weight in his cloak pocket. Well. Farden shrugged. Nothing happened. I expected you, of all people Farden, to know better than that. Take a closer look, said Durnus, wiping a drop of sweat from his brow. The mage walked forward, squinting at the tree. The vampire was right. The spell had worked. Farden could feel a tension in the air, as if the magic were pulling and tugging at unseen strings. He could feel a low throbbing under his feet. The tree vibrated softly, and the air under the archway shimmered like a gossamer curtain waving in a breeze. He put his hand close to it to feel the heat of the quick door's surface. Flecks of rain landed on his hand. It worked, agreed Farden. He turned around. Remind me never to make fun of your old spell books again. Durnus wagged a finger in an admonishing manner. There's magic in their pages, Farden, mark my words. More magic than you could shake a stick at. All you have to do is learn it. Behind him Turfing nodded. And remind me never to let you do that again, muttered Aram. He strode forward purposefully and inspected the shivering surface of the makeshift quick door. All around its edge the ivy was beginning to wilt. Is it safe? He asked. Perfectly, answered Durnus. The mage chuckled. I thought you sirens were big fans of the natural magics. Opening a doorway that transports you 1,000 miles in a second with nothing but a strange tree and a big bit of gold isn't natural, Farden, it's just odd, spell or no spell. The mage shrugged again, and hid a smile. Turfing rubbed his hands together and stroked Elios's neck. The griffin blinked weakly. We need to go. Elios is getting weaker by the minute. Turfing's right, we need to get somewhere warm and dry, and hopefully with food, nodded Farden. Aram was peering through the shivering air of the quick door. Just as I suspected it to be, the weather in Nelska hasn't eased at all, he said, moving back to wipe the icy raindrops from his face. The siren was right, a cold and wet wind was now blowing through the quick door. They could almost hear the howling of the gale behind it. We'll need help from the dragons. They don't even know we're coming, said Aram. Farden fastened his cloak and hoisted his trusty hood over his tousled hair. I'll go through and get help, then you can help Turfing and Elios, said the mage. Aram paused for a moment, looking at Farden, then the wounded griffin, and then finally at the old scarred man standing by its side. The big siren cleared his throat and nodded. Thank you, said Turfing. Then we'd best be quick about it. I don't know how long this tree can maintain this sort of effort, warned Durnus, and as if to punctuate his words the tree suddenly began to groan. Something deep inside it cracked. Let's go, said Farden, and wasting not another second, he took a deep breath and dove into the quick door, careful to keep his arms and legs tightly pressed to his body. It barely helped. The makeshift quick door squeezed his ribs until they ached and stung with old injuries. The roaring of the ice-cold wind deafened him. His eyes watered, his skull felt as though it were being pinched between two boulders, and the wrenching and tumbling made his stomach do leaps inside him. Thankfully it only lasted for a few seconds. Before he knew it the mage was rolling across a shingled beach coughing and spluttering. Farden got to his feet and shook himself off. Behind him the iron sea crashed against the stony pier. Waves exploded against the rocks in plumes and fountains of salt spray, fighting with the icy rain for space in the gloomy sky. Despite it all, Farden took a deep, deep breath of the salty air and relished the feel of the sea spray lashing his face. It was good to be back. The quick door sizzled behind him, spitting as the rain and rimy spray collided with its hot surface. The mage turned to face the narrow doorway, and instantly saw the problem. The Nelska quick door was simply not big enough for the griffin, fashioned as it was from two thin horns of glossy black rock. The mage cursed himself for not realizing this sooner. It was a disaster. The quick door would be shattered, the others left stranded, and Elios would be left half in, half out of the door, severed in half. Farden's heart skipped a beat. Without even thinking, he slammed his vambraces together and hurled 3 fireballs high into the tumultuous gray sky, hoping to the gods that the dragons would see the fire and come to investigate. There was nothing else he could do but wait. If he were to go back through the door, he could collide with the next person and the two of them would cease to exist altogether. Farden took several large steps back and crouched, and watched, and prayed. Suddenly, there was a flash of light and a thin figure flew out the quick door. Farden dashed forward and deftly caught Durnus in midair. The two men collapsed on the wet shingle. By the gods you're heavy, spluttered the mage. The vampire winced and wheezed as Farden helped him to his feet. It's been far too long, and I'm far too old for that, coughed the vampire. You can complain later, we have a problem, yelled Farden over the noise of the sea and the wind. Durnus blinked water from his eyes and stared in the direction the mage was pointing. He saw the problem instantly. The quick door was too small. Oh no, mouthed Durnus. What can we do? The vampire shook his head. There's nothing we can do, he cried. Ilios will be crushed for sure. Farden clenched his fists. Can't you stretch it somehow, make the door bigger? Durnus looked panicked. There's no way. We'd have to break the door open and the spell would fail. The mage racked his brains. Then we lift it, he yelled. It'll never work. I'm not as strong as you, Farden. Farden was already running towards the door. We don't have a choice. I lift, you hold the spell. Durnus ran after him, shaking his head. Farden was already trying to find somewhere to grip the slippery stone. His fingernails scraped at the base of the door, but to no avail. Farden pushed as hard as he could, but still nothing happened. In anger and frustration, he punched the stone plinth that held up the door, sending a quakespell rippling through the pier. A wave crashed over them and soaked the pair to the bone. It's not moving, yelled Durnus as he struggled to wrangle the quick door's energy. Words of frantic spells tumbled from his lips. Farden gritted his teeth and heaved and strained against the solid black rock. Any moment now Ilios could come through, dead or maimed, and his uncle and Aram would be trapped or dead alongside him. Farden's arms shook. The symbols on his wrists burnt white. His vambraces rattled under the pressure of the magic coursing through his body. The pier began to shake violently. As another wave collided with the end of the pier, he heard a crack and thud, and for a sickening moment he thought it was too late, but then the stone under his hand buckled and split, and the doorframe began to teeter and wobble. Durnus! Roared Farden, but the vampire was deep in concentration, fangs bared and snarling at his task. Just as a pulse of light flashed across the teetering doorway, Farden slammed his shoulder against the stone with one last desperate effort, driving his magic hard into the stone. It came just in time. With an enormous bang, the quick door split in two and toppled backwards. Durnus kept the quick door open just long enough for 2 men and a wounded griffin to escape. In a flurry of feathers and limbs they flew high into the air, hovering for that brief moment at the highest point, eyes wide and bewildered, stomachs in mouths, before plummeting to the ground with cries of pain and surprise. Ilios slumped where he landed, whistling mournfully, yellow eyes clamped shut, wounded but alive. Farden fell to his knees as the quick door tumbled into the sea, shattering in a fountain of steam. The black stone fractured like hot glass and it sent razor-sharp shards flying in all directions. A thin sliver of one cut a long path across the mage's cheek and neck and buried itself deep in his shoulder. Farden winced and fell to the ground, more from surprise than anything else. He slowly rolled onto his back and lay spread-eagled on the slimy, sea-worn stone of the pier. He put a hand to his bloody shoulder and stared up at the gray clouds. Soaked to his core, tired, and now injured, Farden breathed a sigh of relief. Then he smiled, because high above him the sky was filling up with every color he could think of, a scaly rainbow of dragons numbering in their hundreds, circled overhead like giant benevolent vultures. Even over the cacophony of the throbbing waves and the howling wind, he could hear their roars and their trumpeting. It was good to be back, he thought, good indeed. Part 2. The Secrets and Iniquities of Gods and Men. She shouted at the top of her lungs. One more terrible than 3. He's closer than we imagined. They have to kill it before it's tea. And that was all she managed. A hand reached out from the oily darkness and snapped her neck in two. Fingers of brimstone and nails of iron crushed her skull. The other demon snarled and hissed and began to pull at the fleshy part of her wings, whining for his master's approval. Darkness rumbled like a storm in the night, and a shape, huge and brooding and dripping with malice, slunk away into the nothing. Left to its own devices, the smaller demon began to devour her lifeless flesh, gulping down her blood and soul until nothing was left but feathers and a dirty sword. Chapter 9. So, these mages. The written. No, not them, the others, the rest. Right. Well, where did they get their spell books from? They keep them in the Arfel libraries with the scholars. Or in Manie's Mark, in the school. Yeah, but where did they come from? Well, dear boy, it must have been the spellsmiths. They were responsible for gathering them all up, and for making new ones. When was this? Hundreds of years ago, I think, before they were all burnt at the stake or something. Well, what about before that? Well, you've got a point there. Probably the elves or the gods, I guess. Do you reckon they'd let me have a spellbook? Dear boy, you can't be trusted with beer, never mind a spellbook. Drunken conversation. It took 2 dragons to tow Ilios up the hill and into the mountain fortress of Josphin. The griffin lay upon a makeshift sledge made of driftwood and thick rope, whistling all the while at the dragons and at Turfing, who despite a twisted ankle and many a bruise stayed at his side the entire time. The dragons, like the old mage, seemed to understand the griffin's mournful whistling, and they chattered and whined back in a language that was far older than the tongue of any siren. Only Durnus, for some reason, seemed to understand parts of their conversation, not that he would have admitted it however. He just feigned ignorance, and shrugged along with the others. Farden and the others made quite a sight as they limped and hobbled up the rocky slopes that crisscrossed the face of the slate-gray cliffs, hanging from each other like the walking wounded of a war, covered in blood and sand, clothes soaking wet. For all their cuts, bruises, red-rimmed eyes, and cold skin they could have easily passed for a gang of ghosts. Even Durnus was a paler shade than normal, his grey vampire skin now bordering on white. The siren soldiers flanking them couldn't help but stare and whisper. Some even laughed. Aram chatted away to his scaled comrades in his deep gruff voice. Like Farden, it had been months since he had left his homeland. The mage had never seen the man so verbose. Farden smiled. Their entrance into the fortress was greeted by a small crowd of dragons and sirens from the higher echelons of the Nelska society. Some sat atop their dragons while others clumped together to keep warm, wearing thick coats and hoods made of goose down and sabercat fur. They clapped politely and stared with wonder at the poor griffin as he was tugged past them on his sledge. Turfing kept his head down, a tight yet respectful smile on his face, and walked past the crowd, wishing his jacket had a hood. Caring only for his griffin, he followed Elios down the hallway. The others stayed behind. In the center of the colorful crowd stood the goldest and oldest of them all, the old dragon, Farfallen, a welcoming smile on his scaly lips, teeth bared and scales flashing in the torchlight. By his side stood the imperious-looking queen, his rider Sparta. She was clad in a long copper dress and a thick sabercat fur coat. As usual, her expression was devoid of humor. A smile was as foreign to her face as a seagull was to a library. Once everyone had arrived, Farfallen lifted a massive claw and pointed to the great doors behind them. The soldiers closed them with a bang and locked them tight to keep the bitter wind out. Finally! Boomed the dragon. Well met and good wishes, friends. With no message or hawk we were beginning to worry. Durnus and Aram opened their mouths but the old dragon smiled. You may explain later, but for now hot food and baths await you all, and healers too by the looks of it, said Farfallen, in a voice as deep as the roots of a mountain. The three men bowed deeply and tried, unsuccessfully, to hide their joy. The small crowd dispersed like morning fog and Farfallen and Sparta led the way towards the hot springs and the steaming baths. Josphin seemed cold and quiet. Save for their echoing footsteps and those of the scattering crowd, there were few noises to be heard. The crackling of the torches was loud against the muted silence. Other dragons and riders passed them, padding softly through the honeycomb corridors. They bowed to the old dragon and nodded courteously to the returned warriors. The mood in the fortress seemed subdued. The silence was quickly broken, however, for just as they reached an ornately carved spiral staircase, there came a loud shout from behind them. Farden! It was more of an elated screech than a shout, and it came from Alessi. Farden and the others turned around to see the chambermaid running across the flagstones to meet them with her skirts held high with each hand to avoid tripping, and a skinny black cat trotting alongside her. Farden smiled and stepped forward to greet her. He was almost knocked flying as she collided with him, half hugging, half wrapping herself around him. Farden chuckled and then winced as her wrist caught the shard stuck in his shoulder. Ack! Alessi, careful, he managed, and her expression instantly changed to worry and concern. Oh gods, I'm sorry, Farden. That looks bad. She put a hand over her mouth and stared at the deep cut along his cheek. It's fine, don't worry about it, he said, patting the back of her hand comfortingly. It's good to see you, Alessi, he added with a smile. And you, Laryl, he said to the little cat by her side. Laryl just winked and said nothing. I just heard from one of the servants that you came back through that door thing, you and the others here. Remembering her manners, she quickly curtsied to Durnus, then Aram, then Sparta, and then finally to Farfallen. The dragon hid his smile pretty well. Sparta crossed her arms and waited for the annoying woman to go away. You've been gone so long I was beginning to worry, said the maid. As usual, mumbled Durnus. Farden ignored him. Well, we're all safe and sound. You need to meet my uncle, Turfing, he's gone too. But the black cat yowled and held up her paw. Her tail swished impatiently from side to side. Turfing is here? She quickly interrupted. Farden nodded. Yes, he's. Tell me, interrupted Laryl. Now. The mage, beginning to understand what she meant, pointed in the direction Turfing had gone. Laryl instantly scampered off, tail pointing high in the air. Alessi looked confused and moved to follow her. I better go see what's going on. I'll see you later, Farden, she said, hurriedly running after the cat, skirts held high once again. What an odd woman, muttered Sparta as she rolled her eyes. Farden shook his head and smiled. I need me a bath, he said, and they walked on. I'll second that, said Durnus. Though I wish I could see the look on Alessi's face when she sees the griffin, or your uncle, or especially when Laryl is turned back into her original form. You don't see that every day in Albion, replied Farden. He couldn't help but wonder what Laryl would look like. He was sure he would find out soon. Have I missed something here? Said Aram, rubbing his forehead. I'm assuming that it is because our good turfing is the only one who can turn Laryl into her human form again, seeing as he was the one who did it in the first place, Durnus explained. Aram nodded. Behind them Sparta mumbled something about shapeshifters and evil. The old dragon and his queen led them to the lowest levels of the fortress where the air became warm and moist. Wisps of steam lingered in the torchlit corridors. Every now and again they noticed locked doors and signs saying closed where open baths had once been. As it turned out, more than half of the baths had been shut due to the lack of hot water, and the remaining were beyond busy. It looked to be the last remaining place in Josvan where a siren could get warm. The ice creeping down from the north had driven the heat deeper into the ground, and one by one the volcanic springs were slowly dying, shutting down almost half of the baths. The long winter was slowly smothering the mountain to death. Consequently, there was a long queue of disgruntled sirens standing in the corridor, busy tapping their scaly feet and sighing despondently. Fortunately, Farfallen and Sparta led Farden and the others to the entrance where they were guided straight in without hesitation. Inside, hot steam choked the air. It was so thick they had a hard time seeing where they were going. There was a faint sulphurous smell to the steam, and the ground beneath their boots was warm to the touch. In every corner and cranny, hot springs bubbled and gurgled away, supplying the baths with bucketfuls of hot water. An army of servants and maids were at work in the thick mist, handing out towels to the other people enjoying the near-scalding water. One man was busy at a pump, pushing air into an array of thin copper pipes so that the bath water bubbled. His shirt was soaking with sweat and yet he carried on, arms rippling with the muscles of his labor. Another area seemed to be for laundry, and shelves upon shelves stood stacked with dirty uniforms waiting to be washed. A siren's work is never done, thought Farden. They were led to a secluded area of the busy baths where they were greeted by an army of healers bearing trays of cloths and salves and ointments. Near to the wall was a wide and deep bath carved from granite, surrounded by small whale oil lamps and a circle of benches covered in towels. They were instructed to sit while the healers tended to their assorted injuries. Farden clamped his teeth together and watched as one of the siren physicians carefully pulled the slender shard of black stone from his shoulder. He was mindful to keep her prying eyes away from the symbols and letters scrawled across his shoulder blades, especially after the last time. With a swift and skillful tug the shard came free, and was dropped with a clatter in a nearby dish. As the healer went about rubbing a healing salve over his bruised face, the mage thoughtfully thumbed the edges of the razor-sharp rock in the dish. Like broken glass, he thought. A memory flashed across his mind then, of his fight in Krauslung and a young mage lying halfway through a broken window, and then it was gone. They were Vice's tools, not reasons for remorse, he reminded himself. Farden had none to give. Once they were done, the healers produced vials of oil, the color of which never seemed to stay the same for more than a few seconds, like the cat Farden had seen in Pariah. It went from a deep fiery orange to a coppery green, and then turned to a dusky purple. The men watched as one of the healers poured the thick oil into the bubbling water. It frothed and fizzed and turned the water a deep blue and made the air smell like lavender. We call it Jorg, explained Aram, making a strange sound like Jorg. It's a lot like Singer. And a highly guarded recipe. Durnus and Farden merely nodded, quite intrigued by the effervescent water. The healer emptied another 2 vials of the oil and then stepped back. It will relax your tired muscles and calm your mind, she said, and with that they were left alone to undress and bathe. The 3 men did so with avidity, and as always Farden was careful to keep his tattooed book out of sight. Both Aram and Durnus knew not to look, and nothing was said. They hopped into the water as quickly as they dared, for it was so hot it was almost unbearable, and like children the men danced around from one leg to the other, clenching their fists and gasping, until they gradually adjusted to the temperature. It had been months since each of the men had bathed, and so with much grinning and sighs of contentment they lowered themselves until they were neck-deep in the hot water. Farden sat with his back to the stone wall behind him and folded his hands behind his head. He still wore his Skalussan vambraces. "This is the life, gentlemen," he said, sighing. "Can we just stay here? Until this whole war nonsense is over with?" said Durnus, running wet hands through his graying hair. "Don't you ever take those off?" asked Aram, pointing at the armor on Farden's forearms. "They'll rust in this water." "These?" Farden replied, tapping his shiny vambraces. He smiled. "Oh, these will never rust," said the mage with a shrug. "I take them off sometimes, when I'm alone. I suppose I could make an exception just this once," he shrugged. Farden unfastened the left one first, putting finger and thumb to the red and gold metal and pushing very lightly. As if by magic, which of course it was, the leaves of metal contracted under his touch and slid apart like a snake uncoiling. With a slithering clicking sound the vambrace came apart and he put it on the side of the stone bathtub. A few moments later it was joined by its twin. The pair of them glistened in the lamplight. "You never did tell me the story of how you came across those. Word has it from Sparta that you won them in a duel or something," said the big siren. Beside him, Durnus rolled his eyes, knowing the story all too well. "Perhaps one day I will," answered the mage, with a fiendish smirk, as he briefly dipped his head below the bubbling surface to wash his grimy face. The healing salve was itching, and Farden could still feel grains of desert sand hiding in his thick hair. His shoulder ached. He massaged it with his hand. "There are so many secrets," began Aram. The siren shook his head and watched while Farden removed the dragon scale amulet from around his neck and placed it carefully next to his vambraces. The mage prodded his bruises and muttered his healing spells under his breath, stretching after each one. "So many secrets between us all." Durnus nodded and ran a hand through the steaming water. "That there is, my friends, and I doubt we have yet heard the last of them," he said, forebodingly. Aram was left alone to wonder what that meant, as the other two men rested their heads against the side of the bath and shut their eyes. The siren did the same, and spent the next hour enjoying his well-earned bath. Fresh clothes had never felt so good. The servants supplied them with clean white tunics and fur-lined jackets and took away their dirty clothes to be cleaned and repaired. There was many an arrow hole that needed patching up. Farden replaced his amulet in vambraces and stood grimacing as another healer bandaged up the hole in his shoulder, stuffing it with poultices and strong-smelling salves. Whatever had been in that gourd, the stuff had cleared his head and refreshed his body no end. His magic was now going to work to finish the job. Overall, he felt good. That was, of course, excluding his rumbling stomach. Aram and Durnus felt the same, and together their 3 empty bellies groaned like a landslide. Thankfully, they were led back up the stairs into the heart of the fortress into a small hall, lit again by lamps and candles, empty but for a handful of comfy chairs and a long table topped with a veritable feast, the smell of which caused each man to rub his hands together and lick his lips. Abandoning ceremony and manners, the 3 went at it with an eager will, pulling up chairs and plates and piling them high. There were roast fish and clams, boiled fish broths, smoked fish platters, cauldrons of bubbling stew and vegetables, and mountains of strange fruit and bread studded with seeds. Jars of sauces and pickles from the far north of Nelska adorned the perimeters of the serving plates, and in the middle of the table there was a roasted rack of bear ribs, dripping with fat and a stormberry and cragleaf gravy. There was even something for Durnus in amongst the dishes and bowls, a tall thin jar covered with a cloth and a note with his name scribbled in dragon script. He peeked underneath, at first confused, and then delighted. So as not to put the other 2 off their food, he kept the jar covered with the cloth and lifted it to his pale lips. His fangs slid eagerly from his gums and met the jar with a clinking sound. He drank and drank, until the jar of blood was empty, and then sat back in his chair with a sigh. "That feels good," he said, wiping his blood-stained lips with the back of his hand. When he had first arrived in Nelska, the sirens, especially Sparta, had been immensely worried about having a vampire in their midst. Even though Durnus wasn't dangerous, siren society demanded his type be shunned. For the first few months, most of the fortress had either ignored or avoided him. Farfallen and his dragons, on the other hand, had been much more accommodating. They had wisely set up a system whereby Durnus could feed on the handful of Skullguard prisoners of war the sirens had locked away in their deepest, darkest prisons. Those who needed to know knew, and those who didn't, well, they were none the wiser. Durnus was as silent and subtle as a shadow. Their screaming only lasted a moment. Farden was busy attacking a plate of smoked fish and boiled potatoes, something he had developed a real taste for during his stay in Nelska. "I could eat this whole table," he said. "Not if I get there first," replied Aram, mumbling around a mouthful of bear. "Thank the gods it's not sandworm," muttered the mage. Durnus put a hand to his ear. "What?" Farden shook his head and smiled. "Nothing." Soon there was a knock on the door and in came Turfing, fresh-faced and clean. Farden got up to meet him. His uncle hardly looked like the same person. His old grimy desert clothes and exotic clockwork armor had been replaced by a crisp gray tunic, thick black trousers, and a new pair of boots. Like his beard, his hair had been neatly trimmed and washed, and Turfing self-consciously ran a scarred hand through it, as if to check that it was still there. The Parian rain ring was still on his finger, and it sparkled in the light. Farden looked him up and down. "I'm surprised you even knew what a bath looked like," he said. Turfing grinned awkwardly. Without taking a break from his plate or turning around, Aram called over to the mages. "How's Elios?" Turfing scrunched up his face and bobbed his head. "He'll be all right. They say the arrow that hit him was poisoned." Durnus nodded. He looked very comfortable in his chair, leant back with his hands clasped together on his chest. He clicked a finger. I should have known. One of the few books I managed to save from the Ark Abbey was a manual on Skullguard poison brewing. Don't ask me why I have it. According to its writings, it is common for Skullguard archers or sorcerers to use wolfsbane, water hemlock, or dropwort to poison their arrows and daggers. They grow along the canals of Gordheim and in the northern fjords. Though why they insist on using such foul tactics is beyond me. Probably because they're such bad shots, added Farden. Durnus nodded again. They are a pleasant bunch. No wonder they control half of Emaneska. Remind me to inform Farfallen of that manual. Turfing looked ashen. Well, Elios has lost a lot of blood and the wound is very deep, but the sirens managed to catch the poison before it stopped his heart. They say if he makes it through the night then he'll be fine. They seem to know what they're doing, and Elios is strong. I wouldn't be worried if I were you. They're the best at what they do, grunted Aram, still eating. The big one-eyed siren seemed to have a bottomless stomach. Anyway, said Turfing, eager to change the subject from his poor griffin. There's someone I'd like you to meet, Farden. I think you might recognize her. Farden made a puzzled face. Gesturing to somebody in the corridor, Turfing opened the door a little wider and in stepped a young woman, hands crossed and folded neatly in front of her, looking from man to man with an air of grace and control that only a feline could display. Laryl was human again. To say that Farden was astonished would have been quite an understatement, and despite his politest of efforts, his wide-eyed gaze wandered up and down her new body. As it turned out, Laryl was almost as tall as he was, long-limbed, lithe, and obviously of some Parian blood. Her skin was tan like Turfing's and her eyes were the same deep brown as they had been in cat form. Her hair was cut so that it barely skimmed her shoulders. It was a brown so dark that it almost verged on black, and the color matched the smattering of freckles that dusted her cheeks. Her lips seemed to hide the capacity for a wide smile, and were at that particular moment tightly drawn into a coy little smirk. The dark skin of her hands were covered in intricate lines and swirls, like the tribal tattoos he had seen on the girls in the markets of Bellefonte and Helios, and there were a number of rings on her fingers, little silver rings etched with copper and brass, and one with a red jewel in the center. She wore a long, slim-fitting dress made from a blue fabric that moved like the sea. The beads at the hem made a swishing sound on the flagstones as she did a little turn. "What do you think?" she said, in a small voice, the cat's voice. Farden wondered why he had never noticed the slight Parian twang to her accent. There was an awkward moment where he realized he was staring. Farden didn't know what to do but clap his hands together and smile. You look great," he said. "I keep expecting to see a tail swishing behind you, but that's about it." A stupid joke, he thought to himself, but Laryl smiled politely. Durnus was thinking the same, and with a tight smile he got to his feet and came closer to bow deeply. Laryl bowed back, and the formal old vampire placed a light kiss on the back of his hand. "My lady, it is a pleasure to have you back in your original form. Might I say you look beautiful?" Laryl smiled and perhaps blushed a little. "Thank you," she replied. "You always were such a charmer, Durnus," murmured Farden, and then not wishing to be outdone, he too bowed low with a formal sweep of his hand. Laryl curtsied in return. The vampire shrugged. "I bet Alessi doesn't think so," he said, while Aram took his turn to bow. Farden suddenly clicked his fingers, as if awakening from a trance. "Alessi, that's who's missing. Where is she? She's gone to make sure your rooms are all ready for you," said Laryl. Farden rolled his eyes. "Always the maid, even when she's on holiday." "I'd hardly call this a holiday, mage," Durnus wagged a finger. "It is for her," grunted Aram. Turfing cleared his throat. "By the way, I think we're wanted for a council meeting in the Grand Hall, or Great Hall, wherever that is. Farfallen has some questions that need answering." Farden looked to Laryl. "I think we all have," he said. Aram wiped the crumbs and stains of food from his lips with a cloth and straightened his shirt. "It's best not to keep the old dragon waiting. There's much to discuss," he said decidedly, and motioned for them all to leave. With the big siren leading the way, the others followed him out of the room and into the winding corridors and hallways of Josphin. Finally, after what seemed like a long uphill hike, they found themselves surrounded by the grand decor of the palace, walking down ornately carved corridors large enough for 2 or 3 dragons to walk side by side. This, as it turned out, was a lucky thing, as there seemed to be a queue to get into the Grand Hall. When Aram asked a nearby writer the reason for the delay, he was informed, rather snippily, that the giant skylights in the hall had been sealed up to protect against the weather, so that now the only access for the dragons was by foot, rather than by wing. Aram thanked him gruffly and returned to the others with a helpless shrug. It seemed like a sensible thing to do. The northern ice sheets were creeping further south by the day. Even sheltered as they were from the winds, the air at the top of the fortress was icy cold, and despite their grandeur, the granite surroundings felt bare and numb. The palace felt a million miles from the hot springs far beneath their feet, bubbling away at the roots of the mountain. It took almost an hour for everyone to get into the hall, and once inside they stood shivering and waiting for the fires to be lit and for the dragons to find their respective nests. Farden and Turfing, warm as usual thanks to their magic, lent their jackets to Laryl and Elessie, who had found them in the corridor. Aram was used to the cold. He stood stoically with his arms crossed. Once everybody had finally found their places, the fireplaces were stoked and kindled into roaring fires and the drafts were locked out. Crowds of gathered sirens huddled together for warmth, burying their hands and chins into their fur jackets. Above them in their nests, the dragons seemed perfectly fine, kept warm by an inner fire like the mages were. The scaly beasts would occasionally cast a forlorn glance at the skylights that punctuated the domed roof above them, now boarded up with wooden panels and driftwood thatch to keep the bitter winds at bay. Farden tried to count the occupied nests, hoping there would be more dragons than the last time he counted, but the proceedings began before he could finish. Well met and good wishes to all, came the booming voice of Farfallen. The old dragon had taken his usual position in the center of the grand hall, sitting upright on a wooden stage strewn with autumn leaves. Nearby torches made his scales glisten like molten gold, and his giant eyes, huge pools of knowledge and wisdom, roved over the faces of his subjects like an eagle looking for prey. His sharp teeth poked from the sides of his scaly mouth. His crown of spikes and horns looked sharp and dangerous in the firelight, as did the claws that flicked the leaves beneath his enormous feet. Despite the old dragon's regal appearance, however, there was a tiredness in his face Farden hadn't seen for a long time, not since they had first met. The mage guessed it was his tear book. It had been many months since Vice had stolen back the dragon's memories, and the stress of its second theft was beginning to show, now deeper than ever before. What made it worse was that the tear book had been stolen before the rebonding had been completed, meaning what memories Farfallen had regained were now a jumbled mess and fading more rapidly than before. A dragon without its memories, or for that matter any creature robbed of their past and their origins, was like a tree with the roots ripped out. Eventually they would shrivel and die of thirst, even if it took years, decades even. Memories are foundations, without them people fall. Even Svarta showed it, in the dullness of her scales and the dark patches beneath her eyes. She looked as though she hadn't slept in days. She stood still and as straight as a ramrod, staring into the distance without blinking. Her copper dress shimmered in perfect synchrony with her dragon's scales. Farfallen continued slowly, so that all could hear. I have summoned you here today to discuss the fate of Nelska, to decide what path to take, and how we are to deal with this vile menace once and for all. The word menace was a bitter growl in the dragon's throat. Mark my words, dragons, riders, citizens, and guests, this is not a decision to be taken lightly whatsoever. We have one chance and one chance only to dispose of this evil, or it shall be the end of us. I do not exaggerate, nor am I being theatrical. We all saw what Vice is capable of that day at Carn Bray. We lost many a dragon in that battle, and in the light of that tragedy I will not rush in so blindly again. This snake is a slippery one, more slippery than we could possibly imagine, and as we all know he is not just a dictator hungry for power and carnage, like his cohort King Bane. Here Farfallen wagged a claw and shook his head. No. Vice is something different altogether. I think Farden may be able to elaborate on this for us. Farden, will you come forward please? The old dragon pointed his claw at the mage, who suddenly felt as though all eyes were upon him. They were. He began. I think either Durnus or Turfing would be more knowledgeable on the subject, old dragon. To tell the truth I'm still coming to terms with it myself, confessed the mage. He looked to his uncle, who glared at him and pursed his lips. His eye twitched with nervousness. Farden was sure he would have cursed had the circumstances been less formal. The dragon nodded. Very well. Turfing, step forward, stranger, and be known to this court. Turfing walked forward like a baby taking his very first steps. He looked like a blind man whose first sight was the vividly pink interior of a saber cat's mouth. For a recluse such as he, the Grand Hall was a nightmare on the best of days, never mind it being full of sirens and dragons. The war may have ended 16 years ago, but it was still fresh in all their minds. Whispers and murmuring filled the hall, and many pairs of eyes scowled at him from the nests above and behind. The mage stood in front of the old dragon and bowed as low as his legs could manage. Farfallen dipped his head in response, while Svarta did nothing but stare at his scarred hands, picked out by torchlight. Your Majesty, Turfing began, realizing how quiet his voice sounded compared to the old dragon's. The next words he shouted. I suppose you might have heard rumors of me, of what happened and who I am. First of all I would like to explain that those things happened many years ago, and the man I am now is a different man, and hopefully wiser. Any wrongs I might have done, here Turfing turned to look at Farden and Aram, I have put behind me, and ask forgiveness for. Farfallen bowed his head again, and that was it, the mage's words had been accepted. The old dragon's word was law. By his side, Sparta folded her hands behind her back and grumbled quietly to herself. Turfing continued, growing slightly more confident. Long ago I had the displeasure of working for Vice, and that made me privy to some of his darkest secrets and designs. Let me tell you that what the old dragon has said is true. Vice will not be satisfied by anything but complete control and dominion over Emaneska. His viciousness and hatred have no bounds, and he will stop at nothing to destroy those who get in the way. Nothing. Now what I'm about to say may seem strange, but please understand that it is the truth. You need to know what we're dealing with. Turfing took a breath. Vice is one of the Nephilim, a pale king, an immortal half-breed whose father was the great demon Orion. Gasps of surprise and guffaws of laughter echoed around the hall, as though Turfing had delivered his revelatory news naked. Farden clenched his jaw and walked forward to stand by his uncle. It's true. He shouted over the racket. Listen to us. Farfallen thumped his heavy tail on the floor for silence, and slowly it fell. What these mages have to say will be listened to. We cannot dismiss anything until we have heard all the facts, the old dragon wisely ordered. The others seemed to take heed, and listen as Turfing began to once again recite something they had heard many times before, a song that was usually recited on cold evenings by melancholy skulls, a song that, coming from the mage's mouth, sounded ancient and brooding, a song that perhaps should have been heeded long before it was too late, and not dismissed as simple verse. Only one person stood with his head down, glowering at the floor, and that was Farden. But salvation comes most high atoll, 3 stars were left, 3 demon foals, shifting shape and with its sands, sowing seeds, and most immoral plans. For man will wait until the ice, for brings pale kings, and with them vice. Turfing paused, whether for effect or for breath, Farden didn't know, but what he did know, dust song aside, was that the man standing next to him was not the man he had met in the desert. This man was not full of fear or guilt, this man stood straight and proud, with a fierce confidence Farden had only ever rarely glimpsed in himself. Turfing continued. I know most of you have probably heard those words before, because I know the sirens still tell the old tales and sing the old songs, and don't just dismiss them as fable and folklore, like the Ark and Audu. That verse of the dust song speaks the truth, I can tell you that. Vice is one of the Nephilim, and he is far older, wiser, and stronger than any of you have yet to imagine. If we don't stop him he will destroy everything we fought to build, everything Emaneska has become since the scattered kingdoms and before. Turfing finally took a breath. His words left a vacuous space in the hall. There was a dark silence filled only by the rustling of scales and the crackling of the fires. Even Sparta was without a reply. Farfallen looked to Farden. Do you believe what your uncle says about Vice, mage? The dragon asked. Farden tried not to hesitate. I do, Farfallen. Implicitly. Just not the rest of it, he added, icily, inside his head. Next the dragon turned to the crowd behind them. And you, Durnus? I do, your majesty, whispered the vampire, eyes on the floor. Beside him, Laryl was nodding furiously. How can you possibly know for sure that what you say is the truth? It's not the first time you've been wrong, Farden, and not the first time you've made a mistake, asked Sparta, venom tinting her words. Farden glared daggers at her and let his uncle answer. My griffin, Ilios, has the ability to see the truth behind anything, the second sight, like some of you dragons have. He can dream the past, the present, and the future, and he has shown me everything. You know this as well as I do, old dragon, said Turfing, looking to Farfallen for help. Griffins and dragons share the same ancestors. A shout rang out from one of the higher nests. If you're right, then where are the other pale kings? That song mentions 3. Bane, the Skullguard king, is the other, and is in fact Vice's own brother. The third, well, he died a long time ago. Turfing shook his head, and shuffled his feet. Died? How? Came a shout from the crowd to the left of them. The mage shrugged. Nobody knows except the oldest of tier books, which I understand were all destroyed, or lost. There was a sad silence. Farfallen glowered at the floor. Stolen, muttered Sparta. Turfing continued. But the important thing is that we know who we're up against. The Pale Kings, the Nephilim, are thousands of years old, and whatever they're planning they've been planning it for a long time. Sparta sniffed imperiously. And what has your griffin shown you about Vice's plans? She asked. Turfing sighed. War. Nothing else. The rest is hazy and uncertain. How convenient, Sparta muttered under her breath. Farfallen shot her a look that would have frozen a minotaur. The dragon did not look happy. Will he know more once his injuries are healed? Turfing didn't know. It's possible, replied the mage, and that seemed enough for the old dragon. Farfallen tilted his head to the side like a bird, as if trying to shake a long-forgotten memory loose. Very well. I would like to see Ilios again once he is well enough. We must know as much as we can, said the dragon. We will move on. Aram, Durnus? Tell us of Crosslung. Farden and Turfing bowed and stepped backwards, and let the siren and the vampire take the floor. Svarta scowled at the thin gaunt man that stood before her, standing in her hall. She didn't know what was worse, vampires or mages, and now she had a trio of them to deal with. Sometimes she couldn't help but question Farfallen's decisions. Durnus ignored her glares and stood with his back straight and his arms folded neatly behind his back. He gazed at the dragon and his rider with a placid ice-blue stare, and after bowing deeply, he let Aram deliver their report. The big siren cleared his throat and tried to summon the confidence to raise his voice above its usual low murmur. Like Turfing, public speaking was not his area, but he did well. It seems, your highnesses, that Vice is building a fleet of giant ships to carry his war north. There are at least 9 of them in the docks, close to finished, and 3 more in the shipyards. We guessed that they could carry maybe 500 men at a time, maybe more, and still have room for a deck full of archers and weapons such as ballistas and catapults. We think he intends to sail his armies around the tip of Halern, and north here to Nelska. That is a bold move, murmured Farfallen. Aram nodded. His voice was cold and clear. It is, old dragon, but these ships are meant for one thing and one thing only, and that is to transport an army. Before we left, we estimated that the combined Arca and Skullguard forces number in the hundreds of thousands, even more than we originally thought. And to make matters worse, more Skullguard arrive in Crosslung every day. The roads north have been congested for weeks now, choked with carts carrying supplies and refugees trying to escape the city before it's too late. Unfortunately, they don't get far before they're forced back by the patrols. It won't be long until Vice shuts the gates for good and traps the people there. They're being forced into poverty by the soldiers and the written, who are allowed to roam free and do as they please. Trade is slowly dying. Sickness ravages the homeless. Homes are taken or burnt by whim. Children are beaten and abused and put to work in the forges, and their mothers and sisters are often taken away to be raped. It seems impossible to lie awake at night in that city without hearing the smashing of glass and the screams of the unfortunates. I know the Arca are our enemies, but the people are trapped in the middle, and they are suffering for it. If Crosslung is anything to go by, Vice and the Skullguard King will not be happy until all of us are either slaves or dead, said Aram. His words were like pebbles, sticking in the throats of everyone present, or crushed glass, glinting at the corners of eyes. Only the heartless could have ignored them. Even Svarta looked concerned. Something has to be done then, she said, and quickly. Farfallen nodded solemnly, and wearing a grave expression, he stood on all fours and stretched his golden wings to their full. The sound of his scales sliding across each other was as though swords were being drawn and shields scraped. Then it is settled, began the old dragon, his voice a deep rumble. We can either lie here holed up in our mountain, waiting for the ice or the siege to envelop us, or we can strike first, in the harbors of Crosslung where they least expect it. Only then can we hope to sink the ships before they leave the port, and then press on into the city and take the whole army by surprise. We shall use our fire, and burn them from the city like rats. There was a hearty cheer of agreement from the majority of the great hall, but there were some who looked undecided. They shook their heads. What about my people? Farden shouted over the noise. We can send more spies to Crosslung, hawks with messages. There must be a resistance, or some band of rebels waiting to strike back. The pressure of oppression always breeds such things. Our spies will tell them to fight alongside us when the time comes, and we can attack from all angles, offered Svarta. The mage crossed his arms. And you think that will be enough? Nelska and a bunch of tired and impoverished citizens against the combined might of the Arca and Skullguard armies? The written? And what about the city walls and the Arcathedral? No army has breached them in the entire history of the Arca. Farfallen shook his head. No. It will not be enough. That is why we must call for help from every corner of Emaneska, from every foe or ally, beast or man, and we must unite against these Pale Kings. That is the only way we can hope to put a stop to their malicious reign. He roared, and his dragons roared with him. Just then, for a reason known only to herself, Ilesi put up a hand and called out to the old dragon. Begging your pardon, sire, but Durnus always says that if you cut the head off a snake, well, the body will die as well. Surely if we kill Lord Vice and this Bane man, their armies will be useless? Ilesi looked around for somebody to back her up, and despite the icy glares from Durnus, she found that the people around her were all nodding and agreeing with her. She blushed. Turfing strode forward. It's not as easy as all that, he began. Why not? Came the shouts. Let's put a sword in their guts and see what happens," yelled another from somewhere in the nests. "And I challenge any one of you to get close enough," retorted the mage, pointing in the direction of the voices. "I could do it, and you could too," said Farden, arms still crossed and as defiant as ever. Turfing turned around to face his nephew and waved his hands dismissively. "It's not as simple as that," he replied agitatedly. "You said that in the desert," scowled Farden, "but I still don't get it. Surely you and I, the best the Arca ever had, can take Vice and Bane." It sounded logical, but Turfing resolutely shook his head. "No, Farden, no. You can't just take a sword and a spell to a fight with a Nephilim and think you'll win. They are more powerful than you can possibly understand. They can shapeshift, regenerate, wield spells like you've never seen, and believe it or not, they are immune to most weapons. It can't be done just like that." Turfing snapped his fingers. "It seemed to work pretty well when I punched Vice in the face," Farden smirked, with no trace of humor. "I have no doubt," replied Turfing, with a mirrored expression. "But how did that work out at Carn Bray? Or in Krauslung? He let you win because he wanted you to. In Krauslung you caught them off guard. You need to trust me, Farden, as do you all. Killing a Pale King isn't as simple as driving a sword through his guts." The mage stared confidently at his nephew and at the surrounding crowd. Farden scowled, but stayed quiet. Svarta stamped her foot. "Then what is the point of all this?" She spat. "Say we do get as far as the Arcathedral, where nothing is left standing but Vice and his Skullguard brother, then what? We let them limp away into the night because we can't kill him? If that is the case, then this plan is flawed from the start. I say we try anyway." Came another foolish shout, this time from the crowd behind them. Farfallen remained silent, and looked to Turfing as more complaints and educated opinions ricocheted around the hall. "They can be killed, I didn't say they couldn't, it is just very, very difficult," Turfing shouted, getting more agitated by the second. "It's just that. Only another Nephilim can do it," said Durnus, in a calm yet authoritative voice. Silence fell. The vampire stared at the ceiling as though he were in a trance. "Well, that's helpful," coughed Aram. Turfing rubbed his forehead with his finger, patience fading. "I can deal with this problem, Farfallen, I just need time. Let me take care of Vice, and the others." "Leave it to me," he said, biting his lip. "Time, unfortunately for us mage, is a luxury we cannot afford," sighed the old dragon. He rattled his spikes with a shake of his head and took a long deep breath. "If the hall agrees, then the decision is final, and the details will be worked out on the morrow. It has been a long day for all of us. I leave it to you then, Josfin." Both dragons and sirens roared in agreement. Their minds were set, their plans laid out. Farden looked to his old friend Durnus, who was still staring into thin air. There was no hint of opinion on his face. So, as slowly as they arrived, the crowds began to disperse. The yammer of their animated conversations echoed around the hall. Gusts of air shook the candles and fanned the fires as the dragons above flapped and soared gracefully in tight spirals down to the floor. Farfallen and Svarta walked forward to address the mages. "Tomorrow morning, at dawn, we will meet in my chambers to discuss the finer points of this plan of ours. And of course, to cover anything that might have accidentally been left out of your reports," said Farfallen, in a low voice. And with that they left, bidding the others a good night and plenty of rest. Muted, weary, and full of thoughts, Farden, Turfing, Aram, Durnus, Ilesi and Laryl joined the queues to leave the hall. As they shuffled into the corridors of the palace, Durnus leant in close to Farden and whispered in his ear so that only he could hear. "Tomorrow would probably be a good time to bring up your unborn child, wouldn't it?" he breathed. Farden nodded and didn't reply. Chapter 10. Our Dukes of Albion want one thing and one thing only, land, and that's what they get. Nothing else seems to interest them, even their castles and parties come second. Their lordships come from a long line of landowners, and they barter and sell it how they please. It seems to be the only thing they ever fight over. And of course we peasants get nothing but aardwork and rainfall. But you can't complain, rain's good for the skin, so I hear, and if that's true then we Albion men must have the finest skin in all of Emaneska. Unknown source. Nightfall saw Farden in the palace libraries, sitting at a wide desk in a secluded corner, scanning distractedly through old books and flipping through dusty tomes. A barricade of useless books already dominated the perimeters of the desk, while piles of discarded parchments surrounded his chair, veritable towers in the making. A lone candle and a wineglass perched on the end of the desk, struggling to hold back the darkness. The wine had long gone, and the greenish hue of the empty glass had turned the flickering flame a strange color. The pages of the open books glowed green in the ghostly light, while unearthly shadows flitted between the bookcases. The mood was more akin to that of a crypt than a library, and the air was just as cold. But, preoccupied as usual, Farden was oblivious to his strange surroundings, and simply kept reading until the candle went out. The mage swore, and in the darkness clenched a fist. A white light threw back the thick gloom and Farden went back to reading his book. He'd been at the desk for hours now. He wasn't really sure what he was looking for, but he was sure it was there, some clue as to how to deal with Visor Cheska, some golden tidbit of information lying buried in some misplaced wizard's spell manual or a siren cookbook. But most of the books and tomes on his table had been utterly useless. They were full of random things that had no rightful place in a respectable library, things like advice on carrot farming, treatises on steelwork, a parchment on how to survive a wolf attack, and, to top it all off, the long-lost history of the snowshoe. It seemed that all the useful stuff was in dragon script, or in a strange dialect of siren that was so old it was unreadable. Just like in the Manismark School or the Arfel libraries, any books of value had been locked away and hidden from prying eyes. Eventually the mage slammed his book shut. There was nothing useful in this section of the library, least of all a spellbook. Nothing useful at all. Farden wondered why the sirens bothered keeping all of this stuff in the first place. He had half a mind to burn it all and save them the trouble. Rubbing his eyes with the backs of his knuckles, Farden yawned. He blinked like an owl as he got to his feet to stretch. He was rewarded by several satisfying clicks somewhere deep in his spine. Increasing the brightness of his light spell, Farden left his desk and wandered into the darkness to try to find some more useful books. Stubborn as always. After a little while of searching, he came across a narrow gap in the wall where some thoughtful person had placed a set of fresh lanterns. He took one and lit it with a click of his finger, and instantly discovered a set of steps leading down into a dark and gloomy annex of the library he had not noticed in the daylight. Curiosity piqued, Farden walked down the steps and found himself in a very long and dusty corridor. The air was stale and very cold. Farden exhaled and saw his own breath in the lantern's light. Farden kept walking, taking in every inch of his surroundings as he walked. There were gilded bookcases on either side of the corridor. Long, tall, and deep bookcases inlaid with golden dragon script and hieroglyphs depicting things Farden had only ever seen in the wall paintings in the Great Hall. Farden held his lantern as high as he could and looked in wonder at the arched stone ceiling above him. There were clouds there, hiding behind the cobwebs and dust, painted in grays and blues, and where the oaken bookcases met the stone, the two materials seemed to fuse into one, a seamless transition between the painted sky and the ornate wood. The mage turned his attention to the books. They had been crammed into every spare inch of the sturdy shelves. Careful not to hold his lantern too close, he squinted at the tomes. The spines of the books were blank, old, and nameless. Some were thicker than others while some were even wider still. Farden prodded one and found them to be cold and hard and rough, like metal or dragon scales. All of a sudden the mage realized they were actually tier books, hundreds upon hundreds of tier books, ranging from every color and pattern imaginable. Intrigued, Farden put his lantern on the floor and managed to pry one of the books from its place on the shelf. It was a heavy thing, almost as heavy as he remembered Farfallon's to be, and covered in dust. The scales that formed its cover were of a deep blue. They sparkled in the lanternlight like cobalt sand in the sun. Farden flipped it open and just as he had expected the pages were blank and an ancient yellow. He rubbed the empty page with his thumb, and hummed thoughtfully, wondering what sort of dragon it had belonged to. Once he had managed to squeeze the blue tier book back into its place, the mage wandered on down the long corridor. In the darkness, it was hard to see where the ancient bookshelves were leading him, but as always his curiosity instructed him to follow, and so he did. The corridor of books stretched on, and on, and on. After what seemed like a mile of bookshelves and ever-increasing levels of dust and cold, Farden finally came to the end of the corridor. By the looks of it, no man or beast had set foot there for years, maybe decades. His boots left deep and lonely footprints in the dust. The air smelled musty and dry, like a tomb or a cave. An alcove hid in the darkness where the bookshelves ended. Crouching in the alcove was a marble statue of the weather god Thrawn, the siren deity. His marble face, shrouded in arrogant dust and presumptuous cobwebs, was stern and grim like the weather outside. Farden looked up at the statue and wondered how long it had sat there in the dark, wings arched, fist clenched in frustration, finger pointing downwards. Farden raised his lantern to investigate and followed the direction of Thrawn's marble finger. At the knees of the weather god and obscured by dust and shadows was an ornate marble pedestal holding a massive book. Farden wiped the dust from its cover with the side of his hand. This was no tier book. This book had a name, and if Farden remembered his siren correctly, it was Grimsair. The mage balanced the lantern on the edge of the pedestal and ran his fingers over the edges of the book. Like the wooden bookcases and the ceiling, the book seemed fused to the marble and refused to move. Its cover was made of a strange leather that was oddly warm to the touch. The feel of it made Farden's skin tingle. There was an old magic inside this grimsayer, and whatever it was Farden could sense it. His insistent curiosity suggested that he open it, and the mage agreed. There was a gold and silver latch on one side, but it was not locked, and Farden managed to wiggle it apart. The grimsayer, however, was unnaturally heavy and it took some effort to lift its cover. The old book creaked and moaned and complained like a disgruntled ghost, but fortunately for Farden, the strange book did not put up much of a fight, and with a dull thud and another shower of dust he managed to open the book. Farden waved his hands and coughed, eager to see what he had uncovered. To his utter disappointment, the mage found it to be blank. Joy, he thought. Farden shook his head and wondered why the sirens insisted on keeping so many empty books around. He spread his hand over the yellow page and sighed thoughtfully. It was late, he decided, and he doubted this book was going to tell him anything soon. He would investigate further in the morning, he told himself, and then turned to reach for his lantern. But Farden was tired, and like everybody else in the world the mage was prone to a bit of clumsiness now and again, and although rare, in his sleepy state he was as uncoordinated as a boulder. As he turned, the corner of his elbow knocked the lantern from the pedestal and sent it flying. It landed on the floor with the smash and promptly went out, leaving the mage in complete darkness. Farden cursed darkly and then thanked the gods the flame had not fallen near the dusty bookcases. But just as he was about to summon a light spell, something started happening in the darkness, something very unexpected indeed. A strange light began to emanate from the edges of the grimsayer, an unearthly orange glow that made Farden take a step back. He watched in wonder as two pinpricks of bright light appeared in the crease of the page. Like inquisitive fireflies, they proceeded to fly in slow and lazy circles over the open book, leaving trails and ribbons of orange light in their wake. Assuming they were not dangerous, Farden took a step forward and tried to touch one of them, but as soon as he came close the light started away from his hand and quickly began to trace a shape in the air. They moved faster than the eye could follow, and within moments, an outline of a dragon appeared over the page, silhouetted in wisps of orange light. The dragon, an old female by the looks of her, was curled up in a ball like a cat. Still and unmoving, she was about the size of Farden's fist, and looked so lifelike that the mage couldn't help but reach out and touch her. His hand passed straight through the glowing apparition, like a blade through smoke, and the hovering lights quickly repaired it. A word, maybe a name, appeared at the dragon's tightly curled claws, written in glowing letters. Farden tried to read the ancient lettering, but he couldn't. Carefully and respectfully, like one laying flowers at a grave, and without really knowing why, he turned to the next page. The dragon disappeared and this time the orange lights traced a man, tall and imperious and dressed in fine clothes, perhaps a lord or even a duke from an earlier time. Another word appeared, this time in a language that Farden understood. It was a name, and this man's name had been Korg, and he was missing all but one of the fingers from his left hand. The next page was a girl in her early teens, no bigger than Farden's thumb, a barefoot beggar girl dressed in sackcloth and dirt. Her name was difficult to read, and even harder to pronounce. Despite her miserable appearance, her expression seemed happy enough. He turned the page again and this time the lights traced another dragon, a giant male with a huge crown of spikes. The next was a woman in armor, scarred and tattooed, and so it continued. The mage kept turning the seemingly endless pages and each time the lights traced a dragon or a man or a child or a beast of some kind. There were Siren, Arca, Parian, Albion, and Skalgard, ancient and recent, peasant, soldier, lord, and lady alike. Every single one had a name to accompany them, some readable, others foreign, and every single one was still and unmoving, depicted and sketched in orange light. Farden rubbed his chin in deep thought and turned the page once more. The lights went to work once again, and this time they drew a woman he had not seen for almost 30 years, a woman he knew was dead. Farden watched as her name rose up from the page. The mage reached out and touched the orange silhouette that resembled his mother, watched as she melted around his fingers like wreaths of smoke. Farden had let go of his parents a long time ago. When he was 6 they had died in an avalanche deep in the mountains. Part of him had been too young to comprehend the loss, the other part had buried itself in magic and training. It had been years since he had even thought of them. In his memory, his father was a blur. Farden remembered he was a woodcutter, a big man with few words and a stern hand, but the rest was unclear and hazy. Memories usually were at 6 years old. His mother he could picture as though he had seen her yesterday. She had been beautiful, with deep blue eyes like turfings and long dark hair that reached to her waist. As a child, he could remember tracing the swirling tattoos on her wrists, the keys to her book, with his finger, the same ones that now adorned his wrists. She had been a wind mage, and she used to make the branches of the pine trees tap on his window to wake him up. Strange, the things he remembered. Farden closed the book, immersing himself in darkness once again. Farden summoned his light spell and left, mindful to take the pieces of the broken lantern with him. He made a mental note to come back and investigate the strange grimsayer some more. Maybe he would ask Aram about it. As he left the dark corridor and entered the main library, he was met by the sound of hailstones on a nearby windowsill and the howling of the keen wind outside. Farden wondered how long the sirens could last against this cold. The mage left the gloomy library and began the winding walk back to his rooms. As he paced along the brightly lit corridors of the palace, he found himself to be in a reasonably good mood. Despite not finding what he was looking for in the library, he had found something, and that was better than nothing. Maybe the wine had finally reached his head, he thought. Maybe he was just glad to be back and to have things moving again. The cogs of the war machine were finally starting to turn. A shiver of anticipation ran through the mage's veins then, as if he could almost taste the vengeance. When he reached his rooms, he found the door unlocked and slightly ajar. Wary, Farden pushed the door open and went in. Every candle had been lit and in the hearth the fire was crackling away quite contentedly. Spare blankets had been placed on a chair and fresh fruit and wine were on the table. Farden shrugged and placed his broken lantern on the table next to the fruit bowl. He promised himself he would fix it later, and after a yawn and a stretch, he decided it was probably time for bed and went through the door to his bedroom. Laurel was there waiting for him. She was standing at the window on the far side of the room, watching the freezing rain pummel the balcony outside. She still wore her blue dress. "You've been gone quite a while," she said without turning around. Farden nodded. "I found some interesting reading in the library," he replied, mystified as to why she was in his room. "I wasn't aware I was being supervised." Laurel turned around and crossed her arms. There was a smile teetering on the edge of her lips. "Old habits," she said. The mage walked forward. "Of course, that's right. Turfing sent you to watch over me, didn't he?" "Well, no, not exactly, but it wasn't a completely unpleasant outcome," she shrugged. "Not completely unpleasant?" "It was just a shame I was a cat," replied Laurel, turning back to the window. Her hands roved over the keepsakes Farden had left on the windowsill, his dusty spyglass, a vulture feather, and 2 striped pebbles. Farden blinked owlishly, not quite knowing what to make of such a comment. "Why are you here?" he asked, wondering if that had sounded rude. Laurel didn't seem to notice. "Turfing and Dernis are busy speaking with Farfallen. I was passing by and thought you might want to chat. You've been gone a long time." Turfing and Dernis were busy with Farfallen then. Farden groaned. His uncle would be breaking his news to the other two that very moment. Farden took a dash of comfort in the fact that there was nothing he could do about it. He sighed. "It's been a while since I've chatted," he said. The wind rattled the door to the balcony in its frame, and the mage had an idea. He picked up a nearby coat that had been left draped over his bed and walked to the door. "Here," he said to Laurel. She looked at it, and then him, with a curious and slightly bemused look in her dark brown eyes. "Are we going somewhere?" she asked. Farden shrugged. "Well, you don't want to be cold, do you?" "It's not like you have a fur coat anymore," he said, and then he unlocked the balcony door and stepped out into the night. "But it's freezing out there," she called after him. There was no reply except the howling of the bitter wind, and Laurel hurriedly put on her coat and followed the mage, utterly confused. To her surprise, the wind was calmer outside, and the rain that had been hammering the window panes had completely stopped. Or so she thought. "Magic has its perquisites," said Farden. He was holding his hand in the air with his fingers splayed wide. Just above his skin the air shivered and rippled like rain on the surface of a calm pond. Laurel shook her head and couldn't help but smile. She put a hand to the magic bubble Farden had created and watched its surface wobble. "You mages are all the same," she said. Farden smiled at her. "I hope not." There was a moment of silence as the wind battered their little bubble of safety. Farden pushed it outwards and took a few steps forward so he could look over the balcony railing and down into the darkness. Most of the torches on the craggy mountainside had been blown out, and only the lights from the windows remained. They twinkled like earthbound stars, while up above nothing shined at all. The clouds were too thick and full of rain. "I hate the rain," said Laurel, pulling her coat around her. She wrinkled her nose. Farden stared into the darkness. "I don't know how you can put up with the desert. So dry and hot." Laurel made a noise and half closed her eyes. So warm and sunny. Not like this ice-infested rock." Farden chuckled. "The long winter isn't over yet," he said, and then turned to face her. It was slightly surreal seeing her as a human. Farden was having a hard time taking it all in. He half expected her to lick the back of her hand and start grooming. "Why didn't you tell me he was alive?" Laurel leant her elbows on the rail and rolled her eyes. "He said you'd have questions," she answered. "Like you said, old habits," said Farden. He lowered his hand while keeping his spell up. Seeing as I left quite soon after we arrived, I never really had a chance to find out more about you. No, you just called me lazy, said Laurel, quietly. Farden laughed, not quite sure if she was serious or if she was joking. Well, you wouldn't talk to me, so I had to guess. Couldn't, not wouldn't. The shifting wasn't as complete as we'd planned. Laurel shrugged. She ran a hand through her hair. Her nails had been painted a dark red. Why you? Farden asked again, and after a moment, she answered. When a Parian child becomes an orphan, there are normally two choices he or she faces. The first, which is the traditional way for nomad tribes, is that the child is passed to a brother or sister or some other family member. The second, which seems to happen more and more often these days, is to give the child to your local neighborhood slaver, and trade them in for slave gold, or food, or whatever. Orphans from the cities are like walking coin purses. Let me guess, you were the second, assumed Farden. Laurel nodded. I can't remember my parents, what happened to them, where I'm from, and I don't even know who sold me to the slavers. My first memory is being shackled to the slave train and marched across the dunes to a place called Athkala. You must have been there, you've seen what it's like? Farden had, and he did. Well, then you know it's not the most desirable place for a slave girl to find herself. Needless to say, I was sold off to a rich nobleman who owned a few taverns in the center of the city, and he had me clean the rooms and the kitchens, serve the drinks and the wine and whatever else the men needed. So this one day it's business as usual and a man walks in, drunk on wine and other things, and starts trying to drag one of the girls up to the rooms. He's a big man, almost handsome looking, but cruel and vicious. He liked the younger girls, see, the ones that were barely women at all, for his bed. This girl was new to the house and she was one of our youngest. She hadn't seen her first blood yet, never mind bedded a man, and so naturally she tried to resist him. She screamed and yelled, but slave girls are bound to their master, and ours owed this man a lot of money. Unluckily for us, he paid it off with girls and wine. So, for the next month, every day of the week, this man comes in and takes one of the young girls upstairs. You don't have to be a genius to work out that he wasn't gentle with them. Half the girls that came back downstairs were cut, bruised, and beaten. One of them could barely walk afterwards. And of course nobody wants girls in their taverns with bruises and split lips, so some were sold on for half their price, while the others were whipped for getting beaten, and sent to work in the other taverns, where the men cared less for appearance. So eventually, this man came in one day, drunker than usual, and points at me. He drags me upstairs to his room, nearly breaking my wrist in the process, and locks the door behind us. I took every punch, every slap, everything he had to give me I took without a sound, and when he had nothing else to give he fell asleep, naked and tired, so I took a curtain rod and beat his skull in. I did it for all the other girls who had screamed and cried, for the younger ones and for myself, and then I ran away. A murderous slave girl is worth nothing except stoning, and I wasn't about to stick around for that. Somehow I escaped to Helios and managed to make a life on the streets by stealing from the rich men in the markets. After a while I got pretty good at it. I was quick on my feet, fast-handed, and I had a strange knack for knowing what people were hiding. It didn't take me long to realize I had the nomad magic in me. I could see what people had in their pockets just by brushing past them. One day I even touched a locked door and it opened by itself. Turfing and I have asked each other the same question many times and we still don't know how I learned to do it. Maybe my parents were sorcerers and passed it down to me. Who knows? Farden was entranced by her story. Is that how you met my uncle? He asked. Laurel smiled and shook her head. I knew from what he was carrying in his pockets I shouldn't have tried to pickpocket him, but I did, and he caught me by the wrist halfway into his pockets. He was so quick and strong, I've never seen anyone move that fast. I knew there was something about him by the way he looked at me as I hung there by my arm, wriggling like a scorpion. Then he dropped me and left me there on my backside, dumbfounded. For some reason I decided to follow him into the desert, and that's when I saw him change into a fawn. When he found me hiding in his kitchen, I thought he was going to feed me to the griffin, but he couldn't have been kinder. Of course, being turfing, he had known all along that I was following him, and he had led me all the way to the caves in Helios. He let me stick around and learn from him, gave me a place to live and food to eat. He taught me to read and to write, he showed me his drawings and his histories, taught me how to hold a sword, all the things a slave girl isn't allowed, and showed me 100 things I didn't think were possible, said Laurel, spinning her story around the mage's ears. Farden nodded slowly. He found it interesting how pragmatic and rational she seemed despite her tumultuous upbringings. Perhaps it had been his uncle's influence. He rescued you, then, he said. The words sounded odd out loud. A week ago he couldn't have imagined his uncle saving himself, let alone anyone else. Yet here they were, two people standing on a balcony, both had been saved by turfing. Laurel shrugged once more. Maybe he did. Desert gods know where I'd be now if I hadn't followed him, she said, and then turned to face Farden. She looked him in the eyes with a curious gaze. There was still a bit of cat inside her somewhere, Farden decided, and he told her so. She laughed at that and looked at her very human hands. Ha, I hope not. It feels so good to be back in my own body again. Farden crossed his arms and put his back to the railing. See, this is where I get confused. Why a cat? Why you? And why didn't you speak to me when we first met? Something in the spell went wrong. I'm not sure what. Being in the mind of a cat is, well, strange to say the least. By the time I remembered my own voice, you had already left. And anyway, your life was eventful enough at that point without a talking cat. As for the why your uncle chose me, she shrugged, I've spent many a night wondering the same thing. Paraians have a saying, when it rains apples, don't question it, just shut up and eat them. Whatever his was, there had to be a reason for him taking me in, and I wasn't about to say no. Maybe it was something he saw in me, maybe you were right and he wanted to help an orphan girl from the streets. Either way, he taught me all about Vice and the Arca, the Nephilim and the history of the world. He told me all about you. Here she flashed him another one of her looks, and I said I wanted to help. He refused at first, but the more he thought about it the more it made sense. Seeing as he couldn't leave the desert, he decided to send me instead. We spent months trying to turn me into different things, but only one shape seemed to fit, and that happened to be a cat. I wanted to be a desert eagle, but it never seemed to work, so we went for the next best thing. It was unbearable at first, the pain was excruciating, but I managed. My nomad magic, what little I have, helped me along. Apparently shapeshifting is never an exact science. It's incredible, the things you mages can do. We have nothing like that in Pariah. All we have are tricks and trinkets, strange foods, and stranger people, said Laryl, looking upwards and the rippling surface of Farden's shield spell. The invisible bubble was getting hotter by the minute. Every hailstone and raindrop that fell against it sizzled briefly before disappearing as a tendril of steam, whisked away into the cold night. Farden tilted his head from side to side. No, you have magic, it's just a different sort, and turfing is one of a kind, he said, and then scratched his head. The thing that confuses me is why shapeshift you at all? You must have been used to lying low and staying out of sight. Oh, I was, and still am. I guess that's probably why a cat fitted me the most. But it wasn't up to turfing, no, Ilios was the one who suggested sneaking on board the Sarin. That griffin has been behind this plan all along, not turfing, and usually he's pretty accurate. Ask him. He knew the exact ship? Asked Farden. She nodded. The Sarin stopped at the port of Trocles just long enough for me to sneak on board. Once I was there, it was easy pretending to be the ship's lucky cat. The griffin was right, and everything went to plan. That is, of course, until I met you. Farden raised an eyebrow. Oh yes? Laryl prodded his chest. Yes, mage. You were supposed to take me back to Albion so I could deliver Durnus's message, and then afterwards I would find a way back to turfing once this mess with Vice was over and done with. Unfortunately, you sank the ship and then you left me here. Luckily, you redeemed yourself by bringing your vampire friend to Nelska instead. Retrieving turfing as well was a complete bonus. I had expected to stay as a cat for a while yet. So, what is this all-important message? Laryl suddenly turned quiet again and looked out to the howling darkness. That is for Durnus, not for anyone else. Farden narrowed his eyes, confused, and slightly irked. Surely you can tell me? He insisted, but she shook her head. You least of all, Farden. I'm sorry. His curiosity was not happy at that. Fine, he said. I'll just ask turfing myself in the morning. He'll tell you the same thing, she replied, and then, quite unexpectedly, she put a hand on his chest. I know you like to be in control, but this time you're going to have to trust your uncle. And Ilios, while you're at it. Farden sighed. Another rock of common sense was all he needed. But she was right, as usual, and he let the matter go for now. Well, I'd better be getting to sleep. We have a lot to discuss in the morning, and apparently I have a world to save, again. Laryl cocked her head to one side. The lone wolf. Your uncle was right about you, Ot. The mage made a confused face, and thought of the last time someone had called him that. It had been Cheska, that rainy night before he had left for Albion. He hid that memory away and smiled politely in reply. Together they went back inside and he locked the door. Farden rubbed his hand to get rid of the tingly numbness the spell had left while Laryl folded her coat over a nearby chair. I never thanked you for saving my life when the ship went down. Farden looked confused. I don't remember. I thought as much. You held onto me so tight, kept me warm in the cold sea, she said quietly. Before she left, she kissed him once on the cheek and chuckled to herself. What? Farden asked, before she closed the door. Nothing, she said, with another coy smile. I think I'm going to miss sleeping on your bed. And after that she closed the door, leaving Farden to stand in the middle of his bedroom to ponder her words. That night, while the palace of Josphin slept reasonably peacefully, a pair of bare feet tiptoed across a cold granite floor. They hopped from doorway to doorway, wary of guards and bright torches, until they found the door they were looking for. After quiet hands had turned the doorknob and lifted the latch, the bare feet crept onwards until they came to a rest at the side of a large bed, where a mage slept deeply and dreamt even deeper. Elsie stood in the shadows, clothed only by her nightdress, barefoot and silent. Inside her chest her heart was beating double time, and as Farden rolled over in his sleep, her heart leapt into her throat. Finally satisfied that he was fast asleep, she bent down beside the bed and leant close to the mage's face, careful not to press on his pillow and wake him. As gently as she could, and for as long as she dared, she placed a kiss on his forehead. Before she left, she whispered quietly in his ear. I'm glad you're back, she breathed. Farden slept on completely unawares, dreaming blurry dreams that would be forgotten by the morning, dreams of a midnight visitor in his room whispering strange things, of cat's claws, of ghosts and ghostly books, of his mother, and other things that only a written would dream. At least, for now, they were peaceful enough, and unbeknownst to him, far below in the deeper places of the mountain, a griffin was sharing the same dreams. The pair of bare feet made good their escape and scurried back to their room, to be shrouded in blankets themselves and to fall asleep, listening to nothing but the thrumming of rain upon the windows and the whining of the long winter winds. But the god had heard her shouts, and for the first time in 100 years, Heimdall left his post at the side of his rainbow bridge and climbed up through the darkness to find the other gods. The void below him whispered and sniggered, alive with the sound of feet and claws. The god cast a look back to the jewel-like speck of Emaneska far, far below. It glittered like the stars around them. He shook his head, and kept climbing. At long last he came to the gates of their great hall, the mighty Haskard, and whispered to the guards crouching behind the battlements, stones of impenetrable black rock floating in the ghostly, dusty darkness, wings fluttered in the shadows. Cogs began to turn, giant cogs in chains, twisting as the spells forced them open. Stones slid apart. Dust floated into the space between space. Once he had told his story, the gods and goddesses sat in a dark and pensive silence. The ageless, all-father of them all, sat in his oaken throne and rubbed his wrinkled face. 2 ghostly ravens sat on either side of him. You bring us dire news, Heimdall? What then, shall be our path? He rumbled. A tall and slender goddess sat beside him. She drummed her nails on her knee. Golden scales sat at the foot of her marble chair. They will prevail. He will set the world on an even keel, in the end. Whispers rustled. Feet tapped the floor. Some heads nodded. Others shook. One, younger than the rest and yet confident, spoke up. You and your mage. I've watched him. He will only help himself. Some murmured in agreement. The goddess shook her head vehemently. If I were you, Lightbringer, I'd hold my tongue. Never has your skin felt the wind of that world, or your feet scuffed the earth. I'll take my advice from those who have. Enough, boomed another, a figure of stone and moss, with eyes like an owl. There is no time to waste with arguing. Yet another spoke, a red-skinned man with a shield strapped to his back. His voice was like the rustling of leaves. Next to him sat a gaunt woman with alabaster skin, holding a staff from which a lantern dangled. She nodded. Time is short. I too have duties to attend. Our brother and sister are right. The All-Father sighed. The prayers are scant. Humanity is losing faith. We shall have to pool our strength if we are to move ahead. If we are to act, it should be now. A verdict, then? Called another. Trust the mage. I do not. Silence, called Heimdall, and the others fell quiet one by one. The god ran a hand through his beard. I've watched our children for more years than I care to remember. I've seen more of them than I care to recall. That child will be the end of us, I see that plainly, and my apologies, sister, but I doubt your mage, and his feelings. The fate of our world and theirs cannot rest of his shoulders. Beside him, the young god smiled. What then? What path? Another then? What of the third? He is no better than the mage. We cannot trust a Nephilim. The goddess rapped her knuckles on the arm of her chair. Send me then. And another, if you wish. I will show him and the others the way. The All-Father nodded. Very well. If we are in agreement, we shall descend into their midst. Though beware, your time there will be short, and your skin empty. Our prayers are not what they once were. You will be as helpless as shadows. Who will go with our sister? A clawed hand rose above the rest, tethered by a strong and muscled arm. In the darkness behind the god's stool wings lay folded. I shall go. Then so it shall be. Bring the mage to heal, remind him of the stone as you once tried, and if he cannot help us, then find another. He will help us. It remains to be seen. There will be a war nonetheless. Unavoidable. Incite those in the city. They will rise up. Otherwise the dragons will fail. Many will die. So it shall be. They will survive. As will we. The stone is for the pale ones and the child. Leave that to the third. That child is the only objective. The mage will not do it. I have seen another who might. Who? The mage's uncle. Vices first? Can we trust him? The griffin does. He has helped so far. I doubt he could find the courage. Are we in agreement then, brothers and sisters? Shall we gather our prayers? 100 feet stamped in unison in the halls between the stars. Chapter 11. It always rains in Albion. Never have I had the displeasure of visiting such a damp and sodden country. The rivers and streams run with such ferocity that upon my travels I was often frightfully concerned for the lives of myself and my trusty traveling cow Bentley. The trees bear no fruit except for moss and drips, and the roads are nothing but muddy ditches. Now I understand why the people of Albion fashion such wonderfully waterproof hats and cloaks. Travels in Emaneska by the wandering Walliam. Ready? Called Durnus through the mage's bedroom door. He impatiently rapped his knuckles on the door for the 5th time. Farden? Yes. Came the reply, muffled as it was through the wood. I'm coming. No sooner had the mage spoken than he appeared at the door, dark hair ruffled and sleepy-eyed to match. Durnus rolled his eyes. You look refreshed, said the vampire, drily. I think he looks handsome, smiled Alessi. You would, muttered the vampire. I don't, smirked Aram, standing against the wall near the corridor, arms crossed and looking smart in a fresh formal tunic and big boots. His dark curly hair had been washed and combed. Shut up, replied the mage. His voice was still croaky from sleep. All of you. Farden adjusted his grey shirt and tucked it into his trousers. He adjusted the thick leather belt around his waist, ran a hasty hand through his hair to make it look acceptable, and then grabbed a leather cloak from the hook by the door. Right, let's go, he said. Durnus tapped his foot on the floor and shook his head like a dissatisfied mother. Shoes? Already half out of the door, Farden sighed and turned around. He ignored his lack of socks and shoved his feet into the first pair of boots he could find and briskly tied the laces. Right, can we go now? He said. The vampire gestured to the door. After you, he offered, and Farden hurried into the corridor, mumbling something dark and full of curses. What is the matter with you this morning? Durnus's question followed the mage down the corridor. Farden adjusted his belt once again. I just can't seem to get my head straight this morning. I had some strange dreams last night, he answered. Alessi looked concerned as always. She tried her hardest to keep up with the brisk pace of the others. What kind of dreams? She asked. Farden shook his head. I wish I knew, he said, wondering silently why he was so anxious about that morning's meeting. Then he remembered why. Within a few short minutes, they arrived at the wide doors to Farfallen and Svarta's chambers and found them to be flanked by armed guards. It was a little unusual, thought the others, to have such soldiers at the dragon's door. Aram looked particularly intrigued, but they were at war, and things happen to change when a country is at war. The men halted at the doorway and Durnus turned to Alessi. Right, maid, this is as far as you go. Unfortunately this meeting does not include you, he curtly informed her. Alessi scowled at the old vampire and looked to Farden. The maid simply held up empty hands and made an apologetic face. Well, said the maid, trying to look down her nose at Durnus as much as humanly possible without looking at the ceiling. I have important things of my own to do. As Farden and Aram were ushered inside by the guards, Durnus lingered at the door, unable to resist a parting shot. Yes, you show that washing who's boss, he flashed a sly smirk and disappeared behind the closing door. The guards watched the maid leave, muttering to herself and wringing her handkerchief as though it were a vampire's neck. Farfallen's rooms were warm and cozy. The fires were piled high with crackling logs and the fireplaces were surrounded by lanterns and candles. It was a welcome change to the cold that besieged the rest of the palace. The three men were escorted into a room with huge windows overlooking Farfallen's wide balcony, where Farden and the dragon had talked during his first stay in Nelska. There were long benches along the walls, another crackling fireplace, and thick carpets made of white bear fur. A table sat in the center of the room holding flagons of water and mugs of hot fish broth and a kind of farska. Outside the weather was still grim and bitter, but thankfully the wind had died sometime in the night and the hail had now turned to soft snow. It was mesmerizing to watch the snowflakes fall as slowly as they did. Sedately and solemnly, they drifted to the cold ground and waited there to melt or to freeze with their friends. In his sleepy state, Farden was hypnotized by the snowfall. He had to be nudged by Aram to snap out of his trance. The mage shook his head to clear his sleepy mind and sat down with the others. Svarta and Turfing had already arrived, and were sitting on opposite sides of the room. Farden could only imagine how short their conversation must have been. The Siren Queen hadn't changed her tune, and he doubted she ever would. Svarta was still as wary and as untrusting of strangers as she had always been. Farfallen had yet to arrive. Two of his captains, Towerdon and a lithe green dragon named Glassthorn, lay on their fronts with their wings folded and their tails neatly coiled. Their riders were there, Crimson Towerdon's copper-haired siren whose name Farden remembered to be Elia, and Glassthorn's rider Rake, a slight and gaunt woman with emerald scales and beady eyes. There were a few others in the room, most of whom Farden already recognized. Lakin was there, Brightshow's partner, and a few other important members of the Old Dragon's Council. Just as Farden was about to ask where Farfallen was, there was a thump and a thud from behind him, and he turned to see Farfallen standing on the balcony. The great gold dragon stretched his wings and then tucked them to his side as one of the soldiers opened the balcony doors for him. Farfallen stepped through, accompanied by a cold breeze that taunted the fire and made everyone present shiver. It lasted only a moment and the door was quickly closed. Well met in good wishes, everyone, Farfallen greeted them wearily. He shook the snow from his head and bowed. Everyone bowed in return and the old dragon took his place at the end of the room. He seemed a little out of breath, even for a dragon, and there was that tinge of tiredness to tawny eyes again, as though he had forgotten to blink for some time. Once he was comfortable, he wasted no time in beginning the meeting. Gordheim has been emptied, he said, and his words caused an instant stir. Emptied? What do you mean? Asked Svarta. Bane's armies are moving south as we speak. They are joining the other battalions in Krauslung. Lakin raised a hand. Are you sure, sire? How do you know? I saw it with my own eyes late last evening. They are moving in huge columns, traveling fast and carrying heavy weapons, catapults, ballistas. They do not stop to make camp. How many? Asked one of the Siren Council. Farfallen rumbled deep in his throat. I stopped counting at 50,000. The others took a moment to digest this new and disturbing information. Svarta was the first to speak. With Gordheim unprotected, we can strike at the heart of Bane City and destroy it before they could stop us. Farfallen shook his head. And accomplish what? Risk our dragons taking a city we cannot keep? Unnecessary. The old dragon is right. We need to stop Weissenbane, not sack an empty city, said Turfing, receiving a murderous look from the Siren Queen in the process. The mage didn't return her gaze. Towerdon offered a suggestion. His red scales, now showing a hint of gold in them, creaked as he raised his head. With the entire Skullguard army in one place, we can strike at once with all our forces, and perhaps increase our chances of ending this war swiftly, he said. The others in the room nodded in agreement. Why can we not just attack the ships once they set sail? That way we can sink their armies in the open sea in one fell swoop? Asked one of the council members. They'll have archers, heavy weapons, sorcerers, and gods know what else. It does nothing except split our forces and stall the inevitable invasion, answered Aram. And that is why we will attack them in harbor, before they can leave the port. Attacking the ships in open waters would be suicide, and keeping my dragons alive is a priority, said the old dragon, his deep voice now stern and commanding. As is saving the lives of every man, woman, and child trapped in that city. Aram's report has been heavy on my mind since yesterday. Our war is with Weissenbane, not the people of Krauslung or the Arca as it was once. They will be liberated like the rest of us. I will not allow Weiss to cull us like cattle. Fists and jaws clenched around the room. Eyes flashed with fervor and anticipation. Farfallen continued. Take the army by surprise by storming the city on all fronts, burn the ships, and surround the Arcathedral. That shall be our plan. I think we're making a mistake, said Farden, and everyone in the room turned to look at him. Farfallen stared at the mage. Farden couldn't tell if he was disappointed or annoyed. And how would you go about it, mage? Farden sighed, searching for an answer. I don't know, he confessed. But there's something about this that doesn't seem right. It feels as though we're playing into Vice's hands again. Then would you have us wait it out? Would you have us wait for him to lay siege to this mountain and tear a path through Emaneska in the process? Asked the dragon. No. Then you understand what needs to happen, Farfallen said, and then seeing the look on the mage's face, he sighed. You'll have your chance to undo what has been done, Farden, mark my words. We all shall. But what of Vice and Bane? What about them? Asked Aelia, Tower Dawn's writer. If we remove them first, then surely the Arca and Skullguard armies would lay down their weapons and simply give up. They would be leaderless without their kings. Not quite, Aram held up a hand and cleared his throat. There's Bane's daughter, the one Durnus and I spotted in Krauslung. She's one of them. We can always kill her too, said Rake. Her voice was whispery and hoarse like a snake's hiss. Farden tried to keep his composure, but he couldn't help but flinch at the siren's words. He clenched his fists and hid them by crossing his arms. Turfing saw the look on his nephew's face and quickly interjected. There are others, he said. There always are, and by now Vice will have the whole army under his spell. Whether by fear or false promises or magic, he'll have them hooked. They'll fight to the death to protect him and the king. And besides, you can't just march in there and kill them. It's not that simple. They are Nephilim. You said this yesterday. I trust then, mage, you have something up your sleeve? Asked Glassthorn in a very formal and regal-sounding voice. Turfing allowed himself a tight and formal smile. I always do, he firmly replied. Just get me into Krauslung, and trust that Farden, Durnus, and I will take care of the rest. We will leave the city and its hordes to you, Dot. We will trust you, then, said Farfallen. Sparta bit her lip and looked at her dragon, but his rigid gaze kept her silent. The air in the room was an uncomfortable one. Durnus had remained completely silent and still throughout the whole discussion. His good spirits had died at the door. Not one single shade of emotion had passed through his blank and pale expression. Only now did he raise a hand. Is that it? He asked. His voice was low and quiet. We're outnumbered 10-1, and as Farden said yesterday, no force has broken the gates of Krauslung in the history of the Arca. You tried in the war, and failed then. Is that the entirety of your plan? We are well aware of what happened in the war, vampire, hissed Sparta. Her dragon growled. We gather our forces, from anywhere we can, and get ready to fight. We muster every scrap of aid we can, instructed Farfallen. Clearhallow has already gone north with a contingent of sirens, to gather the northern dragons to our cause. They can be wild and unpredictable, but we have no choice. I have sent a hawk and spies to Krauslung, to search for any sign of a resistance. I need the rest of you to spread our fingers wide, and rally others to our cause. Either Emaneska stands up to fight, or it will be knocked into the dirt for good, and trampled. Evil has always thrived on inaction and unreadiness. Turfing spoke up. The Parayans have plenty of tribes and nomads, but I don't think any of them would come north to help. Vice has yet to make an appearance in the desert lands. Beside Farden, Aram was muttering. Let's hope he never will, he whispered. Farden nodded. Turfing was still talking. I can send hawks, go myself maybe, and see what help I can find. Farfallen bowed his golden head. It is worth a try, he said. Tower Dawn, Aelia, I am sending you east and south, to Halorn and Midgrir, to see what help you can gather there. When can you leave? This afternoon, old dragon, rumbled Tower Dawn. Excellent. Glassthorn rattled his spikes. If it pleases, sire, Rake and I can speak to the beast clans of Dromfangar in the southeast, near the borders of the Skullguard Empire. They're a wild, tribal people, but they train many a strange creature to fight for them. They may be willing to help, for a price. Whatever it takes, replied the old dragon. Next he turned to Durnus and Farden. And what of Ifjar? Would the Minotaur clans aid us? Farden shook his head. Not after what the Arca did to them in the skirmishes. They'd be the first in line to watch Krauslung burn. Then what about Albion? Asked Sparta. Farden shrugged and looked to the vampire next to him. I suppose it's worth a try, suggested the mage. Durnus had a hard time disguising his disgust. The Dukes of Albion are a worthless breed, but you never know. Offer them enough gold and they will likely fight for anything. If one thing is for definite, they are short of arms and peasants to wield them, he said, wrinkling his nose. And it is not like we have much of a choice. That we do not. We still have some gold left in our coffers, use whatever you need. As we have little time, you will leave tomorrow, ordered the old dragon. He sighed and pushed himself onto all fours, gazing at the cold snow falling on his balcony. We have been given one chance and one chance only. We cannot afford to fail this time, Farfallen whispered. A feeling of quiet desperation permeated the room, and every person there felt it, and every person knew it was emanating from Farfallen. Svarta felt it the most. Without a word, she stood and ran her hands down the front of her dress to smooth out the creases. I think the meeting is adjourned, she said. Aram, I'd like you to follow me. The rest of you have your orders. And just like that, the somber meeting was over. One by one, the others got to their feet and left, the dragon's words ringing in their ears. Only Farden lingered behind, rubbing his sleepy eyes. Turfing beckoned for him to follow, but Farden shook his head and nodded towards Farfallen. The old mage mouthed something that looked like good luck and left, a silent and ashen vampire in tow. Within a few minutes, everyone save for the guards had left, and Farden was left standing in the center of the room near the table, waiting for Farfallen to say something. But the gold dragon said nothing, and simply went outside to stand at the balcony's edge. Farden pulled his fur-lined hood over his head and followed the great beast out into the snow, shutting the door behind him. The siren guards remained inside. As quickly as he dared in the slippery snow, the mage walked across the wide balcony and took his place beside the dragon. He tucked his hands under his arms to keep them warm and looked down at the mountainside far below. The whole city of Josvan was being systematically strangled by the snow, and Farden had to squint to pick out the roads and buildings hiding under it. Some looked abandoned, while others had been shored up by driftwood and dark turf. Makeshift wooden roofs had been placed over the deeper rifts and craters to give the farms and towns below some shelter from the cold. Wisps of smoke and steam rose from the cracks. Farden wondered how the more northern, outlying towns were faring, the smaller, less protected places like Ragjarak, Farfallen's old palace. He looked north. All he could see in the mountainous distance were a few signal fires, glowing orange in the snowy haze, warning lights for the craggy, wave-battered cliffs to the north and east. Farden realized he couldn't stare into space forever. There were no answers buried in the landscape. He took a breath and opened his mouth to speak, but the old dragon got there first. My memories may be failing me and my mind may be growing weaker by the day, mage, but I remember a conversation we had not so long ago. In this conversation you told me that the written were bound to strict rules, said Farfallen. Am I right? I did, replied Farden. On this very balcony. Remind me of them. The mage drummed his fingers against his back and recited the rules that had been repeatedly beaten into him at the school of the written. As he spoke, he realized how many of them he had broken over the years. Do not let anyone, man nor beast, read the book. Stay yourself from the drug known as Nevermore, the anti-magic. Always obey the will of the archmages, never question their orders. Never fraternize or breed with another, most of all another written, which is punishable by instant death. The old dragon fixed him with a penetrating gaze. Then tell me, Farden, how is it that Bane's daughter is pregnant? Farden stared straight into those golden eyes. You already know the answer to that, Farfallen. The dragon sighed as though a weight had been dropped from his shoulders. I do, mage, I have known ever since you came back from the desert. I had been hoping that you would come to me and tell me yourself, like your uncle and Durnus asked you to, but you never did. I'm sorry, began the mage, but Farfallen held up a claw and shook his head. What is done, and what remains now is the problem. Turfing and his griffin have told me about this child and its possible abilities, and it seems horrifyingly apparent that this child could be the end of us. That's not entirely true. And why is it then that such a thing was banned by your magic council? Farden faltered, breaking his gaze and staring out into the distance, wishing he could just disappear. Farfallen rattled his ochre horns. My memories are like broken shadows, mage, but I can still recall whispers of the demons and the elves in my dreams, smell their stench, their magic, the chaos they wrought. They would rip the sky apart just to listen to the sound it made. Crush skulls to watch the color they turned the grass. I can feel your pain, mage, I can feel it as though it were my own, but let me make one thing clear to you, said the old dragon, pointing a claw. The dust song speaks the truth. Cheska and that demon-blooded spawn of yours is the entire culmination of Vice's plan, and as so they must not be allowed to live. That bastard would see those days return once again, and I don't need my memories to know that child will rain fire on Amaneska. Farden's face was ashen. He felt sick to his stomach. He felt as though everybody had suddenly turned against him. Were they right about his child? He thought of his uncle's story about the merchant dying in the desert. Did they know better? Feeling the mage's pain, the old dragon put his claws lightly on the mage's shoulder. You know that it has to be done, my friend, for the sake of Amaneska. I feel it is only just that I leave this matter in your hands, and yours only. The child's fate will be up to you. There was a bubbling feeling of despair deep in the mage's chest, a sharp dagger inside his stomach, and a lack of words on his wooden tongue. What had the old dragon just asked him to do? He could only stare at the snowy landscape. Farden? Asked the dragon, obviously concerned. Farfallen could feel the grief radiating from him. The mage nodded, once, and said nothing. We will deal with this when the time comes. You have 4 days until we attack. I trust you will do the right thing, instructed Farfallen. He didn't have to say any more. He sighed a deep sigh. Why don't you go blow off some steam? Get back in shape before you leave for Albion tomorrow, Dot. Without a word or a nod, Farden turned and walked towards the door, boots crunching in the icy snow. Farfallen watched him until he had disappeared behind the closed door. Has he gone? Came a voice from nearby. The old dragon took a deep breath. He has, he replied. Turfing and Durnus emerged from their hiding place, a little room towards the end of the balcony, neighbor to the room that Farden had stayed in during his first visit to Nelska. How did he take it? Asked Durnus, shivering beneath his coat. Concern was etched on his wrinkled face. Better than I'd hoped, answered the dragon. You were right, Turfing. He is still very much in love with her, and the idea of this child. Nevertheless, I have given him 4 days in which to make up his mind. I wish we had known sooner. From what Aram said, she could give birth within the week. The mage pursed his lips. I should have sent a message, instead of trusting to fate and to Farden. Mistakes seem to infest our family like a plague, he sighed. Do you think he'll do it? He asked. Farfallen stretched his wings, and the snow halted for a moment. I hope that for our sakes he does. This is his mistake, as you say, and he must be the one to end it. If, however, the time comes and he falters, I leave it to you, Turfing, to take care of the princess and her child. If this brat is as dangerous as you say it will be, then we cannot allow them to live. I believe our decision to instruct Farden to right his own wrongs is one of fairness and mercy, but some part of me says I am wasting precious time, and that we should kill the child now before it is too late. Despite your previous arguments, Turfing, part of me wants to send you to the Archcathedral this very moment, to put an end to this. 4 days may be too late. Turfing visibly winced. The Archcathedral meant vice. He flinched fearfully at the thought and attempted to ignore the tinge of guilt he felt. At first he had been hesitant to give Farden this task, but his fear of vice had blinded him, and he had convinced the others Farden was their only choice. Durnus cocked his head to the side. Are we completely sure this child is the same as the one in the song? What if Ilios is wrong? Even he did not see it until recently. Farfallen's expression was stern and grave. I will not take that chance. The child dies, the mother too. That is the only way we can be sure this prophecy is not fulfilled. At what cost? Asked Durnus. I think Farden might be right. We're playing into Vice's hands by attacking this early and this rashly, and even with help I doubt we will have the strength to defeat them. I hope your dragons know what they're getting themselves into. A brief growl rumbled in Farfallen's throat and his golden eyes flashed with anger. You would do well to keep your opinions to yourself. You have no right to criticize my efforts, old man, seeing as you were so reticent to fulfill your own tasks. Perhaps it is your stubbornness that is forcing our hands, not Vice. If you were a lesser man I would rip you limb from limb this very moment and throw your pieces in the sea, snarled the dragon. Durnus held the golden gaze firmly, and clenched his fists by his sides. Farfallen continued. My dragons will do what I tell them to do. Unlike you. Turfing nodded, swiftly interjecting and flicking his eyes towards Durnus. You needn't worry, old dragon, Durnus knows his part. The old vampire ran his tongue around one of his fangs and crossed his arms. So you keep telling me, he muttered. Well, I hope you do. Time is running out for all of us, old friend. Turfing rubbed his hands, silently praying he was right about everything. Their plan seemed to dangle in the wind on a fraying thread. It depended on too few people with too many problems. Turfing hated uncertainty with a passion. It is high time that both you and Farden stepped up and faced your responsibilities, no matter how afraid of them you are. I hope you both realize that, Farfallen warned in a low voice. He stepped up to the balcony railing and spread his wings wide. His scales glistened like the snow, and slithered as they slid across each other. For all our sakes, he added. Without another word the dragon flapped his wings and dove into the snow-filled air, disappearing below the balcony edge. As soon as he was gone Durnus stormed off, heading for the door and the worm. Turfing walked behind him, trying his hardest to keep up. I think I did the right thing by leaving the desert. How you two would have handled this by yourselves, I don't know, he muttered. Farden found himself in a foul mood. Fouler than foul. In fact, foul didn't even describe it. His mind hadn't been as dark and full of anger as this since the fire at Maney's Mark. He had wandered along the beach, he had thrown stones at the angry sea, he had kicked at the rocks, he had stalked the clifftops, smoldered driftwood in his poems, and at one point he even had a rather bitter conversation with a curious gull. It was no use, Farfallen and Turfing were right. Farden just wished they weren't. It made him hate them both for it. Try as he might, Farden couldn't accept the fact that his child was part of Vice's plan. It was as though admitting it would leave him cornered, out of answers. And that would mean the obvious. Merely thinking of killing his unborn, let alone its mother, his only ever love, threatened to bring tears to the corners of his salt-rimmed eyes, something that Farden could only count happening 3 times in his entire life, and something he hated with a passion. How had it come to this? Did he truly blame his uncle for it all? Farden wasn't sure. It had all happened too quickly, he decided. That inner peace and direction he had found by escaping Bison Crosslung all those months ago had slowly been chipped away, hacked at, and dissolved by every inch that Cheska's belly grew, and now Farden felt lost again. He was the lone wolf once more, trying to fix the world on his own. Surrounded as he was by friends and allies, he still had nobody to lean on, and now those he had trusted in had demanded he do the impossible. How could they ask him to kill the only person that had ever loved him, and murder his own child? Farden knew it had been Turfing's suggestion, he could at least blame him for that. He would have put coin on Turfing orchestrating Farfallen's and Durness's decision. The coward, thought Farden, clenching his fist. However, deep down, Farden couldn't condemn him for it. Even if Turfing were to blame for it all, the responsibility still fell on Farden. Who else was there? His fear-shackled uncle? A dragon whose mind was slowly slipping? His old and withered friend Durness? In a dark and perverted way, Farden was the obvious choice. The mage knuckled his eyes and told himself over and over again that there had to be another solution. Half-thought prayers tumbled from his mouth as he sat on a boulder with his head propped up by his fists, ignoring the snow and staring out to sea, mentally scraping together other ways of solving this incredibly painful problem, and once again, like damp rising in the bowels of a creaky ship, that slim and persistent possibility that Cheska could still love him slowly forced its way back into his thoughts. A tear managed to squeeze its way out his right eye, but the mage foiled its escape with a hasty swipe of his finger. He forced himself to pull together, and he did. He got up from his cold, snow-covered boulder and went back indoors where at least it was warm. Farfallen was right on one account, at least, he needed to blow off some steam. Farden made his way inside, remarking the sudden hustle and bustle that had taken hold of the mountain fortress. It was as though someone had shaken a hornet nest. People hurried to and fro and in all directions, carrying all manner of equipment and supplies. Wagons of firewood and scrap metal were being dragged along the corridors by teams of men, and more than once Farden had to dodge out of the way to avoid being trampled. As he ascended to the next level, he was deafened by the sound of hammering and banging. The forges were hard at work, and hurriedly made weapons and armor were beginning to fill the clamorous corridors. Farden watched as one man tried desperately to save a leaning tower of helmets from falling while his friends, oblivious to his struggling, frantically filled straw-lined boxes with arrows, knives, and other sharp implements. The mage walked on briskly, eager to get clear of the chaos. He found the next available stairwell and escaped the bedlam. After an hour or so, he found what he guessed to be an unused room, hidden away down a relatively quiet corridor in the depths of the mountain. It was a rectangular room with a high ceiling, empty but for flaming torches and a row of straw targets at the far end of the room. Their arms and legs and heads bristled with arrows like a hedgehog did with spines, and in their slumped postures they looked rather forlorn. Farden decided to put them out their misery. Closing the door behind him, he removed his cumbersome fur jacket and threw it to the side. The mage cracked his knuckles and flexed his arms. He began to rub his vambraces together in little circles. The metal began to whisper and sing. Farden closed his eyes and took a few deep breaths, and gradually the air around him began to grow hot and crackle with energy. The hairs on the back of his neck stood on end as magic flowed up his spine and into his brain like a boiling, bubbling liquid. He felt it swirl around his veins, enjoying the heat of it as it trickled into his arms and made his fingers tingle. The tattooed words on his back, his book, began to flash and glow intermittently. The mage was ready. Farden slid his hands over each other and there came a sound like a cracking whip. The air bent and buckled, and as he stretched his curled fingers towards the straw targets, blue lightning surged from his hands. Within seconds the straw dummies, and the wall behind them for that matter, were scorched and smoking. Farden raised his hands and watched the fingers of lightning flit from his hands to the walls, the door, and the roof, jumping here and there and wherever he commanded them. The mage clenched his fist and the room suddenly went quiet. The air shivered with heat. One by one, Farden began to go through every spell he knew as he moved around the room in a dance of magic and death, one he had been trained in long ago, one that had been designed to test the measure of a mage's strength. It took barely a minute, and after it was done, Farden did it again and again, over and over until his muscles ached and the magic throbbed painfully in his temples, as though he were punishing himself. Fire, lightning, wind, and light poured from his hands. One moment he was surrounded in a glittering halo of icicles, the next his hands were consumed with pulsating green and yellow light. Dust filled the room as the granite bricks tried to bear the brunt of the magic onslaught. The flagstones under his feet wobbled and undulated under the powerful waves of energy that burst from his body. At long last Farden finally stopped. He was breathing in quick, labored gasps. His heart beat a frantic pace. The mage lowered himself to his knees and watched the drops of sweat splash on the dusty stone floor. He felt good, and for a brief moment, all dark thoughts had been forgotten. "Not bad," said a voice, and Farden turned to see his uncle standing by the door with his arms crossed. A flicker of hatred ran through him for a split second, but then it was gone. For some reason, Turfing had taken his fawn's shape. With a flick of his hairy wrists, he took off his old coat and threw it on top of Farden's. He strode forward, hooves clicking on the stone. Farden stood, still breathing hard, and wiped the sweat from his brow and the hair from his eyes. "Got to keep practicing," he mumbled sullenly. "That you do," said Turfing with a knowing smile, and then, without any hint of warning, he swung his fist into Farden's stomach with a burst of white light. Farden's reflexes thankfully saved him, and he caught the blow at the very last moment, blocking it with two hands. But before he had a chance to complain or blink the spots from his eyes, Turfing swung again, his fist this time crackling with sparks. This time the mage was ready. In a blur he slid backwards and knocked his uncle's hand away with one of his quick shield spells. "What are you doing?" Farden managed to gasp between breaths. "Speed magic. Interesting." "You're good, but you can do better," answered Turfing. He held his wrists together and the scarred symbols hiding under his hairy wrists burnt a bright white. "That sounded like an invitation to a challenge," breathed Farden. "It is," replied the fawn, sucking his teeth. He clicked his fingers and the light of his tattoos became blinding. Farden shielded his eyes with one hand and with the other launched a fireball in his uncle's direction. Turfing caught it with ease and extinguished it by clapping his palms together. Farden made a face. "What else do you have?" asked his uncle. Farden narrowed his eyes. He spread his hands in front of him and a ring of sharp icicles spun over each palm. With a flick of his wrists, they darted through the air like arrows, their keen edges whining as they flew. It was still no use. Turfing marched forward unfazed and let the icicles, which would have speared a lesser man, shatter against an invisible wall inches from his face. Green light hovered around his fingers. With speed that not even Farden's eyes could follow, he ran at his nephew and knocked the legs from under him with a hammer-fisted blow. The mage crumpled to the ground. He rolled to the side but Turfing was suddenly behind him. His uncle clapped his hands and thunder rolled. His foot glowing green, he stamped downwards and the shockwave sent Farden flying. Farden landed on all fours like a cat. He looked up to find Turfing once again only mere feet from him, now with ribbons of water coursing over his hairy arms like translucent worms. Farden threw a punch at him and missed, flung a fireball that was enveloped in a ball of hissing water, and finally when he tried to dart behind his uncle with another speed spell, he found Turfing had seized his shirt in an immovable stone-like grip. The water poured from his uncle's wrists and began to freeze as it wrapped around Farden's feet and ankles, locking the mage in place. Farden struggled and lashed out, but yet again it was no use. It was like trying to stab a shadow. "Still, not bad, but not good enough if you want a fight, Vice," murmured Turfing. "I'm not finished," muttered Farden angrily, as he fought to free one of his feet. His uncle released his shirt, and before he had time to react, Farden grabbed his wrist and sent sparks coursing through his veins. Turfing winced and recoiled, just in time to see Farden lift one of the flagstones from the floor with outstretched hands, lifting with his mind and magic instead of his fingers and muscles. The slab of rock collided with Turfing's chin and he fell backwards. He sprawled, dazed, on the floor. Farden strolled over to help his uncle up. "Told you I wasn't finished," he said. He reluctantly held out a hand. "Come on, old man. Lucky shot and a cheap trick." Turfing grabbed his proffered hand and got to his hooves. The symbols on their wrists glowed brightly when they touched fingers. "It has been a while since that has happened," confessed Turfing, with a strange smile. "Why the hooves?" asked Farden, pointing to his uncle's fawn shape. Turfing shivered, and the hair and the horns slid back under his tan skin, and his legs returned to their normal shape with a horrid clicking sound. Turfing rubbed his knees and winced, one eye twitching yet again. "Not a pleasant feeling, that one," he muttered, and then shrugged. "I was going through my drawings with the sirens. I felt, well, nostalgic." "Missing your cave already?" asked his nephew. Turfing shook his head, deflecting the question. He was, of course, but he wouldn't have admitted it. He tapped his forehead. Keeping the old mind busy. Otherwise it rots. And I've got a feeling you've a lot more hiding up your old sleeve, said Farden, still trying to get his breath back. I saw what you did in the desert. That sandstorm wasn't natural, and like I said before, I know the stories about your book and its 5 runes. His uncle shrugged and scratched his shoulder. You shouldn't believe everything you hear. Anyway, sand is easy to manipulate with vortex spells, as I'm sure you know. I saw your little glass hut. And I think I'm not the only one hiding things up my sleeve, nephew. We share a lot more than blood, you know, said Turfing, clapping Farden on the back. His eyes had a sparkle in them. I can teach you how to use it. Farden raised an eyebrow. Who says I need to be taught? He asked, sourly. His uncle wagged a finger. Control, for one thing. You lack it. And subtlety. It's not all about fire, force, spark, and quake, Farden. To be a great mage you have to learn tactics, sleight of hand, patience, and the lesser schools like illusion, shadow, soul-tearing, voiding, spell-catching, zeal, foolery, brawn, thunder, resonation, divination, transmutation, cessation. His uncle trailed off. Farden snorted. Half of those were banned by the Manismark school and branded as dark magic by the council. Turfing chuckled. And why do you think that was? How could he be in such a good mood? Farden wondered, inwardly fuming. Farden shrugged. His uncle carried on. Because they were dark magic? Or because they didn't want you learning too much and becoming a menace? The scribe wrote specific runes into our books, yes, and perhaps I have more than you, but that doesn't stop us learning to expanding our powers. The runes just meant that those specific schools, fire, wind, ice, quake, whatever, came easier to a certain written, but Farden had completely forgotten about the scribe, and what a loss his death was to the Arca. He scratched his chin with a nail. Was the scribe a Pale King? Was he the third? Sadly no, he wasn't. I never knew much about him, but according to Elios he was just a man, an ancient spellsmith kept alive by Vice's spells long after his allotted years. Perhaps he even had a little elf blood in him. They worked together since the start. Strange, the things we've forgotten. Like I said, they spent a lot of time convincing us that they had died out. Farden nodded, trying not to let the dark thoughts creep back inside his skull, like rats into a waiting ship. Why are you here? I assume you wanted to teach me something, he said. If you'd like, said Turfing, neglecting to mention he was there because he felt guilty. Would you? Farden shrugged in a way that said yes while looking like a resounding no. Turfing rubbed his nose. Like I said, it's the magic we wield in between our spells that count the most, began his uncle. Farden frowned. Is that supposed to make sense? He muttered. Turfing sighed and took a few steps back. One of the zeal spells is called Presence and simply relies on pure force of will to intimidate people or animals. Trust me, it'll scare most people into a shivering ball if you get it right, and save you a lot of effort in the process. Now, does that make sense? Farden waved his hand impatiently, knowing he was coming across as rude. He wondered if at that moment he really cared. His uncle deserved it. Show me, he said. Turfing took another step back and moved his head from side to side with several very audible clicks. Concentrate all your will into a single spot, usually an area around the eyes or the forehead, and focus the deepest part of your magic on it. Let your magic flow through your chest, let it into the space behind your eyes, pull in from the shoulders, and then push with your mind. As he spoke, shadows began to creep into the edges of the hall and the flames of the torches fluttered and flapped. Turfing appeared to grow in stature, and the closer he came to Farden the taller he became. His eyes burnt with an intimidating fire and he loomed over his nephew in a way Farden couldn't begin to explain. The mage felt cornered, trapped, and his heart pounded hard against his chest. And that's it, said Turfing, and suddenly the spell was done, the shadows went back to their hiding places and the torches breathed a sigh of relief. Farden grudgingly admitted he was impressed. I want to learn some illusion, or transmutation, he said, and Turfing smiled and made another sucking noise with his teeth. Well, that's a hard one. True illusion verges on shape-shifting, and that took me a decade to master, but... Shape-shifting, murmured Farden. If any magic were dark, that would be it. Only because the demons perverted it to their own cause, nephew, and only because Vice used it to trick you. Dismissing it as evil is exactly what he wants us to do. There is no dark and light magic, it's all just a different shade of gray. So could you shift into, say, a rock troll or a dragon? Turfing chuckled wistfully. I wish I could. I doubt anyone but the gods could do that. I've only managed about 2 or 3 other forms in my life, Laurel and the Fawn not included, and they were difficult to hold. The mage rubbed his stubbled chin. I'm curious to know who taught you these things. Surely you couldn't have learnt it all by yourself? Asked Farden. Turfing shrugged. It's mostly practice, or accidental. Thanks to that bastard Vice, our books contain a lot more magic than we know, and usually it'll find a way out on its own. No doubt you've cast a few unusually large spells before without really knowing how. Thought so. The magic will find a way out, you just have to practice and push yourself, replied his uncle, moving to stand near the wall. And of course, there are spellbooks. Durnus has collected quite a few over the years, ever since the spellsmiths were dismissed. He even saved a great deal from Albion before the dukes could burn them all. Most of them are useless, but there are a few that have some interesting spells. Turfing chuckled then. I actually found one in Paria that had a cantrip for making a man bald from 50 feet away. Don't ask me why. But, if you want the best spellbooks, then find a siren wizard, and good luck prying one away from them, he said. His uncle was right, the wizards were a secretive bunch. Magic was commonplace throughout Emaneska, and from the lowly peasant to the highest of archmages, even to the superstitious, spell-book-burning dukes of Albion, everybody used it. More often than now it was in the form of a simple spoken charm or a magical trinket bought from a market, a flicker of magic in a leaf or plant, or a blacksmith's or jeweler's cantrip, but if a person could tolerate and control the feeling of magic coursing through their veins, then they could learn to read the words of a spellbook. As everybody knew, the spellbook was the oldest method of wielding magic. The first spellbooks had been written by the gods and rewritten by the first humans. It was no surprise then, that spellbooks were still the traditional tool of choice for the sirens' wizards. It was a small but essential difference, wizards still read aloud, sorcerers and mages memorized, and the written embedded words into skin. What the rest of the world knew very well indeed, however, was how dangerous and valuable the latter was. Magic for written like Farden and Turfing was intrinsic, unbridled, and automatic, like Farfallen had pointed out all those months ago. Writing spells directly into skin is what made the written so powerful and so unstable. Luckily for the rest of the world, unluckily for the Arca, the secret of the book had died with the scribe. While Farden had been thinking, Turfing had positioned himself against the wall and was in the process of letting his fingertips roam over the cracks in the stone as if searching for something. What are you doing now? Asked Farden, intrigued. He crossed his arms and watched. Darkness makes it much easier, but it's possible under bright light, mumbled his uncle, concentrating. What are you on about? I'll show you. Here we are. Turfing smiled, and pressing the back of his head against the stone, he melted into the wall. Farden rubbed his eyes, more than a little surprised, and walked forward to examine the spot where his uncle had vanished. There was nothing but a slight bulge in the wall, and the more he looked at it, the more it shivered and escaped his eyes. Confused? Said the bulge, and 2 sapphire eyes emerged from the dark gray stone and winked at the mage. Farden flinched and then sighed, fighting to hold back the smile that threatened to curve across his lips. I give up, he said, holding up his hands. The wall shivered and rippled and Turfing reappeared. Shadowsift, and it's as close to shapeshifting as you're going to come, he said, with a chuckle. The chuckle was quickly replaced by a cough, and then an awkward and concerned expression. Look, Farden. I know what Farfallen said to you, and I know what he's asked. Demanded, Farden corrected. Turfing made an uneasy face. Mistakes are always best corrected by their maker. I thought you wanted to fix the world, Farden? Would you rather have me or Durnus do it? Or one of the other sirens? Would you rather have a stranger kill Cheska and the child, or do it yourself so you know it's done right, and so you can make amends? If you ask me to, I will do it. Just please tell me now, Farden, so that we don't waste any more of our time. There was no reply. Farden's face turned dark and threatening and Turfing slowly shook his head, trying to hide the relief he felt. I thought as much. I'm not going to tell you what you already know and I'm not going to repeat myself, all I'm going to say is don't make another mistake. I can only imagine what you're thinking, nephew, but I hope it's the right thing. Farden glared at the ceiling. Turfing was at it again. The mage fumed. Could you do it? Could you kill a single child to save an entire world? One life for hundreds of thousands? Turfing sighed. Until recently, nephew, it wasn't a question I had ever asked myself. Farden closed his eyes. It's always the questions that you don't have an answer for that are asked of you. Turfing wondered what that meant. He nodded and said no more on the matter. He could tell his nephew was teetering on a knife edge. The pain on Farden's face glowed like a brand. Now, said Farden, teach me. And for the next handful of hours that was exactly what Turfing did. He taught his nephew everything he could possibly squeeze into such a short space of time, and Fardin listened and practiced as hard as he could. Neither of them mentioned what had been said between the mage and the old dragon, for neither of them had to. Turfing had made up his mind to trust his nephew to do the right thing, but sadly, little did he know that deep inside Fardin's troubled mind, the first inklings of a decision had already taken shape, an inkling to do entirely the wrong thing. A skinny handful of long, dark months had passed. The dwindling pantheon of gods had finally gathered enough strength. They had pooled their thoughts and their prayers into a single effort. Cogs and ratchets whirred away in the darkness. Machines of war crunched along. Had you looked, had you kept your eyes peeled and stared all night, you still would have missed it. The two gods fell like rays of moonlight, flashing with fire only briefly as their skins touched the cold air of the jewel-like world below them. It had taken all the gods' strength and all of their will, and their hope, that emotion they had once dared to feel, hung solely on the two they had sent below. Times were changing fast, and risks had to be taken. Certainty was a foreigner. It took days for their shapes to wrap themselves in visible light, days for them to dig themselves from their own graves, and once they felt strong enough, the two set off in different directions, not a single word shared between them. Wolves sniffed the air and howled as their shadows passed their lairs, paying homage to the old ones.